Meet our protagonist, Baek Yoo-seol. Just 3 seconds ago, all he did was defeat the final boss of a game, and for his trouble, he was instantly sucked right into it. And what a coincidence. The moment he wakes up, the system slaps him with a new mission. Survive an onslaught of assassins hot on his trail. This all goes back to a game called Mythic. It was released 10 years ago as a dating sim targeting female players, but for some reason, it ended up with a freakishly large male player base. As for features, the game allowed players to choose from a wide variety of characters. The roster ranged from easy, high-efficiency characters to difficult ones that were completely useless. And in that vast sea of options, there was one trash-tier character, notoriously difficult to level up and with abysmal stats. And the one masochist who mastered this character was a player named Baek Yoo-seol. That player is me. Just then, after Baek Yoo-seol poured himself a cup of coffee and returned to his computer, he noticed a new post on the game's forum. Huh? A new post on the forum? Was there an update or something? He wondered, quickly clicking to see what was going on. But it looked like the players' reactions were anything but positive. This game is trash. Some stupid dragon appeared out of nowhere and blew away all my game data. What is this freakish black magic dragon? It says my character is dead and I can't log in anymore. What the hell is going on? My character was just deleted. A flood of negative posts started pouring in, leaving Baek Yoo-seol completely bewildered. Huh? A final boss in a dating sim? I thought the game was supposed to end when two characters got together. Just then, he noticed a post that was getting a ton of attention. Guys, this boss is unbeatable. This piece of crap black magic dragon has a passive 99% magic resistance, no cooldown, and it keeps harassing me with a magic absorption skill and some kind of magic blast. How are you supposed to kill this thing? This has to be a bug. After seeing who posted it, our protagonist let out a surprised shout. Wait, that's a famous pro gamer. A final boss, let's see. A magic immune monster in a world filled with magic doesn't really make sense. Is it really a bug? People are even saying their characters are getting deleted. Looks like this is the real deal. The Black Magic Dragon, 13th Night of the Black Moon, has appeared. Baek Yoo-seol muttered, staring at the dragon on his screen. Alright, so here's the story. In Mythic World, there's a cult called the Black Magic Cult. Their goal is to help a different world, known as Korng personnel, achieve world domination. And once these lunatics achieved their goal, the Black Magic Dragon appeared. 90% of the continent has been taken over by Korng personnel. I only ever did PvP and ignored the story, but this is pure chaos. Is this really okay? Baek Yoo-seol stroked his chin, a familiar itch starting to creep in as he saw how powerful the dragon was. Heh, it's not like I'm trying to avoid a fight. I guess I should give it a shot. And just like that, the god-tier player Baek Yoo-seol immediately hit yes, accepting the challenge to fight the Black Magic Dragon. Time to show off the skills I've honed for the past 10 years, he thought to himself. Now, to put his character in perspective, Baek Yoo-seol was the only character who couldn't use magic, despite the fact that everyone else in the game could. For that reason, even the most seasoned players wouldn't touch him. Simply put, this character was worse than a background NPC. Of course, he could use a tiny bit of magic, but only a single spell. Blink. Back in the fight, the moment the Black Magic Dragon saw Baek Yoo-seol appear, it began to open its maw, gathering energy. A split second later, the massive beast unleashed a torrent of flames directly at him. Faced with the attack, Baek Yoo-seol just gave a faint smile and used his blink skill, instantly teleporting onto the dragon's back and dodging the blast. Now, about Baek Yoo-seol's blink skill. It allows him to teleport anywhere from 3 to 10 meters away in an instant. The destination is supposed to be random, and if you can't control the distance perfectly, the impact force and speed will kill you instantly. On top of that, its cooldown and mana cost were ridiculous, and it even inflicted a 2-second immobility penalty after use. That's why anyone could learn it, but no one ever used it. However, Baek Yoo-seol had mastered Blink to the point where he could control both its direction and distance. He even figured out how to negate the 2-second immobility penalty, and it costs no mana, because his character doesn't even have a mana stat. Unlike other spells, Blink is just a movement skill, but I became obsessed with this character since everything depended on skill level. So for the past 10 years, I've played as the only character who uses zero magic in combat. And while our protagonist was lost in his memories, the master player had already controlled his character to slice the Black Magic Dragon in two. And for some reason, a character who couldn't use mana possessed enough raw strength to defeat a dragon of this caliber. But hey, at least since he didn't use any magic attacks, the dragon's insane magic resistance was completely useless. With the Black Dragon lying defeated on the ground, a system notification popped up. You have defeated the final boss, 13th Night of the Black Moon. Back on his side of the screen, Baek Yoo-seol stared at the notification in disbelief. What the hell? Did I really just beat it? I know I'm decked out in rare artifacts from head to toe, but this is still a trash-tier character. Still, this is awesome. I've got to go brag to the community that I just took down the black magic dragon, Baek Yoo-seol said as he quickly clicked the post button, but in that very same moment, a series of menacing bright red notifications suddenly flooded his screen. Due to reaching an error ending, 90% of the mythic world has been destroyed. However, you are very close to the true ending. Please reach the true ending. Baek Yoo-seol stared at the bizarre sight, overcome with panic. What's going on? What in the world is happening? He screamed in absolute terror. And just like that, our protagonist vanished without a trace from inside his own room. The scene shifts to a desolate, ruined room. At that moment, Baek Yoo-seol slowly wakes up, groggily saying, "What happened? And where am I?" He glanced around the unfamiliar surroundings, but when he caught his own reflection in a nearby mirror, his face went completely numb. Because staring back at him was the incredibly familiar face that had been his companion for the last 10 years. Huh? This face? It's Baek Yoo-seol. But before Baek Yoo-seol could even process what was happening, a system screen suddenly materialized before his eyes. Episode 1. Escape the Pursuit. Seeing the system notification only plunged him deeper into confusion. This was Baek Yoo-seol's starting mission. No way, he thought, frantically digging into his pocket and pulling out a piece of paper. It was the certificate of acceptance to the Stella Academy. At this point, even though he didn't want to admit it, Baek Yoo-seol knew exactly where he was. It's unbelievable, but this is definitely the world of Mythic World, and I must be Baek Yoo-seol. With that realization, the guy tried to calm himself down and analyze the situation. I need to think logically. That voice told me to reach the true ending. But from what I know, this game doesn't have a true ending. More accurately, because it's essentially a dating sim, it has a billion different endings. How the hell am I supposed to know which true ending it wants? Wait a minute. Could it be that no one has managed to unlock the true ending in the last 10 years? Baek Yoo-seol was stunned by his own thought, but he quickly pushed it aside. Right now, there was a much more important task at hand. Damn it, there's no time to think. If I remember correctly, right after Baek Yoo-seol wakes up, the people chasing him will storm this house. With that thought, he didn't waste a single second, immediately opening the door to peek outside. And just as he feared, a mob of thugs was outside, ready to tear him apart. Where did that little rat run off to? Someone in the group of assassins shouted. Hearing this, Baek Yoo-seol quickly slammed the door shut and hid inside. So close. They're already here, he thought, his heart pounding. But just then, one of the men spotted the house he was hiding in and yelled, "There's a house over there! Get a move on, you vermin, right away," the other shouted back. Meanwhile, Baek Yoo-seol was already in a cold sweat. What do I do? There's a time limit for how long I can avoid them. But I can't possibly fight this group. What am I supposed to do? The more he thought, the more anxious Baek Yoo-seol became. It seemed the system took pity on the poor guy. A suggestion popped up. You can use Flash. Huh? What? I can use Flash? He thought in disbelief. Born with a body suffering from Mana Leakage Syndrome, Baek Yoo-seol, a person who couldn't accumulate mana, could only place his hope in one thing, the single spell he had spent his entire life practicing. Back in the present, Baek Yoo-seol was examining the information for the Flash skill. Flash, level 0. Maximum distance, 9 meters. Maximum charges, 1. Cooldown, 3 seconds. After seeing the skill's stats, Baek Yoo-seol didn't feel any better. It's telling me to use Flash, but I'm not playing a game with a keyboard and mouse anymore. How am I even supposed to use it? But before our protagonist could think any further, the assassins outside began charging toward his location like a pack of rabid dogs, as if afraid he'd escape. The sound of their footsteps made Baek Yoo-seol jump. Damn it, they're here. There's no time left. I have to risk it. Baek Yoo-seol grit his teeth. Then, just before the assassins could storm the house and surround him, he made his move, bolting outside. But of course, the thugs spotted him instantly. I found the bastard! Get him! Don't let him get away! Stop right there! The assassins barked out their useless commands. Meanwhile, our protagonist was racking his brain, trying to figure out how to avoid being torn to shreds by this mob. His current plan was to use Flash to shake off his pursuers. They're wearing magic boots, so they're definitely faster than me. The only way to escape is by using Flash. Calm down. I've used Flash countless times before. I know how to time it perfectly. Baek Yoo-seol began to reassure himself. Meanwhile, the sound of the assassins was getting dangerously close. You bastard, aren't you going to stop? One of the men screamed, forcing Baek Yoo-seol to glance back and gauge the distance between them. They're about to catch up. The weakness of Flash is that if the user miscalculates the distance, they'll crash into something and die instantly. However, if it's me, things will be different, Baek Yoo-seol thought to himself. At that very moment, the leader of the assassins finally caught up to him. Let me send you to hell, die. As he spoke, he He began to swing his sword straight at him, and in the exact instant the blade was about to touch Baek Yoo-seol, he took the risk and activated the flash spell. Just like that, in a brilliant flicker of light, Baek Yoo-seol's body vanished and reappeared further ahead. Seeing his success, he was ecstatic. It worked, he celebrated inwardly. Meanwhile, the assassins were startled and skidded to a halt. What was that? Was that Flash? Is he a mage? They said in a panic. The leader quickly turned to rally his men. Don't be idiots. After activating Flash, the user is paralyzed for about 2 seconds, so this is our best chance to... Wait a second. How is that bastard still moving? The leader shouted in disbelief, watching Baek Yoo-seol continue to sprint ahead like a squirrel. Back with Baek Yoo-seol, even though he had temporarily created some distance, he didn't let his guard down. I need to be even more careful. I have to use this rough terrain to my advantage. Any player who can't learn to use Flash at this point won't make it to the next episode. Baek Yoo-seol thought to himself. He also remembered a sad fact. 99% of players who chose Baek Yoo-seol couldn't even complete the tutorial. As for the remaining 1%, even if they passed the tutorial, they could never master controlling flash distance and continuous flashing. Back to Baek Yoo-seol, as soon as the 3-second cooldown ended, he immediately used Flash again on the rugged terrain to widen the gap once more. The assassins behind him, seeing Baek Yoo-seol make such a risky move, shouted in astonishment, "Using Flash on terrain like this? Is he insane?" Despite their shock, as the leader saw Baek Yoo-seol slowly pulling away, he immediately ordered the men behind him, "Anyone who can use magic, get to the front. Attack him from a distance." Following the leader's command, 3 mages moved forward. Of course, the fleeing Ducel heard this and glanced back. They're planning to use magic? He thought to himself, but he wasn't particularly surprised. After all, this is exactly what happened in the game. This was part 2 of the tutorial. Use Flash to evade the magic missiles. Just then, the mage began casting his own spell, conjuring a storm of arrows that shot toward him from every direction. And for the first time, Yoo-seol felt a flicker of genuine worry. In the game, he could see everything behind him on the screen, making it easy to dodge, but this was completely different. He gritted his teeth, his mind racing, and just when it seemed he was in trouble, the system intervened, injecting him with a surge of power just as it had before. Skill. Mana Leakage Syndrome has been activated. Activating sub-skills. Sixth Sense and Accelerated Perception. The moment the notification vanished, a wave of mana radiated from Yoo-seol's body. Suddenly, he could feel the precise trajectory of every single arrow closing in on him. Just like that, our protagonist began to dance through the storm of projectiles. As for the arrows that converged on him simultaneously, leaving no room to evade, he simply used Flash to blink out of the way. He warped just in time. A moment later, and he would have been vaporized. Whoa, that was too close, Yoo-seol thought, scrambling to his feet and pressing forward. Before long, he reached the final stage of the tutorial. Part 3. Use Flash to cross the chasm. Before Yoo-seol lay a massive abyss, dotted with countless floating stone platforms, the only path forward for any player. His mission was to time his flashes perfectly, landing precisely on each rock. The only way to the other side is to master the exact distance of Flash, he thought. Then, I'll run into the mage and make my escape. That would mark the end of the tutorial. To clear this, I have to activate the Flash spell, which has a 0.1 second cast time, at the perfect moment. A single failure means death, Yoo-seol told himself, his eyes scanning the floating platforms as he calculated the path. There were about 20 floating stones, a 0.1 second window. Much easier said than done. I wonder what kind of bastard designed this tutorial, he fumed, clenching his fists. Still, he had to admit, it wasn't entirely impossible. The problem is, my pursuers are closer than I thought. As he spoke, he glanced over his shoulder at the assassins, who were closing in fast. There, right ahead, he's there, one of them yelled. Immediately, the entire group broke into a full sprint, charging toward him. But Yoo-seol was busy with his own calculations. They're about 100 meters away. Flash has a 3-second cooldown. I don't have enough time to cross, he realized. The only realistic way to survive is to eliminate all of them. Yoo-seol sidestepped, silently assessing the situation. This is insane. How can I possibly handle this right after another battle? In the game, the system would have blocked these pursuers. But this was reality, and there were no rules forcing it to blindly follow game mechanics. He had to take them down, not because they were his parents' enemies from the storyline, but simply to survive. They're here, he thought, his resolve hardening. Come on, I'll take care of every last one of you. A few seconds later, the two sides finally clashed. When enemies meet, words are unnecessary. The leader immediately gave the order, "There he is. Get that brat." "Understood," an assassin yelled, charging forward. Seeing Yoo-seol stand his ground instead of fleeing, the man smirked to himself. You dare fight all of us alone? What a fool. You're finished. Across from them, Yoo-seol remained calm, mentally calculating the distance. Target distance, 8.7 meters. Flash. In an instant, he cast the spell. The sudden, instantaneous approach left his opponent no time to react as the dagger in Yoo-seol's hand plunged deep into his chest. Even though this was his first kill, he felt no fear. Warm blood trickled over his fingertips. Yet there was no sense of guilt. This was simply killing for survival. Yoo-seol affirmed this to himself, then immediately followed up with a powerful shoulder check. He slammed the man's body back into the crowd behind him. Having taken one down, Yoo-seol immediately turned to flee, his flash still on cooldown. Seeing Yoo-seol pick one of them off and then turn to run, the assassins flew into a rage. He's getting away! Don't let him escape, no matter what. As he ran, Yoo-seol was already planning his next move. One down, but the next one won't be so easy. What now? Then he noticed the silence. Why is it so quiet? Did they stop chasing me? Don't tell me they're preparing to use magic. Damn it! Yoo-seol cursed internally. At the same time, the assassin's leader gave an eager command. Now! On his command, the mage instantly cast his spell. A magic circle materialized before him, unleashing a massive fireball that shot directly toward Yoo-seol. Damn it, that blasted spell! Yoo-seol exclaimed, frantically scanning his surroundings for an escape route. Luckily, he spotted a tree branch jutting out from the cliff face. There, that's it. Flash! Yoo-seol thought, casting the spell. In that exact moment, the fireball slammed into his last known position, erupting in a massive explosion. Seeing the fireball score a direct hit, the leader let out a cold sneer. Serves the little bastard right, but his smile faded when he realized the crater was empty. There was no body. Where did he go? The leader muttered. He had no idea that Yoo-seol had dodged the explosion, flashing directly above his head. The flash skill requires equal momentum before and after casting, Yoo-seol recalled. With that thought, he used flash again, plunging downwards. He aimed his dagger straight at the leader, who let out a horrific scream before collapsing to the ground. The remaining assassins stood frozen, completely bewildered by what had just happened. What's going on? One of them stammered, but before he could finish the sentence, Yoo-seol flashed to his side and sent him to join his comrades in the afterlife. As for Yoo-seol, the constant, intense action was causing his stamina to plummet. Two are down, he thought, his breath ragged. I have to hurry before the others recover their wits. Across from him, the scar-faced assassin regarded Yoo-seol with a newfound gravity. You're a monster, he said, his voice low. Your reaction speed. It's unnatural for a mage. Just what the hell are you? Hearing this, Baek Yoo-seol had no intention of answering. He was still focused on his plan, knowing his reaction speed had to be far superior to any other players. But that was only in the game. He couldn't dodge their attacks forever, especially not at this range. He had to take them all out, and quickly. With that thought, he charged forward, launching his own attack. The scar-faced man's eyes turned dangerous. I've figured out your movements, he snarled. The man thought to himself, he only uses blink and a dagger. If I just protect my face and neck, he won't be able to touch me. With that, the man began to coat his sword in mana, preparing for battle. Come at me, you little brat. Bang! The man let out a roar, but Baek Yoo-seol, who was right in front of him, had already used blink to vanish. In that same instant, countless sharp ice spikes erupted in front of the scar-faced man. Got you. Now let's see you writhe in agony. He smirked, confident in his plan. In theory, if Baek Yoo-seol used blink to charge forward, he would impale himself on the ice spikes. Unfortunately for him, his plan was a complete failure. Baek Yoo-seol's real target was the man's teammate standing behind him. By the time Scarface realized what was happening, his ally had already been sent to his grave. Damn it! Before, you were just scurrying around like a little rat. How dare you pull a stunt like this now, he roared. Baek Yoo-seol bluntly admitted it. That's right. But that was before. In fact, I should thank you for helping me get stronger every single day. He said it with a mocking smile, which made Scarface's face twist with rage. You damn bastard, we were just going easy on you. Now die, the man screamed. Meanwhile, Baek Yoo-seol casually picked up a spear from one of the enemies he had just defeated and charged forward to attack. First, he took a stance, then hurled the spear in his hand. It shot through the air like an arrow, aimed directly at the scar-faced man. This gave his opponent a moment of pause. He's using blink to aim for an undefended spot. Is he throwing the spear to force me to block, then planning to attack from behind? Not a chance. As he thought this, he raised his sword horizontally to block the incoming spear. Then, he immediately swung his sword behind him, intending to cut down Baek Yoo-seol with a single strike. He muttered to himself, but when he turned his head, no one was there. It was only then that Scarface realized he had completely overthought the situation. But tragically, he had no more chances to correct his mistake. Because the moment he turned his head back, Big Do-seo had already used Blink to appear right in front of him, plunging his dagger straight into the man's heart. He was planning to attack from the front the whole time? That was the man's last thought before he collapsed to the ground. A notification popped up for Big Do-seo. Chapter 1. Escape the pursuit has been completed. You have received additional experience. You have received an additional gift from the Constellation Project for developing a unique story. Back with Big Do-seo, he looked at the corpses and the bloodstains beside him as countless thoughts flooded his mind. That's right. This isn't a dream. My first blink, my first battle, and my first kill. I killed another person just to survive. He thought to himself as he began to calm his nerves. It didn't take long for Big Do-seo to shake off the daze and prepare to move. I have to get out of this place. Now. Wait a minute. This might be a little messed up, but I have to be realistic. I'm completely broke. Thinking this, Big Do-seo began to search the bodies. The results did not disappoint him. He found an entire bag of gold coins. Found it. Let's see. This looks to be about 2 million won. It's better than nothing. But the main problem now is crossing this cliff, he muttered, starting to walk towards the edge. But before our protagonist could do anything, he heard a voice calling from the other side. Is anyone there? This way. Following the sound of their voices, Big Do-seo strained his eyes to see. Is that the group of mages from the tutorial? With that thought, Big Do-seo quickly called out to them. I'm over here! The group of mages heard him and shouted back. There's no bridge here. Can you get across? Yes, I'm on my way. Let's wait. He said he can cross, the mage said, turning back to his group. But next to him, a blue-haired young man looked skeptical. But to cross that cliff, he'd have to be at least a third-class knight. Can that young man really do something like that? I'm not sure, the mage said nonchalantly. But a moment later, he was stunned to see Big Do-seo begin teleporting across the floating rocks. Right before their eyes, Big Do-seo's body continuously flickered from one floating rock to the next, leaving the group completely mesmerized. What was that? Some kind of jump magic? A voice from behind them answered their question. That's Blink. The voice belonged to a blue-haired girl with a somber look on her face. Hearing this, the group was even more astonished. That was Blink? But you can't control the direction and distance with Blink. How is that even possible? He said this as he turned to look at Big Do-seo, but in that moment, he noticed two figures on the other side of the cliff and muttered, Those two. Are they with that guy? But before he could think any more, the mage from the assassin group began to cast his magic, firing a fireball straight at Big Do-seo. Hey, watch out! Someone screamed. Meanwhile, our protagonist realized he was under attack. Gritting his teeth, he used Blink once more. He then looked towards the two people who had attacked him and thought, It's those mercenaries from before. That was too close. The countdown for Blink was 3 seconds. But dodging all that magic is impossible. I have to find another floating rock to stand on. Big Do-seo frantically scanned his surroundings, searching for a suitable spot. But the enemy mage gave him no time to look, immediately activating his magic and firing a beam of energy straight at him. Luckily for Big Do-seo, he managed to lean to one side just in time to dodge. However, the real trouble was just beginning. For some reason, the floating rock beneath his feet suddenly split in two, sending him plummeting downwards. Damn it! All the floating stones are too far. I just have to hope I land on one of them, he thought, gritting his teeth as he immediately used Blink. It seemed fate was still on his side. Big Do-seo teleported right next to a floating rock and desperately grabbed onto it. Phew, I survived, Baek Yoo-seol thought to himself, right before he spotted another fireball heading straight for him. Or not. I'm going to die. But over on the other side, before the attack could land and strike Baek Yoo-seol, it was blasted away by a different stream of blue energy. And just like that, our protagonist was saved in the nick of time. But what surprised him even more was how unique that last spell was. What was that magic? An ice spear wreathed in lightning. Who could possibly combine two elements into a single attack like that? And what's more, they calculated the trajectory so perfectly that not a single drop of mana was wasted. Who could execute such a flawless attack, he wondered, looking toward the group of mages up ahead. The one who'd acted was none other than the blue-haired female mage. As for the mercenaries, seeing their attack fail, the color drained from their faces and they hastily retreated. Seeing them flee, Baek Yoo-seol let out a sigh of relief internally. It looked like he'd survived after all. Then, after reaching the other side of the shore, he quickly sought out the blue-haired girl who had saved him and said, Thanks for helping me back there. The blue-haired girl glanced back slightly and replied coldly, I didn't do it for any kind of gratitude, so don't worry about it. Ah, okay then. She has the most beautiful voice I've ever heard, but she seems a bit hard to approach. Anyway, those were bandits who pillaged and plundered the village. But the truth is, most operations like that are carried out by the dark magic cult. Even so, it all ends here. The moment I crossed this cliff, I entered the mage's territory. The dark magic cult won't be able to tail me any longer, not to mention they don't even know who I am. Just then, a system notification appeared before Baek Yoo-seol. Chapter 2, Admission to Stella Academy. The message left Baek Yoo-seol unsure of how to react. This is Chapter 2? It doesn't sound too bad, but how am I supposed to go through school at my age? The scene shifts to a memory of Baek Yoo-seol as a child. Mom, I'm gonna be a mage when I grow up, the little boy said, tugging on his mother's sleeve. The woman smiled and praised him. I believe in you, Do-seol. According to the records, my parents struggled to raise me. I'll study hard and make them proud, he told himself as he began burying his head in books. But his entire world nearly came crashing down when he heard the doctor's diagnosis. Did you just say my son has Mana Leakage Syndrome? His mother asked in a daze. Little Baek Yoo-seol's face went blank, unable to believe what he was hearing. No, it can't be, the boy said as he burst into tears. Baek Yoo-seol was witnessing these scenes from a third-person perspective. Is this Baek Yoo-seol's memory? Or is it my memory? He thought in confusion. Then, a sharp headache struck, jolting him awake. Is it morning already? He mumbled. Meanwhile, the red-haired man across from him spoke up. Oh, you're awake? I was just about to call you. We'll be setting off for Lesway-tra, the satellite city of Arcaneum, soon. Time passed quickly. After traveling for a while, the voice of the guide rang out. We'll take a short break here. At his words, Baek Yoo-seol stepped out of the vehicle to get some fresh air. By chance, he ran into the blue-haired girl who had saved his life. But the moment she saw Baek Yoo-seol, she turned and walked away, leaving our protagonist with nothing but a forced, awkward smile. She's so cold. But things are going okay, considering how worried I was. I'm glad this timeline is closer to the modern era than the Middle Ages. Magic exists in a world of myth, but in safe cities, trains, airships, and sky roads have all been built to make long-distance travel more convenient. We're going to Lesway-tra now to board an airship. Lesway-tra is on the route to Arcaneum. In Arcaneum, the city of magic, that's where everything truly begins. The magic towers, the mage conferences, and the 5 most prestigious academies are all located in Arcaneum. The academy with the most powerful mages and the most brilliant students, Stella Academy. Because of that, Stella is a place brimming with geniuses and nobles from all over the world. I still don't understand how the original Baek Yoo-seol managed to get accepted into a place like that. Oh, I forgot. I haven't even checked my own skills yet. With that thought, he quickly opened his status window to take a look. Mana Leakage Syndrome, Level 1. Strength increased by 3%, speed increased by 5%, agility increased by 10%. Skill, Sixth Sense. Consumes the user's mental power to activate mana scouting skill within a 12-meter radius. Acceleration wave. Looking over his status window, Baek Yoo-seol felt a wave of gratitude for the skills this character possessed. Sixth Sense and Acceleration Wave. I would have been dead without them. The character Baek Yoo-seol has a cursed constitution that prevents him from concentrating mana in his body, Mana Leakage Syndrome. It's a congenital curse for Baek Yoo-seol. However, this also allows him to detect nearby mana with his sixth sense. It lets him detect any attack coming his way, even if he's not looking in that direction. An acceleration wave allows him to perceive everything as if time has slowed down, especially if a threat or attack comes at him faster than a human can normally detect. It's a necessary skill for Baek Yoo-seol since he can't use mana, but he can't use sixth sense for too long. Because it consumes so much mental power, there are consequences after using it. Next up are his stats. Baek Yoo-seol. Status. Strength 1 star 50, 9%. Speed 1 star 80, 1%. Stamina 0 stars 97%. Agility 1 star 97%. Vitality 1 star 51%. Mental power 1 star 43%. Mana unknown. Remaining experience 10. Skills. Flash Step. Level 0. Traits. Mana Leakage Syndrome. Level 1. Back with Baek Yoo-seol, after checking his information, he thought for a moment. Actually, these starting stats aren't too bad. The original Baek Yoo-seol had a very low agility level. That's a stat I absolutely have to boost in this world. It's not just character levels. There are levels for each stat. Skills are in levels, and stats are in stars. The highest stat level is 9 stars. But it's almost impossible to reach. I played this game for 15 years, but the highest I ever achieved was 8 stars in both vitality and agility. But I should invest in agility now to boost my sixth sense and reaction speed. After all, I can build up stable stamina and flexibility in plenty of other ways. The real problem right now is the Mana Leak Syndrome. If I don't get this under control, I won't survive for long. I need to level it up to quickly uncover the secrets of my true form. and Stella Academy is the only way to suppress this damn syndrome. There's no other choice but to go to Stella if I want to prevent the end of the world and treat this illness. God, I really don't want to go there. I wish something could save me from this situation, Baek Yoo-seol thought with a sigh. Just then, a notification suddenly popped up on the system, reminding him, "You have missed some notifications." Baek Yoo-seol had never seen this before. He was surprised, but before he could even check it, the people next to him urged, "Hey, let's get going." "All right, let's go. I'll check it later," Baek Yoo-seol thought to himself as he hurried to catch up with the group. And so, just as planned, our protagonist boarded the fancy airship heading for Stella Academy. "We are approaching Iconium. All passengers, please remain in your seats," the ship's announcement chimed. Meanwhile, a group of young masters and ladies noticed Baek Yoo-seol, dressed like a homeless person, and began to mock him. "Hey, look at that guy, gawking around like a little kid. Has he never been on an airship before? Must be some country bumpkin." "TSK. I don't understand why Stella lets people like this into the academy. This is going to spread everywhere. Scum like him will just taint everything." The purple-haired young master grumbled in annoyance. Across from them, Baek Yoo-seol started staring intently at him, for no apparent reason, but he quickly let out a sigh and thought helplessly. Spoiled brats really are everywhere. With that thought, he ignored their disdainful words and walked away as if he hadn't heard a thing. This act of his, however, made the young master feel completely humiliated. "How dare you look at us like that, you little punk? Hey, get back here," he shouted. But at that very moment, a commotion erupted behind him, forcing the boy to turn around and mutter, "What's with all the noise?" And in the next instant, the young master's eyes went wide. "Princess Bion." Hearing this from ahead, Baek Yoo-seol had to turn his head back as well, because that was a name he knew all too well. Did he just say Bion? Following his gaze, there she was. Standing before everyone was a princess of breathtaking beauty, exuding a cold and noble aura. This was the princess of the Adalibet kingdom, Hongbisian Adalibet. Over here, the purple-haired brat, seeing her appear, stepped forward and began his greeting, "Your Highness." But before he could finish, he was met with Bayan's ice-cold stare, which silenced him completely. Seeing this, Bayan immediately walked away, leaving the boy full of regret. Back to Baek Yoo-seol, upon seeing Bayan, he began to recall his memories of this character. She is the enemy of the world. Hong Bi-yeon is a main character in the game. She and the female lead were always at odds, but in the end, she died. No matter the route, she was brutally murdered in most endings, or was forced to kill herself after being bullied by the entire academy. This time, she would have to endure the most shameful things in front of everyone, as if the developers hated her and wanted her to suffer. I heard she was extremely popular among male players. She really is beautiful, though she looks like she'd kill me if I even tried to talk to her. As he thought about this, our protagonist's stomach started to rumble. Should I go get something to eat? He wondered, quickly making his way to the cafeteria. But after seeing the prices of the sparkling food items on the shelves, the poor guy could only bring himself to choose the cheapest one, complaining, "Why is everything so expensive?" It was like this every time he ate at Iconium. Just then, it seemed the ship was about to arrive, as another announcement rang out for everyone to hear. "We will be arriving at Iconium in 10 minutes. We ask all passengers to please make their way to the ground floor. I repeat, we will be arriving at Iconium in 10 minutes, blah blah. It's finally starting. Well, this is my reality now. Let's do this," he said with excitement. But despite his enthusiasm, our protagonist was quickly hit with a dose of reality. "I'm glad I cleared Chapter 1, but can I actually survive at Stella Academy? To survive in this world, I wish I had something useful for this situation." Baek Yoo-seol prayed as he thought. Then, he suddenly remembered something and mumbled, "Come to think of it, I still haven't checked that notification from before." With that, Baek Yoo-seol hurriedly checked to see if the system had given him anything useful. Project Star presents you with a special reward. 1. A weapon you used in the game, at a lower level. 2. A skill you obtained in the game, with reduced power. 3. Experience. Reading this, Baek Yoo-seol stroked his chin and thought, "It seems this system has some decency after all. Let's see, what should I pick? Should I get Reflection or Heavenly Pyrus?" As if reading Baek Yoo-seol's mind, the system immediately displayed a notification based on his search results. "The rank of the equipment is too high and will be downgraded." "Then what about Hyperspace Flash?" Baek Yoo-seol asked. According to the search results, this skill is an upgraded version of Flash and cannot be obtained. However, you can use the reward to enhance the Flash skill you currently possess. Hearing this, Baek Yoo-seol's eyes went wide. "Seriously? It has to be downgraded?" he complained, and the system immediately explained. "Due to a lack of narrative energy, we cannot fully manifest it." "What is that?" "The force that influences the story's progression is called narrative energy. If you continue to explore the story's hidden narratives, it will accumulate." Back to Baek Yoo-seol, he now understood what the system was trying to say. "So, in short, you can't let me have overpowered items because I'm still a newbie." Hearing this, the system fell silent, as if accepting this fact. Realizing the system wouldn't provide him with a game-breaking item, Byseol thought for a moment, then said, "Then what about the kaleidoscope? Based on the system's results, we have concluded that it can be provided." "All right, then I'll take it," Byseol said calmly, and the system immediately tossed him the kaleidoscope. "I never thought the day would come when I'd actually have to wear this thing," Byseol muttered. As for the kaleidoscope, it was an item containing all the information Byseol had collected while playing the game. In this mythological world, you couldn't recall or read information about monsters you've hunted or knowledge you've acquired. That's why players developed countless ways to store information, and Do-Cell was no different. Here's the item's info. Colored claw glasses. Rank. Unknown. Description. Can't remember what you had for dinner last night? No problem. These glasses record every detail of everything you've ever seen. Special features. Colored claw folder. Sealed. Activated with spiritual power. Do-Cell activated the glasses to review his stored data. Opening the colored claw folder, he scrolled through the lists: alchemy ingredients, hunting grounds, dungeons, monsters, and characters. All right, this is good. Since this world is exactly like the real one, I couldn't exactly talk about using the system out loud. But with these glasses, I can recover about half of the abilities I used to have, he thought, closing the colored claw library. Just then, a sudden voice caught his attention. Hey, isn't that Isomon? You mean the eldest daughter of that traitor, Dutchmon? What is she doing, showing her face here? Shh, she'll hear you. Whispers began to ripple through the crowd. Hearing a familiar name, Do-Cell's mind started racing. That's right, one of the functions of the colored claw glasses lets me register and check information on key story characters. With that thought, Do-Cell immediately used the glasses to scan the girl in front of him. Isomon, the old heroine, ice lightning mage. Drinks sour coconut water before eating pizza. Eldest daughter of Dutch Monday, her father's death led to the family's downfall. Dies later. Back with Do-Cell, the information clicked into place, so she's the old heroine. To explain about Isomon, the old heroine, there's a key point I have to make. Even though I'm in the game Mythic world, it's actually based on a romance fantasy novel called Don't Love the Princess. And that novel was all about the heroine Isomon, a girl who lost her entire family. She grows up by confronting the schemes of the villain, Do-Cell. The story was supposed to end with her beside the male lead, her quest for revenge fading as other male characters rushed to protect her. It received a sad ending after getting mixed reactions from readers. But here's the problem. Even though the game is based on the novel, the plot is completely different. In the game, another character named Fo Lem was added, and she completely took over the heroine's role. What's more, this Fo Lem character has her own unique backstory. She was an ordinary woman from the modern world who loved reading Don't Love the Princess, and then got reincarnated into this world. So, unlike the novel, Isomon became the old heroine in the game, while Fo Lem became the true heroine. No matter how many times players tried, no matter what they did, she never survived in any of the game's endings. That's what happens when you're pushed out of the true heroine spot. But that has nothing to do with me. Still, am I imagining things? I feel like I've seen her somewhere before. Or have I? Must be my imagination. Anyway, I should get ready. Time flies, and the scene shifts to Stella Academy. The new students are gathered in the square, listening to the headmaster's speech. As you all know, the dark mages are sorcerers who gained power from another world and became monsters. Even now, these dark mages continue their invasion, opening dark gates and unleashing ancient dungeons to consume the magical world. Our duty as mages is to protect this world from those evil forces. And now, we will hold the oath ceremony for the 5 students with the highest scores, who will represent the entire freshman class. Please, come to the stage. Back with Do-Cell, his attention was fixed on the students on stage. They were all incredibly important characters in this world. Their faces are practically glowing, just like you'd expect from main characters. But the one shining brightest is him, the freshman representative Mazuseo. He got the highest score on the entrance exam. How can someone be so talented and so handsome? The group of students whispered amongst themselves. Seeing the boy's appearance, Do-Cell had to agree. So this is the famous Mazuseo. He's the perfect embodiment of the phrase throughout heaven and earth, I alone am the honored one. With a 9-star mana rating, his potential is near God level. He's a genius among geniuses, capable of controlling every element in existence. Even if I can't make it to the grand finale, I have to avoid a bad end by getting Mazuseo on the right side. However, that must be Fo Lem over there, he said, looking toward a black-haired girl as he began to strategize. The story now depends entirely on how she decides to act. Since she's from the real world like me, teaming up could be a good idea. But things will get complicated fast if she sees me as an enemy and rejects me. I have an information advantage, so I can't afford to mess this up. Fo Lem is a romance fantasy novel reader, while I'm a romance fantasy game player. That said, my importance to the plot is less than that of a village shop NPC. Besides, while the heroine has a special ability to purify dark mages, she also has a knack for bringing misfortune to everyone close to her. Getting close to her would definitely affect me too. My role is to support the main characters from a distance and limit my involvement as much as possible. And while the main character was quietly plotting, the headmaster's speech finally came to an end. We now conclude the entrance ceremony. Hearing this, the students below went wild, their applause roaring like firecrackers. They must have been sick of standing out there. And with the speech over, Yoo-seol completed Chapter 2, entering Stella Academy. Time skips to the next day, and Yoo-seol is in the lecture hall. Being a student again sparked a few thoughts. It's been a long time since I graduated college, so it feels strange to be a high school student again. But this is pretty nice, Yoo-seol thought, looking at the watch on his wrist. This is a Stella watch, proof that you're a student at the prestigious Stella Academy. Having this grants you privileges and better services than other mages. I need to make use of this quickly, and maybe head out for a bit. With that thought, Yoo-seol happily tucked the precious watch away. Meanwhile, a cool-looking professor strode into the classroom. He then pulled out a stack of papers and announced to the class, "All right, everyone, settle down. I will begin the exam now, so put away everything except for your writing instruments. Anyone wearing glasses must have them inspected by me first, over here." Hearing the professor's announcement, the boy's face fell in dismay. An exam, right after the opening ceremony? The curriculum at Stella Academy is more rigorous than most universities in Korea. Students are required to take a test on their very first day, known as the placement exam, which is used to evaluate and sort them into different classes. And while our protagonist was still lost in thought, the professor had already finished distributing the test papers to all the students and declared, "Begin the exam." It came as no surprise when our Yoo-seol looked at the test questions and felt his mind go completely blank. Good grief. I don't understand a single thing the questions are asking. This is brutal. The placement test had nothing to do with the notoriously difficult entrance exam. Here, students were ranked from F to S based on their results. Naturally, most of the game's important characters belonged to S class. In contrast, Baek Yoo-seol was ranked dead last out of 1,141 students. It was basically a guaranteed spot in F class. I already got in, so I could just hand in a blank paper, right? They wouldn't go as far as to expel me, would they? He thought to himself. Luckily, at that moment, he noticed someone else who was also just sitting around like him. And this person was none other than the supreme genius, Ma Yoo-seol. He's already slacking off? Did he finish the test already? No wonder he looked so bored. Ma Yoo-seol's core personality trait was boredom. Born into the most powerful family on the continent, blessed with a genius intellect and top-tier talent, everything in life came easy to him. Depending on the female lead's actions, Ma Yoo-seol could side with either good or evil. The members of the demonic cult, who sought to eradicate humanity, would surely be interested in Ma Yoo-seol, but the biggest problem from the start was his family. Observing the genius, Yoo-seol felt compelled to reevaluate his own situation. With that thought, Yoo-seol forced his eyes to focus on the test paper once more, and it was only then that he had a realization. Wait a second. Can't I just use my magic glasses? It's true, I used to use them to accumulate skills I learned at the library. Perfect. What have I got to lose? Let's give it a shot. As he thought this, he began to take out his glasses, but before he could put them on and commence his cheating, the professor appeared beside him like a ghost and asked coldly, "Hold on, what about those glasses?" "I said if you intend to use glasses, you must let me inspect them first. Hand them over." With that, he took the glasses from Yoo-seol and began using some kind of magic to examine them. Beside him, Yoo-seol swallowed hard, his heart pounding with anxiety. Oh no, what do I do? If he finds out these are magic glasses, I'll be expelled for sure. But while he was panicking, the system suddenly made a suggestion. A lost component of the magic glasses has been detected. Would you like to summon it? No, no. Stay quiet, system. Yoo-seol screamed internally, and luckily for him, after a moment of inspection, the professor found nothing unusual and returned the glasses to him. I don't detect any mana, but next time, remember to ask before using them. Yes, sir. Yoo-seol replied hastily, letting out a silent sigh of relief. Phew, that was close. If the original feature was active, I would have been in huge trouble. All right then, let's see if this thing can help me out. He spoke to himself as he quickly put the glasses on, and they didn't disappoint. Immediately, the answers he needed appeared right before his eyes. Whoa, I can really see the answers. I've hit the jackpot. Maybe I can even get first place? At this rate, I'll definitely get out of F class. I might even make it to A class. He muttered excitedly as he furiously copied down the answers, but he hadn't gotten far when the professor glanced at the clock and announced, "The exam is over. Submit your papers." And without giving the students a chance to write another word, the professor used magic to collect all the test sheets, leaving our protagonist utterly stunned. Wait, I only answered 3 questions. I really thought I was finally going to escape F class. I guess that's asking too much from a character like Baek Yoo-seol. Back with the professor, as he was looking through the tests to check the count, his expression suddenly froze. He rushed over to Yoo-seol's desk and demanded, "Give me your glasses, now, hurry!" Across from him, Yoo-seol was a bit bewildered but still handed the glasses over for inspection, but after a minute of silent contemplation, the professor still couldn't find any evidence of cheating. However, he wasn't ready to give up. He turned to a student sitting nearby. "This is impossible. You, go get Dr. Xria to assist me." "Yes, sir," the blonde-haired student stammered before scrambling off to find the doctor. Meanwhile, Yoo-seol was starting to get nervous again. What's wrong with him all of a sudden? I was even careful to write everything out so I wouldn't be suspected of cheating. Or, did I get caught after all? Time passed quickly, and soon, Professor Maki Xria arrived in the classroom and began to inspect Yoo-seol's glasses. But after a thorough examination, he confirmed it. It's certainly suspicious that the boy was able to solve this question. But he did not cheat. I can't sense any magical energy from the glasses or any other items. He must have done it with his own ability. Haha, how interesting. I never thought I'd encounter a case like this in my lifetime. In any case, Professor Lee Han-goon, make sure you apologize and provide guidance to the student. He patted Yoo-seol on the shoulder with a smile and left. Professor Lee Han-goon then turned to Yoo-seol and said, "I misunderstood you. I'm sorry. It's nothing, sir," Yoo-seol replied with a smile, though he felt a pang of guilt towards the professor. "Actually, I did cheat. If that original feature had been active, I would have been done for. But just not getting caught is a huge stroke of luck." Time flies, and the scene shifts to Professor Lee Han-goon's office. He and the other professors were currently grading the placement exams. As he was concentrating, a voice spoke up from beside him. "Professor Lee Han-goon, are these the first-year students' exams? I heard there are many exceptional students this year." This woman was Professor Eden Taemin, a member of the Stella Academy's Council of Elders. In response to her words, he simply nodded and replied, "That's right." After speaking, he himself was astonished by the number of genius-level students this year. First, there's the student from the most prestigious family of fire mages, Bi-jeon, the princess of the Adalibet Kingdom. Next is the successor to the crown prince of the Skelevan Empire, who earned the title at the age of 12 thanks to his magical talent, Jeremy Skelevan. Then there's the prince who surpassed all his brothers in the war for the throne. And hailing from the world's most magnificent magic tower, the Full Moon Tower, is the successor to the Tower Master, Haiguarang. Beside him, Professor Eden Taemin chimed in with a smile. "I hear it's incredibly difficult to design a test for the elite students from such prominent families. This year is bound to have some interesting questions. As long as the elders are pleased, I'm happy." Lee Han-kwon replied cheerfully, his mind already on this year's unique problems. As Professor Eden Taemin had said, this year's placement test featured a new format. The first 3 questions were nearly impossible to solve with ordinary academic skills. Those 3 questions served a hidden purpose. First, to test quick thinking. If a student realized they couldn't solve a problem, would they be swift enough to move on? Second, to see how a student would tackle a problem they had never encountered in a textbook. The era of rote memorization and pure theory was long gone. This new era demanded practical application, sharp judgment, and creative thinking. But those questions didn't actually require an answer. Out of 1,141 students, over 1,000 left those 3 questions completely blank. The remaining 100 students attempted to find a solution, but none gave the correct answer. Among all the new students, only 3 answered with perfect accuracy. The first was Ma Du-seol, a once-in-a-century genius who appeared like a shooting star, though no one knew which family he hailed from. The second was Fo Lem, a commoner admitted on the principal's personal recommendation, his talent recognized as only a hair beneath Ma Du-seol's. And the last one was Big Du-seol. It was expected of geniuses like Ma Du-seol and Fo Lem, but Big Du-seol's entrance exam score was known to be pitifully low, yet somehow he had solved all 3 of the most difficult questions. Even more peculiar, he had left every other question on the test blank. Turning back to the female professor, Eden Taemin, Lee Han-kwon's pensive expression prompted her to ask, "Why are you so fixated on the children's scores?" "Because I cannot comprehend one student's results," Lee Han-kwon answered calmly, but the professor didn't seem surprised in the slightest. "That's to be expected. It's not like those formulas are the only way to solve it. You can still figure it out even if you don't know them." "Do you think this child is a genius?" he asked, his eyes drifting back to Du-seol's test paper. To his question, Eden Taemin answered nonchalantly, "It could just be a coincidence." With that, she turned and walked away, leaving Lee Han-kwon lost in his thoughts. After a moment of deliberation, he looked at the note attached to Du-seol's exam. "Admitted by special selection due to high evaluation of blink control." So he was personally granted an exception by the principal, was he? A combat magic major who specializes in blink? We'll soon find out if this was a coincidence, or if this child is truly special. He mused to himself. Time passed quickly, and now, the results of the placement exam were posted in the corridor for all the students to see. I heard the class placement results are on the bulletin board. I'm so nervous. My mother told me not to even think about coming home if I don't get into Class A. Waves of anxious chatter began to rise. Over on his side, Duciel found it all incredibly annoying. I can't believe I have to check my class assignment myself. If this were a game, I could just see it with a single click. Meanwhile, up ahead, a few students recognized Duciel and began to whisper amongst themselves. Is that Big Duciel? I heard he got 0 points in practical magic on the entrance exam. Unbelievable. How did someone like him even get into Stella? I don't understand what Stella's standards are anymore. As for Duciel, being an adult who had experienced the real world, he couldn't be bothered by the gossip of a few students. Whatever, let them talk. I'll just check which class I'm in, no problem. He began scanning the lists, his eyes focused on Class F and Class E. After all, if he got placed anywhere, it would have to be in one of those two. But after straining his eyes for a while, Duciel's face began to pale. Wait a minute. Where's my name? Don't tell me they failed me just for answering only 3 questions. No way. Am I about to die? As Duciel's eyes widened in panic, he suddenly overheard the whispers from a nearby group, and it made him pause. Big Duciel, how is he? There must be a mistake. It's bizarre, right? Azlek from the Marquis Sepp Balin family ranked 29th and still only got into Class A. Even that guy who got a perfect score on the theory exam, ranking 17th overall, was placed in Class A. So how did he end up there? Listening to their chatter, Duciel's curiosity was piqued. What's going on? This is weird. Should I go take a look? He wondered, pushing his way through the crowd to see the list up front. And when he saw the name rank 0, Big Duciel, our protagonist, broke out in a cold sweat. Why is my name there? This can't be happening. What is this? It was the most coveted special rank any student could dream of. Class S. Unlike the other classes with students of varying levels, Class S contained only 41 students, all belonging to a single elite tier. Me? I was put in Class S? There has to be a mistake. This is insane. Now I'll run into the main character all the time in class. Getting involved with the protagonist will only shorten my lifespan. I can't even change classes. I have to try to live like I don't exist. There has to be a way. Duciel made a promise to himself and immediately turned to leave. But in that moment, he failed to notice a girl staring intently at his back, as if deep in thought. The scene shifts to an empty, desolate room. Princess Billon is suddenly slapped hard across the face by a woman. This was the professor of royal elements, Hong Gyeo. At that moment, she was seething with rage at her own daughter. You answered 3 questions incorrectly. Even Princess Iso from the fallen Duchy of Muon managed to get 2 right. You couldn't even answer questions that insects could solve. That means you are even lower than an insect. Perhaps you should consider yourself an insect and start over. Do you understand me, Billon? Yes, mother, she replied, her head bowed. Gio's eyes widened as she continued her counsel. Listen to me, Billon. You cannot end up like me, exiled from the kingdom and stuck in this pathetic position as a professor. You will not become a disgrace to the kingdom. You must become something far greater than your sister. You understand me, don't you? Of course, mother, Billon said calmly, but inside she was completely lost. I don't understand. I only lived the way I was taught and solved everything the same way. But those questions involved complex magic and formulas I had never even learned. Why? Why are you tormenting me like this? As she thought this, tears began to stream down her face. Time passed quickly. The next day, as expected, a very reluctant Duciel had to drag himself to Class S. I'm so screwed. Of course, I've been moved to a place full of eccentrics. Not that I'm trying to get friendly with these students anyway. Yoo-seol sighed in frustration. At the same time, the other students started whispering about him. Why is that guy even here? Exactly what I was thinking. I have no idea. Did you hear? Our families protested, asking why he was in the S class. The principal just said Yoo-seol was qualified enough to be here. Seriously? That's so weird. Every single whisper reached Yoo-seol's ears, and all he could do was shake his head. Looks like I'm the outcast here, he thought. It makes sense. They've all worked their asses off since they were kids. They must be disappointed to have someone like me in their class. A student's class changes based on their performance. So this is to be expected, and the S class is no exception. Of course, some students even get demoted to lower classes. Thinking about it, some students do get promoted from A class to S class. I'll have to find them later. Still, it's surreal seeing characters from the game standing right in front of me. In a few years, most of the students in this room will become famous across the continent, and 5 of them have the potential to betray the Magic Council. And I, Yoo-seol, am one of them. If only phlegm could stop it before it even begins. As he thought this, he glanced over at the other girl who had been transported into this world, just like him. At that exact moment, Professor Lee Han-guan strode into the lecture hall and announced, "Everyone, please take your seats. It's a pleasure to meet you all. I'm sure some of you have seen me before, but I'll introduce myself properly. I am the S-class professor, Lee Han-guan." A murmur immediately spread through the students below as they realized this legendary figure was their teacher. So that's the famous Professor Lee Han-guan. The number of dark mages he's hunted is almost in the 4 digits, right? They call him a level 7 magic warrior. He's on a completely different level. Seeing the commotion, Lee Han-guan had to cut in. "Settle down. It seems we have many talented students here, and one special admission student. As you all know, this academy is where we nurture battle mages, also known as magic warriors. You will undergo a rigorous educational environment for the next 3 years. I don't expect all of you to keep up. I expect you to show me the absolute best you can do in that time. Are there any questions?" From across, Lee Han-guan scanned the room. Seeing no hands, he concluded, "Good. Then let's begin the lesson." But before he could say another word, the door creaked open and a lethargic-looking Beyond finally arrived. This caught our protagonist completely off guard. To think that Beyond, who follows the rules more strictly than anyone, would be late. This is bizarre. Did something happen? I should check with the glasses. With that thought, Yoo-seol pulled out his pair of glasses. Instantly, Beyond's information materialized before his eyes. Name, Beyond. Role, villainous. Class, fire mage. Likes, red ginseng candy. Habits, occasional self-blame. Only drinks a Clea-style espresso. Has a cruel mother. Fate, destined to die. Back with Yoo-seol, after reading through her stats, he still hadn't spotted anything out of the ordinary. Not much has changed. Destined to die, huh? If Yize dies because of phlegm, then Bayan will die too. You could call it the inescapable fate of a villain. I'd save her if I could, but I'm not in a position to save anyone. I feel bad, but I have to keep my distance, he thought, letting out a long sigh. But before he knew it, Princess Biyun walked right up and sat down next to him. It might have been a coincidence, but it was enough to scare the hell out of our protagonist. What is this? Does this feeling mean everything has been twisted from the very beginning? He wondered, his mind racing. Back in the classroom, once he confirmed all the students were settled, Professor Lee Han-guan began his lecture. All right, before we begin the lesson, we will hold an inheritance ceremony for you to receive your magic staffs. The S-class and A-class will hold the ceremony together. As for the details, blah blah blah. Up above, Yoo-seol started to feel a rush of excitement. The inheritance ceremony. It's a bit of a hassle, but I'm really looking forward to it. There are 2 major events at Stella Academy. One of them is the Kai-Ki Pact, and the other is the inheritance ceremony. For a top-tier academy like Stella, the inheritance ceremony holds a special significance. Sometime later, in a vast hall, both A-class and S-class students had gathered for the ceremony, with Professor Lee Han-guan once again leading the proceedings. Is everyone here? We have prepared many magic staffs, from the lowest to the mid-ranks. Your task is to approach the staff you like and take it. The process of changing staffs after you've chosen is extremely complicated, so I expect you to choose carefully. Back with Yoo-seol, drawing on his game knowledge, he knew the professor's words weren't entirely accurate. He says that, but we're not the ones who choose the staff. It's the other way around in this world. The staffs only react to those they acknowledge, creating a resonance effect. That means you can't just wield a high-level staff because you want to. Anyway, which one should I choose? Before, I would have picked an F-rank staff. But I have to think carefully now that I'm in S-class. I need a staff that suits my position, he muttered, scanning the area for a suitable choice. Let's talk about the staffs. These magical items are divided into 2 types, wands and staffs. Wands are typically used by the knight class, who need to cast magic quickly. On the other hand, staffs are used by the bishop class, who focus on a single, powerful strike with a longer casting time. Now, back to the story. Just then, a few students glanced at Yoo-seol and started whispering again. Hey, which one do you think he'll choose? Since he's in S-class, he shouldn't have any problem with resonance. Right? They snickered, laughing amongst themselves. Yoo-seol heard their remarks but couldn't be bothered to care. Whatever, say what you want. But unfortunately, things were never that simple for him. Even though he was supposed to be an insignificant character, trouble always seemed to find him, just like now. A stranger suddenly approached him and spoke. Hey. Hearing the voice, Yoo-seol turned his head and asked, Huh? Who are you? Me? I'm U.S. Lake. Who's that? I've never heard that name before, Yoo-seol wondered internally before replying. I see. So, U.S. Lake pressed. Which staff are you planning to choose? I'm just picking one at random, Du-sel said dismissively, a comment that drew a sneer from Uslek. You should pick a staff that fits your commoner status. Stop wasting time and bothering the professor. Turning to Du-sel, who had remained silent during the taunt, he finally spoke. Right. And you try not to cause any trouble either. The words, spoken like an adult scolding a child, made Uzlik's face flush with humiliation. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore and screamed, Hey, you bastard! You want to fight? Du-sel sighed at the commotion and pulled out his tinted glasses. God, what a pain. Let's see here. Uslek Savebylan, son of Marcus Savebylan, a subordinate of Prince Jeremy. Bullying level 3. Is that all? Looks like he's nothing special, Du-sel thought, calmly putting his glasses away with a quiet sigh of relief. It seemed this guy was just a small fry, nothing to worry about, which only infuriated the wannabe tough guy even more. To prove his worth to Du-sel, Uzlek pointed at a particular magic staff and declared, I'm choosing that one, so watch closely. Du-sel glanced at the staff Uzlek had picked and knew instantly that this was destined to fail, because that staff was the Admiralty Adamiri. He was choosing the Admiralty Adamiri U, which was undoubtedly the highest-ranked staff here, a high-tier intermediate staff typically wielded only by professional mages. For a student, no matter how talented, a low-tier intermediate staff was considered the absolute limit. In fact, even most professional mages rarely used anything above a low-tier intermediate. The other high-tier intermediate staff, the Edmuri Edamiri, was basically just for display. No one was actually expected to be able to claim it. Professor Li Hongguan then gave his instructions. Students, please stand in front of the staff you desire. At his command, all the students quickly chose a suitable staff and began to receive its resonance. Just then, a dazzling light flashed behind Du-sel, catching his attention. At the same time, the admiring gasps of other students filled the air. Wow! Isn't the staff Hegwo Jang chose the Hadan Amigo Tenyu? That's an intermediate tier staff. Prince Jeremy chose an intermediate tier staff too? Princess Bion chose the Zioaviter La Havone, another intermediate tier. Just how many people can actually claim an intermediate staff? This year is insane. The growing chorus of excitement made Uzlik more and more agitated. Damn it. Just you wait. I can do it too, he thought, striding purposefully toward the Edmuri Edamiri staff. His foolish stunt immediately drew a wave of anticipation from the crowd. Whoa, isn't that Uzlek? Can he really resonate with a high-tier intermediate staff? They murmured excitedly. But Uzlek was overflowing with confidence. Watch closely, he thought. I'll show all of you what a true S-class talent looks like. With that, he reached out and gripped the staff. A moment later, a blinding light erupted from it, forcing everyone to shield their eyes. The result was hardly surprising. As expected, he failed, Du-sel thought, looking over at Uslek's body lying on the floor like a sack of potatoes. Oh no! It looks like he's seriously injured. Hey, someone call the professor, quick! A high-tier intermediate staff was impossible, wasn't it? Someone shouted. Du-sel nodded in agreement. That's right, he thought. You should have just given up, because that staff already has an owner. Du-sel's eyes shifted, landing on Ma Du-sel. It was clear from his gaze that the super genius was now planning to try his luck with that very same staff. Meanwhile, the other students, noticing Ma Du-sel's intention, grew tense with anticipation for him. It's Ma Du-sel. Is he really going to try for that staff? I don't think he can handle it. Without wasting a moment on the crowd's speculation, Ma Du-sel reached out and firmly grasped the staff. His entire body was enveloped in a brilliant light. But unlike with Uslik, when the light faded, Ma Du-sel was still standing, holding the staff tightly, a clear sign that it had accepted him. The other students were so shocked they froze in place. No way, a first-year student just claimed a high-tier intermediate staff. How is that even possible? Someone screamed. Ma Du-sel, however, didn't seem surprised at all. I knew it, Du-sel mused, staring at Ma Du-sel. Now, many more people will know just how talented he truly is. Just then, the handsome young man noticed Du-sel's gaze and flashed him a bright smile in return, which gave Du-sel goosebumps. What the hell? Is he crazy or something? He frantically shook the thought from his mind and turned his attention to the female lead, Flem. Ah, that's right. Flem also possesses another high-tier intermediate staff, the Terry Vaughn. But this is where their paths diverge. If Flem successfully claims the Terry Vaughn, Ma Du-sel will become interested in her because of her talent, opening up his main story route. But if she chooses a different staff, Ma Du-sel will follow a completely different path. I have to use Flem to draw him in, he plotted silently. At that very moment, he saw Flem heading toward a specific staff. The Terry Vaughn, Du-sel thought with a surge of joy. What are you going to do, Flem? That's it. Keep going. Take the Terry Vaughn. Then Ma Du-sel will become curious about you, and we'll all get a happy ending. He pleaded in his mind, but unfortunately, it seemed Flem was just passing by the Terry Vaughn, with no intention of even touching the staff. The protagonist's expression changed in an instant. What? No? She doesn't want the Terry Vaughn? What's going on? Doesn't she know? Or is her information incomplete? No matter the reason, this is bad. Flem can resonate with any staff because she's the protagonist. But what if she picks some bizarre, unknown staff? Then I'll lose yet another good option. It's come to this. I'll just have to push the Terry Vaughn on her myself, Dussel thought. In the next instant, he used a flash step spell, appearing directly behind the unsuspecting Flem. Meanwhile, Fleur Lim gasped, startled by someone who had appeared behind her like a ghost. Across from her, Juseo saw her reaction and chuckled awkwardly. Haha, hello. I was just curious which staff you were going to choose. And why would you need to know? Fleur Lim replied coldly. I just wanted to help. You looked a little lost. That's none of your business. I'm leaving. With that, Fleur turned and walked away instantly, leaving Juseo completely stunned. Something is very strange, he thought. Fleur Lim is supposed to be friendly with everyone. She's the outgoing type, so why is she being so cold? I can't give up like this. My entire life depends on it. Juseo thought to himself, steeling his resolve before trying one more time. Hey, wait, I really just want to help you. But as Fleur saw this stranger clinging to her relentlessly, her expression grew even colder. Worry about yourself first, she snapped. But I feel like there's a staff that's incredibly suited for you, Juseo pressed on, a statement that finally pushed Fleur past her breaking point. Unable to tolerate it any longer, she spun around and screamed, What the hell do you know about me? Back with Juseo, seeing the female lead explode with such fury made him flinch hard. What in the world? Did I do something wrong? Or does she just not care about side characters? But a moment later, he forced a smile and continued his persuasion. Ah, I've heard a lot about you. Don't you think you could claim that staff? Juseo pointed behind her as he spoke. Hearing this, Fleur Lim glanced back and asked, Terry Vaughn? Yes, that's the one, Juseo confirmed instantly. But suddenly, in that very moment, he heard a sharp whoosh as something shot straight toward him, forcing him to squeeze his eyes shut. For some reason, when he opened them again, Juseo discovered that Terry Vaughn was already in his hand. Huh? What is this? Why is it in my hand? Fleur Lim was supposed to be the one to get it. He thought in a panic, then quickly turned to look at Fleur, stammering, Fleur Lim. Just as he expected, the female lead's eyes were crinkled into a smile, but her voice was pure ice. Yes, just one look at that expression was enough to know it was a smile born from pure, unadulterated rage. Seeing her like this, Juseo didn't dare utter another word. Nothing. It's over. I'm so dead, he thought to himself. Time passed quickly until that afternoon, when the morning's incident had become the talk of the academy. Hey, did you hear? 2 students obtained high intermediate staffs this year. No way? Seriously? Only 5 people have ever managed that before. And now there are 2 more? Yeah, that's right. But it's weird. One of them only used Blink in their magic deployment test. Huh? Blink is a basic magic. How is that possible? My parents told me Blink is a rare form of trash magic. What's going on? Back with Fleur Lim, she was finally getting a moment of peace. At last, it's quiet. Everywhere I went today, they were talking about it. The news that 2 students got high intermediate staffs has spread everywhere, but I still don't get it. He obtained Terry Vaughn. Who is he? I read the original novel 3 times before coming here, but a character named Juseo never appeared. It was said that no one could claim Terry Vaughn, but he resonated with it so easily. It was like he was deliberately showing off in front of me. But forget it. Thinking about it now is useless. Fleur reassured herself with that thought, but just then, a voice called out from behind her. Hey Fleur Lim, are you going to self-study too? Recognizing the familiar voices, Fleur turned around and flashed a bright smile at them. You kids, do you think I'm some kind of bookworm? Well, you always say there's nothing to do and then you go study. Not at all. Fleur laughed, but then her brown-haired friend asked curiously. But Fleur Lim, why do you call us kids? We're the same age, aren't we? Faced with this question, Fleur became as flustered as a cat on a hot tin roof. Ah, well, it's just a habit from where I used to live. Everyone used to treat me like an adult. I lived through the novel, so I can't go back to being a child, she thought to herself. Then another question caught her attention. So, are you planning to study alone today? The question came from a girl with fiery red hair. This girl's name was Jackie. Her fashion sense is just like mine. Fleur thought, slightly puzzled, before smiling brightly. Nope, there's a meeting soon that I plan to attend. Well, I'm off, Fleur said, turning to leave as the group waved goodbye. Let's get drinks next time. Being a girl this age, going back to being a student again, it's so hard, Fleur complained internally, and while her head was still in the clouds, the female lead slammed right into a boy. And this person was none other than the heir of the Moon Demon Tower, He Guo-jang. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine, Fleur replied, just as He Guo-jang noticed something. You don't look so good. Is something wrong? Ah, it's nothing. I see. Are you on your way to self-study? That's right. Are you heading to the S-rank exclusive training room again? How can I be lazy about daily training? You're quite dedicated yourself. You really shouldn't say things like that. Oh, really? The two began to bicker, and for some unknown reason, He Guozong suddenly stared intently at Fleur Lim and smiled. See you later. After saying this, he left immediately, leaving Fleur completely baffled. What a bland guy, she thought to herself. But just then, Fleur spotted the girl, Jackie, peeking from around the corner. Jackie? Why is she still here? Fleur wondered, raising a hand to wave at her. But Jackie immediately took off, leaving Fleur a bit bewildered. It's probably nothing, but this isn't the time for that. The scene shifts to the self-study room, where a special supplementary meeting is being held. According to the original novel, Bizian and Iso will be at this meeting. I have to see the heroine and the villainess of this novel face off, she thought excitedly as she opened the door and stepped inside. After a quick scan of the people present, a thought crossed Fleur's mind. It seems all the important characters have already shown up. Let's see. The host is A-rank Kai. He looks so surprised. This is a supplementary meeting for students who want to advance in rank. Seeing so many famous S-rank students gathered here, it's understandable why he'd feel nervous, Fleur Lim thought as she found a seat. Then, her gaze shifted to the genius. Majusel. I can't believe Majusel is here too. Majusel, the main character of this world, is currently interested in Big Jusel. This is definitely not a coincidence, and Big Jusel couldn't solve a single one of the 3 hellishly difficult questions. Perhaps Big Jusel knew from the very beginning that solving those questions would land him in the CS class. If he truly could see the future, then his actions back then were absolutely terrifying. The more Fleur Lim pondered it, the more her curiosity grew. Meanwhile, our protagonist was suffering in his own unique way. It was all because this guy, Majusel, wouldn't stop pestering him. I wish someone would just grab him and toss him out of my sight, Jusel thought, completely fed up. But Majusel, standing right beside him, seemed completely oblivious to his scowl and cheerfully struck up a conversation. Jusel, what are you doing here? Someone with your skills has no reason to be in a class like this. Or, is there some secret reason you can't talk about? Haha, there's no special reason, Jusel replied with a forced laugh. I was basically forced to join this class. All because of my terrible scores, Jusel thought helplessly, glancing at the genius beside him. Why is this guy so interested in me, anyway? But before Jusel could dwell on it, the man at the podium, Kai, began to speak. Today, we'll be discussing the problems from the ranking test. As you all know, this test is notoriously difficult. So much so that the upperclassmen call them the 3 questions from hell. Now, I'm going to break them down for you. As he spoke, Kai was filled with regret for even taking this job. Damn it, why are they here? I was just trying to build up my reputation by helping the idiots in this class, he cursed inwardly. But the moment he spotted Jusel in the audience, his attitude flipped entirely. No, maybe this is my chance. I heard Big Jusel got the lowest score on the entrance exam, he schemed. This is perfect. I just need to show him how much better I am. With his confidence restored, he addressed the class. Everyone, pay close attention. This is how I solve the first question. It's actually a trick question. It's designed to lead you down the wrong path. First, you do blah, blah, blah. Back in the audience, the handsome Majusel gazed adoringly at Jusel and whispered with a smile. What do you think? Do you believe his approach is correct? Hearing this, Jusel's eyes practically went blank. What the hell is this guy talking about, he thought frantically, asking if I think that guy's approach is correct? I don't even know what he's rambling on about. What the heck are the 3 questions from hell anyway? But since honesty was a virtue, Jusel replied plainly, no, I don't know. He said it casually, completely unaware that his words would cause Kai, at the front of the room, to freeze on the spot. Immediately, the other students began to whisper amongst themselves. What? That's Big Jusel. Did he just say Kai's solution is wrong? Huh? Why is everyone staring at me like that? Jusel looked around, bewildered, as every eye in the room fixed on him like he was an alien. Meanwhile, Kai was so furious he crushed the piece of chalk in his hand. In a cold voice, he challenged, So, I'm wrong? In that case, Big Jusel, why don't you come down here and show everyone the correct way to solve it? What? What the hell is he talking about? Jusel screamed internally, his face turning pale as he realized what was happening. All the while, the one person who understood everything, Majusel, simply gave him an encouraging smile. You can do it, Jusel. This bastard definitely did this on purpose, Jusel concluded silently. With no other choice, he dragged himself up to the podium. Sigh, all right, fine, I can do this. Jusel took the chalk from Kai's hand and slipped on his color-blocking glasses to activate his cheat. All right, let's see. The 3 questions from hell, huh? Looks more like a word puzzle to me. The question was roughly this. A mage casts a spell, chanting, "Oh, Mother Earth, please shed your tears." From this, the amount of ash doubles. Why? The answer was ridiculously simple. Is the dust crying? No, it's just a state of dispersion. To me, this is just laughable, but for them, it's a major problem. I have to wonder what kind of idle person had the time to come up with this goddamn question, Jusel thought, rubbing his forehead. He glanced at Kai and analyzed his mistake. That guy Kai didn't treat it like a logic problem. He treated it literally, as if ash was actually crying tears of ash. His method was wrong, but he stumbled upon the right answer, mostly through sheer luck. But if he faced a similar question with a different setup, he'd never pass. Deciding this was a teaching moment, our protagonist chose to enlighten not only Kai, but the entire class. I can't just give you the answer, Jusel began, but I can show you where you went wrong. The problem is based on the element of earth. But what if the element was water or wind? Do you think your method could solve those? Well, I'd use a different method, Kai stammered. Jusel just shook his head and explained, but if you do that, you'll need countless different methods for the same type of question. Just because you got the right answer by luck doesn't mean you understood the questioner's true intent. Kai opened his mouth to argue, but then closed it, ultimately forced to accept the truth. You're right. Seeing Kai's dejected expression, Jusel thought, whoops, I think I discouraged him a little too much, and then continued. Anyway, the way to solve it is blah, blah, blah. And just like that, Jusel calmly explained the true method for solving the problem. Around him, every single student was frantically taking notes, and the most shocked person in the room was none other than the female lead, Fleur Lim. No, this can't be happening, she thought, stunned. Everyone else is writing down every word he says. Bi-yeon and Iso, they should be arguing with him, challenging him. But now, even they're busy analyzing his solution. Is this even possible? The more Fleur Lim thought, the more her head began to spin. Time flew by, and soon it was late afternoon. As the class ended, the handsome Magisel waved cheerfully. See you tomorrow, Jusel? Jusel forced a smile and waved back, but the second Magisel turned away, his expression soured. Damn it all. If I keep getting tangled up with this Magisel guy, I'm screwed. There is no tomorrow. I never want to see you again for the rest of my life, he thought fiercely. Jusel unconsciously glanced down at his hand and mumbled, it's probably because of the phone. I can't even use it anymore, but it must have been what caught Magisel's attention. I don't get why he keeps seeking me out. Before now, besides Fleur Lim, no other character had ever used one. Just then, Jusel's train of thought was abruptly cut short when he saw who was standing right in front of him. Princess Bijan. Wait, isn't that Bijan? Who she's waiting for is none of my business, I'll just walk on by. Baek Yoo-seol immediately pushed the thought of her from his mind and continued forward, but unfortunately for him, Bijan was standing there waiting for him. The princess's voice rang out, stopping Baek Yoo-seol in his tracks. Baek Yoo-seol, I have something to ask you. He never expected Bijan to have a question for him. Surprised, Baek Yoo-seol replied, what is it? Bijan didn't hesitate and got straight to the point. Why didn't you explain your answers earlier? Across from him, Baek Yoo-seol froze for a few seconds after hearing the question. Huh? It's not that I didn't explain. I didn't know how to explain it. How are you supposed to explain a question that has no answer? She must have misunderstood something. Baek Yoo-seol thought, scratching his head, before calmly replying, well, I wasn't required to explain it. Hearing this, Bijan came to her own conclusion. I see. You just didn't want to reveal your methods there, did you? In that case, I will compensate you. What? Baek Yoo-seol exclaimed in surprise, but Bijan repeated herself. I will compensate you properly, so just explain to me what's going on in that head of yours. The scene shifts to the library, where the 3 hellish questions are laid out in front of Baek Yoo-seol. Even now, he just couldn't wrap his head around it. I don't understand why you're paying me to explain 3 questions from the placement test, he said, staring at the questions, but Bijan cut straight to the chase. I have my reasons, so just start talking. Yes, milady, Baek Yoo-seol quickly replied, before pressing on. But you only got these 3 questions wrong. I, on the other hand, got every other question wrong. So aren't you embarrassed asking me for help? Across from him, Princess Bijan simply replied, no. The only thing I'm ashamed of is that I still don't understand the answers to those questions. I would do anything to find the solution. Wow, she's a model student, isn't she? Baek Yoo-seol thought to himself before asking. But why ask me? You're a princess. Surely you have plenty of friends you could ask. Out of 141 first-year students, only 3 people answered those 3 hellish questions correctly. You were one of them, Bijan explained, and her words made Baek Yoo-seol break out in a cold sweat. Wait, what did you just say? These are trick questions with no real answers. And yet you, Flem, and I all managed to solve them. That's why I'm so ashamed. Hearing this, Baek Yoo-seol began to tremble as if he was having a seizure. No, wait a minute, he stammered. Those 3 questions were tricks? No one was supposed to be able to solve them? That's right, Bijan said, surprised. You didn't realize that when you were solving them? And at that moment, Baek Yoo-seol understood everything. Damn it, now I know why I'm in the S-class, and why Flem tried to stop me back then. I don't know the detailed lore of this world. I had no idea those trick questions even existed. But Flem is different. Since she's read the entire novel, she would know the world's established rules, even if she doesn't know the game's plot, like those 3 trick questions. But because an extra who wasn't in the original novel showed up, Flem had no choice but to acknowledge the existence of a person named Baek Yoo-seol. Damn it, no wonder she acted that way. The more he thought, the more his head ached. Across from him, the princess saw his deathly pale face and asked, "Are you all right? Don't worry about me. Just don't forget your promise to do me a favor if I explain the answers. I only have one small request. Turn my sword into a magic sword. The blacksmiths in your kingdom can do it." Hearing this, Bijan tried to advise him. But only low-level mercenaries use that kind of weapon. Why would a mage like you? Before she could finish her sentence, Baek Yoo-seol cut her off. Because I like it. The truth is, I don't want to admit I have a handicap, he thought to himself, then asked again. So, can you do it? Faced with his question, Bijan considered it for a moment before instantly sealing the deal. Of course. That's incredibly easy. Awesome! Baek Yoo-seol screamed internally. With their agreement in place, he began to explain the answers to her. All right, I'll tell you how to solve this one first. The trick is to change your perspective. Change my perspective? Yes, that's right, Baek Yoo-seol confirmed. He knew perfectly well that Bijan's greatest weakness was how rigid and mechanical her magic was, and she was completely bogged down by it. Bijan wouldn't even realize this weakness until her 2nd year, after losing to Flem. I don't think I can completely fix it for her now, but I can point her in the right direction. With that in mind, Baek Yoo-seol pondered for a moment before giving an example. Do you know what a riddle is? Hearing this, the princess looked a bit dazed and stammered. A riddle? I think I've heard of them. Baek Yoo-seol felt defeated but racked his brain. Okay, here's an example. What is between knee and knee? Bijan stroked her chin, thinking for a moment before giving her answer. Is it the inside of the knee? Wrong. The answer is and. Huh? How can that be? She asked in surprise as Baek Yoo-seol eagerly explained. I mean, I'm asking what word is between the word knee and the word knee. Do you get it? Turning back to Bijan. Hearing this nonsensical answer, her expression turned as cold as ice. But just a moment later, her face twisted with rage. She glared at Baek Yoo-seol with such ferocious eyes that our protagonist felt a genuine chill. Whoa, now, don't look at me like that. Just calm down, sit down, and look at this question, Baek Yoo-seol said quickly, raising his hands to placate her. He then looked back at the hellish questions and continued. These have their own formulas and tricks that you just don't know. That means solving them is a matter of pure creativity. But can you really solve it with your creativity alone? Baek Yoo-seol asked calmly, but his question made the princess's eyes widen. Finally, she shook her head in defeat and spoke. No, I can't. Across from her, Baek Yoo-seol wasn't surprised at all. Of course not. Because while understanding various spells and their applications is important, the most crucial thing for a mage is to view the world through your own perspective. Magic transforms with even the slightest changes, but you only think about what you can see. Spells aren't just about memorizing and using them. You might be better than me at analysis and evaluation, but you're missing the most crucial thing for a mage, creativity. However, the more he lectured, the more the princess's expression darkened, causing the young man to shut up immediately, not daring to say another word. Gods, she looks terrifyingly serious. Finally, to break the awkward silence, he started scratching his head and said, you get what I'm saying, right? Even if it sounds a little complicated. Of course I understand, Bijan said confidently. But her statement left Baek Yoo-seol bewildered. Well, this is interesting. I don't even know what the hell I was just saying, yet she understood. Whatever, I'll roll with it. With that thought, Baek Yoo-seol began to test the flexibility of her mind with a few trick questions. I'm glad you understand. Then let's begin. First question. What did the man say to the horse when he put it to bed? The princess stared at him blankly. What did the man say to the horse when he put it to bed? I don't know. She shook her head, and Baek Yoo-seol immediately gave the answer. The answer is, it's bedtime. Next question. Why don't they work harder? I don't know, Bijan replied, getting used to the routine, because they're always lying on the job. Third question. What happens when scissors, rock, and paper join a race? I don't know. As she said the words, the princess couldn't even bring herself to look at Baek Yoo-seol anymore, especially after so confidently claiming she understood everything just moments ago. Luckily for her, our guy didn't seem to notice and was cheerfully rambling on. The answer is that the rock will roll, while the scissors and paper can't move because their shapes don't allow it. Get it? Because they can't move, they just have to stand still. As for Bijan, she was now on the verge of tears from frustration. It was hard to tell if it was because of her own helplessness or because Baek Yoo-seol's questions were just that stupid. Oh man, she looks like she could snap at any moment. Baek Yoo-seol thought worriedly before asking another question. Okay, what does the cloud say to the sea when it rains? Faced with this question, Bijan fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, Baek Yoo-seol waited with nervous anticipation. Come on, come on! And not disappointing his expectations, Bijan actually came up with an answer. I am falling into the sea. She murmured the words, which genuinely surprised our protagonist. Oh, you got it right. Back to Bijan. After hearing she'd answered correctly, she broke into a beaming smile that was truly beautiful. Wow, this is the first time I've ever seen her smile, whether in the game or in real life. Baek Yoo-seol thought to himself, then continued. Just as I'd expect from a princess, your creativity is on a whole other level. Hearing this, Bijan got a little embarrassed and said, All right, let's move on. Give me the next question. Her cute reaction made Baek Yoo-seol laugh out loud as he said, Okay, the next question is blah, blah, blah. Time flew by, and before they knew it, the sky had grown dark. Only then was our protagonist finally able to escape from the princess. But by now, he looked completely drained. I spent a whole 3 hours just testing Bijan with trick questions. I really hope she doesn't remember a single thing I said. Baek Yoo-seol let out a helpless sigh and thought about the princess again. Bijan is definitely a mage with a brilliant mind, but her weakness is her rigid way of thinking. Still, even though she's a villain, I feel guilty for trying to exploit that weakness. I need to quickly forge Terry Vaughn into a magic sword, so I have to do more. Man, this isn't like anything I could have done before. But that's enough thinking. I should hurry up and find the books I need for class. Baek Yoo-seol thought as he picked up his pace. Right now, he was wandering around, trying to find a specific place based on his memories from the game. It has to be around here somewhere. I can't be remembering it wrong, can I? Baek Yoo-seol muttered, and just then, he spotted the place he was looking for. There it is, Baek Yoo-seol said, looking towards an old, worn-down shop next to him. He then quickly made his way inside, only to realize once he was fully in that the shop was even older than it looked from the outside. The walls were crumbling, and cobwebs hung everywhere. This place is seriously run down. However, I know the owner of this bookshop has a weird habit of pretending to be asleep while secretly watching his customers. And in this shabby, nameless bookstore, the notes of Myella, the top graduate of Stella Academy 10 years ago, are hidden here. Before, I could just click a button on the screen to view it, but in real life, I need the actual book to learn. Besides, the books you study affect your level-up rate. At first, I bought books from famous shops, but then I discovered all the best ones were hidden in stores with no signs. If I have Myella's notes for the magic engineering class, I'm guaranteed a perfect score. Honestly, I could probably get a decent grade just by wearing the colored glasses, but I might discover a secret formula this way. While thinking, Baek Yoo-seol scanned the books on the shelves, searching. And it didn't take long for him to find his target. This is it, he thought as he reached for a small book hidden deep inside the shelf. But at that very moment, his hand bumped into someone else's small hand, startling him. He quickly turned his head to see who it was. And to his surprise, the person was none other than Iso. Iso, Baek Yoo-seol said unconsciously. Hearing her name, Iso spoke up. Do you know me? Of course, you're famous. At his words, Iso seemed to recall something. Ah, I remember now. You're in the supplementary group. Your name is Big Baek Yoo-seol, right? Huh? She doesn't remember meeting me before the academy? Baek Yoo-seol wondered silently. Meanwhile, Iso continued speaking. I really enjoyed that debate. It's a shame you couldn't explain your entire answer. Anyway, it was nice meeting you. After speaking, she turned and left. Baek Yoo-seol took the opportunity to grab Myella's notes, breathing a quiet sigh of relief. Good, it wasn't taken yet. But, why was she here? He thought, glancing to the side to observe her. After seeing her sigh in relief at a book's price tag, our hero figured it out. I see. This bookstore mostly sells used books, so the customers are usually poor students like me, and someone from a fallen noble family like Iso, who has lost everything, is the only other type of person who would come here. Her father was probably killed by the black magicians. How tragic. A princess like her, forced to buy secondhand books, even having to check the price because she didn't have enough money. To make matters worse, Iso also had a tragic ending in the original novel. She died even before the main villain. And now, Having become the protagonist of this world, you could say she was the unluckiest character in the entire game. Those were Baek Yoo-seol's thoughts as he gathered the books he needed and cheerfully headed to the counter to pay. "I'd like to pay for these, please." "All of these?" "All right then. This kid's stronger than he looks," the shopkeeper muttered. Meanwhile, Baek Yoo-seol noticed Iso staring intently at his stack of books and decided to ask her about it. "What is it? You seem to have a good eye." "I mean, you chose some really interesting books," she said, her voice laced with confusion. Baek Yoo-seol was a bit taken aback by her comment. "Are you talking to me? Is there something wrong with them?" he asked. Standing beside him, Iso finally voiced her question. "All those books. Why are you reading about high-level ceiling theory? It's an ancient art that requires artifacts to use these days. Now that alchemists and magic engineers have become so advanced, it's a skill almost no one uses anymore." "Oh, this book? Yeah, you're right. It's pretty useless." Baek Yoo-seol nodded in agreement, which only left the girl feeling helpless. "So you knew?" "That's exactly why I'm taking it," he declared. "Because everyone thinks just like you, it'll be way easier to get a high grade in this class." "Well, I'm heading out," Baek Yoo-seol said confidently, turning to leave immediately and leaving a completely bewildered Iso in his wake. And of course, our protagonist was doing this because it was all part of a calculated plan. Just as Iso had said, almost nobody wanted to take the ceiling theory class, but that's exactly why I'll spend less time on it and can easily get a higher grade than in other classes. Plus, with these books, this semester is going to be a breeze. He celebrated with a triumphant inner smile. Time flashed forward to the next day, and the scene shifted to the young mage, Iso. Right now, she was rushing to her class. First period is void theory. It's supposed to be an easy grade, so it shouldn't be too bad, Iso thought to herself as she pushed open the door. But when she saw the classroom was packed with students like it was a festival, all her hopes for an easy grade vanished. And Iso wasn't the only one having this reaction. Other students were just as shocked. "You're taking void theory too?" "Yeah, but I think I'm in trouble. I only registered because everyone said it was easy, but it looks like the rumor spread too far, so all the smart kids crammed into this class. We're so screwed," they moaned in despair. Iso could only let out a long sigh. "Nothing I can do about it now. I'll just have to try my best in the other classes," she told herself. Time flew by, and finally the lecture came to an end. "That concludes today's class." The professor's voice rang out, and moments later, the exhausted students began dragging themselves to the cafeteria. "Man, I'm starving. What should we get for lunch? Let's just go to the cafeteria and decide there," they began to discuss. Iso, however, was more worried about her academic situation. "What am I going to do? With so many people in the classes I registered for, it'll be hard to get a scholarship." Just as she had that thought, her stomach began to rumble, causing her to blush slightly. "Maybe I should just get something to eat first," she mumbled. "Let's see, I only have 60 meal tickets left for the semester, so I guess it's bread for today," she said, looking down at the booklet of tickets in her hand. And what a coincidence, at that very moment Iso happened to walk past Baek Yoo-seol's classroom. "Isn't that Baek Yoo-seol?" she thought, her eyes landing on the young man inside, listening intently to the lecture. Then, Pigeon leaned her head in a little closer to observe. And after seeing the handful of students in the class, a realization struck her. This class is nearly empty, and they're all students with bad grades. The professor is probably about to lose his job, but if I registered for this class, I could get a high grade without spending much time. I could also save my energy for other subjects and earn a scholarship. Baek Yoo-seol. Could it be he knew this class would be easy? Did he already plan out which courses to take for a smooth semester? The thought startled Pigeon, but she quickly shook her head in denial. "No, that's impossible. What am I thinking? It must be just a coincidence." With that, she decided to ignore Baek Yoo-seol and headed straight for the cafeteria. Back in our protagonist's classroom, Professor Layden, a researcher of grimoires, was addressing the class from the podium. "I'm sure you all know the roots of magic. The Genesis mage, the white-robed mage, spread magic throughout the world. Humans and other races learned to use magic from him. He taught the elves natural magic, taught the dwarves material magic, and taught humans elemental magic. Afterwards, he ascended to the heavens, blah, blah, blah." Down below, Baek Yoo-seol felt his head starting to spin the more he listened. "How am I going to survive 3 years of this? It's insane to have to go back to school at my age. I could have skipped all this knowledge with a single button press in the game." The thought brought back memories of his glory days playing the game. But then, he accepted his reality and continued to think. "Still, this lecture is actually pretty important. It might give me a hint about what the true ending is. But that's just my speculation. Wait, was Iso always in this class? I don't remember any main character ever registering for this course. But it's none of my business." As he thought this, he glanced at the girl beside him, and by some strange twist of fate, Iso was now sitting right there. Back with Professor Layden, he was still engrossed in his lecture for his students. Humanity's curiosity didn't stop at elemental magic. Mages traveled the world, stealing magic from other races, yet they were still not satisfied. But they could learn no more. The Genesis mage left behind 12 grimoires and then disappeared. As he said this, he paused for a moment, then turned to ask his students, "Does anyone know what the 12 grimoires are?" Down below, the model student, ISO, immediately answered. They are said to be guardian artifacts that protect the balance of power on the continent. It said they were scattered across the land, carrying out that mission until 1,000 years ago. Professor Layden nodded in approval. That's right. They possess a special power to protect the continent. For example, the grimoire representing summer, the sixth moon, is summer's breath. It holds a brilliant red flame, and it's said that this flame will never be extinguished. If you were to go to the bottom of the Alamanca Sea, you would still see that red fire. So, any of you who are curious should go take a look. Is he kidding? Baek Yoo-seol thought, bewildered. Any living creature that dares to enter the Sea King Alamanca's territory would die instantly. Baek Yoo-seol was having an internal crisis, but the professor, completely unaware of his students' thoughts, simply continued with his lecture. This is the Leviathan Coast, a colossal whirlpool in the middle of the ocean, frozen solid by the 12th moon god, Dongsan. Each moon god possesses its own unique power, but a miracle is said to occur if they all combine their strength. What kind of miracle? A student from below raised his hand to ask. But contrary to his expectations, the professor had no answer. No one knows. They fell into a deep slumber 1,000 years ago. As for Yuseo, the professor's lecture had him lost in thought. He's right. I've met a few moon gods while playing the game, but I only ever encountered 5 of them during limited time events. And that's after gathering intel from other players. No gamer has met more moon gods than I have. If I'm right, the 12 moon gods must be connected to the true ending. No one's found the true ending in the last 10 years, so the answer has to lie in undiscovered content. I only managed to meet 5 of them after risking my life over and over again. But if I want to see the true ending, that's what it's going to take. I'll just have to start over, Yuseo told himself. The scene shifts to the magic training grounds. The fire magic professor, Gil, casually conjures a fireball, launching it straight at a scarecrow for her students to see before she begins her explanation. Power isn't everything. No matter how strong your attack is, it's useless if it doesn't hit the enemy. With that, she let her students begin practicing on the stationary targets. And just then, the beautiful professor witnessed a tremendously powerful spell aimed right at a scarecrow, creating a massive explosion. However, when the smoke and dust finally cleared, the scarecrow stood completely unscathed, without a single scratch. It seemed the attack had missed its mark entirely. Seeing this, Gil glanced in a certain direction and complained, "How pathetic." Following her gaze, Princess Bion was gritting her teeth, watching as her magic tore up the ground behind the target. Time flew by, and soon it was late afternoon. Class seemed to be over, and after the earlier incident, Princess Bion was sulking all by herself. I've disappointed Mother again. She must be so disappointed in me, she thought, clenching her fists. Just then, a voice spoke up beside her. Princess, are you all right? The owner of the voice was a cheerful-looking girl with auburn hair. Without waiting for Bion to reply, the girl sat down next to her and continued with a compliment. You are so amazing, Princess. What do you mean? Bion asked, confused. The girl replied with a voice full of admiration. You use the same kind of magic as me, but yours is so much more powerful. So what? I couldn't even hit it, but your spell was incredible. It was so cool. To be honest, I've known about you since I was a child. She spoke with the giddy excitement of someone meeting their idol. Meanwhile, Princess Bion finally recognized the girl sitting beside her. Oh, right. She's a fire mage, just like me. I think her name is Axwang. I feel like I've heard that name before. Something about a fire magic genius appearing. Even so, she's nothing compared to my magic. For some reason, that thought lifted her spirits a little, and she spoke. It's truly amazing that your accuracy is so high. Axwang just shook her head. But if you practice more, how could I possibly compare? It's only good enough for the weak. Still, talking to you has made me feel much better. Goodbye. And with that, the princess took her leave. But she had no idea that the moment she walked away, Axwang's expression completely changed, her true thoughts hidden behind a chilling mask. Back with Bion, upon returning to her room, she found her personal guard already waiting inside. Welcome back, princess. This was Bion's personal guard, Ieterin. Seeing Bion's return, she gestured to the prepared tea and cake. I've prepared some tea and sweets for you. Regarding the task you gave me to modify the magic staff's appearance. Because the staff is of such high quality, they said it could be reforged into a high-level magic sword. However, there's a slight problem. It seems that it continuously drains mana from its owner. Across from her, the princess, who was in the middle of a bite of cake, quickly swallowed and asked, "What? Isn't that a cursed item?" Aetherin stroked her chin thoughtfully before replying, "Not exactly, because it resonates with the energy of nature." Her words only confused the princess even more. Impossible. How can something that drains its owner's mana also resonate with the power of nature? If so, why is the staff only mid-grade? That's precisely why it's rated as such. Think about it. Its original function is to powerfully amplify the user's mana, making it stronger or even high grade. But because it only absorbs and never releases, it was downgraded to mid-grade. Then how could a student possibly use it? Bayun exclaimed in shock. I was quite surprised by that myself, Aetherin said calmly. The princess started to get a headache. I knew from the start that it didn't resonate with everyone, but I never thought anyone would actually use it, even if they got their hands on it, unless they had a monstrous amount of mana or none at all. I don't understand. I'm sure any normal person would realize that. In any case, he must be someone special, Bayun said, sipping her tea gently. After all, she wasn't the one using that staff. Time passed quickly, and a few days later, a new course began. Currently, Yoo-seol was in another class. Attack spells require a more detailed understanding than any other type of magic. That is why this mana guidance class is mandatory. We will learn guidance with a focus on projection and targeting, and then we will discuss trajectory formulas. The mana guidance professor, Kaleem, explained while writing on the board. For clarification, projection is the act of launching a spell from the caster's body. Targeting is the use of magic on a stationary object. The problem on the board is as follows. From a distance of 760 meters to the north, person A is moving south at a speed of 12.6 meters per second. What is the proper trajectory and predicted distance that person B needs to use the water-type spell, Hydraulic Cannon? Back to our story. The students stared at the problem and began whispering amongst themselves about the attributes involved. Water-type magic makes it so much harder. If you're not a water specialist, you'd better not even try to answer. Is he trying to fail us? All around, the students were buzzing with intense discussion, but our protagonist couldn't be bothered. He even started letting out one long yawn after another. Ugh, this is so boring. Why is this even more time-consuming than a Korean history class? And while he was lost in his boredom, the professor at the front of the class noticed his behavior, fixing him with a piercing glare. The intense look made Do-seol jump, though he wasn't particularly surprised. A moment later, Professor Kaleem called him out. Student Do-seol, please stand and answer this question. Damn it, it's me again. Do-seol cursed silently under his breath as he quickly stood up. Yes, of course. Then, using the power of his kaleidoscope, he effortlessly solved the problem, leaving the professor staring in stunned disbelief. Incredible! You solved it so easily, and with such a simple method. Is your innate attribute water? No, sir, he said, waving his hand dismissively, but this only made the professor more excited. Wonderful, then let's move on to the next question, shall we? Time flew by, and the class soon ended. Just as Do-seol stepped outside, Iso, who had been lying in wait, approached him. Excuse me, but I have a question for you. I've been wondering something about you while watching you in class, and it has nothing to do with your rank. You're incredibly intelligent, even compared to students from top families, especially when you solved that problem. The difficulty was at least at a university level. No, it was probably at the professor level. But even here at Stella, a gathering place for geniuses, what exactly is Do-seol's identity? At first, I didn't think so, but now I'm certain. That person definitely has a strategy for course registration. If that's the case, I have to get that information. With that thought, Iso spoke up. What's your next class? Across from her, our protagonist heard the question and, a bit bewildered, replied, Why are you asking? Do you have a crush on me or something? What? That's disgusting, she shot back, annoyed. I'm the one who should be grossed out. Am I wrong? Do-seol suddenly felt how strange it was for him to be bickering with a child. I'm an adult. What the hell am I doing? With that thought, Do-seol asked in a bored tone, Then why are you asking? I've researched the classes you're taking, and it seems like you're only picking ones where you can easily get high scores. I'll just ask you directly. That strategy? Where did you learn it? Because this is really important to me, she said, her voice firm. Her question left Do-seol a little disappointed. And here I was, wondering what she was going to ask. Haha, what are you talking about? The classes? It's just a coincidence. If that's all, I'm leaving, Do-seol said, turning to walk away. But Iso couldn't let him leave without getting an answer. Wait, hold on a second, she called out, hurrying after him. Do-seol, growing annoyed, stopped. What is it now? Why are you following me? Go learn that stuff from someone else. There are plenty of skilled people here. Or just copy me, since you said you've already researched it. But everyone who takes divine arts gets an A+, so that one doesn't really matter. and if I register for the same classes as you, it could negatively affect your grade. Iso's explanation made Ducio pause and think. If he doesn't get the scholarship, he'll be the one losing out the most. Even in this situation, she's worried about someone else's grades. She might be a bit of a pain, but the female lead is still the female lead. Speaking of Iso, she put on her most expectant puppy dog eyes. Anyway, could you just give me a hint about a class? One where it's easy to get a good grade. Unfortunately for her, that look had no effect on Ducio. You really think that face is going to convince me? How strange. Normally, my stress melts away just by looking at my own face, she said with a narcissistic flair. The comment gave our protagonist goosebumps. Are you being serious? Just kidding. I knew you'd react like that, so I prepared something as compensation, she said with a bright smile. Duceo, on the other hand, couldn't fathom what went through these students' minds. Compensation? Why are these kids so obsessed with compensation? Where did they pick up such a materialistic habit? He was referring to how Bi-yeon had also offered him compensation for helping her with those hellish questions. Back to the present, Iso's smile faded as she adopted a serious tone. Do you know the story of the seventh tower? Hearing this, Duceo was visibly startled. Oh, I do. You really know about it? Not many people know that story. It's about an abandoned tower that vanished, and there are countless barriers preventing anyone from getting near where it once stood. But there, as she spoke, Duceo cut her off. Wait, what's wrong? Are you okay? Iso asked worriedly, seeing Duceo suddenly clutching his head in turmoil. And Duceo really was losing his mind. I'm going insane. This is crucial information. With this, Flem could increase his influence over the main character. Furthermore, if Flem knows about it, that means in the original story, Iso knew it too. And Iso only shares this information with the male lead, not a side character like me. Realizing this, Duceo hastily tried to shut down the conversation. That sounds like a scary story, doesn't it? I don't want to hear it. It doesn't sound fun at all. He turned to leave as he spoke, but Iso kept trying to convince him. It's not that scary. Are you afraid of ghosts? At your age? Completely fed up with the girl trailing behind him like a shadow, Duceo reluctantly gave in. Fine. I'll tell you. You just pretended you wouldn't tell me and now you've changed your mind? Well, I just changed it again, he retorted. Besides, the fact that Iso wanted to give me something in return is enough, he thought to himself before speaking. Anyway, this has nothing to do with grades, but it'll be extremely useful for you. Register for Journey of Meditation in the Void as your cultural arts class. Meditation? Taking that as a cultural class? Moon, God, and meditation are the priorities? Are you into ascetic training or something? Iso asked, puzzled. Not exactly. My master was a bishop, just like you, and through meditation, they were able to elevate the level of their magic. Just by meditating? Iso said in disbelief. Her reaction didn't surprise Duceo in the slightest. In truth, this principle hasn't been discovered yet, but for a bishop, for someone who wields large-scale destructive magic, meditation is crucial for precise execution based on formulas and equations. But more important than anything is the mind, the very thing that controls mana. With that thought, Duceo gave her another warning. I haven't told anyone else this, but you're an exception, because you're cute. You just called me ugly a minute ago, Iso grumbled, but then her expression brightened. Thank you. Even if it's not a class that will help my grades. But I'm still signing up for it. You can do whatever you want. I frankly don't care. And after watching the girls retreating back, he was lost in thought. I already told her. And now I'm a little scared of how the future might change because of it. But if I just leave her be, Iso will suffer that same tragedy all over again in this world. If meditation can help her, then it's for the best. At that thought, our hero realized something and stared down at his own hands. Wait a minute, I just remembered. I'm a mage too, aren't I? Why haven't I even thought about training until now? In the game, the original Yoo-seol trained relentlessly to awaken his mana delay constitution and grow at an explosive rate. In the game, I could just press a button for experience, but now I can do it myself. I'm already so far behind. There are no cutscenes or hunting quests here, so I can't just farm experience points. I really should thank Iso for helping me realize this. With that, Yoo-seol began dragging his body back to his dorm room to rest. This dormitory is massive, Yoo-seol thought to himself. Here at Stella Academy, all students are required to live in the dorms. The dormitory system was just a side feature in the game. Players could decorate their rooms however they wished, but for the original Yoo-seol, this was his only home, his village having been burned to the ground. The dorms were also assigned based on rank. The rooms were all the same size, but the number of students assigned to each one was based on class. Naturally, the S-class students occupied the highest floors. It feels a little lonely, but I can finally put this space to good use. All right, let's begin. After looking around, Yoo-seol let out a soft breath and sat down to meditate. Stats aren't the most important thing. This is reality, so I have to get used to how this body works. In the game, the original Yoo-seol was a genius who could control sword aura by circulating an endless supply of mana both inside and outside his body. No one ever paid attention to him, so no one knew. But the original Yoo-seol was a swordsmanship prodigy who had reached the absolute pinnacle of the craft. I have to walk that path all over again. My breathing is what controls the flow of mana within my body. If I can slowly increase the amount of mana I take in with each breath, I'll eventually be able to draw in enough with a single one. Skills don't level up just by gathering experience. You have to constantly use them to raise their level, which means I have to train. Yoo-seol said to himself, and with that, our hero began to meditate inside his room. Just like that, time slowly slipped by until the sun began to rise. At that moment, our protagonist felt something shift, and his eyes snapped open. His entire body was now enveloped in a golden aura. This must be the sensation that the original Yoo-seol once felt. When a person has accepted their Mana Leakage Syndrome since childhood, it may be faint, but I can still feel it. And to reward Yoo-seol for his effort, the system presented him with a congratulatory message. Skill: Mana Leakage Syndrome has leveled up. Skill: Flash Step has leveled up. Seeing this, Yoo-seol couldn't help but let out a shout. Yes, I'm one step closer to my goal. I will find the true ending, no matter what it takes. He spoke while clenching his fists, his eyes burning with determination. The scene then shifts to our female lead, Flem, who is now standing on a vast plain with the rest of her classmates. The realism of this place left her slightly in awe. The meadows and the wind are all artificial, but they feel so incredibly real. Stella's dorms are a type of pocket dimension built on the school grounds, allowing for the free manipulation of space and its properties. It's for this reason that all sporting events, dungeons, gates, and monster training sessions are held here. Back with Flem, she began to speculate after glancing over the number of students present. There are 50 people from classes Ani and A2, and 40 people from S-class. If it were like the novel, there would be 39 S-class students. I thought I was the 40th, but it seems another person was added. Where did this Yoo-seol come from? In the novel, there were a total of 1,140 first-year students. With me added, it should have been 1,141. In other words, Yoo-seol was part of the original novel all along. I'll figure things out slowly. It's okay, I can do this. I'm the only person in this world who knows about the novel. Class should be starting soon. She began to reassure herself upon seeing the changes from the original story. But just then, a voice from nearby caught her attention. Prince Jeremy, have you finished registering for your classes? Of course. Jeremy answered confidently. We also signed up for the soft magic research class because we heard you did. Is that true? Let's help each other out. He spoke with an easy confidence, reaching out to greet everyone. Meanwhile, our female lead, Flem, glanced at him with a wary eye. That's Prince Jeremy from the novel. He was obsessed with ISO, but after being rejected, he eventually became a villain. He might seem gentle right now, but every single one of his actions is calculated. I should just watch from a distance and not get involved with this guy. From across the field, Jeremy seemed to notice Flem's gaze. He turned with a bright smile and waved at her, forcing the stunned girl to quickly wave back. But he's really handsome. I can see why he has so many fans. His faction is the most famous one at the academy. I have to gather them together. Because from now on, this world is my reality. I need to prepare for the future. Flem told herself and quickly turned away, but she was completely unaware that Prince Jeremy was now watching her with a fascinated gaze. Shifting focus to Professor Lee Han-kwan, after seeing that the students had all gathered, he stepped forward and announced, "Everyone, listen up. We'll be starting with some basic training before today's lecture begins. I need to assess your abilities so I can teach you all properly. I will be your direct instructor, so even if you don't like it, keep it to yourselves. As you know, we professors have the authority to add or deduct points, so remember this carefully. You will be expelled if you fail to meet the required score. I will now explain the training session. We will be conducting a dungeon challenge. I will use scenarios from real dungeons, as well as various traps and monsters, to test all of you. You will earn 4 points for defeating a level 1 monster, 8 points for a level 2 monster, and 20 points for retrieving this point staff. The top 5 students will receive a small reward and special shopping privileges. And of course, any student who fails to score any points will be penalized. If you're afraid of failing or going it alone, you may form a party, but be warned, the points will be divided equally among all party members. If you can eliminate another student, you can take their points. That's all. Good luck, he said. And with that, the professor vanished as if he had teleported away. But while the students were still processing what had just happened, the very space around them began to tremble violently, sending a wave of panic through the group. What? What's happening? The ground is shaking. Someone screamed, and the source of the tremors quickly became clear. From deep within the earth, countless giant vines erupted, shooting straight into the sky. In a matter of moments, their surroundings had transformed into a dense forest. This was the map, Jack and the Beanstalk. Turning back to the students, now that the map was set, they quickly began grouping up to form teams. But our protagonist, Fleur, decided to go solo. All right, time to get moving, she muttered to herself. Just then, however, the girl named Jackie approached her with a suggestion. Hey Fleur, are you planning on going alone for this drill? Teaming up has its advantages in dungeon combat, but going solo is better if you want to rack up a lot of points. Fleur considered it for a moment before declining. Sorry, but I'm planning to go alone this time, she thought, weighing her options. For some reason, despite Fleur's rejection, Jackie smiled as if she'd just struck gold. I get it. You'd have to share points with teammates, so you don't have a choice. Yeah, Fleur said awkwardly, an unsettled feeling creeping in. Am I overthinking this, or is she taking a jab at me? Shaking the stray thoughts from her head, Fleur said her goodbyes. Let's team up next time. Sure, Jackie said with a sly smile, before quickly turning to her two friends to report the news. Fleur's going in alone. Oh well, can't be helped. Back with Fleur, the other girl's actions left a strange impression. Am I just imagining things? Why do I get the feeling she's mimicking me? Maybe it'll be different later. With that thought, she quickly moved on to start farming points. An hour later, Fleur had just finished taking down some monster, letting out a heavy sigh. Phew, that was exhausting. When is this training session ever going to end? But before she could even sit down for a breather, a cluster of thorny vines suddenly shot out from the ground, lunging straight for her. She hastily used her magic to erect a shield. But this was a strange kind of monster. Seeing that its first attack had failed, it immediately retracted its vines and burrowed back into the earth, vanishing as quickly as it had appeared. As for Fleur, after watching the plant monster retreat, she didn't let her guard down, instead scanning her surroundings. It's not just monsters, even the plants are attacking. This is Stella, after all. Even a practical dungeon drill can't be taken lightly. I've gathered 18 points so far. Not bad, but a single point stick is all it would take for someone to catch up. I have to keep moving, she said, picking up her pace. Before long, Fleur suddenly sensed a presence standing up ahead. Is it a monster? No, it's a person. But how could a student conceal their presence to this degree? It doesn't matter. I'm using nature's camouflage to hide myself anyway. With my abilities in control, defense, destruction, and healing, ambushing my opponent isn't a bad choice. As she thought this, she ducked behind a tree, slowly observing the figure ahead. And as her eyes focused, she realized it was none other than Dussel. Not only that, but somehow, he'd already managed to get a point stick. That's Big Dussel. Is he going alone too? I remember other students wanted to team up with him, but he turned them all down. I wonder what that guy is thinking. As she pondered this, her eyes fixated on the gleaming golden stick in his hand, filled with desire. That's a point stick. He already got one? This is the perfect chance to test him. With her decision made, she aimed her staff at Dussel and began her calculations. He's about 15 meters away. He won't be able to defend from that distance. And just like that, feeling confident in her plan, the girl unleashed a light bullet spell, firing a projectile of pure light straight at Dussel. But just before the bullet could hit its mark, the main character sensed it and instantly used Flash to dodge. His lightning-fast reaction left Fleur utterly stunned. How? How did he dodge a Tier 2 spell from that distance? Back with Dussel, he had flashed to a spot right behind Fleur, and her sudden attack had scared the absolute hell out of him. My God, is she trying to kill me or something? Using light bullet out of nowhere. Thank God the level of my mana abnormality syndrome has increased. Otherwise, I'd have been in serious trouble. Flash, level 1, max distance 12 meters, max 2 stacks, 3-second cooldown. I have 2 more uses of Flash, so if I use the terrain to my advantage, I could probably handle her. But it's better to just avoid the conflict. With that, Dussel used his 2 remaining flashes to zip away to another location. This far should be safe enough. My goal is 5th place, so there's no need to take risks. The reward for 5th is the Etherix herb, which can significantly boost stamina and strength. Besides, the top 4 spots are reserved for the main characters anyway. At this rate, they only need 3 more point sticks, Dussel mused as he walked. But just then, his path was blocked by a group of students. Well, look who it is. If it isn't Big Dussel from the S-class. Dussel recognized the blonde-haired leader immediately. That's Jaden. He's been getting pretty famous around the academy lately, a member of Team US-LEC, Jeremy's pack of weaklings. It's just one thing after another. Our protagonist glanced at the 3 sticks Jaden was clutching tightly in his hand and thought, he has 3-point sticks? For someone so weak, he's collected quite a few. And while Do-sel was sizing them up, the goons up ahead started whispering. I heard he's a total failure. He had to cheat his way into the S-class. Hearing this, Jaden let out a scornful laugh. Getting into S-class just by solving 3 stupid questions? Stella must have been completely fooled. Don't they ever get tired of saying the same thing over and over? So uncreative, Do-sel thought to himself. Jaden's group then went into full-on bully mode. Hey, Big Do-sel, since we've run into each other, how about you hand over that point stick? I'd rather not, Do-sel said calmly, but Jaden's face twisted into a sneer as he barked back. Huh? Are you trying to defy me? You think you can take on the 4 of us alone? You planning to use that high-grade magic staff? You can't even use magic, let alone a staff. Back with Do-sel, he was now forced to seriously weigh his options. All right, what should I do now? My low-level flash step is no match for a direct confrontation. He's from a famous family, after all. But if I have 3 uses of flash step, maybe there's a way. It involves this point wand in my hand, and the fact that we're in a dungeon. With that, a plan quietly formed in Do-sel's mind. He extended his point wand and said, Here, now you're talking. Raiden sneered, thinking Do-sel was finally cooperating, but he had no idea what was coming. In that very instant, Do-sel used flash step, appearing directly in front of him, catching the bully completely off guard. However, as Do-sel struck, a shield materialized to block the blow. Still, the impact was strong enough to send spiderweb cracks across its surface. Raiden was furious. Damn it, you filthy commoner! He dismissed the shield and continued his tirade. You bastard, I'll make you. But before he could finish, he realized Do-sel had vanished. He's gone, someone in the group shouted. Then, a moment later, Do-sel's voice echoed from their side. Raiden whipped his head around to look. Whoa, that was close. Thanks for this, Do-sel said cheerfully. And in his hand were 2-point wands. Raiden immediately recognized his own and roared, You bastard, give that back. Nope, Do-sel provoked, his mind racing. 3-point wands. That will definitely work. I discovered this by accident while playing the game, but these point wands are actually a glitched item. Their ridiculous durability makes them indestructible by student-level magic, and they possess the power of most other magical tools. While they're less useful for magic users, for a physical attacker like me, a weapon with such high attack stats can be utilized to 100% of its potential. Back with Raiden, the guy was still fuming. Ugh, that bastard. How dare he take my point wand? Humiliated, his anger boiled over. He spun on his lackeys and screamed, What are you all doing? Attack! But before they could react, the ground around them began to tremble violently. A moment later, a horde of golems erupted from the earth, forcing Raiden to grit his teeth in frustration. Damn it! Why is the dungeon activating now? He yelled. Everyone, group up and prepare your magic. And don't you dare lose sight of that bastard. But our hero was already using the chaos as a chance to slip away. However, his escape didn't go unnoticed. Someone in the group spotted him and yelled, There, Do-sel is getting away. Bastard, where do you think you're going? The others heard and immediately unleashed their magic. They're better than I thought. But it's not enough, Do-sel thought to himself. I have tons of PvP experience. Using the terrain to my advantage is a piece of cake. At the same time, he used Flash Step to instantly zip away, leaving the group screaming in frustration. Damn it. That Flash Step again. Where did he go? He's too fast, I can't find him. The group descended into chaos as Do-sel vanished from sight. Damn it, we only need to land 1 hit. Raiden growled, his eyes darting around frantically, searching for any sign of Do-sel. But just then, the ground began to shake even more violently, terrifying his goons. Raiden, the dungeon is collapsing! Over here! Seeing their panic, Raiden roared, Calm down, he's still here. Wait for the earthquake to stop. The second you see him, we all attack together. If our magic fails, we'll suffer a backlash, so be careful. Just as Raiden had warned, before he could even finish his sentence, Do-sel used Flash Step to appear right in front of him, and with no time for the bully to react, our hero swung the wand in his hand, shattering the shield to pieces. The force of the blow sent Raiden flying backward, crashing into his companions and disrupting the spells they were casting. The result was a catastrophic magic backlash. Countless bolts of lightning rained down from above, and all the students could do was cover their heads and endure the storm. Meanwhile, the one who caused it all, Do-sel, had already stepped calmly aside. And that's that, he said. I'll be taking this too. If I get a girlfriend later, I'll give her these, he added, cheerfully showing off the 3 wands now in his possession. Give them back! Raiden screamed, but Do-sel wasn't stupid enough to comply. Taking the last one would be a pain, he thought, before giving the fuming group a little wave. That was fun, see ya! With that, Do-sel used Flash Step to make a quick exit, leaving Raiden and his crew writhing on the ground in pure, unadulterated rage. You son of a bitch! Raiden shrieked furiously. But what none of them knew was that the entire battle had been witnessed by a certain white-haired girl. Back with Do-seol, he was practically ecstatic. Heh. I really lucked out. If I fought them normally, I would have been robbed blind. But because this is a dungeon, the rules are different. That's what you call adult experience. As Do-seol thought this, he casually swatted away a golem that tried to approach him, but at the same time, he scanned his surroundings with a wary eye. Still, I have a weird feeling. Something feels off, Do-seol muttered, turning to look behind him, and his eyes went wide. Just as he was celebrating his victory over Raiden's group, he realized another student had noticed him and had sent a supercharged fireball his way. What the hell is this? Where is this rain of fire coming from? Do-seol screamed as the attack crashed down, and a terrifying explosion echoed throughout the entire forest. From above, a massive pillar of fire could be seen shooting towards the sky. As for our protagonist, Do-seol, once again, he had managed to dodge it by a hair's breadth with his flash step, but even so, he was scared witless. That magic is terrifying. That was almost a disaster. What kind of spell was that? As Do-seol stared at a tree that had been snapped in two by the blast, a figure emerged from the smoke, her voice dripping with arrogance. Hey, commoner, why didn't you take the last wand from them? The owner of the voice was none other than Princess Bion, and her appearance left Do-seol stunned. Bion? What is she doing here? Despite his confusion, Do-seol answered, You're mistaken about something. It's not like I can just take whatever I want. And besides, what does me taking those wands have to do with you? Across from him, the girl completely ignored his words, but she just kept staring at the point bars in his hand, and that's when the horrifying truth finally dawned on Baek Yoo-seol. Oh my god. Take whichever you want? I took theirs, and now you're going to take them from me? What the hell are you talking about? I thought I taught you a lesson already. Baek Yoo-seol shouted in anger. Her only response was an ice-cold expression. I am royalty. If you understand what that means, then let's fight. As a member of the royal family, I have no desire to steal points from a commoner, but I have no other choice. I will defeat you and take what I want, Bion declared. Our hero, on the other hand, was starting to tremble. Hey, what are you trying to do? Why are you bullying someone weaker than you? Across from him, Bion scoffed at his words. You? Weak? I saw you just now, fighting and toying with that group. You used magic to defeat them, didn't you? Flashing back to a short time ago, Bion was wandering through the forest, her mind filled with anxious thoughts. All right, I need to hurry. If I don't want Mom to scold me, I need to get the highest score possible, the girl told herself. But just then, loud noises from nearby caught her attention. Baek Yoo-seol, where did he run off to? That bastard is too damn cunning. The angry shouts of Raiden's group echoed through the trees. That's when Bayoon spotted Baek Yoo-seol's figure fleeing in the distance. Is that Baek Yoo-seol and Raiden? Should I attack them now? But no matter how strong I am right now, there's no way I can take on all 5 of them at once. Okay, I'll just wait until their magic weakens. That will be my chance to strike. With that thought, Bion decided to watch from the shadows, waiting for the perfect opportunity to pick off the victor. However, what happened next left her utterly astonished. Because at that moment, Baek Yoo-seol proactively used Blink to charge right into Raiden's group. What is that commoner can use other magic besides Blink? Of course, they're all weaker than me, but even so, they're still competent fighters. Compared to that commoner, they should have been far superior. Back in the present, having finished, as Bion spoke, she summoned several magic circles in midair. From within them, a barrage of fireballs erupted, hurtling straight toward Baek Yoo-seol. Our protagonist instantly used Blink to dodge the assault, but before he could even catch his breath, another fireball came screaming down at him from above. With no other choice, and his Blink still on cooldown, Baek Yoo-seol was forced to leap between tree trunks to evade. After landing safely on the ground, he was panting heavily. Damn, her magic is seriously dangerous, he thought. I was lucky my instincts are sharp, otherwise I'd be toast. But I've already used Blink twice. How am I supposed to face her now? Baek Yoo-seol gritted his teeth, deep in thought. Meanwhile, Princess Bion looked at him curiously. You're not even going to take out your magic wand this time? You already took my wand, Baek Yoo-seol complained. What about the one you received at enrollment? Oh, right, Baek Yoo-seol said blankly. It was only then that the genius remembered he had another one. I never use it, so I completely forgot, Baek Yoo-seol thought with a sigh. But Bayoon was starting to get annoyed. How long are you going to keep pretending? She said, her voice turning stern. This is a serious battle for me, and that commoner is treating it like a joke, she thought, before issuing a warning. Fine. If you're not going to fight properly, then I'll just have to put you down right here. Across from her, Baek Yoo-seol broke into a cold sweat as he saw the princess fuming with rage. But I am fighting seriously, I'm not joking around at all. He screamed internally, but unfortunately Beyond couldn't hear him. All right, if you don't get serious, you might actually die here, the princess warned one last time. I will crush you, Princess Beyond vowed silently. Without another moment's hesitation, she unleashed her magic, firing a volley of fireballs straight at Baek Yoo-seol, forcing him to whip his head aside to dodge. But it wasn't over. At the same time, another fireball shot towards his shoulder. With lightning-fast reflexes, Baek Yoo-seol dropped to the ground, narrowly avoiding the attack. Sensing that Baek Yoo-seol had an uncanny ability to dodge, the princess on the other side decided to use a wide-area spell. She created a massive wall of fire that engulfed a huge area, aiming to swallow Baek Yoo-seol whole. This time, he knew he was in real trouble. This is insane! Even if I use Blink to escape, her attack range is just too wide. What do I do now? Baek Yoo-seol thought, gritting his teeth. But in that exact moment, a sudden sound from behind him caught his attention. That sound. At that thought, Baek Yoo-seol spammed his blink ability, warping behind a massive tree trunk and saving himself from being roasted alive. However, just because he'd done that didn't mean he was safe. I got lucky that time, but this is still tough. Even if I manage to get close to Bayan, the flames surrounding her will just flare up to protect her. I know this all too well from fighting countless fire mages. Her level is much higher than I thought. If we were on open ground, I would have lost in less than a minute. No, the fight wouldn't have even happened. But we're not done yet. It's not decided who's going to be defeated here. Baek Yoo-seol thought as he gripped his point reader tightly. Meanwhile, Princess Beyond unleashed another spell, firing a storm of fire arrows toward him. Baek Yoo-seol was forced to continuously jump backward, dodging the onslaught until his mana-sensing ability kicked in. He could read the trajectory of every single attack. Seeing his chance, Baek Yoo-seol began swinging his arm like a machine, swatting every fire arrow and knocking them aside. This incredible feat left Princess Beyond standing there, utterly stunned. Impossible. Is he using a weapon to block magic? How can that be? Back with Baek Yoo-seol, while he was focused on dealing with the barrage of attacks, he had a moment to think. The more time that passes, the clearer it becomes. This isn't some game controlled by a keyboard and mouse. Instead of defending, he maneuvered his body to face the mage head-on. The suffocating pressure was closing in, his sixth sense now as sharp as his sight and hearing. Meanwhile, Princess Beyond could hardly believe her eyes. How was this possible? In this forest terrain, fire magic should have the advantage. If that wasn't working, then there was only one option left. Increase her magical output. She gritted her teeth and began to pour more power into her spell. This immediately put Do-seo, who had just found his footing, under even greater pressure. He had no choice but to fight and fall back, taking cover behind a nearby tree. I can't just keep defending, he thought. I have to break through Bayan's magic shield with this staff. With that thought, Do-seo timed his move perfectly. Just as the princess was focusing her mana for another attack, he instantly used a flash spell, charging straight towards her. In a single second, he had closed the distance between them. Beyond was momentarily stunned by Do-seo's sudden appearance in front of her, but she quickly recovered. She bit down hard and unleashed her fire magic, creating a magic circle beneath both their feet. Do-seo, seeing this, wasn't the least bit surprised. It was a common tactic for fire mages when cornered. An explosion spell. It'll push back any enemy within a 2-meter radius. But I've been through this countless times, so it's not a big deal. As he thought this, he leaped backward, escaping the magic circle's range. Then, he pushed off and shot forward again, slamming his staff directly into the magic shield protecting Beyond. The powerful blow sent cracks spreading across its surface. Impossible! How could he? The princess thought in astonishment, but before she could process it, the shield shattered into 1,000 pieces. The resulting shockwave sent the princess stumbling and falling to the ground. And just like that, the battle was decided. I win, Do-seo said with a smile. Hearing his words, Beyond could only grit her teeth in frustration. She took a deep breath and asked, "Who in the world are you?" "I'm just a normal student," Do-seo replied with a shrug. He then turned his head and called out to someone else. "The person hiding over there, you can come out now." Falem? Following his gaze, they saw her. Falem had been there at some point, watching them both. Now that she'd been discovered, the female lead walked out casually. "I wasn't hiding," she said, "but how did you know I was here? Let's just call it a hunch," Do-seo said with a smile, though in reality, it was his ability to sense leaking mana. Across from him, Folem's brow furrowed slightly at his answer. A hunch? And how did you break a magic shield with that pathetic little staff? Was that a hunch, too? She asked, her voice dripping with suspicion. Turning back to Do-seo, Folem's question truly put him in a tight spot. Of course. A hardcore gamer like me has no business appearing in a romance novel like the original story. He couldn't tell her the truth. For some reason, an idea popped into his head. He started pointing at the point sticks in his hand and said, "This." This right here is the real deal, you know. His nonsensical answer only made Fulem more suspicious. So what if it's sturdy? You think you can just swing that thing and break a magic shield? If that were possible, there'd be no knights left in this world. I've always felt something was off. Ducio, who are you, really? And it wasn't just Fulem who was wondering. Even Bion turned to look at Duceo with intense curiosity, waiting to see how he would answer. Duceo could only sigh internally. So, it's finally come to this? But it's been less than a month. Should I just reveal my true identity? No, that's too dangerous. Fulham already has a bad impression of me. After thinking it over, Duzio decided to keep his identity a secret. You can be suspicious of me all you want, but I'm not a bad person. Huh? What's that supposed to mean? Fulham asked, confused. It's just like I said. I want to help you, Duccio said, scratching his cheek awkwardly. Help me? Who are you? Fulham tried to ask more, but before she could finish, Duccio turned to leave. I'd love to say more, but I'm out of time. See you. All right, just gotta make a clean getaway, he thought to himself, quickly trying to slip away. Or at least, that was the plan. But then, Princess Bion, who was still behind him, threw his point sticks, hitting him squarely in the back of the head. The sharp pain made him yelp. He had no choice but to turn around and complain. Hey, if you've got something to say, just say it. I thought you'd catch them, Bion exclaimed, genuinely surprised. You dodged all that magic and all those traps, but you couldn't catch this? The reason was actually quite simple. My intuition for sensing mana has its limits, you know, Duceo thought, waving his hand dismissively. Ouch. The duration of my intuition depends on my mental energy, and since it's depleted, I've got a massive headache now. Thinking this, Duceo asked aloud, So, why'd you throw these at me? You won. Take them, Bion said calmly. Hearing her, Duceo felt he understood. Is it because of her pride? But if I take all of these, my score will shoot through the roof. Besides, this other stuff is useless to me. After thinking it over, Duccio picked up just one point stick and said to Bion with a smile, All right, I'll just take this one, you can keep the rest. Well, I'm off. With that, Duccio turned and left immediately. As he walked away, the guy couldn't help but feel smug about his actions. What a kind man, always merciful to the defeated. God, I'm so cool, he snorted to himself. Too bad the two girls he left behind didn't see it that way at all. Is there something wrong with him? Fulham said, completely baffled. Next to her, the princess also watched Duceo's retreating back with a suspicious gaze. He's probably a commoner, so his head might be a little off. After saying that, she found herself even more curious about Duceo's true identity. In another location, the professor's observation room, the screens before them displayed countless red dots, likely representing the students. Several other monitors showed live footage of various students engaged in combat. Ho ho! This year's first-year S-class students are all rare talents. It's quite a sight to behold, isn't it? An elder from the Magic Council, Tellus, said with a nod. Beside him, a middle-aged woman replied, Indeed, it is very interesting. They remind me of my younger days, though they're much stronger. This was Jarina Aeon, a member of the Holy Towers Council. Hearing their exchange, Professor Lee Hangwon turned back to them, lost in his own thoughts. The Magic Council, the Blue Tower Council. For a mere student internship observation, they've certainly gathered a lot of high-profile figures. But that's what it takes when you want to recruit new talent. Most of the other professors were likely watching the session as well. Just then, a collective gasp from everyone in the room snapped him to attention. Oh, Ma Joseo and Ha Jeon-ryong have finally crossed paths. From the looks of it, it was Ha Jeon-ryong who launched the first attack. Instantly, he used his wand to fire a blast of energy straight toward Ma Joseo. But against this assault, the handsome young man simply used some kind of magic to effortlessly leap through the air, dodging the pillars of ice lunging at him. Seeing this, the members of the Magic Council exclaimed in admiration. A triple cast of a level 3 mana leap, and at 17 years old? They weren't the only ones shocked. Even Professor Lee Han-gun was startled. Normally, it takes an average mage until they're at least 25 to reach level 3. Yet, Ma Joseo, at only 17, was already using level 3 magic with absolute mastery. But that wasn't all. Another sight left them speechless. It was unbelievable. Look, both of those students can use 3 attributes. One of them turned to Lee Han-gun. An ordinary mage can only control 1 attribute, and even mastering 2 requires grueling training. That's right. To control 3 attributes is proof of a God-given talent they were born with. Suddenly, a loud screech echoed through the air, its owner a colossal bird-like monster. A hidden monster? Lee Han-gun thought, his brow furrowed. Before Ma Joseo and Ha Jeon-ryong could even react, the monster let out another shriek and came plummeting down from the sky. More accurately, it looked like someone had struck it, causing it to fall, and the one who dealt the blow was none other than the girl, Isul. Oh my, Were you in the middle of a fight? Sorry to interrupt. Over in the observation room, Professor Lee Handgun watched Isul's sudden appearance intently, his thoughts racing. Isul Molv. Hidden monsters only appear when specific conditions are met. They're not only incredibly hard to find, but also extremely difficult to defeat. And yet, that girl managed to hunt one down all by herself. Back with the Magic Council members, they watched Isul with a hint of regret. It's a shame she's the daughter of the traitor, Molv. Zucha waste. If her father hadn't committed such a heinous act, her talent could have blossomed even further. Just then, the middle-aged man's attention was drawn to another screen. Ha! Isn't that the princess of the Adeline Witta Duchy? Who's her opponent? Such an unfamiliar face. He stroked his chin, speculating, before his eyes widened in shock. What? That magic? Could it be? Blink? He gasped, staring at Do-seol's face. Blink, a magic that countless scholars had spent centuries trying to control, only to fail miserably. They either gave up in despair or became crippled husks. It was a truly untamable spell. And yet, here was a student wielding it as easily as his own limbs. Just who? Who is that kid? He wondered aloud. Beside him, Professor Lee Hangun answered his unspoken question. That student's name is Do-seol. He's a very special case who uses Blink as his primary skill. Blink as his primary skill? Someone repeated in disbelief. This was on a completely different level from the outstanding talents of Ma Joseo, Ha Jeon-ryang, or even Isul. The man spoke up again, voicing his confusion. But why isn't he using any other magic? He's just toying with her. If he used proper magic, that fight would have been over long ago. It's baffling. Just then, a cold voice cut through the room from behind them all. He is fighting seriously. At the sound of the voice, everyone turned in unison to face the young professor, Elmond Elgwin. He's been serious from the very beginning. It seems none of you can see it, can you? How interesting. That student's fighting style reminds me of the knight's spirit, which only existed in a bygone era. Elmond's voice was filled with amusement, and his words sparked a realization among the observers. The knight's spirit? You mean the one that vanished along with swordsmen and their magic eons ago? For such a young student to embody the spirit of a knight, it was unheard of. In a world ruled by magic, the knight's spirit was the fighting will of knights who wielded swords. Like the heroes of old who fought against evil to protect the world, it was said they faced demons with nothing but a single blade. In a world where magic exists, fighting with a sword is considered impossible, and yet, that student was truly using his magic wand as if it were a sword. Moreover, for Elmond to make such an observation meant everything. After all, the principal of Stella Academy, renowned as the best magic academy on the continent, was none other than Elmond Elgwin himself, a level 9 archmage and one of only 10 great sages on the entire continent. If a great sage thought so. As the man pondered this, time flew by, and the first dungeon practical exam came to an end. The scene shifts to the private training grounds for S-Class. Ha Jeon-ryang was frantically practicing his magic, unleashing attacks on the scarecrows before him. But even after blasting a target with his wind magic, he still couldn't manage to destroy the dummy. He let out a few exhausted gasps. Then, he looked down at the wand in his hand and gritted his teeth. Damn it, I'm almost out of mana. It's still not enough. I still have such a long way to go. Out of the 141 students who took the dungeon test, 39 were eliminated. Isul took first place for defeating the bird monster, while he ranked second. Ma Joseo was sixth, but he didn't feel like he'd won at all. If Isul hadn't interrupted our fight back then, as the thought crossed his mind, an uncontrollable fire of anger began to build inside Ha Jeon-ryang. He'd felt it since the first time they met. Even though Ma Joseo always acted indifferent, everything he did was at a professional level. No, it was even beyond that. Even during this practical exam, he had set up magic arrays everywhere and meticulously calculated his opponent's every move. However, Ma Joseo had still managed to neutralize every single one of his attacks with ease. Will I ever be able to defeat him? Is the wall of talent really that high, that thick? He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. No, there's no time for self-pity. I just have to try harder. At that same moment, not too far away, Princess Bi-yeon arrived to find Hagun-ryang frantically practicing his magic. Seeing him in this state, she couldn't help but wonder. Is that really Hagun-ryang? He's always so calm. Why is he so agitated today? It's improper to say, but it's infuriating that I had to give up my magic staff and only placed third. My mother seemed satisfied with the result, but if I don't get that staff back, I'll definitely be punished. That commoner. He's so arrogant and insufferable. As she fumed, she unleashed a barrage of magic on a training dummy, as if venting all her anger. The commotion caused Hagun-ryang to pause and take notice. Princess, is something the matter? Forgive me if I'm mistaken, but your magic seems far more precise than the last time I saw it. Princess Bion's fire magic was incredibly powerful, but notoriously difficult to control with any finesse. Progressing this quickly shouldn't be possible, or was it just a coincidence? He frowned, lost in thought. As for Bion, though she hated to, she had to admit that her skills had improved dramatically. Damn it! I refused to acknowledge it, but that special lecture from Baek Yoo-seol actually worked as ridiculous as his methods were. My entire mindset has shifted, and my control over magic has increased significantly. He may be a low-scoring commoner with a terrible personality, but Baek Yoo-seol is the only one who knew how to fix my weaknesses. But that doesn't make it any less infuriating. She gritted her teeth, her anger finally spent, and turned to leave the training grounds. Just then, her royal guard, Zetterine, spoke up from beside her. "Your Highness." Bion turned to her. "Zetterine, what is it?" "The Terraphone wand you requested has been repaired. Shall I deliver it to Baek Yoo-seol now?" As she spoke, she opened a case she was holding, revealing a magic wand that had been reforged into the shape of a sword. Bayan nodded in agreement. "Yes, go ahead and do that. Then I shall take my leave," the female guard said as she turned to depart. But at that very moment, as if a sudden thought struck her, Bion stopped her in her tracks, causing Zetterine to look back in confusion. "Is something the matter, Your Highness?" The scene then shifts to the second auxiliary tower. At this moment, instead of letting her guard Zetterine deliver the wand, Princess Bion had decided to bring it to Baek Yoo-seol herself. "I heard Baek Yoo-seol was here, but this is Tower 2, where the professors have their research labs. Is he here to see a professor?" she wondered. But then she flinched, suddenly feeling flustered. "I don't know if I should even go in. Wait, why did I come all the way here myself? I could have just given it to him at the training grounds. This makes it look like I'm chasing after a commoner. This won't do. I have to go back." Bion resolved internally, just before a familiar voice broke her train of thought. "Oh, Princess." Recognizing the voice, Bion turned and offered a polite greeting. "Professor Ha-Marine, it has been a while." Professor Ha-Marine nodded with a warm smile. "It feels like just yesterday I was teaching you magic at the royal palace, and now look how much you've grown. What brings you here today, Princess?" "I just had a small errand. I was about to head back," Bion replied, waving her hand dismissively, clearly not wanting to discuss her reason for being there. Professor Ha-Marine nodded sagely. "It's a bit chaotic right now. It's probably for the best that you leave. All the mages are flocking here because of the student Baek Yoo-seol, so things are a little hectic," the professor explained, a headache forming. At this revelation, Princess Bion's eyes widened in shock, but she quickly composed herself and asked, "What's so special about that commoner? As you know from fighting him yourself, Princess, he doesn't use magic, does he?" "Ah, yes," Bion replied, her expression turning somber. "So the professor watched that match too. How humiliating to show such a pathetic side of myself in front of the master I respect most," she thought to herself, a bitter taste in her mouth. Seeing her expression, Professor Ha-Marine was a little surprised and quickly offered some comforting words. "There's no need to blame yourself, Princess. Your opponent fought with all his might, but he did so without using a single spell." "He didn't use magic?" Bayan asked again. The professor had no choice but to reveal the truth. "It's because of his creed." "His creed? What do you mean, Professor?" she asked, her voice filled with confusion. After observing the practical exam, the headmaster speculated that the student is likely trying to revive the spirit of the night, which has been lost since ancient times. "Wait a minute. Baek Yoo-seol, pursuing the spirit of a knight? That's absurd," the princess exclaimed in disbelief. But then, she began to recall her duel with Baek Yoo-seol. "It's true. Baek Yoo-seol used the staff like a sword during our match, and this magic sword too." As she thought about it, she was already 70 or 80% convinced. Still, she had one more question. "But aren't the penalties for not using magic at a magic academy incredibly severe? He'll certainly have points deducted during practical magic exams and a host of other punishments." Indeed, that student is fully aware of the consequences, yet he still chooses this path. It's truly astonishing, isn't it? Even after achieving something as great as mastering the flash step, he never stops pushing himself to improve. That must be a true conviction, Professor Ha-Marine said, his voice filled with admiration. If Baek Yoo-seol actually heard these words, he'd probably laugh until he choked. Putting that aside, after bidding Professor Ha-Marine farewell, Princess Bion was lost in deep thought. If anyone else claimed they dreamed of becoming a knight, they'd be ridiculed. The age of knights is long over. But Baek Yoo-seol, is he really serious about pursuing the knight's path? And I got angry with him, telling him to stop messing around, she thought to herself. Right at that moment, Baek Yoo-seol spotted her and called out, "What are you doing here?" And sticking out of his mouth was the first-place prize, the Adelic staff. Seeing Baek Yoo-seol, Bion's expression changed in an instant. "You! I came here looking for you." What for? Baek Yoo-seol asked, still chewing obnoxiously on the staff. The sight annoyed the princess so much she just glared at him. In the end, unable to win a war of words with him, she simply tossed him the case and said, "Never mind, just take this." Seeing it, the young master immediately knew what it was and exclaimed, "Is this the Terraphone? Thanks a lot." Without wasting a second, he eagerly opened the case to inspect his new gear. The invisible sword? As expected of Adele Levis, the craftsmanship is on another level. The princess really came through for me. This is great. Money could hardly buy something like this. With that thought, he turned to Bion with a hopeful glint in his eye. "Could you just give me the box? I bet it would sell for a fortune." "It's yours," the carefree princess replied, sending the broke commoner into a frenzy of silent celebration. God, so pathetic. A true commoner, she thought to herself. But then her expression shifted, a hint of seriousness clouding her eyes as she asked him a question. "Hey, Baek Yoo-seol, are you really not going to use any other magic?" The sudden question caught Baek Yoo-seol completely off guard. His blank stare made Bion feel a bit flustered, and she quickly averted her gaze. It's nothing. I'm leaving now." As she left, Baek Yoo-seol simply shrugged. "Other magic, huh?" he mused. Come to think of it, Professor Lee Han-guan said something similar earlier. He'd said he understood my feelings and respected my beliefs. All just a bunch of confusing words. Something about choosing a thorny path. Whatever. I'll just take things as they come. Now that I have this magic sword, I can at least feel a bit more secure about what's next. "All right, time to see what this sword can do," he said, clutching the wooden box tightly. The scene shifts to a training ground. With the new wand in hand, he began to mutter to himself, "Let's see, I just need to channel some mana into this thing, right?" As he spoke, Baek Yoo-seol pushed a trickle of mana into the new device. Instantly, a brilliant blade of light erupted from the wand. Baek Yoo-seol's eyes practically turned into stars. Not bad at all. He thought, if Folan held this sword, it would shine even more brilliantly. After all, she's a truly special existence. Even though she's human, she can use all types of magic from elves, dwarves, and angels. This staff alone continuously absorbs the user's mana. Not just anyone can wield it, but Folan can use it like an ultimate skill thanks to her ability to restore mana from nature. As for me, I don't have any mana to lose in the first place. Even though it's constantly absorbing mana, my body leaks magic power, so it can't accumulate and just gets expelled. In other words, the concentration of mana in my breath determines the power of the terraform. Let's check my status window. As he spoke, he pulled up his status window. Name, Baek Yoo-seol. Stats, Strength, 1 star, 77%. Senses, 2 stars, 29%. Agility, 0 stars, 97%. Stamina, 1 star, 43%. Magic power, none. Remaining experience, 0. Skills, Flash Step, Level 1. Traits, Magic Power Leakage, Level 2. Mana Leakage, Level 2. 5% increase in strength, 8% increase in agility, 15% increase in senses. Intuition, activated by consuming the user's spirit, faintly senses the flow of mana within an 18-meter radius, simultaneously activates cognitive acceleration, automatically activates when the user is in danger, increases active mana circulation speed by 1%. Back to Baek Yoo-seol. Looking over his stats, he felt relatively satisfied. Using the elixir, the 5th place prize from the last test, gave me a nice little boost in strength. Now that I have a weapon, I can start accumulating experience directly. I should also practice my swordsmanship. I'm going to be very busy from now on, he sighed to himself. Time flies by and the scene shifts to another training ground. There, the class instructor addressed the students. Today, we will be having a practical session on combat magic. Everyone, spread out and take out your wands. This instructor was Barian, the lecturer for defensive magic. As instructed, the students began to disperse, each one practicing their magic shield spells. After making a round to observe the students' spellcasting, he remarked to himself with satisfaction. This year's class seems to have a wealth of talented students. The decision to divide the classes by rank was a brilliant one. Just then, his eyes fell upon Baek Yoo-seol standing alone in a daze. Isn't that the rumored S-class student of commoner birth? He thought. A mere commoner, yet he can resonate with an intermediate wand and even placed 5th in the dungeon test. How utterly infuriating. With that thought, the devious instructor began to walk over, intent on making things difficult for Baek Yoo-seol. Hey, Baek Yoo-seol, why are you just standing there doing nothing? Hearing his name, Baek Yoo-seol turned and explained sheepishly, about that. I'm practicing a different type of defense, so I don't really need to learn basic magic. Is that right? Your own unique type of defense? How? Interesting, the instructor said with a smile, though his thoughts were far from friendly. How arrogant. Unless you're Princess Beyond, who is learning the legacy magic of Adon Levitt, a mere commoner like you shouldn't harbor such foolish delusions about possessing some kind of special defense. Besides, I've heard that this Baek Yoo-seol doesn't use any magic other than Flash Step. If that's the case, with that, the cunning man decided to teach the boy a lesson. He proposed out loud, "Well then, why don't you demonstrate that wonderful defense of yours for the other students? It would be a great opportunity to broaden their horizons, wouldn't it? Your opponent will be." As he spoke, the instructor glanced back at the other students, his eyes landing on a red-haired boy. Yes, more so from Class B would be the most suitable candidate. Hearing Instructor Barion's words, the boy named Morso broke into a wicked grin. And of course, Barion wasn't just doing this on a whim. He had already carefully calculated his move. As an instructor specializing in defense, maintaining good relationships with the students is crucial to keeping his position at this academy. Morso hails from the Skelvon Empire. Currying a little favor with him certainly wouldn't hurt. If he demonstrates outstanding magic in a duel against an S-class student, it will look great on his record. Thinking this, the instructor's grin widened until his eyes were mere slits. He turned back to Baek Yoo-seol and asked, "So?" Hearing the challenge, our protagonist wasn't the least bit intimidated and accepted on the spot. "Yes, I'll do it." And just like that, Baek Yoo-seol and Morso stepped onto the dueling stage under the watchful eyes of everyone around them. A couple of jeering hounds were quick to cheer Morso on. "Morso, crush him! Humiliate that guy in front of the whole world!" The two of them shouted, as if they were afraid no one else could hear. And this Morso character, with a confidence that came from nowhere, declared, "All right, just you wait and see." Across from them, Baek Yoo-seol watched these brats yelling and could only laugh to himself. What is this? Ah, so they're US Lake and Raiden A's cronies. Kids these days are so petty. But it's fine, this is a required class after all, and it's not like I can do anything about it since I can't use magic. Come to think of it, Baek Yoo-seol mused. Barain was known for being cruel, even in the first-year story arc. Perfect, I'll use this as a chance to test the results of my training. Then, the wicked instructor, Barain, announced the rules. This match will proceed with alternating attack and defense turns. No other magic is permitted. Morso, you will attack first. Down below, the extras acting as Morso's cronies were already convinced of his victory. Morso's got this in the bag. It's not just his defense, he's also a master of offensive earth magic. It'll be next to impossible to block his attacks. Nearby, Prince Jeremy watched the battle with a flicker of interest. All right, prepare yourselves. Begin, Barain yelled, and upon his command, Morso immediately unleashed his magic. A large mass of earth slowly began to form in front of him, and the students below who witnessed it began to whisper amongst themselves. Is that a Tier 2 spell? The unwritten rule in basic magic is to only use Tier 1 magic. Baek Yoo-seol, are you gonna be okay? That S-class punk. Have a taste of my power, Morso roared in his mind before shouting out loud. Earth Pierce! It's unclear if shouting the name did anything, but he then flicked his wand forward, sending the massive boulder flying. Facing the attack, Baek Yoo-seol simply remained calm and swung his sword. With a single, effortless slash, he cleaved the boulder in two. And perhaps because it was a magical construct, once it was split, the two halves slowly disintegrated, as if they had never been there at all. Seeing his attack neutralized so easily, Morso began to tremble as if he'd been bitten by a rabid dog. No, that's impossible. My magic. It just vanished, he stammered in a daze. Even the other students below were left speechless. Did he just cut through magic with a sword? But does that even make it disappear? Unlike them, with the experience of an instructor, even a despicable one, Barain realized what had happened. No, just cutting it isn't enough. But Baek Yoo-seol definitely made Morso's magic disappear. All magic has a flow of mana. If you can sever that flow with precision, the spell will collapse. Don't tell me, he actually managed to do it? As he spoke, he stared intently at Baek Yoo-seol, as if trying to see through him. Back with Baek Yoo-seol, he was quite pleased with his sword's performance. Not bad. Right now, I can only cut spells up to Tier 3, but all those nights of training in the practice room have finally paid off. This is more than enough. After speaking, Baek Yoo-seol tightened his grip on his sword, while the fool Morso could only grind his teeth and bark out meaningless threats. Damn it! How dare a commoner like you? Below, the villainous Barain saw this rabid dog act and started to worry. This is a problem. If Morso loses here, I'll be in deep trouble too. With that thought, he spoke up, offering a suggestion. Baek Yoo-seol, I acknowledge your defensive ability, but that kind of defense can only block one attack at a time. Ultimately, it has its limits. For example, when faced with a barrage of attacks, the instructor remarked. But in reality, it was a hint meant for the idiot Morso, who quickly caught on and broke into a grin. Baek Yoo-seol, however, turned to look at the petty instructor with an annoyed expression. What is this guy rambling about? Before he had much time to think, Morso began to cast his magic once again, creating countless rock shards that floated in the air. Wait, hold on. That's going too far. It's too dangerous. Professor, aren't you going to stop him? The students cried out in alarm, but the fool Morso and the vile Barain weren't thinking about that. At that moment, all they cared about was how to defeat Baek Yoo-seol as quickly as possible. Stone-shattering spear, he screamed, and just like that, a hailstorm of rocks shot straight toward Baek Yoo-seol. Faced with this downpour of attacks, our hero felt it would be a bit of a challenge. There are a total of 11 stones heading my way. I can't use Flash Step, and I can't cut them all. The only option is to block every single one. With that, Baek Yoo-seol began to spin his sword like a propeller. He formed a shield-like barrier, deflecting every single incoming stone and preventing any of them from even touching him. Seeing this, Morso could only grit his teeth in a rage. How could his strongest spell be nullified so easily, he thought, seething with frustration. Down below, Barain's face had turned as red as a baboon's behind. Damn it, what the hell is Morso doing? If you lose, I'm done for too. The old man cursed under his breath. Meanwhile, Baek Yoo-seol himself was a little surprised by his own move. Oh? I just tried to copy a move I saw in a game. It worked out pretty well. This technique is called sword fan. Because I have to maintain the terraform shape, the mental energy consumption is several times higher than normal, leading to a serious drop in stamina after use. Plus, its defensive power is weaker than when blocking a single target. It would be difficult to use in a real battle, but thankfully, this is just a sparring match. Baek Yoo-seol silently analyzed. Meanwhile, the other students were completely in awe. Wow, that's the first time I've ever seen a technique like that. It almost looks like a magic shield. Is there a defensive spell like that? At this rate, Morso's going to lose any second now. The murmurs began to spread, driving Morso further and further into a frenzy. How dare a commoner like you, he snarled as he began to cast his magic once more. Including this one, it would be his third consecutive attack. This blatant rule-breaking finally made the other students speak out. Wait a minute, he's planning to attack again? Morso's turn is over. They turned to look at the despicable instructor, their eyes filled with protest, but it was unclear if he even heard them. The man simply kept smiling, egging Morso on. Get ready, Baek Yoo-seol. This time, I won't go easy on you. Just as the words left his lips, another sound suddenly echoed through the arena. Professor. Hearing the familiar voice, the petty instructor turned towards the sound and asked, What is it, Jeremy? The prince offered a dazzling smile and shot back a question of his own. Why haven't you switched the attacker to Yoo-seol? Well, that's... The teacher stammered, lost for words. Seeing the prince intervene, the other students found their courage and began to chime in. This isn't some basic first-year training drill. If he makes one mistake, a student could get seriously injured. What is this instructor thinking? His turn is over. They all shot cold glares at B.O. Ryan, leaving him in an incredibly awkward position. Damn it. I was so focused on the match, I didn't even notice everyone's reaction, he thought to himself. Finally, left with no other option, B.O. Ryan had to announce it. Switch attackers. On the platform, Morso frantically summoned a magic shield. But the instant it materialized, Yoo-seol's blade shattered it into 1,000 pieces before coming to a stop right at his neck. Yoo-seol is the winner, B.O. Ryan declared. The swift and decisive victory left everyone slightly astonished. In the end, Yoo-seol won. He's way more formidable than I thought, paying no attention to the murmurs. Prince Jeremy stepped forward, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. The scene then cuts to the prince's private quarters. Inside the room, Morso's pathetic screams echoed. Please, spare me, he pleaded weakly. After thoroughly using the boy as a practice dummy, Jeremy finally stopped and turned to a girl standing before him. Verigen, it seems my friend is quite severely injured. Please take excellent care of him. I'd be heartbroken if anything were to happen to him. He casually wiped a speck of blood from his hand with a handkerchief, as if this was all perfectly normal. And as if she were completely used to it, the girl, Verigen, showed no surprise. Yes, I understand. Then I'll leave him to you, he replied before promptly departing. As Verigen watched Jeremy's retreating figure, a thought surfaced. Not a subordinate, but a friend. In the Skelvon Empire, where magical power determines one's rank, Jeremy Skelvon had surpassed all of his siblings to claim the title of Crown Prince at just 12 years old. Not being Jeremy's subordinate meant the Dodden family would be exiled from politics forever, and that wasn't limited to just Morso. Now that he's caught Crown Prince Jeremy's eye, that commoner Yoo-seol's school life won't be peaceful anymore, she thought grimly. The scene changes to an alchemy lab, where students are chatting happily amongst themselves. Hey, did you hear? About Yoo-seol from the S class? All that talk about knightly spirit? What a joke. What does a knight have to do with a magic academy? But he defeated more so of the Dodden family, someone countered. Seriously? The Dodden family has quite a bit of influence in the Skelvon Empire, don't they? They do, another replied in surprise. Nearby, our heroine, Flem, found herself growing more and more annoyed as they kept talking about UC Everywhere I go, it's UC this, UC that. I don't want to attract attention, but this is getting on my nerves. Who is this guy, anyway? All right, everyone focus, a sharp voice commanded. Alchemy requires absolute precision in dosage, time, and temperature. The speaker was Myzen Tiran, a professor in the alchemy department. After waiting for the class to settle down, she continued, Today we will practice brewing the Tiran recovery potion, which I personally researched and developed. Pay close attention. This is so annoying, Flem thought. One tiny slip-up and the whole thing is ruined. To be honest, I'd rather avoid alchemy entirely. It's far too complex and meticulous, Flem grumbled internally. Just then, Myzen Tiran's sharp voice rang out again. Antariza, what in the world are you doing? You call yourself an alchemist with work like that? She berated a blonde girl nearby, catching Flem's attention. Rumor has it, Professor Myzen Tiran eventually becomes a notorious dark mage. I need to gather more ingredients, which means I have no choice but to keep attending this class. At that same moment, a series of soft chuckles came from Flem's side. It was UC Yes, that's it. He giggled while staring at the vial in front of him, looking for all the world like a villain brewing a poison to harm someone. UC I thought he joined this class to get closer to ISO, but it seems he's just a genuine creep. What on earth did I just witness? Whatever, I need to get my ingredients. With that thought, Flem quickly prepared her station, and after some time, she finally finished brewing the potion. Finally done. Thankfully, I'm a fast learner, so I finished quickly. I wonder how Iso's doing. She glanced over at Iso, who was still meticulously processing her ingredients. Good, it looks like she's doing just fine. But wait, just fine? In the original story, Iso was supposed to stumble upon Maella's book of magic techniques and create a high-grade recovery potion in this very class 1 superior to even the Tiran potion. So why is she brewing the potion so normally? Flem mused, stroking her chin, before Myzen Tiran's booming voice broke her concentration again. UC who gave you permission to change the experiment's ingredients? Huh? The result will be better this way, UC said with a shrug. His casual reply clearly irritated the professor. Is this the time to be talking about results? This is not the Tiran recovery potion I instructed you to make. Hearing this, Flem snapped her head in their direction, a startling thought striking her. What? The high-grade potion that Iso was supposed to make, is UC creating it instead? Something isn't right. Why would UC be the one to create the advanced Tiran potion instead of Iso? She shot UC a suspicious glance. Over by the professor's desk, Myzen Tiran clutched her head. This is ridiculous. Your attitude is atrocious, you see? This is why commoners can't be trusted, she sneered. That line was completely different from what Flem expected. In the original story, that line was supposed to be, you see? This is why your entire family was annihilated. That single sentence became Iso's deepest trauma. It haunted her until the very end of the story. Could it be that UC knew this was going to happen? Did he intentionally draw Professor Myzen Tiran's wrath to himself to protect Iso? But Professor Myzen Tiran is an influential figure at Stella Academy. Once you get on her bad side, your grades and all your other subjects will suffer too. Is he really willing to risk all that for Iso? Flem thought, completely bewildered. And for some reason, she couldn't understand why. Just then, the professor began to scream, You! What kind of tone is that? Get your parents in here, right now! Speaking of Baek Yoo-seol, seeing this lioness-like fury finally jogged his memory of who she was. Oh man, I almost forgot. I've been so engrossed in alchemy that I completely spaced on this annoying plot point. With that thought, Baek Yoo-seol could only sigh internally before speaking up. I don't have parents. You dare say that to me? She shrieked back. But Baek Yoo-seol was the type who had nothing left to fear. Whatever, he thought, I'm already a target. What's there to be afraid of? In that case, tomorrow I'll try creating the kimchi and cola potions. The master strategist silently laid his plans. Time flew by, and several weeks passed. The confrontation between Baek Yoo-seol and Professor Myzen began to escalate. Baek Yoo-seol, how many times have I told you? Do not alter the alchemy ingredients without permission, she said, furious. Baek Yoo-seol, opposite her, explained coolly, but I only adjusted the professor's formula slightly, and the result was better. What? You, she sputtered, speechless with rage. Baek Yoo-seol activated his glasses to scan her information, and the results quickly appeared before his eyes. Gentarin, dark corruption rate, 21%. Traits, inferiority complex. Envy. Title: Dark Contractor. Role: Alchemy Professor. Chapter 8 Boss. Status: Corruption confirmed. Seeing this, Baek Yoo-seol nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Everything is going according to my plan. Chapter 8 Mythic. The boss being consumed by dark corruption. She's one of the villains who becomes corrupted because she cannot overcome the darkness in her own heart when her corruption rate exceeds 90%. At that point, she will completely transform into a dark being. But when the rate is below 50%, it's impossible to detect with magic. Right now, Mythin's dark corruption rate is at 21%. There's no way to prove she's a dark being, so I can't report her. The only way is to keep provoking her until her corruption rate surpasses 50%, then call in the Dark Being Annihilation Squad. In a normal case of dark corruption, there are ways to cure it before it's complete. But Mythin is a dark contractor, someone who willingly made a pact with a dark being. Because of that, the seed of darkness has already taken root in her body, and she's beyond saving. We're only in Chapter 4, but since she's a powerful boss, I need to start preparing now. If I don't, Baek Yoo-seol thought, she'll turn the other students into dark beings and threaten Stella's safety. Unaware of Baek Yoo-seol's thoughts, Mythin looked at him with an expression full of contempt. You're as stubborn as ever. Don't expect to get a high grade in my alchemy class. Even better, Baek Yoo-seol thought. Let her focus on me. I can use this long assignment time to get a workout in. But his thoughts were interrupted by the next predicament. What is this? The practical exam is a group project? And what a wonderful coincidence. Baek Yoo-seol's groupmates were none other than the girl Iso, along with 2 other male students. However, judging by their faces, none of them were happy about being teamed up with someone who had gotten on the teacher's bad side. Oh boy, look at this gloomy atmosphere. Anyone who didn't know better would think they'd walked into a funeral. Baek Yoo-seol mused, then forced a smile. Nice to meet you. I'm Baek Yoo-seol. After he spoke, the others began to introduce themselves. The blonde-haired young man was named Kasahun. The black-haired student was Malagwan, and Iso, of course, needed no introduction. After the introductions, the ice seemed to break a little. That's when Malagwan buried his face in his hands and started sobbing. Our group is doomed. I heard Professor Mythin gives horrifically low scores to students she hates. It's like we've already failed. I'm sorry you all got stuck with me, Baek Yoo-seol thought awkwardly. Seeing the dismal mood, Iso stood up to rally them. But we can't just give up like this. Besides, when they grade the practical exam, there will be at least 3 alchemists from the Alchemist Association present. That means Professor Mythin can't just fail us on a whim, she explained, her words reviving Kasahun and Malagwan's spirits. With a flicker of hope now alive, they declared, then we have to give it our all. Luckily, this is a potion I've always wanted to try making, they said excitedly. Baek Yoo-seol turned to look at Iso with a satisfied expression, but it was not returned. Iso, annoyed, turned her head away, refusing to look at him. Putting that aside, the group began their meeting. The resistance-boosting potion, the assignment for this test, wasn't too difficult if they combined what they'd learned. The only problem was that the ingredients were hard to find. So, who's going to find the main ingredient, the tail of a fire lizard? She asked. Baek Yoo-seol immediately raised his hand. Leave it to me. You all know that for monsters and crucial alchemy ingredients, you have to pick the freshest ones, right? Iso reminded them. Of course, the group nodded in agreement. Baek Yoo-seol's confident demeanor reassured Iso. He looked so sure of himself. It should be fine. A fire lizard? All right, I'll deliver it fresh, Baek Yoo-seol thought to himself. That evening, Professor Mythin secretly summoned a student for a private meeting. Professor, you called for me? Mythin pulled out a piece of paper and explained. Take this notice to the students in the Class C alchemy group. Make sure you exclude Group 12. Yes, Professor. He nodded. The alchemy practical exam will be conducted under the watch of professional alchemists from the association. If they see his pathetic performance, his path as an alchemist will be over. Baek Yoo-seol, I'll show you the consequences of defying a teacher, she snarled. Time passed quickly, and the next morning, at the Class S training hall, the student Mythin had tasked with the job approached Flem to deliver the notice. Flem, this is for you. It's a notice for the alchemy class, he said, handing her the paper, not forgetting to add a warning. And hey, don't tell anyone about this. If you say it like that, people tend to listen, he smirked. After saying his piece, the student left immediately, and Polarm immediately knew what that meant. He probably just meant don't tell Baek Yoo-seol's group of 12, right? Does he really think I have to do everything he says? Inside the paper, a notice was written. Attention students, the practical exam topic has been changed from a booster potion to a Tyran supplement. As she read the notice, a sudden thought struck Folem like lightning. Wait a second. If Baek Yoo-seol really knows the original story, he should have seen this coming. Instead of preparing a fire lizard tail for the booster potion, he would have prepared an italic spider shell for the Tyran supplement. That's it. This is the perfect opportunity to test him. As the idea formed, Folem crumpled the notice in her hand. It was settled. She would use this exam to find out if Baek Yoo-seol truly knew the plot. Meanwhile, Baek Yoo-seol himself had just stepped through a shimmering portal, on a mission to find the very ingredient in question, a fire lizard's tail. Well, subtle, subtle, subtle. Welcome announcement echoed through the air, but Baek Yoo-seol had no time to pay it any mind. Oh man, my head. The portal is convenient, but it always leaves me dizzy. He groaned. Just then, another voice called out from ahead of him. Welcome, esteemed mage. It is an honor to welcome you to Darably, a female staff member said with a bright smile. Hearing this, Baek Yoo-seol quickly clarified. I'm not an official mage yet, just a student. A student from Stella enjoys the same privileges as an official mage, she explained. At the same time, people all around began to notice Baek Yoo-seol's uniform and whisper amongst themselves. Hey, look, that's a student from Stella. Really? It's my first time seeing a Stella uniform in person. I'm so jealous, and he's handsome too. How may I help you, sir? If you require any assistance, please don't hesitate to ask. The staff member offered cheerfully, but Baek Yoo-seol was already familiar with this place and didn't need any help. Thank you. He nodded curtly and quickly walked away. As long as you have the pass and the Stella pocket watch, you're treated like an official mage anywhere you go. Stella Academy really is incredible. Plus, we get to use the teleportation gates for free, a service that normally costs a staggering 100,000 credits. Thanks to that, I've been using my weekends to portal hop and explore all the neighboring cities. As a result, I've confirmed that everything I know is identical to how this world actually is. Baek Yoo-seol thought to himself, his journey finally ending as he reached a dense forest. I think this is the place. Today's target is the fire lizard, a level 2 monster. Their strength and stamina are only slightly above that of a normal beast, but they possess high magic defense and incredible agility. You need at least a level 2 spell to take one down. I've already tried hunting level 1 monsters, and it wasn't too difficult. If that's the case, then a level 2 should be manageable. Just as he thought that, Baek Yoo-seol's senses picked up something rushing towards him. He instantly drew his sword, his grip tightening around the hilt. In that same moment, something shot towards Baek Yoo-seol's back like an arrow. Unfortunately for the creature, it had chosen the wrong opponent, as Baek Yoo-seol had already sensed its attack. With a simple, fluid motion, he thrust his sword behind him, easily piercing through the fire lizard's body. The creature let out a pained shriek, and within 3 seconds, it was dead. And that's that, Baek Yoo-seol said with a shrug. But it wasn't over yet. One by one, a whole pack of fire lizards began to close in on him, much to his delight. The ingredients were delivering themselves. All right, time to start collecting, he said excitedly, charging forward to meet them. Later, when he presented the fresh materials to Iso, she couldn't hide her astonishment. They're so fresh. Of course they are, Baek Yoo-seol replied with a grin. Well, at least you know how to pick good ingredients. If you know, then just be quiet. Good. Now we just need to combine them and we're done. Let's do this, she said with a nod, and the rest of the group grew excited. Just then, Professor Mayan called out, capturing everyone's attention. Is everyone here? As previously announced, today's exam will be observed by alchemists from the Alchemist Association. If you perform well in front of them, your future paths as alchemists will expand greatly. Now then, let's begin. Today's exam is the Type B Tiran supplement. I trust everyone has their ingredients prepared? Hearing her words, Baek Yoo-seol's group froze in shock. Iso quickly stood up to question her. Excuse me, Professor, but we were under the impression the topic was the booster potion. That was the case. But I already announced the change of topic to the Tiran supplement, did I not, everyone? She said this while sweeping her gaze across the entire class, silencing any potential protests. Seeing this, Baek Yoo-seol sneered inwardly. She's playing dirty. I'll be fine, but if the others fail because of this, it'll be a disaster. Was there a plot point like this in the original story? Baek Yoo-seol then noticed the main character, Folem, staring intently at him. The moment their eyes met, she quickly looked away, leaving him completely baffled. And his clueless, confused expression only fueled Folem's suspicions. What is going on? Could it be that Baek Yoo-seol doesn't know the original story? Or if he does, why didn't he do anything to prevent this? Back with Mayan, she was now looking down at Iso. Student Iso, don't tell me you prepared the wrong ingredients. For an alchemist, a seeker of truth, to mistake her materials and lose sight of her goal, there's no other way. It seems Group 12 will be disqualified, she announced, a smug, triumphant smile spreading across her face. But before she could finish, Baek Yoo-seol cut her off. Hang on. What's so difficult about making a Tiran supplement? I'll craft it using a completely different ingredient, and I guarantee its effects will be even better than yours, Professor. Just like I've always done, Baek Yoo-seol declared with confidence. His bold statement caused the visiting alchemists from the association to huddle together and whisper. The main ingredient for the Tyren supplement is the italic spider shell. The italic spider shell contains a massive amount of nutrients, and the Tyren supplement is a tonic made from that very ingredient. Yet he plans to use fire lizard tails to create a tonic? Perfect. This is my chance. I'll end his alchemy career right here, in front of everyone, Mayan thought to herself before giving her response. Very well. You have 1 hour. Complete the Tyren supplement within the time limit. And just like that, the exam officially began. Seeing Baek Yoo-seol openly challenge the professor, his group mates were more than a little nervous. Are you crazy, bitch Baek Yoo-seol? His friend Kasawan stammered. It's come to this, so we have no choice but to risk it all. Just trust me and follow my lead. It's better to try than to be disqualified without a fight. Baek Yoo-seol explained, and he was right. They had nothing left to lose. Okay, I'll do it. I want to show them what we can do too. The whole group nodded in agreement. All right then, Baek Yoo-seol said softly. Listen closely to my explanation. Alchemy. Throughout my entire gaming journey, alchemy has always been one of the fields I'm most passionate about. I meticulously documented every single formula, down to the smallest detail, and naturally, the recipe for the Type B Tyren supplement was no exception. Initially, I had no intention of ever using this recipe, because it was something the future Professor Majin would spend years painstakingly researching to invent. Back with Baek Yoo-seol, he pointed to the fire lizard's tail and began to explain. The reason the italic spider carapace is so rich in nutrients is for reproduction, and the fire lizard's tail has a similar organ, this very blood vessel. I've heard that the Alakor tribe in the southern desert often uses the fire lizard's blood vessels to bolster the health of their chieftains, and they live for a very long time. So this blood vessel can definitely replace the italic spider carapace, Baek Yoo-seol said calmly, which prompted his black-haired friend Malagon to volunteer. Ah, I know a little about the Alakor tribe's material processing techniques. How about I handle this part? All right, it's all yours then. Baek Yoo-seol nodded in agreement before turning to explain the next step, and this mistletoe must be dried using a special desert method. Does anyone know how? That's the solar energy drying method, right? I learned it while traveling with my father. With this amount of blood vessels, I can have it dried in 5 minutes, Kaksahoni spoke up. In that case, I'll take care of this processing part, Iso volunteered. Just like that, the group quickly got to work on their respective tasks. Watching them focus so intently, Baek Yoo-seol felt a hint of joy. Everyone's doing a pretty good job, aren't they? Now, let's start brewing according to my instructions. Time flew by, and before long, a vial of the actual potion was placed before Majin and the guests from the Alchemy Association. This is the Type B Tyren supplement, Professor. Baek Yoo-seol spoke with confidence, slightly startling the guests. I can't believe it. Did these kids actually pull it off? At the front, the professor still couldn't believe Baek Yoo-seol's group had succeeded. Ridiculous. It took even me years of research to create the Tyren supplement. How could it possibly be completed this easily? She muttered to herself. Then, before anyone could ask any questions, a guest stepped forward and said, "Allow me to test it." After speaking, she applied some kind of magic to the vial and looked slightly amazed. Beside her, a companion asked, "What are the results?" Although there are still some flaws and quite a bit of wasted material, its effects are even better than my own Tyren supplement. The guest's explanation made the entire group beam with joy. Truly outstanding. I never expected you young people to possess so much novel knowledge, they praised in admiration. But it seemed Majin couldn't accept this verdict from the guests. She snatched the potion from their hands and yelled, "Give it here, let me see. I'll verify it myself." Then, after her own inspection, she couldn't believe her eyes. There's no mistake. This potion uses the technique I researched for converting monster nutrients into human energy. It's clearly a perfect Tyren supplement. Impossible. How could they create a superior product in such a short amount of time? But whatever. I'm the one grading this exam. I'll just blame it on a lack of materials and fail them right here, she thought, clutching the vial tightly as she began to speak. The inspection is complete. It seems. Before she could finish her sentence, a guest cut her off. An A+ would be selling them short, Professor Majin. What do you think? The man said with a smile. It was as if they could see the conflict between Majin and Baek Yoo-seol's group and had decided to preemptively intervene, and that just made Majin grind her teeth in fury. Damn these old geezers! Despite her inner rage, she didn't dare offend the guests outwardly and had no choice but to pass Baek Yoo-seol's team. Team 12. Passed. We did it. That was awesome. Not bad, right? Baek Yoo-seol said with a laugh, completely missing the look in Mayin's eyes from behind him, a look that wanted to eat him alive. I'll deal with you later, Baek Yoo-seol, she vowed silently to herself. And because of this event, Professor Majin Tyren's dark erosion rate increased. The scene shifts to the magic training grounds. Sigh. Finally, it's over. Having to go to class right after getting out is exhausting, Fulham said, exasperated. Just then, a voice caught her attention. It's okay, Ax One. You did great. That's right. For now, you're still better than the princess. Over there, Fulham focused on where the sound was coming from and thought, that girl, I think she's known as the fire magic genius. In response to their words, Ax One replied anxiously, but her rate of progress is terrifying. I've been training for so many years. And yet, the princess, sooner or later, she's going to surpass my level of control. Hearing this, Baek Yoo-seol, who was nearby, was startled. Bajone's control isn't supposed to start developing until her second year. But why? Could this also be because of that Baek Yoo-seol? Now that I think about it, there was something strange about the alchemy practical exam too. The formula for the Type B Tyrant supplement was originally discovered by the future ISO, then stolen and perfected by Meijin. So how did that Baek Yoo-seol know a formula that never appeared in the original story? I don't think this event was in the original story at all. As she thought about it, suddenly, Fulham's eyes shot wide open as a certain judgment formed in her mind. Wait a minute. He knows information from the future, but he doesn't know the contents of the original story. Could it be that he didn't transmigrate, but regressed? At that thought, Fulham's gaze softened slightly. If that's the case, then everything makes sense. If that Baek Yoo-seol came from the future, he would only know future knowledge. He couldn't possibly remember all the small events that happened to ISO in the original story. In fact, the original Baek Yoo-seol also regressed once. The 11th Grace, Genesis, the one and only power in this world capable of controlling time. If it's the power of that being. As she was lost in thought, a voice suddenly sounded next to her. Is something wrong? The voice snapped Fulham out of her thoughts, and she turned to see who it was. Hagun Riang? Perfect timing. You know that guy Baek Yoo-seol, right? Did he leave any kind of impression on you? What do you mean? I just think he's a slightly unusual student, that's all, Hagun Riang replied, confused. Anything else? You didn't feel anything different about him? She asked again. No, nothing, he answered. Is that so? Fulham's voice carried a hint of disappointment. This made Hagun Riang pause for a moment before saying, Hey Fulham, do you have a thing for Baek Yoo-seol or something? She thought for a moment, then replied, I think so, completely unaware of how easily her answer could be misunderstood. I see. Well, in any case, Baek Yoo-seol is just like me. We both know what the future holds. As this thought crossed her mind, Po Lem muttered, but this is no good. Things can't go on like this. Being stuck here just doesn't suit my personality at all. Speaking of Baek Yoo-seol, maybe I should just go find him and confess everything? Confess? Your feelings? His friend, Ha-gun Riang, thought, looking bewildered. Thanks for listening to me. I'm off, Po Lem said, waving goodbye as she turned and walked away. She didn't notice that the moment she left, a visible sadness washed over Ha-gun Riang's face. Time flew by, and the next day, Baek Yoo-seol began to think about Professor Meijin's problem. What should I do now? Meijin's dark corruption rate has already climbed to 37%. That means the event will happen in less than 3 months. Meijin's corruption will randomly affect one student. Po Lem's friend Zeki, Bijin's subordinate Aswan, or the heir to the Moonshadow Tower, Ha-gun Riang. If Ha-gun Riang becomes corrupted, it would be an absolute disaster, even if the probability is extremely low. But Ha-gun Riang's corruption is the worst-case scenario, so I have to be especially careful. Among the three of them, the one with the highest probability is... Just then, Baek Yoo-seol's thoughts came to a halt as he noticed Po Lem standing right in front of him. You. What are you doing? She asked suddenly, leaving Baek Yoo-seol confused. What are you talking about? You never clearly answered my question last time. About your identity, Po Lem said with a frown, causing Baek Yoo-seol's face to darken instantly. That question again? She really knows how to put someone in a tough spot. Baek Yoo-seol complained internally. He turned to Po Lem, considering his options. Should I just tell her the truth? Maybe I'll get more information to steer us toward a better ending. It's all or nothing. I might as well give it a shot. With that thought, Baek Yoo-seol made his decision and started to speak. I am. Before he could finish, countless system warnings flashed around him. Warning. Insufficient story power. You cannot reveal your transmigrated identity to this character. You cannot share your knowledge and information with this character. This is driving me crazy. What the hell is this? Baek Yoo-seol screamed in his mind before scratching his head and saying, All right, let's do this. Everyone has their secrets, so let's just tell half-truths. How about it? Fine, I agree, she said, nodding, then immediately posed her question. Let me ask first. You can see the future, can't you? She asked so bluntly that Baek Yoo-seol wanted to groan. We agreed to only tell half-truths, so why is she being so direct? The fact that you're asking means you can too, right? What's your purpose for coming to this school? Baek Yoo-seol countered. To stop the world from being destroyed. This world is in danger. Now it's my turn. Why do you act the way you do? Act. Act how? I'm not really sure what she means, but I'll just try to gloss it over for now. Baek Yoo-seol thought, confused, before answering aloud, for no reason at all. I just do what I believe is right. That should be enough, he thought to himself. But his words made the female lead. Po Lem, tremble as she shouted, "Don't lie! How can anyone be that kind without a reason? There has to be a purpose, something you want to achieve," she declared with unwavering confidence, leaving Baek Yoo-seol baffled as to how she could be so certain. There isn't one. Well, no, is there something I want to achieve? To be honest, I'm not sure myself. I just want to survive, Baek Yoo-seol said calmly. Hearing this, Po Lem froze for several seconds before replying, I suppose so. I'm sorry, I misspoke. I'll be going now. After she spoke, her eyes welled with tears as she turned to leave, startling Baek Yoo-seol. Hey, wait a minute, it's my turn to ask. Is she crying? He thought to himself, but before he could react, he felt a wave of killing intent from behind him, and the person approaching was none other than Ha-gun Ryong. What now? Baek Yoo-seol screamed internally as Ha-gun Ryong stepped in front of him and demanded. Answer me, why did you make Po Lem cry? I won't forgive you if you lie, he warned in a stern voice, making Baek Yoo-seol shrink back. My God, just one glare from the rival of the strongest character sends a chill down my spine. I remember now, there's a plot point where Ha-gun Ryong has a one-sided crush on Po Lem. A misunderstanding here would be a huge pain. I have to make this crystal clear. There is nothing going on between me and Po Lem. Why are you asking? And you expect me to believe that? Ha-gun Ryong said with a suspicious gaze. You should. Especially about what you're thinking. That's not happening, so you can rest assured, Baek Yoo-seol said, waving his hand dismissively while thinking, that should do it, right? Across from him, the young man pondered for a moment before bowing his head slightly. That was an unnecessary question. My apologies. It's no problem, Baek Yoo-seol said quickly. Then I'll be on my way, Ha-gun Ryong replied coldly and turned to leave. Seeing his demeanor, Baek Yoo-seol was a little surprised. What was that? That's not like him at all. Ha-gun Ryong, the man who's always so cold and rational, is acting this unstable? I'm starting to feel a little uneasy. Meanwhile, Iseo wore a look of frustrated annoyance. Ugh, why can't I focus at all today? As she thought this, she recalled her conversation with Baek Yoo-seol from that morning. Baek Yoo-seol, I have a question for you. Did you come up with that formula on the spot? You could say that, Baek Yoo-seol had replied, and that single sentence had wounded Iseo's pride. I've always considered myself a genius. I believed that with my talent I could defeat anyone. But what just happened to me? How can I get revenge for my father like this? Revenge on those people who framed my father as a traitor and sent him to his death. The filthy, despicable Adonlevis family. I can't possibly take revenge on them if I stay like this. At this thought, she slapped both her cheeks hard with her hands to calm herself down. I can't give up like this. I have to try harder, she muttered. The scene then shifts to Po Lem's bedroom. Lying on her bed, she had time for her thoughts to wander. I chose a 4-person room because I like a lively atmosphere, but now I think I should have picked a single room for S-class students instead. Baek Yoo-seol was clear back then. He said he didn't know what his purpose was. Of course. That's the proof that he regressed at the final moment of the original story. November told Baek Yoo-seol this. You can turn back time, but the price is that you will lose most of your memories from that period. And after you complete your mission, your existence will vanish completely. No one will remember that you saved the world. Even the ones you love will forget you. Despite that, do you still wish to turn back time and start all over again? If that is my destiny, Mazusel said indifferently, without a hint of concern. But the one who stopped him was none other than Iso. If I have to live in a world without you, I would rather watch this world burn with your image seared into my heart. Come with me. Her words made Mazusel abandon his plan to regress, and so, the world was destroyed. The story concluded with a tragic end. But what if this world is different from the original story? What if it was Baek Yoo-seol, not Mazusel, who regressed using the power of the grace of the 11th moon? Then, after completing his mission, he would instantly vanish from this world, leaving not a single trace behind. But this man, who had lost most of his memories and was left with only an obsession for his mission, said that he simply wanted to live. In that case, she thought, clutching the bedsheets tightly. Just then, her friend Jackie burst into the room and yelled, Flem, Ha-gun Ryong is looking for you. He's waiting on the first floor of the dorm. Just tell him I'm not here, Flem said, rolling over to go back to sleep. But, her friend stammered, I don't know, I want to sleep. The scene cuts to outside the dormitory. Because Flem refused to come out, Jackie had run over to deliver the message. Well, Before she could finish her sentence, Hagwon-ryung cut her off with a cold question. Who are you? Where's Flem? Ah, she's sick, so she's resting. Is she heartbroken after being rejected by some pathetic student? The delusional Hagwon-ryung thought to himself before speaking aloud. I see, you can go. From behind, Jackie watched Hagwon-ryung's retreating back, a hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes. I love him so much, but he can't even remember my name? It was always like this. Exceptional talent, everyone's attention, every good thing belonged to Flem, even Hagwon-ryung's heart. It's so infuriating, she muttered, clenching her fists tightly. Time quickly passed to the next morning. The scene shifts to a room inside the first main tower. A man was lecturing Maizen. I heard you were humiliated by a student, Professor Maizen. I was useless, she admitted. The man opposite her was Aki Hibdon, the vice principal of Stella Academy. He turned his back to her and said, You must know how much I expect from you. How is the research on combining alchemy and engineering with the doctors from the Moonshadow cult progressing? Of course it's going well. I won't let you down, she affirmed. Good. I trust you, he said, giving Maizen a pat on the shoulder. Yes, please leave it to me. After saying this, the female professor quickly departed. Only when she was completely out of sight did the vice principal's expression instantly change. What a fool. She has no idea she's being used, completely blinded by her pursuit of fame. A mage tasked with fighting the dark mages is now doing research for them. How utterly ridiculous. I truly look forward to the day that arcane tech alchemy is perfected. He spoke with a voice dripping with mockery. At that same moment, Professor Maizen's assistant, Aunt Teresa, was struggling to carry a towering stack of papers. Excuse me, I can't see anything, she called out frantically to the people in front of her. Suddenly, a pair of hands reached out, taking half the stack of papers. Assistant, are you okay? This person was none other than our protagonist, Baek Yoo-seol. He then helped Aunt Teresa carry the pile of documents to the office. Thank you so much. If you hadn't been here, I would have gotten an earful from Professor Maizen tonight. Ah, it's no problem, he replied with a smile. Next, Baek Yoo-seol glanced around the room and sighed in dismay. This place is such a mess. As he thought this, something suddenly caught his eye. What is that? Baek Yoo-seol murmured, staring at a board in front of him, which was covered in dense, complex information. Seeing this, Assistant Aunt Teresa turned to explain. Oh, that? It's a formula Professor Maizen is researching with the doctors. I think it's some kind of formula combining alchemy and engineering. Hearing her words, our protagonist was completely stunned, because he knew all too well what this was. This is arcane tech alchemy? Arcane tech alchemy, the very first formula of its kind. In Maizen's dark chapter, the dark mages would help her perfect this technique. The technological disparity it created would cause immeasurable damage, and Aunt Teresa was the one who turned the tide. But what if she could solve this formula before the dark mages did? With this thought, Baek Yoo-seol spoke up. Assistant Aunt Teresa. Do you want some coffee? She asked. No, that's not it. Do you ever get frustrated being punished by Professor Maizen? Huh? Why are you suddenly asking that? She said, flustered. Ignoring her question, Baek Yoo-seol began to make her a proposition. If there was a way to get satisfying revenge on her, would you want to try it? Hearing this from Baek Yoo-seol, the assistant was stunned for a moment. Then she gently shook her head. I'm just a lowly assistant. What's the point of revenge? If I get fired, I'll be out on the street. Although, being a vagrant has its own charms. Over here, Baek Yoo-seol, realizing the assistant was a bit timid, decided to change his approach. Then how about this? The assistant will become an alchemist even more brilliant than Professor Maizen, making it so that no one can ever look down on you again, Baek Yoo-seol said excitedly. People often say you can't tax a dream, so upon hearing this, Aunt Teresa's face filled with a hint of longing. If only that could happen. That would be amazing. Back to Baek Yoo-seol, seeing the look on the assistant's face, he fell into deep thought. Aunt Teresa was exhausted. She surely couldn't be content with just being an assistant, cleaning up this dusty storeroom all day. Aunt Teresa always harbored the dream of becoming an alchemist, freely creating her own inventions, and she had more than enough talent to make that dream a reality. Because she was destined to become the most brilliant genius alchemist of the era, the one who would create countless artifacts with her superhuman intellect and unique ideas. Although she had to put her dream on hold due to her harsh reality, I will help her achieve it, Baek Yoo-seol said silently to himself. For him, gaining such a brilliant ally would be an enormous advantage. Back with Aunt Teresa, after 3 or 4 seconds of daydreaming, she forced a smile and spoke to our hero. I'm sorry I never got to buy you that coffee. It's all right, assistant. Baek Yoo-seol shook his head, summarizing things now that Stella's midterm exams were finally over. Baek Yoo-seol had been visiting Aunt Teresa frequently, and today was no different. Seeing him arrive, the assistant's face lit up as she happily welcomed him. Oh, you think so too? I was also thinking of adding a color-changing button to the magic pen and maybe an eraser, Baek Yoo-seol suggested, a little flustered. Oh, like a mechanical pencil? That's a great idea. Aunt Teresa clapped her hands at Baek Yoo-seol's suggestion, and with that, she immediately dove back into her designs. Watching her work with such passion, our protagonist let out a satisfied smile from the side. Good. Aunt Teresa's invention count is steadily increasing, but her ability to decipher formulas is still weak. I have to guide Aunt Teresa to find the solution before Maijin Tiran does, but it's so difficult. Musing on this, Baek Yoo-seol felt his development plan had hit a snag, as he was lost in thought while leaving Aunt Teresa's lab. Suddenly, the voice of the female lead, Flem, rang out. Hey kid, why are you wandering around like a lost soul? Keep walking like that and you're going to crash into someone. Hearing her voice, Baek Yoo-seol whipped his head around and challenged her. Who are you calling a kid? You look like one, that's who, Flem retorted. Hearing that, Baek Yoo-seol gritted his teeth. He was certain he'd never told her his age. We must be seeing each other too often. With that thought, Baek Yoo-seol took a deep breath to calm his rising temper and said, Whatever. It's good I ran into you. Hey, you're acquainted with Geki, right? At his question, Flem's expression suddenly filled with concern. What? What are you planning to do? Are you about to commit a crime? Hey, I haven't even said anything yet. Just keep an eye on him, will you? He might be going through something. Baek Yoo-seol warned her seriously, knowing that if Geki was influenced by darkness, his mental state would become extremely unstable. Seeing his serious attitude, she arrogantly shared a bit of information. I don't know the details, but we scheduled a hunt together for this weekend. I'll watch him then. Yeah, I'm counting on you, Baek Yoo-seol nodded. Speaking of which, he felt a little worried about the upcoming events in the script, the hunting season. No need to even ask. I know exactly where they're going. It's the setting for Chapter 4, Mythic Cemetery. All the important characters like Baek Yoo-seol, Iso, and Flem will be at this event. There's going to be a large-scale battle featuring a level 5 necromancer, though I'm not supposed to be involved in that part of the story. But if I can collect the rewards here, it'll be a huge help for the Familia contract ceremony. Time flew by, and the scene shifts to Professor Lee Han-gwon's location. Baek Yoo-seol was meeting with him to hand over some kind of document. Here's the pass, sir. The cool-looking professor reached out, took the paper, and glanced over it before nodding. Training, huh? Makes sense. It's not like anyone at Stella teaches swordsmanship or the code of chivalry. As he waited for Lee Han-gwon to review the document, Baek Yoo-seol noticed another form on the desk. Is that Baek Yoo-seol's leave request form? Maybe I should try probing a little? To ensure the script wasn't veering off course, Baek Yoo-seol asked casually. It seems like a lot of people are taking leave to go hunting lately. Lee Han-gwon glanced at him and nodded. That's right, they're all heading to Mythic Cemetery for a club activity. Probably looking to set up shop. As expected, Baek Yoo-seol and Ha-gun Ryong are not only brilliant students, but diligent too. Baek Yoo-seol said this to confirm if the mega genius was also going. And sure enough, the unsuspecting professor spilled the beans. No, Baek Yoo-seol said he wants to go home, while Ha-gun Ryong is going with Flem. Hearing this, Baek Yoo-seol's worst fear came true. The script was starting to deviate. What the hell? Without Baek Yoo-seol, how were they supposed to survive the necromancer's attack? What on earth possessed Baek Yoo-seol, someone who never goes home without a legitimate reason, to suddenly request leave? But one thing was for sure. With the current team, there's no way they can defeat a level 5 necromancer. What should I do? Without solid proof, I can't request reinforcements. Plus, because of the plot's power, I can't reveal information too obviously. But I can't just stand by and watch them get wiped out. There's no other way. I'll have to step in and handle this myself. As he made his decision, a glint of determination appeared in Baek Yoo-seol's eyes. A few days passed. At Mythic Cemetery, the burial grounds were being torn to shreds by the students. Casually punching a giant purple piranha-like monster in front of him, a red-haired guy laughed to himself. They called this a level 2 monster, but this piranha is pathetically weak. He was a second-year student named Kwang Dok. Hearing his words, another second-year named Kasif, Derek yelled, Hey, you idiot! You've completely ruined our formation. Didn't you hear the captain's orders? Ah, sorry. Haha. Kwang Dok scratched his head, which only made Kasif more furious. How can you still be laughing at a time like this? Not far away, a female mage intervened as the two argued. Just leave him be. It's pointless to argue. This black-haired girl was another second year, Ban Jian. With that, Ban Jian turned to Iso, who was standing beside her. Hey, you don't need to pay attention to those two. Ah, okay, Iso replied awkwardly, while an irritated Kasif shot back. Hey, we can hear everything, you know? So what if you can? Ban Jian challenged. Shut it. Can't you watch your mouth in front of our junior? Kasif growled. Nope, Banjian retorted, turning back to Iso. Watching them, the mage thought to herself, I came here because I heard the club that gets special leave from classes was recruiting members. Thankfully, they don't seem like bad people. As the argument died down, Banjian spoke up, Iso, let's go. Ah, yes, senior, Iso replied. However, before she could even finish her sentence, a terrifying explosion suddenly erupted in the distance, causing everyone to whip their heads toward the sound. What was that? The black-haired mage asked worriedly. Sounds like someone's having an intense fight nearby, Kwangdok answered. Hearing this, Banjian turned to Kasif. Should we go check it out? We need to make sure we don't wander into their hunting zone, is that okay? Captain? Yeah. Kasif nodded in agreement, and just like that, their party of 4 began to move forward, but when they arrived, they were stunned by the scene before them. 2 groups, Flimes and Beyons, locked in a heated standoff. What are Beyon and Flime doing here? Iso wondered, but after overhearing their argument, the situation quickly became clear. I obviously took down that giant piranha, one of them declared. Nonsense. It was in our hunting zone, which means it belongs to us. What did you say? One of them screamed back. Hearing this, Iso glanced over at the massive fish carcass lying on the ground. And don't even bother asking why there's a fish in a graveyard, just know that it's there. Is that a giant piranha? I heard it's a level 3 monster, and an incredibly rare one at that. They must be fighting over the loot. Getting involved would just be a headache. Besides, I don't want to face the daughter of the man who killed my father. No, I have to get out of here now. As the thought crossed her mind, Iso slowly backed away, trying to erase her presence. However, the clueless Kasif, overestimating his own importance, decided to make a show of stepping in. Now, juniors. Is there a problem? You can tell your senior all about it. In response, the others, annoyed by a stranger interrupting their conversation, didn't even bother to look at him as they snapped, Shut up and get lost! How dare you speak to your seniors like that? Kasif was baffled. If you're the seniors, then you should act with the proper respect. Princess Biyun's icy reply left Kasif completely speechless. A fitting end for a guy who loves to stick his nose into women's arguments. But luckily for them, their squabble was about to be cut short. Because in that very moment, the ground beneath their feet began to tremble violently, startling everyone. Wait a minute. This energy? No, it can't be. The skeletons are appearing. The group cried out in horror as an army of bone-white skeletons clawed their way up from the earth. They stared back with cold, empty eyes. At the same time, in another corner of the graveyard, Yoo-seol was busy farming monsters. Skill experience has increased. Stat experience has increased. The system's cold. Mechanical notifications rang out. Hearing them, Yoo-seol let out a long sigh, envious of mages who could clear monsters from a distance. Sigh. If only I could use magic. Why did it have to be blink? Blink? Oh well. I guess it's about time, he mused. With that, Yoo-seol began scanning his surroundings, as if searching for something. It didn't take long for him to spot his target, a grave not far away. Seeing it, a flicker of excitement lit up our hero's eyes. Found it. I don't have an overpowered skill to wipe out an entire skeleton army like Seol. Nor do I have overwhelming strength. There's only one way to survive here, and that's to fight like a player. As he thought this, the ground began to shake, and a notification popped up before Yoo-seol's eyes. Chapter 4. The Necromancer's attack has begun. The moment the notification appeared, a horned skull broke through the soil right in front of the grave. Is that a skeleton general? The commander of hundreds of skeletons? The skeleton general, a mini-boss monster that only appears 3 times this chapter. At my current strength, if I fight it head-on, I'm toast. But I have no intention of doing that. With that resolve, just as the mini-boss managed to push its head above ground, Yoo-seol lunged forward, relentlessly hacking at its skull with his sword. He was determined not to let the skeleton emerge completely. Get back in there, he yelled, his arm swinging like a machine. There's an unwritten rule in comics that when someone is transforming or summoning something, everyone else has to stand by and watch. But that doesn't mean you're safe just standing there. By attacking so relentlessly, it wasn't long before the poor skeleton general met a pathetic and untimely end. It ultimately transformed into Yoo-seol's new weapon. Staring at the skull-topped staff in his hand, he let out a devilishly villainous smirk. The vertebrae staff is complete. Now, command of the bone soldiers belongs to me. Let's begin. As he spoke, his eyes darted in another direction. Back with Iso's group, they were now completely surrounded by the undead army. And after a long, grueling fight, the entire party was exhausted, yet the number of skeletons had barely dwindled. Within the group, Flime gasped for breath as she analyzed the situation. I let my guard down. This is the Necromancer chapter, but something's wrong. If I remember correctly, the one who clears this chapter is Seol. But Why is ISO here with these people, and where is Maju Sale? Does this mean I have to face a level 5 necromancer with these people? She wondered, unconsciously tightening her grip on her staff. Meanwhile, the handsome Ha-gun Riwong spoke up to reassure her. I've already sent a distress signal to Stella Academy with my pocket watch. We just have to hold out until they arrive. Hearing his words, the others regained a sliver of morale. That's right, they just had to wait a little longer for the professors from Stella to arrive. Even if they couldn't defeat the necromancer, they could at least escape safely. But Princess Bion, unlike the others, wasn't so naive. She understood the true danger of their situation. This is no time for comforting words. We're in a graveyard. The longer we drag this out, the more skeletons will appear. We need to fall back to the base, now. As soon as she finished speaking, as if they couldn't wait any longer, the bloodthirsty skeletons began to charge, causing their companion Zeki to stumble back in fear. No, stay away. She let out a scream, but her terrified cry only seemed to excite the skeletons more as they lunged straight for her. One opened its jaw to bite down. Seeing this, a helpless Zeki could only squeeze her eyes shut, but just in the nick of time, Iso unleashed her water magic, firing a massive column of water that smashed the skeleton to pieces, saving Zeki's life. Hey, are you all right? Iso asked. Yeah, she stammered in reply. Nearby, the poison archer, impressed by how quickly Iso handled the situation, didn't hold back his praise. Whoa, that first year is pretty good. Hearing this, the young mage remained focused on the front line, voicing her thoughts aloud. It seems this necromancer prepared thoroughly. He's likely using an energy vessel. An energy vessel is a technique necromancers use to store their mana. Even for a necromancer, mana has its limits. If summoning skeletons normally, a level 3 or 4 necromancer could only call forth a maximum of 15. And yet, he could control such a vast area, Aisha thought, her brow furrowed. She had no idea how much power the necromancer had managed to accumulate. As an endless horde of skeletons swarmed toward them, Aisha could only cry out at the sight of such a massive army. The smile on Kwangdok's face tensed. It seems this was all planned from the start, he growled. They're probably trying to kill us to create skeleton mages. With that, Kwangdok focused his gaze ahead, where 3 robed skeleton soldiers radiated an aura far more dangerous than the other grunts. Meanwhile, Kasif. Even in this incredibly perilous situation, the young man was still thinking about how to show off for the girls. As the team captain, I have to prove myself here, he thought. I'll wipe them all out with a powerful spell. As the thought crossed his mind, he began to form a complex magic circle. However, before his magic could be completed, a bony hand shot up from the ground and clamped down hard on his ankle. The sudden attack made him jump in shock. Luckily, Kwangdok was right beside him, his attention completely focused. The moment he saw trouble, he lunged forward and smashed his fist into the skeleton's face, shattering its skull into fragments. Don't even think about it, he roared. But after dealing with that skeleton, an even bigger problem arose. Kasif's half-cast spell, now interrupted, had lost all stability. Damn it, he was in the middle of casting. Realizing the danger, Kwangdok only had time to shout one thing. It's going to explode! Get down! Hearing his warning, everyone turned in horror, their eyes widening at the sight. No! If that goes off, we're all dead! The princess cried out. And in the very next instant, a massive explosion erupted, engulfing the entire landscape in a blinding white light. Time passed quickly, and after the explosion finally subsided, it had left a massive crater in the earth. The members of the Stella Academy team were scattered all around it, their fates unknown. The only one left standing was the heroine, Flem. But she was so exhausted she could barely breathe. This is bad. I'm at my limit, she thought. Her situation critical. Her energy was nearly gone, and there was no time to recover. Worse, the enemy was just too numerous. Am I really going to die here? The more Flem thought about it, the more certain she became that this was the end, especially as the skeletons sensed she had reached her breaking point. Without a moment's hesitation, they surged forward, eager to invite her to join their bony ranks. But just as Flem braced for her death, the lead skeleton suddenly froze in place. And it wasn't just that one, the entire horde behind it came to a dead stop. What's going on? All the elite skeletons. They've stopped. As she spoke, she scanned her surroundings and spotted a familiar figure standing far behind the undead army. It's Baek Yoo-seol. But what is he doing here? Then, her eyes fell upon the skull-topped staff in his hand, and she stared in utter disbelief. Is that a skeleton general's head? A skeleton general, which is far stronger than a normal elite, and even protected by spider skeletons. And he defeated it all by himself and captured its head? That's unbelievable. But I think we're saved. The thought of finding a path to survival in this hopeless place brought a wave of relief, and the heroine let out a quiet sigh. Time moved on. Soon, with Flem's help, the rest of the team gradually began to wake up. Thank you. We owe you our lives, Kwang-dok said gratefully. It was nothing, Baek Yoo-seol replied, shaking his head. Beside them, the mage Aisha asked him curiously, but how did you manage to get the skeleton general's head? At her question, Baek Yoo-seol looked at the staff in his hand and grinned. Oh, this thing? I just fished it out of some bone broth I was making. He thought to himself that there was no need to mention he'd been camping out exactly where the skeleton general was set to appear. Across from him, Aisha shot him a look that screamed, I don't believe a word of that, making the sun god himself feel a bit awkward and clear his throat. Anyway, we need to figure out a plan. And fast. If the necromancer ignores the skeleton general and just commands the rest of the horde, we'll be in deep trouble. Hearing this, Kwang-dok immediately asked, Hey, you got a plan? In response, Baek Yoo-seol shared his thoughts. On my way here, I saw that the necromancer has already taken control of the area near the base. Breaking through this encirclement is impossible. That leaves only one option. We attack the boss directly. Baek Yoo-seol said it so calmly, as if it were no big deal. Unfortunately, Kwang-dok and Kasif didn't share his nerves of steel. After hearing his proposal, they froze for a few seconds before shouting, What? Hold on. Are you insane? Seeing their shocked reactions, Baek Yoo-seol decided to give them a quick refresher course. Didn't you learn this at the academy? While a necromancer's summoning abilities are incredibly powerful, the caster himself is physically very weak. But he's surrounded by countless guards, Bandion reminded him worriedly. Baek Yoo-seol knew this all too well. However, he didn't see a better way. The necromancer controls a massive area. If we don't attack him head-on, we'll never get out of here, the sun god affirmed once more, his mind already calculating. Right now, the necromancer's personal guard consists of 1 skeleton general, 6 elite skeletons, and 50 regular skeleton soldiers. Their numbers are only going to grow, so this is our only chance. But how do I convince them? Baek Yoo-seol pondered, frowning. And then, before the hero could even figure out a way, Flem and Bion, having heard the plan, spoke up in support. I'm in, Flem said with a nod. He might look like an idiot, but his combat experience and power are way beyond ours. Even the arrogant princess agreed with the plan. I agree as well. Honestly, I don't think we can break through the encirclement. Besides, the necromancer would never expect us to launch a direct assault on him. As for Bandion and Kwang-dok, seeing that the others had agreed, they looked at each other and nodded. We don't know what makes you so confident, but we can't escape on our own, so we'll cooperate. All right, let's give it a shot before the necromancer finds out. The scene shifts to a dark corner of the graveyard. A robed figure was pacing back and forth. This was the level 5 necromancer, Safut, from the Dark Tower. Completely unaware that Baek Yoo-seol's group was planning a surprise attack, he remained confident that he had everything in the palm of his hand. How lucky to run into Stella's little fledglings out here. If I turn them into bone golems, that dark magic alliance won't dare look down on me anymore. He paused, his eyes sweeping over the surrounding graves as he mused. 7 years of collecting energy for the vessel. This place now holds 700 bone golems. Now, no one can ever look down on me again. Lost in this beautiful vision of his future, a smug grin unconsciously spread across his face. However, that smile didn't even last for 2 seconds before his senses suddenly screamed a warning. What? A sudden disturbance in my senses. Could it be? Has my bone general been stolen? Sahyuk thought in a panic. But before he could even refocus his senses, a powerful magic attack shot toward him from behind, tearing through the air at blinding speed. Sahyuk whipped around, instantly using his dark magic to summon a wall of white mist to block the incoming spell. But after taking the hit, the mist wall quickly began to crack. My level 4 mist shield is cracking? You bastard. I won't let you get away with this, Sahyuk roared. But the moment the words left his mouth, the dark mage realized a giant fireball was now hurtling straight for him. Just like that, another massive explosion erupted. Unfortunately, it still wasn't enough to take down the necromancer, as he managed to erect another wall just in time. Still, the 2 back-to-back attacks were enough to send a chill down his spine. I was too careless. I can't believe they dared to attack me head-on, even if they're just a bunch of rookies. But they're Stella students after all. I didn't want to resort to this, but continuing to fight them head-on is too dangerous. I have to summon my elite bone golems. Without a moment's hesitation, Sahyuk bit down hard on his thumb, drawing blood. Then, he spread his arms wide and bellowed, "Soldiers, serve me!" As he called out, a magic circle flared to life beneath the dark mage's feet. The ground around him cracked and split apart. In moments, elite bone warriors clawed their way up from the earth. As a sign of their elite status, their skeletons were pitch black, not white. But after completing the summoning, he suddenly coughed up a huge mouthful of blood. It was likely from the overexertion. He gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He reassured himself. Even though summoning so many bone golems caused me internal injuries, this should be more than enough. With that thought, he glared at the intruders and roared, "Go! Stop them!" Hearing their master's command, the skeletons let out terrifying shrieks and charged forward with a deafening rumble. Relieved, Sahyuk found a spot to catch his breath. Excellent, they're fighting well. Now I can finally relax. Just as he was thinking this with a smile, Baek Yoo-seol's figure suddenly materialized right behind him. The moment he appeared, Sahyuk felt his presence and nearly pissed his pants in fear. "You! Who are you?" he screamed. "Who are you? Where in the world did you come from?" Sahyuk shrieked. But in response to his question, Baek Yoo-seol simply gave him a supremely confident smile and said nothing at all. That unnerving confidence sent a wave of pressure crashing over Sahyuk. I've been tracking all the Stella students' positions through my bone golem's vision, and yet, no. Could that be? As he thought, his gaze fell upon the skull staff in Baek Yoo-seol's hand, and his eyes nearly popped out of his head. "That's my bone general's staff," back with Baek Yoo-seol. After letting Sahyuk have his moment of shock, he casually threw the staff to the ground, shattering it into pieces. As if they were linked, the moment the weapon was destroyed, Sahyuk himself suffered a backlash, coughing up several more mouthfuls of blood. "Damn it, I got too complacent. Is this the power of Stella?" Sahyuk thought dazedly as he stared at Baek Yoo-seol. Meanwhile, in stark contrast to the confident facade he was putting on, Baek Yoo-seol's mind was racing, unable to keep up with this plot twist. Wait, this wasn't my plan. Gundan and Banjeon were supposed to take care of the Bone General and support me, but now they're pinned down by the elite bone golems. Does this mean I have to fight him myself? But I'm the weakest one in the group. Maybe I should just make a run for it? As he thought, Baek Yoo-seol was already planning his escape route. If things got dangerous, he would bolt without a second's hesitation. Then, just as Baek Yoo-seol was weighing whether to fight or flee, Sahyuk was suddenly seized by a violent coughing fit, hacking like a man who'd had tuberculosis for 15 years. And looking at this man who seemed like he could drop dead at any moment, our hero's thoughts of bailing began to fade. Wait a minute. He looks like he's injured too. That's right. He overexerted himself summoning the elite bone golems and suffered internal damage. Maybe I can actually do this? As he imagined all the rewards he could get for defeating this dark mage, Baek Yoo-seol started to feel like this gamble wasn't nearly as bad as he first thought. Leaving Baek Yoo-seol for a moment, we returned to Princess Byeon. Right now, she was completely surrounded by skeletons, panting heavily from exhaustion. This isn't good. I have to finish these things quickly and get to Baek Yoo-seol's side, she thought desperately. But just as she thought of him, her red-haired junior cried out a warning. "Princess, look out! The necromancer and Baek Yoo-seol are in a one-on-one duel." At those words, the princess's eyes shot wide in horror. "What did you say?" Baek Yoo-seol is just a level 1 mage, and his opponent is a level 5 necromancer. How could he possibly win? "If you die, I'll never, ever forgive you." "Baek Yoo-seol," Bayun growled through clenched teeth. Back at our hero's battle, after a few seconds of shock following Baek Yoo-seol's appearance, the necromancer Sahyuk immediately launched his first attack. He was seen using some kind of magic, causing giant bone fingers to erupt from the ground beneath our hero, forming a cage to trap Baek Yoo-seol inside. Seeing this, Baek Yoo-seol immediately activated his blink skill to teleport outside. However, the instant his figure reappeared, he felt himself being targeted by something else. Sensing this, Baek Yoo-seol didn't have time to turn and look. He immediately used Flash a second time, narrowly escaping death. But playing defense was never Baek Yoo-seol's style. So he used his Flash skill once more, instantly closing the distance to the Dark Mage's side. Not so fast. With that, the mage cast his own magic, summoning a wall of bone to shield himself. Meanwhile, Baek Yoo-seol was more than ready to deal with this guy. To prepare for this exact situation, I brought the perfect counter for bone soldiers. As he thought this, he pulled a few tubes from his pocket and immediately hurled the cola inside directly at the wall. The moment it made contact, the bone wall sizzled and billowed with white smoke as it corroded. "Damn it! My bones! How dare you, you little rat!" The necromancer roared in fury, and in the next instant, sharp pillars of bone shot up from the ground below. They were aimed straight for Baek Yoo-seol, but with his flash skill, he once again dodged with incredible ease. He teleported behind the necromancer, looking for an opening. "This is my chance!" As he spoke, he gripped his sword tightly and charged. But at that same moment, the necromancer suddenly turned his head, staring right at him with a grin, as if he'd read his every move. Seeing that look, Baek Yoo-seol knew he was in for it. Damn it. He cursed inwardly, and sure enough, in the very next moment, because the necromancer was already prepared, Baek Yoo-seol hadn't even reached his side. when a bone spear erupted from the ground beneath him, grazing his thigh and shoulder, causing his face to contort in pain. Not daring to attack recklessly again, our hero quickly jumped back to create some distance. Seeing that Baek Yoo-seol was injured, the necromancer laughed as if he'd won the lottery. That's right, run wild. Now you'll face the consequences. As he spoke, he summoned a bone spear into his hand. Meanwhile, Baek Yoo-seol had to shake off his own overconfidence. Even though he was injured, he was still a 5-star rank. But, in other words, this is his limit. Even at rank 5, he's exhausted his power. If he takes one more hit, he'll definitely go down. But the pain is too much. I can't focus. I can't cancel the flash animation like this. What do I do? Baek Yoo-seol thought, struggling. And as his mind raced, an idea suddenly sparked in his head. That's right. That's it, he exclaimed internally. Across from him, the necromancer couldn't understand why Baek Yoo-seol had suddenly frozen. However, he had no intention of dragging things out and prepared to charge forward to send Baek Yoo-seol to his grave. Die, he roared, tightening his grip on his spear, about to thrust forward. At that exact moment, Baek Yoo-seol's eyes snapped open. He spun around and dashed forward as if to run away. However, because of his injured leg, his jump faltered and he stumbled. This caused him to tumble to the ground, making the necromancer burst out laughing. Haha, look at the coward trying to run for his life. Up ahead, ignoring the taunts, Baek Yoo-seol gritted his teeth and reminded himself, just a little more. He then struggled to push himself back up. Meanwhile, seeing Baek Yoo-seol's desperate attempt only made the necromancer more excited. Struggling is useless. I will kill you right here, the master of the dead declared loudly, completely unaware that, at that moment, Baek Yoo-seol was suddenly smiling. I've won, he muttered. The distance between me and the necromancer is now 13 meters. That means I don't need to cancel the flash animation. With that thought, without waiting another second, Baek Yoo-seol immediately used his flash skill. And then, in a brilliant flash, he instantly appeared right in front of the master of the dead, giving him no time to react. Baek Yoo-seol thrust the sword in his hand, piercing straight through the man's chest. At the same time, on the battlefield where Princess Biyun's group was still fighting desperately, suddenly, all the bone soldiers he had summoned froze, as if their power had been cut off. Then, their bodies slowly disintegrated like piles of ash. The bone soldiers are disappearing? Could it be that Baek Yoo-seol defeated the necromancer? His friend muttered. No, I can't believe it. We're saved, we're alive, the group cheered with joy. Back on the other side, after checking the necromancer and making sure he was no longer breathing, Baek Yoo-seol spoke wearily. I'm dead tired. Let's go home. Time passed quickly. Afterward, the group was escorted back to Stella Academy by the school's magic knights. When they arrived, their cool-headed instructor, Lee Hangwan, didn't hold back his sarcasm. You said you were going to train in the lush, green outdoors, but the air in the cemetery must have been quite refreshing, wasn't it? The man stared down at Baek Yoo-seol with a judgmental gaze, causing his head to slowly lower. I'm sorry, Baek Yoo-seol mumbled. According to school regulations, you will be punished. There are no exceptions. However, the fact that you disregarded school rules to protect your friends is highly commendable. The school will grant you a worthy reward and bonus points, so look forward to it. After saying his piece, he turned and walked away coldly. Baek Yoo-seol quickly called out his thanks from behind. Thank you, sir. Seeing that the scolding was over, Baek Yoo-seol let out a sigh of relief. All right, I should get going too. The doctor said it'll take a few days for the wound on my thigh to heal, so I need to get some rest, he thought to himself. Before leaving, Baek Yoo-seol noticed the mage, Iso, staring intently at him and spoke up. Oh, Iso, is something wrong? In response to his question, she finally spoke. Thank you for today. Hearing this, Baek Yoo-seol smiled back. Sure, just treat me to a meal next time. Over here, after expressing her thanks, the mage's face grew troubled as she asked another question. So, can I do it too? If I try hard, can I become like you? She asked, turning to face our hero with an incredibly expectant look in her eyes. Just seeing the lost and almost frantic expression on her face sent a shiver of fear through Baek Yoo-seol. This is bad. The Iso from the original story would never ask this question. It must be because I interfered. My interference forced Iso to face a trial, but she wasn't able to achieve victory. Thinking this, to do some damage control and correct his mistake, Baek Yoo-seol offered the girl some advice. I don't think you need to ask me that. You've already done something that others thought was impossible. That, in itself, is a miracle. How could you? Isolate asked, completely bewildered, as if wanting to ask how Baek Yoo-seol could possibly know that. But before she could say another word, Baek Yoo-seol immediately explained, because I've always been watching you. Ah, Isolate gasped, her face flushing a deep crimson. Seeing her reaction, Baek Yoo-seol silently cursed himself for being an idiot. Wait a second, if I say that, aren't I just admitting I'm a stalker? What the hell did I just say? Whoa, that was a close one. The thought sent a chill down his spine, and he quickly tried to change the subject and flee. Well, I'm out of here. Baek Yoo-seol's words made her small heart skip a beat. No one had ever shown concern for the daughter of a traitor, but he'd been watching over her this whole time? Is this a miracle? She wondered. Time flew by, and several days later, the school held an award ceremony to honor the students who had fought the necromancer. But for a simple award ceremony, the Ministry of Magic, the Magic Tower, reporters, and even nobles were present. They were really making a big deal out of this. Baek Yoo-seol grumbled as he scanned the surrounding crowd. Then his eyes fell on the princess beside him, and he felt a pang of confusion. She looks really excited, doesn't she? Catching the main character's gaze, the princess immediately snapped back to her cold, arrogant demeanor. What are you looking at? Nothing. It's nothing, Baek Yoo-seol replied, as the scene shifted to the stage. Once everyone had gathered, Teacher Lee Han-kwan stepped forward to speak on behalf of the professors. Settle down, everyone. Today we will present awards to the 12 students who bravely fought the Dark Magician. These will be personally presented by our headmaster. At his words, everyone's eyes turned to the chibi-like headmaster before them. Whoa, that's the pinnacle of humanity, the ninth circle mage, Elmond Elgwin, 300 years old, with a kind, gentle smile, yet he's nicknamed the Butcher, the world's strongest mage. Baek Yoo-seol silently recited the facts, unaware of the other students' wandering thoughts. The small headmaster approached, patting each student on the shoulder encouragingly. You've all worked hard. Please continue to be brave and diligent. One by one, he handed out the awards. But when he got to Baek Yoo-seol, he suddenly paused and stared intently at him, making the boy feel an immense, crushing pressure. Irk! I can feel the pressure from just his gaze alone. This is the power of a ninth circle mage, one of only 10 in the entire world, but I can't bring myself to look away. Resolved, he widened his eyes, staring back defiantly. Seeing his expression, the chibi headmaster let out a chuckle. You're still as diligent as ever, I see. Just as I expected. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving a baffled Baek Yoo-seol behind. He had no clue what the headmaster's words meant. What did he mean by that? Pushing it aside, Baek Yoo-seol listened as Teacher Lee Han-kwan concluded the event. This concludes the award ceremony. Back in Baek Yoo-seol's private room, he started looking through the rewards given by the school. He quickly decided that clashing with that necromancer was totally worth it. Oh, 5 million credits in prize money. They really are generous. With this, I won't have to worry about money for a long time. Not only that, I also got a share of the energy container, the so-called heart of the necromancer. While he couldn't use it yet, Aunt Teresa would soon be able to create an item storage space. When that happens, carrying things around will be so much more convenient. But first, I have to help her solve that problem with the formula for combining alchemy and magic engineering. Luckily, the others were happy to give their shares to me. Now, for the system reward. As he spoke, he quickly opened the system screen to check, and a notification immediately popped up. Chapter 4, The Necromancer's Attack, is complete. A massive amount of experience awaits you. Due to your creative and divergent approach to the storyline, the Constellation Project has decided to grant you additional rewards. Reward 1, a weaker version of an item used in the game. Reward 2, a weaker version of a skill learned in the game. Reward 3, experience points. Baek Yoo-seol glanced over the rewards, and his excitement instantly dropped by half. This stuff again? I'm honestly a bit torn, but right now, the most important thing is to choose the experience points for Flash. As he said this, the memory of nearly dying at the hands of the Dark Magician sent a shiver down his spine. That battle showed me just how weak I am. Just being diligent isn't enough. I have to use my knowledge to advance even further. Baek Yoo-seol vowed to himself, just as the system began pumping experience points into his skill. The skill Flash has accumulated enough experience. Level up. Flash, level 2. Maximum range, 12 meters. Maximum charges, 3. Cooldown, 3 seconds. Outside the system window, Baek Yoo-seol's entire body was enveloped in a gentle aura as his skill leveled up. He felt incredibly light, his spirit refreshed and euphoric, as if he were on a high. I finally have 3 charges of Flash. Now I can use it much more freely. Now that this is taken care of, is ISO next? Baek Yoo-seol muttered. Time passes and the scene shifts to a meditation class, the journey to the soul which ISO is attending. As she sits in meditation, a voice suddenly rings out in the young mage's mind. ISO! ISO! Hearing the sound, she jolted awake, scolding herself. Oh my gosh, when did I doze off? Unaware that she had been out for ages, the tiny spirit in front of her continued to communicate telepathically. ISO, what are you doing? Why are you using magic during meditation? Using magic? ISO asked, her face a picture of confusion. Left with no choice, the spirit explained, "Just look above your head." Following its instruction, she glanced upward and saw them. Floating above her head were two blue ice-like crystals. Seeing this, the young mage's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, when did I create these? I didn't use any formulas or calculations at all. Pausing for a beat, she glanced around at the other students in the class, her mind racing. Has no one else noticed this? Even for a first circle spell, there should be a visible flow of mana upon completion. If this is really the effect of meditation, does that mean he predicted this would happen too? The more she thought, the more she found herself gulping nervously. Time passed, and once the meditation session was over, the poor girl decided to treat herself to a pastry. Looking at the bread in her hand, Iso's eyes lit up with pure joy. Thanks to the prize money, I can finally afford a 1,500 credit red bean cream bread. I'm so happy. With that said, just as she managed to grab a piece of meat, Prince Jeremy suddenly slithered over and asked, "Hello, Iso, have you joined a club yet?" Hearing his words, Iso paused her meal and looked up to answer. "Ah, not yet. Is that so? Then would you like to join my club?" Jeremy offered. "What are the conditions?" Iso asked, not believing for a second that something this good would just fall from the sky. "Conditions? What conditions?" "I'm simply interested in you, that's all," Jeremy said, waving his hand dismissively. But Iso didn't trust a single word that came out of his mouth. Lies, she thought. You're only approaching me because you want to make me another one of your trophies. Just then, the prince took a step closer, whispering into her ear. You don't trust me? But Iso, I'm truly not setting any conditions at all. All you have to do is join my club and stay by my side. I can give you so many things. You know who I am, after all. Turning back to Iso, she was of course well aware of his identity. I know better than anyone that the Skaven Empire is in a standoff with the Adalavid Kingdom, and with Crown Prince Jeremy's power, my current difficult life would finally be over. I wouldn't have to get excited over a single red bean bun anymore. I wouldn't have to endure the humiliation of being a traitor's daughter, even though I know it's wrong to think this way. At this thought, a conflicted expression washed over Iso's face as she began to speak. But hearing this, the prince broke into a smug grin, as if he had already achieved his goal. However, things are never that simple. Before Iso could even finish her sentence, the story's female lead, Florence, appeared out of nowhere and slapped her right across the face. The action left both Iso and Jeremy utterly stunned, and it wasn't just them, even Florence seemed startled by her own actions a moment after she did it. Then, she pivoted with lightning speed. You womanizer! You said you wanted to date me, and yet you're secretly hitting on someone else behind my back. I told you I liked you. Are you trying to abandon me now? Come with me. We need to talk. Why are you still standing there? Follow me, now. As she spoke, Florence grabbed Iso's hand and immediately bolted. It wasn't until they reached a secluded spot, certain that Jeremy hadn't followed, that she finally let out a quiet sigh of relief. Phew, that was a close call. Seeing her act like that, Iso had to ask, what was all that about? In response, Florence gave her a brief explanation. Forget it, you should be thanking me. If you had rejected him outright, he would have harassed you to no end. Anyway, sorry for hitting you. I'm leaving. With that, Florence turned and walked away, leaving the blue-haired mage standing there, still completely baffled and unable to process what had just happened. Paying her no mind, Florence walked off, asking herself, was that the right thing to do? If Iso joins the club like in the original novel, Jeremy will destroy her. I tried my best not to interfere with the main plot, but seeing Yusio like that, it's not so bad. I wonder if he saw through my lie, Florence wondered to herself. Meanwhile, in his private chambers, Prince Jeremy had, of course, easily seen through her act. Taking a slow sip of tea, he chuckled. What an adorable little girl, putting on a show and lying just to snatch someone away right in front of me. How amusing. Far more amusing than Iso, in fact. I think I want her now. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifts to a class taught by Professor Lee Han Guan. At that moment, he pointed to a screen displayed behind him and explained, Today, we will begin our simulated beast combat training. In this exercise, our targets will not be the level 1 or level 2 monsters from before, but mid-sized level 3 monsters. This type of monster is much tougher. The procedure is as follows. Form a team, study the monster, and after selecting a mid-sized monster, destroy it using sound tactics. You will have practice time to prepare for the attack. Head to the Stella Dome, find suitable terrain, and hunt a mid-sized monster that corresponds to your attribute. Class A and Class S will conduct this training together. The evaluation test will take place in 4 days. Form groups of no more than 6 people and submit the roster to me. The stern professor's orders made the mage Iso groan inwardly. Ugh, I hate group projects more than anything, she sighed to herself. Her thoughts were interrupted by the voices of other students clamoring around someone. Princess, will you be in my group? No, she can do better than someone like you. Another student chimed in. What are you talking about? It's my turn. Yet another retorted. Watching the scene as everyone fawned over Princess Bion, a sudden wave of self-pity washed over Iso. Before Adelaide destroyed my family, I was surrounded by the same kind of flattery, she thought. We both had the exact same starting point. The ducal house of MOF, with its ice attribute, and the Adolavid royal family, with its fire attribute. Back when our two families competed for dominance over the magical world, Bion and I were both children born with prodigious talent. Back then, I truly believed I was the chosen one. Can I really get revenge on Adolavid now? As the thought crossed her mind, the small mage instinctively hugged herself tightly. It was as if she had no confidence that she could ever avenge her family, not when she was completely and utterly alone. Then, in her loneliest moment, Yuseo approached and offered, Hey, are you by yourself? Hearing his voice, Iso snapped out of her trance and turned to him. Is something wrong? At that, the male lead broke into a brilliant smile and asked, Team up with me. Did you just say team up? Iso asked again, as if she couldn't believe her own ears. To explain further, Yuseo clarified, You know there's no rule about a minimum number of members, right? We can form a two-person team and get bonus points for having a small group. She took a few steps back, looking mortified. What is it? If you're trying to compete with me, then what's with all this nonsense? Just worry about yourself. You pig in human clothes. The princess spat the insult before turning sharply on her heel. I'm not trying to compete with you. I'm doing this because of Big Baek Yoo-seol. Back in Bion's thoughts, a fresh wave of fury was building. This is so irritating. Am I really going to lose to a failure and a commoner? She could team up with anyone, but to get a real advantage, she needed the strongest knight. With that in mind, her gaze fell upon the most powerful player in the game, Mazusel, who no one had dared approach yet. Hey, Mazusel. Hearing his name, a flicker of surprise crossed Mazusel's eyes as he turned to her. Hello, princess. What can I do for you? Have you formed a team yet? Bion asked bluntly. No, I was planning on going solo, he replied. Then team up with me. The arrogant girl made her offer, and in response, Mazusel smirked and shot back a question of his own. Oh? And is that really necessary? Hearing this, the princess glanced over at Baek Yoo-seol and Iso, seeing that they had already formed a team together. I don't think they're aiming for regular mid-sized monsters. They're going for special mid to large-sized ones. I'll say it again. Team up with me. The super genius couldn't care less about Bion, but the moment Baek Yoo-seol's name was mentioned, his interest was piqued. Is that so? Sounds interesting. I've been wanting to test my skills against Big Baek Yoo-seol. Excellent. Then I'll be counting on you, Bion said with a triumphant smile. Her eyes then shifted towards Baek Yoo-seol and Iso as she made a silent vow. Big Baek Yoo-seol, and you too, Iso. This time, I'll defeat you both. Time flew by, and after 4 days of preparation, the monster combat simulation finally began. The scene shifts to the Stella Dome. After confirming all his students were present, Professor Lee Hen-guan picked up a list and nodded. All right, we will now begin the evaluation test for S-Class and A-Class. And just like that, the test was underway. Thanks to their preparations, it was a fairly straightforward affair. The teams weren't having too much trouble fighting against the monsters. Oh, Team 16 chose a Mugray Kassaw. That mid-sized monster looks pretty easy to handle. A group of students nodded in agreement as they watched the battle unfold. Meanwhile, our female lead, Flem, was warming up in the back, giving herself a pep talk. It's okay, I've trained hard for this. I can't hunt special monsters to get non-attribute points, nor can I take on the large special ones. But if I can take down this level 3 mid-sized monster by myself, it'll be enough to get the maximum score. When it came to monster strength, it normally took 5 level 1 mages to handle a single level 1 mid-sized monster. But by exploiting elemental weaknesses, using experience, and leveraging the environment, taking down higher-level monsters was entirely possible. But my magic is light-based. It has no elemental advantage against anything, so I just have to power through. As she thought this, Flem paused, her gaze falling upon the mage Iso with a hint of sadness. I just hope Iso does well on this test. In the original story, Bion made things so difficult for her that she couldn't find a team and ended up with the lowest score. I was even planning to recruit her myself back then. But with Big Baek Yoo-seol by her side, Iso's future is definitely much brighter now, Flem thought to herself. At that exact moment in the arena below, Team 16 finally took down their monster. All right, Team 16, you've worked hard. Next, Team 17, to the arena, Lee Hen-guan called out. Hearing his words, Flem snapped back to reality and replied, Yes, sir. With that, she hurried down to the floor. But just as she passed in front of Baek Yoo-seol, she tripped on her own shoelace, sending her stumbling and lurching forward. Luckily, Baek Yoo-seol's reflexes were sharp, and he quickly reached out to steady her. "Thank you," Flem said. "It's nothing. You should tie your shoelace," Baek Yoo-seol replied, waving it off. Flem looked down at the untied lace, a little confused. "Zeke tied it so securely for me earlier." "Oh, whatever. Good thing I noticed. That could have been dangerous." With that thought, she quickly ran down to the training floor, seeing her standing there all by herself to take the test. The surrounding crowd of onlookers couldn't help but murmur in shock. Is she taking the test alone? Looks like it. Then, when they saw Flem's opponent appear, their shock turned to disbelief. No way. She's planning to take on that monster by herself? A giant boar. That monster has no special attributes, so you can't exploit any weakness. The group spoke, their voices laced with worry for Flem. Paying them no mind, Flem finished her preparations, and Lee Han-guan made the call. Team 17, your test begins now. The moment the words left his mouth, the giant boar dug its hooves into the ground, gathering power. It charged forward like a tank. Witnessing its ferocious momentum, the spectators felt their skin crawl. Look how reckless it is. How can she possibly handle that alone? Ignoring the chatter, Flem watched the beast barrel towards her. She took a deep, calming breath. Then, she began to whisper the words of her spell, preparing her magic. Whisper of petals on the wind. As her voice echoed, a brilliant golden magic circle materialized at her feet. Instantly, countless thick, thorny vines erupted from the ground around her. They shot forward, wrapping tightly around the giant boar's body, causing it to let out a terrible squeal. It struggled violently to break free, but the vines held fast. Seeing her chance, Flem used another spell called Material Transmutation, causing the vines constricting the boar to slowly turn to stone. "It's not over yet," she whispered inwardly, casting another spell that formed a new, glowing golden magic circle high above her head. At the same time, as if sensing the imminent danger, the boar thrashed with all its might and successfully shattered the stone-like vines binding it. Its eyes flared a deep red as it resumed its charge toward Flem. But just as its sharp tusks were about to reach her slender frame, her spell was complete. From within the magic circle in the sky, a devastating pillar of energy shot down, striking the boar directly in its open mouth. It blasted a massive hole straight through its body, from front to back. In the end, with just that single blow, the giant boar let out one final, agonized cry before it fell to the ground, completely still. Back with the crowd of spectators, they watched the female lead complete her test so quickly and cleanly. They couldn't help but turn to each other, their faces filled with utter astonishment. "Whoa, are you serious? Our team of 5 couldn't even take down one medium-sized monster. Just who is he?" Back with Fa Vim, after finishing her task, she let out a sigh of relief. Phew, finally done. Just as she thought this, instructor Lee Han-guan's voice rang out. "Next up, we will begin the test for Team 31. Hearing this, she turned to watch, her eyes widening in shock. "Huh? Am I seeing things?" she asked herself, because the team now stepping forward was none other than Princess Bi-yeon and the young man Ma Ju-seol. "Look, it's the princess. Princess, go for it." The cheers of their fan club erupted the moment they entered the arena. Meanwhile, Fa Vim frowned, noticing this deviation from the original script. Why is Bi-yeon with Ma Ju-seol and not someone from her own faction? In the original story, those two had nothing to do with each other. What in the world is this team composition? The more she thought about it, the more confused Fa Vim became. Back in the arena, the monster chosen by Team 31 had been summoned. It was a colossal creature, half man, half fish. It had a pair of golden pupils and dark green skin with red veins running across its body, giving it an incredibly ferocious appearance. Around the arena, just looking at its form sent a cold shiver down everyone's spines. Wait, is that a water monster? Good heavens, that's a special medium to large-sized monster, as expected of the princess. It's amazing she found such a rare monster to hunt. The crowd murmured in astonishment, but with her gamer knowledge, Fa Vim had a much clearer picture. It's not just a special medium to large-sized monster. Bi-yeon and Ma Ju-seol's attributes are fire, earth, and lightning. A water monster not only has high fire resistance but can also fly, completely countering both Bi-yeon and Ma Ju-seol. Not only are they targeting a special medium to large monster that everyone else failed to beat, but they're also giving up their attribute advantage. They're aiming for the maximum score, but that's a score they can only get if they succeed. As she pondered, Fa Vim felt a spark of anticipation, curious to see how this pair would perform. Back in the arena, it was just as she had predicted. 2 pairs of wings began to spread from the water monster's back. They beat rapidly on either side like dragonfly wings, allowing its body to hover in midair. Then, the monster let out a terrifying shriek, a show of force to the group before it. However, a mere scream wasn't enough to intimidate the two monster-class students in front of it. "Let's begin," Biyun said. "Understood, princess," Ma Jusel replied with a faint smile. With that, for some unknown reason, Ma Jusel suddenly took several steps backward. This move left the onlookers scratching their heads in confusion. Huh? What are they doing? I thought they would attack immediately, but why is the knight retreating behind the mage? Paying no mind to the crowd's chatter, Ma Jusel flashed a slight smile, channeled power into his legs, and launched himself forward. Seeing this display, likely powered by some magic, his teammate offered his praise. Whoa, that's a pretty good jump for a first-year student. Beside him, Banjian was still a bit confused, but at that height, he still can't reach the water monster. Besides, you can't use a second jump in mid-air. What are they planning? She wondered aloud. And just as she thought, the jump wasn't high enough to reach the water monster. However, at that very moment, Ma Jusel waved his wand. He conjured a slab of rock out of thin air, giving himself a foothold. At the same time, a fireball shot by Biyun from below headed straight for the rock slab, and upon impact, it created a propulsive force that blasted Ma Jusel's body even higher. Whoa, incredible! His teammate gasped, stunned by the sight. Now positioned above the water monster, Ma Jusel quickly used his earth magic, creating a giant fist that smashed straight into the massive creature, sending its heavy body shooting down to the ground like a rocket. But it wasn't over. Seizing the opportunity while the monster was still dazed and unable to get up, he waved his wand again, causing countless sharp stone fragments to jut out from the ground, crisscrossing each other. They clamped down tightly on the behemoth's body, infuriating it, but a special monster was still a special monster. These mere rock shards weren't enough to hold it. The water monster opened its mouth, let out a savage roar, and gathered all the strength in its body, twisting violently to shatter the restraints around it. Humph. As expected. It tried to run, but it's too late. The princess's magic is complete, Ma Jusel said with a grin. Beside him, Princess Biyun was now completely engulfed in an intense fiery aura. Then, she aimed her scepter forward. Instantly, a colossal pillar of fire descended upon the water monster's head, making it scream bloody murder. The audience around them could even smell the scent of grilled fish wafting from it. My God, it's in agony, and water monsters have extremely high fire resistance, they exclaimed in shock. Meanwhile, to finish it off, Ma Jusel added his own lightning magic to the mix. It's over, he said in a cold voice as another column of lightning struck from above, officially turning the water monster into a blackened, charred fish. Watching the monster get utterly decimated, the crowd felt a pang of pity for it. The water monster was defeated without even a chance to fight back. This year's students are truly terrifying. That level of skill is comparable to a third-year S-class senior. Is this what a genius is like? Speaking of Biyun, she heard the chatter. A hint of smugness filled her thoughts. So, what do you think, Ducio? No matter what you choose, you can't possibly beat me. This time my victory is certain. As she thought this, her eyes shifted to the arena, where Ducio and Iso's team had just stepped up. Give me 5 of them, the sun god requested. His demand caused the entire stadium to fall deathly silent. It took several seconds before students began to snap out of their daze, their voices filled with disbelief. What did I just hear him say? 5 people struggled to deal with one medium-sized monster, and now the 2 of them dare to choose 5? I've heard the rumors, but is that Duceo guy insane? As they spoke, everyone's eyes were fixed on Duceo, as if trying to understand what could possibly be going through his head to make such an outrageous demand. Although the teachers didn't understand why Duceo was trying to show off, they had no reason to refuse. At his request, 5 mid-sized monsters, each as massive as a building, materialized around them, trapping the pair in the center. Summoning complete, a professor announced. Over on one side, a professor from the Monster Research Department named Bickern stared at the newly appeared creatures, a look of shocked recognition flashing in his eyes. The 5 monsters consisted of a giant frog with its tongue lolling out called Hameradun, a dark bison, a pelican, a water slime, and finally, a sensitive turtle. Could this formation be? He whispered to himself. Elsewhere, the third princess couldn't understand why Duceo had requested to fight these specific 5 monsters. She turned to her teammate and asked, "Hey, do you have any idea what Duceo is thinking?" In response, the genius simply shook his head, admitting his own confusion about the protagonist's true intentions. Probably not. I'm also curious to see what Duceo is plotting. I'm actually looking forward to this. With that, he refocused his gaze, observing the pair intently. Cutting over to the cool-headed instructor, Li Han Guan, who spoke up just before Duceo's test officially began. I just want to ask one thing. Who decided on this monster lineup? Duceo nodded, indicating it was him. Hearing this, Li Han Guan gave his blunt assessment. You're a knight, so you can easily score points in dangerous situations like this, but the bishop can't. I think this strategy is a bit too much for the bishop. The professor's doubt didn't faze Do-seo in the slightest. He just smiled calmly and affirmed his choice. No, sir. This strategy was designed specifically for the bishop. His words once again sent a ripple of murmurs through the crowd. Seeing Do-seo's unwavering confidence, Professor Lee Han-guan didn't press further. Is that so? All right then. You may begin. The moment the words left his lips, all 5 colossal monsters began to slowly close in on Do-seo and Iso. Their gigantic, murderous eyes stared down at the two, making them swallow nervously. Then, Do-seo suddenly asked, "Hey, you can do this, right?" "Of course," Iso nodded, though beads of sweat were already streaming down her face. "Just trust me," Do-seo added. "That line is getting really old," the blue-haired girl complained. Still, Do-seo replied that he trusted her. His statement made the bishop pause, her mind flashing back to the night before. Do-seo. He really was a hard person to figure out. Back then, as Iso trailed behind him, she couldn't contain her curiosity and finally asked, "Hey, why me? A talented knight like you could have chosen anyone else." Her question made Do-seo fall silent for a few seconds before answering. "It's true, there are many talented people. For example, in terms of sheer firepower, no mage can compare to Byeon. And when it comes to control, Flem is unmatched. And besides, she's the strongest first year, that's undeniable. Haguriang or Adeline, who specialize in single-target attacks, would also be a great fit for me. So why?" Iso pressed him once more. "Even so, I still feel you're the most suitable person. That's all there is to it. Now, shall we continue?" The hero answered gently before striding forward, completely unaware that his last words had caused a faint blush to appear on Iso's face. Back in the present, the bishop gripped her staff tightly and reminded herself, "I still don't understand what you mean, but you must have a reason for choosing me. So I'll show you." As she spoke, she began to channel her magic, her body erupting with an immense source of energy that lifted her off the ground, allowing her to float in midair. The other contestants watching the battle couldn't hide their astonishment and shouted out, "Wait, hold on! Isn't that supernatural resonance? That's impossible. That's a phenomenon that only occurs when level 6 or higher mages enter an unconscious state. If you lose focus, the mana flow could reverse and leave you crippled for life, and she's just a first-year student." Their voices were filled with a mixture of awe and genuine concern for Iso. From Do-seo's perspective, even though he knew it was coming, he couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration watching Iso effortlessly enter the state of supernatural resonance. Truly worthy of being a candidate for the title of Winter Queen, he thought with a small smile. Well then, shall we begin? The battle of 2 against 5 mid-sized monsters had officially begun. Do-seo channeled power into his legs and instantly shot into the air, simultaneously activating Flash Step. In the blink of an eye, he appeared right beside the giant frog, Heimuraden. His sudden appearance made the monster's massive body tremble in surprise, but before it could even react, a razor-sharp sword came slicing down. Die! Do-seo's blade tore through the air, slashing straight into the frog's chest and leaving a gaping wound. Heimuraden shrieked in agony, its massive body trembling, its eyes filled with sheer terror. It opened its mouth as if to fight back, but the pain was too overwhelming, rooting it to the spot as it could do nothing but wail like a child. Do-seo had no desire to press the attack, immediately falling back to maintain a safe distance. For now, Heimuraden was finished. Next up is the Dark Bison. He shifted his gaze to his next target, the massive black bull standing on the opposite side. As if following his gaze, the bison's demeanor suddenly changed. Its eyes turned blood red, like a feral beast about to go berserk. It began to turn, its face fixed on the glowing red horn of the frog next to it. That crimson light infuriated it. It wanted to tear it apart, to crush it instantly. Snort, snort. The dark bison took a deep breath, its body tensing as its hooves stomped relentlessly on the ground, preparing for a devastating charge. This was the exact reaction Do-seo had been waiting for. Seeing its attack posture, the corner of his mouth curved into a smirk. The plan had worked. Just as predicted, the way to deal with 5 mid-sized monsters at once was to make them turn on each other. And just like that, the dark bison's sudden attack was the starting bell for the chaos that was about to unfold. For some reason, the monsters suddenly turned on each other, kicking up a cloud of dust and leaving the onlooking students utterly dumbfounded. Oh my god, what is that? Are the monsters attacking each other? To explain this, we have to go back to Do-seo's preparations. Having already cleared this godforsaken game, he knew exactly what he was doing. His plan was to make the monsters hostile and attack one another. In other words, he was using his enemies to kill his enemies, a strategy that exploits the power of others to eliminate a threat. Veteran players of Eziguo had long wondered how a small party could possibly wipe out such a large number of monsters. After countless experiments, They finally found a way by exploiting the monster's own traits and attributes. The first step was to attack the giant centipede, Moradon. When attacked, the horn on the centipede's head glows red, and that red light triggers the dark bison's aggressive instincts. Once agitated, the dark bison sprays sand everywhere. If this sand hits the water slime, a reaction occurs. The slime instantly generates a massive amount of water to keep its skin moisturized. Over on the side, Juseo saw the water level rise to his feet and nodded, seeing that everything was proceeding exactly according to his plan. Good, he thought. Thanks to the school's barrier, the water is rising fast. His eyes then shifted to the bird behind him. Next up, when Caden the bird feels the moisture, it unleashes a piercing shriek at a frequency above 7 octaves. The terrifying sonic wave erupting from its beak immediately provokes the hypersensitive bat, a species extremely sensitive to sound. Enraged by the noise, the bat instantly targets the bird, using its razor-sharp talons to kick it straight in the head. The blow was so powerful it sent the bird flying backward, slamming right into the water slime. In retaliation, the water slime immediately spun around, swinging its arms to create a pillar of water that smashed into them both. This only enraged the two massive monsters even more. Just like that, the battlefield devolved into utter chaos as the monsters turned on each other. Watching the scene unfold, the observing professors knew this was no coincidence. Only meticulous calculation could make these monsters fight each other to this extent. Every monster out there was attacking another. Does that kid really know the characteristics of every single species? Even I, an expert in monster studies, never considered this. It's astounding, the long-haired professor remarked. However, there was one thing he hadn't noticed, which the female professor beside him pointed out. What's even more incredible is Iso's concentration. She's maintaining a steady flow of mana and focus in the middle of all that chaos. It must be because she has complete faith in her knight. The group turned their eyes back to the field, silently waiting to see what would happen next. Back with Juseo, while he was quietly observing, the collision between the bird and the bat had sent the giant bird Caden hurtling towards Iso. The young bishop was still concentrating her energy. Seeing this, Juseo immediately used Flash Step, closing the distance to the wretched bird and delivering a powerful kick to its body. The strike was so strong it sent the creature flying away like an overinflated ball. But before he could even catch his breath, a giant boulder suddenly plummeted from above, heading straight for Iso's head like a meteor hurtling toward the earth. Fortunately, our hero had already sensed the danger. He used Flash Step again to appear in front of the bishop, swinging his sword to slice the boulder in two. Watching him dash around tirelessly to protect Iso, his genius friend Ma Juseo chuckled. Hey, princess. Doesn't Juseo look just like the ideal knight? Exactly like a knight protecting his princess, right? His words made Bion's gaze pause for a moment. Down below, Juseo continued to dart left and right, blocking every incoming attack, and his efforts were not in vain. After a period of gathering energy with her eyes closed, Iso's brilliant emerald eyes opened once more. This time, she had completed the spell she was preparing. Crystal Flower. Instantly, countless sharp ice pillars began to sprout from behind her, spreading across the entire arena. The largest ice pillar formed directly behind Iso, even taking the shape of a blooming flower. The moment she cast the spell, the entire battlefield fell silent at the breathtaking sight. Whoa, that's beautiful, someone unconsciously cried out. Down in the arena, the 5 giant monsters were frozen completely solid by this freezing magic. Seeing the monsters temporarily captured, Iso had no intention of dragging things out. Shatter! With Iso's shout, countless sharp ice fragments shot out from within the giant ice flower, raining down on the monsters ahead. Already immobilized, the giant beasts could only stand there and take the punishment, completely unable to fight back. Is it over? Did they really defeat 5 mid-tier monsters with just the 2 of them? A few murmurs rose from the crowd. However, someone else quickly noticed something and yelled out, "Wait! Look! The monsters are waking up!" As everyone followed his gaze, they saw that Iso's last attack wasn't powerful enough to finish them. The creatures were now breaking free from their frozen state. This brought a hint of regret to the professors. So in the end, they couldn't finish them. What a shame. Still, with a performance like this, they've already earned a very high score. Back with Iso, the young bishop showed no surprise that her attack wasn't enough to defeat the monsters. In fact, she had anticipated it. The moment her ice spell ended, Iso immediately began chanting another. A ball of lightning slowly gathered, crackling in the air and radiating an incredibly dangerous aura. "Come down," Iso said in a cold voice. The second she finished speaking, a colossal pillar of lightning shot forth from her palm. The entire arena was bathed in its golden light. Then a deafening explosion rocked their position, and the recently thawed monsters began convulsing uncontrollably from the massive electrical shock. Looking at the power of her own magic, even Iso herself found it hard to believe. Is this my magic? I can really do this? It's just like he said. As she thought this, her mind drifted back to the previous night, when Juseo had proposed that the two of them fight 5 mid-tier monsters at once. Of course, upon hearing it, Iso thought Juseo had lost his mind. What? 5 at once? Are you crazy? No. You can do it. And I trust you. So trust me, because I trust you, Juseo had said with unshakable confidence. His faith in her stirred something strange within her mind. Before, I had nothing. No faith in the path I'd chosen, and no one to tell me that path was the right one. But it's different now. I won't be lost anymore, Iso vowed to herself. Unknowingly, she had found her guiding light in Juseo. Back in the present, with all 5 mid-tier monsters defeated, the proctor's voice rang out. Team 32's test is now complete. Hearing those words, the young bishop couldn't help but break into a smile of pure satisfaction. Perhaps she hadn't even noticed how long it had been since she'd truly smiled. Meanwhile, back with Jusel, he had skillfully dodged that thunderous attack by plunging his sword into the wall, suspending himself in midair. The sheer power of that lightning strike made the hair on Jusel's body stand on end. He had come dangerously close to being sucked into it. A little warning would be nice, Jusel grumbled to himself. Not long after that, the results of the test were posted on a wall, announcing them to the entire student body. The paper read, Results of the Monster Combat Simulation Test. First place went to Group 32 with 199 points, consisting of Jusel and Isolate. Second place was awarded to Group 31 with 127 points, consisting of Maisel and Bion Adonlevitz. Staring at the results posted on the wall, the third princess wasn't overly disappointed, as she had anticipated this outcome. A total loss, she thought. Even after choosing special medium and large-sized monsters and even countering his attribute, we still lost. I suppose I have to accept it, she sighed. Meanwhile, the genius Mazel didn't seem the least bit upset. In fact, he even turned to tease the princess. Oh? You're accepting it that quickly? Be quiet. Bayon snapped coldly. But a moment later, she began sizing up the genius next to her, drawing a comparison in her mind. But if Jusel was my knight, could I have achieved that result? My magic is just as powerful as Isolate's, so why is that commoner so devoted to her? If a perfect knight exists in this world, then he should belong to me, the perfect queen. As she entertained this thought, a wave of bitter frustration washed over the princess. She bit her lip, her eyes growing colder as she stared at the results page. To be honest, saying I accept this is a lie. I can't accept it. It's just incomprehensible. I have to investigate Jusel more thoroughly. With this resolve, the princess turned to leave, as if to begin her investigation at once. However, her steps came to a sudden halt when she noticed another girl staring intently at her. It was someone Bion knew well and someone who always put her on guard. See Ellen Ockagan. Is she here because she heard I lost to a commoner and a traitor? What a truly troublesome woman. Bion sighed internally before hastily walking away, brushing past C. Ellen without any pretense of a greeting. She didn't know, however, that even after she was gone, C. Ellen's eyes continued to follow her retreating figure. Still so naive, C. Ellen murmured. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to the school library. At that moment, the heroine Flame was trying to concentrate on her studies, but the results of the recent test made it nearly impossible for her to focus as usual. She set down her pen and thought, the power Isolate displayed back then, I can't believe she was able to bloom a crystal flower so quickly. That particular magic was Isolate's signature, and it was only meant to appear after she had overcome countless trials and finally regained her confidence. According to the original novel, Isolate should be sinking deeper into despair right now. And yet, there she was, manifesting a crystal flower in front of everyone. This must be because of Jusel. In the original romance novel, Jusel and Isolate had faced the end of the world together. But what if there's a side story I don't know about? What if Jusel, an unknown character, loved Isolate so much that he chose to regress instead of Mazel when the world was ending? To regress for the one you love, even if the price is being forgotten by her. Could Jusel truly have no regrets? With a love so powerful, he was willing to trade his own existence just to turn back time. What must that feel like, the heroine, Flame silently wondered. If Jusel could hear these thoughts of hers, he'd probably be laughing his head off. The scene cuts to our main character. Late at night, Jusel had to drag himself awake to check the notifications that had just come in. System, Monster Combat Simulation has concluded. You have received a large amount of experience. You have successfully guided the story in a positive direction. The Constellatio project will grant an additional reward. After reading the notification, Jusel fell into deep thought. What reward should I pick this time? My skills have already been enhanced quite a bit. It would be best to prepare for the next chapter. Thinking this, Jusel quickly compiled a mental list of things he needed and said aloud, I will choose the item, Giffinel's Leaf Key. At his request, The system fell silent for a few seconds, as if verifying something. Then, after a few moments, it dispensed the reward for Joo-seol. System is checking. Reward has been granted. As soon as the notification ended, a silver key materialized before Joo-seol. Seeing the system had given him this very item, he exclaimed with excitement. Awesome! Giffinel's leaf key. It may not be an ancient artifact, but it's an extremely rare item that only high-level players can get their hands on. This is the key that leads to a divine being's residence. But to use it, I have to go outside. And after that Spirit Master incident, the conditions for leaving have gotten much stricter. What am I going to do? The more he thought, the tighter Joo-seol's brow furrowed until an idea suddenly struck him. He whispered, "That's right, a club." Time flew by to the next morning, where Joo-seol had just finished writing his own personal sob story. My upbringing. Since I was a child, my family was poor, and I rarely got to eat out like other kids. Whenever my mother was away at work, I could only make instant noodles for myself. Then, when I got sick of instant noodles, I begged for something tasty. My mother used her savings to buy me black bean noodles. I was so happy and asked my mom to eat with me, but for some reason, she wouldn't. She just said she didn't like black bean noodles. After quickly reading it over and confirming that his tragic poverty essay was sufficiently emotional, Joo-seol gave a long yawn and said with satisfaction, "All right, that's done for now. Time to find a club." Time passed, and the scene moved to a bulletin board covered in flyers. At that moment, Joo-seol was scanning the area, looking for a suitable club for himself. Faced with countless flyers inviting new members, Joo-seol pondered deeply, unsure of which club to choose. But which one should I pick now? Among the many clubs available, not many were granted special permission for off-campus activities, so I had to think this through very carefully. With that in mind, Joo-seol glanced at Bishop Isolate beside him and asked, "By the way, are you looking for a club too? You haven't joined one yet?" Baek Yoo-seol's sudden question startled Isolate slightly. Her voice was a little flustered. "What? So what if I haven't?" I'd have thought you'd be scouted by plenty of clubs by now. Don't you know who I am?" Baek Yoo-seol asked. Isolate shot back. "Of course I know you're Isolate. You've gotten pretty famous lately." Baek Yoo-seol's compliment only made Isolete's face grow even more flustered. Well, that's true." As Baek Yoo-seol looked at the young bishop beside him, a thought crossed his mind. After the placement test, Isolete's reputation had changed significantly. She must have realized it herself. Turning back to him, Isolate cleared her throat to ease the awkwardness and said, "Still, you have to choose a club carefully." Just then, while the two were still murmuring to each other, the young genius walked up and clapped our protagonist on the shoulder with an air of immense familiarity. However, our Baek Yoo-seol coldly brushed Baek Yoo-seol's hand away. Seeing this, the genius didn't get angry but simply smiled and said, "I saw your placement test, and I heard you were the one who commanded the necromancer hunt. You're really something else." It was just luck." Baek Yoo-seol waved his hand dismissively, his attitude clearly showing he wanted to avoid Baek Yoo-seol. Seeing this, the young genius simply smiled again. "As I thought, there's something very different about you." The look in Baek Yoo-seol's eyes as he said this was so strange that our protagonist felt a surge of anxiety and swallowed hard. Then, Baek Yoo-seol immediately tried to change the subject. "You know, I'm a commoner, so I always have to think of ways to do better than others." Baek Yoo-seol responded to this with a smile. "Is that so? You just use your time more efficiently. So, what do you do on the weekends?" Baek Yoo-seol's question seemed to surprise Baek Yoo-seol slightly. "Me? I study." For some reason, that answer made both Baek Yoo-seol and Isolate freeze, as if they had just heard something incredibly bizarre. "I was just asking to be polite, and you gave a polite answer." "Thanks for that," Baek Yoo-seol said, his face a cold mask. The young genius quickly tried to explain. "No, I really do study. I study and I train." From Baek Yoo-seol's demeanor, Baek Yoo-seol seemed to sense something and asked another question. "Oh, you don't usually do that sort of thing, do you?" That's right, but for some reason I've started recently," Baek Yoo-seol said awkwardly. This piece of information piqued the protagonist's curiosity. Baek Yoo-seol starting to train was something that was supposed to happen much later. What could possibly be the reason? Beside them, Bishop Isolate had already figured it out. "Is it because of the dungeon practical?" she asked. "That's right. If you hadn't intervened back then, I probably would have been in real danger," Baek Yoo-seol said with a self-deprecating laugh. "Don't call me lady," Isolate snapped in annoyance. Standing to the side, it all started to click for Baek Yoo-seol. That's right. In the original story, Baek Yoo-seol teamed up with Flem and easily defeated Ha-gun Ryang. But this time, because I interfered, Flem got stuck, and he had to face Ha-gun Ryang all by himself. Could this be the reason for Baek Yoo-seol's unusual behavior? But this was a good thing. This way, both Hagun Ryang and Baek Yoo-seol would train themselves. Unlike me, their growth would definitely have a positive impact on achieving the happy ending. Shifting back to Baek Yoo-seol's perspective, seeing Baek Yoo-seol still struggling with his club choice, the young man made a suggestion. Hey Baek Yoo-seol, you still haven't joined a club? It's been a while since school started. In response, Baek Yoo-seol explained that he had been too busy to find time to join one. Hearing this, Baek Yoo-seol eagerly pointed to himself and proposed, "Then why don't you join my club? If you meet my requirements, I'll think about it." Baek Yoo-seol replied calmly, while the genius asked what kind of club he wanted to join. Baek Yoo-seol answered that it had to be a quiet one. Few members, no private gatherings, and it has to have the 4 major insurance plans covered. Lunch is cheese and pork cutlet. We need freedom for outside activities, flexibility for personal activities, and special permission to leave campus. Baek Yoo-seol began rattling off a long list of conditions, causing Isolet's face to twist into a confused scowl. What club in the world is like that? Of course there isn't one. I'm just kidding, Baek Yoo-seol thought to himself. He was only listing those conditions to drive Baek Yoo-seol away. But there was one thing our protagonist didn't realize. You should never joke with a genius. Is that so? Then I'll create a club like that for you, Baek Yoo-seol said, pointing at himself, leaving the other two completely stunned. You can really establish a club with special permission for off-campus activities? Baek Yoo-seol asked again, and the genius nodded in confirmation. Yes, I can. Back with Baek Yoo-seol, he quickly thought about the status of the guy in front of him and understood. That's right. With Baek Yoo-seol's connections, it was probably possible. But what's in it for you if you create a club for me? There is something. It's because you're special, Baek Yoo-seol replied softly. This made our protagonist a little nervous. Had Baek Yoo-seol figured something out? Do you know something? Baek Yoo-seol stopped mid-sentence because he suddenly realized something. Ah, that's right, now I remember. One of Baek Yoo-seol's core issues is his crippling fear of being alone. Realizing this, Baek Yoo-seol didn't press further and simply nodded in agreement. All right, go ahead and create the club. Really? The genius asked, overjoyed. Yes, but she has to join too, Baek Yoo-seol said, pointing at Isolet beside him, which made her jump in surprise. But when he said this, our protagonist had a clear plan in mind. In the original story, those two are a destined couple. If Isolet can provide emotional support for Baek Yoo-seol, it would be for the best. As for Baek Yoo-seol, as long as the protagonist was in his club, he was willing to accept anything. If the beautiful Lady Isolet joins, I would be more than happy to welcome her. Stop calling me young lady. It's really getting on my nerves, Bishop Iso snapped, her irritation clear. Watching the two of them bicker, Baek Yoo-seol suddenly wasn't so sure if this whole matchmaking plan would even work. So, what should we name our club? Someone in the group asked. Ah, about that. I've got an idea, Baek Yoo-seol chimed in. And just like that, a new club application form appeared. It was a request to establish a new club. Club name, the Culinary Club. President, Baek Yoo-seol. Members, Ma Yoo-seol, Isul. Purpose, culinary exploration. Staring at the form, Isul stroked her chin thoughtfully before speaking. Will this even work? To get the special activity seal, we need a faculty advisor and at least 4 members. In response, Ma Yoo-seol confidently declared, I can handle the members and the seal. But finding an advisor, even I'll have trouble with that. Why? Baek Yoo-seol asked with a frown. You're the one who can get us a special pass to go off campus, right? He was met with a look of pure mockery from Ma Yoo-seol. Because they're all a bunch of pains in the ass. Fine, I'll go get the seal for the application, Ma Yoo-seol said. I'm counting on you for the rest. Baek Yoo-seol simply nodded, watching Ma Yoo-seol's back as he walked away. He thought to himself, a special activity seal isn't something just anyone can approve, but if they're stamping it for him, it must mean he's one of them. Time flies, and the scene shifts to the first main tower. Inside the vice principal's office, the man himself was admiring a precious vase when the sound of the door creaking open echoed through the room. The vice principal looked up to see who was entering, and his eyes went wide. He scrambled to his feet to greet the visitor. Welcome, young master, he exclaimed enthusiastically. Meanwhile, Ma Yoo-seol, holding the application form, gave a slight nod. Yes, it's been a while, grandfather. Carrying the club application, Ma Yoo-seol strode over to Vice Principal Archie Hayden's desk and sat down. Once he was comfortable, he let out a loud laugh. Oh, this seat is more comfortable than I thought. I think I like it. Standing before him, Vice Principal Archie Hayden just waved his hand and forced a smile. Haha, what's wrong? But then, his expression soured slightly as he thought to himself, why the hell is this lunatic here? He quickly plastered the smile back on and asked Ma Yoo-seol, so, what brings you here today? In response, Ma Yoo-seol produced the very paper he had discussed earlier with Baek Yoo-seol and Isul. Still smiling, he announced, "A club application. Stamp it for me." Archie Hayden was taken aback. His own awkwardness left him frozen for a few seconds, but he quickly reached out, took the paper, and began to offer his assessment. A club application, you say? First, I need to verify if it meets the requirements for establishment." He was trying to establish his authority, but in return, Ma Yoo-seol slammed his hand down on the desk. It was an understandable reaction, given that the application didn't even meet the minimum member count. Faced with this unpredictable turn of events, Vice Principal Archie Hayden couldn't help but be shocked once again. His own anxiety mounted as he heard the boy continue, "There's no need to read the contents, is there? Just stamp it." Ma Yoo-seol's face had turned ice cold. Archie Hayden could see the dark shadow lurking behind Ma Yoo-seol's smile. The boy's request came out as a quiet threat. "You'll do it for me, won't you?" A deep, unsettling feeling washed over Archie Hayden as he stared into Ma Yoo-seol's deceitful eyes. He swallowed hard, unconsciously pulling his hand back, his mind racing for an out. He knew he couldn't resist. As long as this boy was the successor to that man, resisting him was an absolute impossibility. With no other choice, he had to accept the demand. "Yes, I'll do it." As he took the paper and was about to bring up a new issue, Ma Yoo-seol cut him off. "You know what I'm thinking, don't you?" Ma Yoo-seol adjusted his tie. "I know." With his condition met, he quickly headed for the door, tossing one last comment over his shoulder. "Thanks. I'm leaving." After the door clicked shut, Vice Principal Archie Hayden, who had been standing frozen, finally collapsed into his chair with a heavy sigh. His eyes now burned with pure hatred. Like father, like son, they're exactly the same. So arrogant for a half-breed, but not for much longer. One day, I will sever that haughty neck with a single strike. The scene then shifts to a classroom somewhere else. The lecturer was just starting to make his way out the door. The students watched him go, their collective thoughts almost audible. "Ha! Finally it's over. That professor always nitpicks every little thing during his presentations. Yeah, especially with commoners. He's even harsher on us." Joki stood to one side, clutching a stack of documents. Her hands were trembling slightly as a storm of thoughts raged in her mind. "I could have done so much better in front of everyone. But I got so nervous I made a mistake. I know I can do better than Florum." Just then, Florum approached with a gentle smile. "Joki, your presentation was great today. Don't worry about what the professor said. You did a good job." But Joki just turned her back and snapped, "Enough!" leaving Florum completely bewildered. That girl, honestly, I was just trying to show I was worried about her, and she doesn't appreciate it at all. Suddenly, a voice spoke up right beside her. "I guess that's true." Florum jumped and whipped her head around. Realizing it was Baek Yoo-seol, she cried out, "Ah, you scared me! What's the matter?" Seeing her startled expression, Baek Yoo-seol just smiled and started to explain. "It's nothing major, but you're close with a few of the professors, right? I'm trying to start a club, and I was wondering if you could ask one of them for me." Florum processed his request, then shot back, "Why don't you do it yourself?" Baek Yoo-seol immediately gave his reason. "Well, the thing is, the professors really hate me, so I'm a bit too intimidated to ask." Hearing this, Florum added, "Right. I can see why, based on your daily attitude." She then began listing off his transgressions. "You're always talking back to the professors. You sleep during class. You're lucky you haven't been given a warning yet." Hearing this, Baek Yoo-seol could only laugh sheepishly. "Haha, it's not that bad, is it?" Florum closed her eyes and continued, "Still, who would agree to do such a troublesome favor?" But then, an idea suddenly sparked in her mind. Her eyes flew open as she spoke, shocking him. "Come to think of it, aren't you close with the teaching assistant Onido Issa?" Leaving their conversation behind, Baek Yoo-seol now walked down a hallway, his mind reeling with thoughts. So a teaching assistant can also be a faculty advisor. I only ever played the game following the main storyline, so I had no idea that was even possible. As he walked, he suddenly saw something that made him stop dead in his tracks. Right in front of him, an instructor emerged from a room, documents in hand. It was none other than Professor Tyson, the very man who had given him a hard time before. He wore a sinister look on his face, as if some long-brewing scheme was about to come to fruition. Baek Seo-yoon stood still, watching him. Baek Seo-yoon was a bit bewildered. What in the world? A summons to Professor Anteisa's private research lab? He arrived at the location and pushed the door open. He smiled and offered a greeting, "Hello," but he was taken aback by the sight of the professor before him. He quickly asked, "Professor Anteisa?" She was standing lost in thought, staring at a mess of papers scattered all over the floor. The moment she saw someone, the professor looked up, her eyes welling with tears, and she quickly wiped them away. "You're here," she said. Unsure what was happening, Baek Seo-yoon questioned the teaching assistant. Assistant, what on earth is going on? Baek Se-yoon listened, stunned, as the assistant explained. Well, it's like this. After listening to her story, his eyes fell on the few papers left on the desk. A few questions immediately formed in his mind. Assistant, the thesis you said you'd been preparing for so long, where is it now? Hearing this, teaching assistant Ante-isa froze for a moment. Her hands clenched into tight fists, but she forced a smile to hide her true feelings and continued, I already submitted it to the professor. You know, there's an academic conference coming up. The professor said she'll use my thesis for it. I should be grateful, right? It's a gathering of such brilliant alchemists, after all. But Baek Seo-yoon suddenly cut her off, his expression darkening. Isn't that just a nicer way of saying she stole it? Will your name even be mentioned? The assistant fell silent again, but she still managed a weak smile and pressed on. It's fine. Things like this are just life experiences. Hearing that, Baek Seo-yoon felt a wave of helplessness. His gaze shifted as a new thought took hold. Damn it, I shouldn't have just asked her to advise the club. His eyes then drifted towards a certain spot, a magic-infused board covered in countless formulas. His thoughts continued. Professor Mern is going to solve that formula soon, and I wanted Ante-isa to be the one to complete it before that happens. Snapping out of his thoughts, Baek Seo-yoon turned back to Ante-isa. Assistant, you have another thesis you're working on, don't you? The one you were helping me solve last time. Ante-isa's eyes lit up in recognition. The one on the theory of random number interference combined with key. I tried applying your unique idea, but it didn't work. There's a reason it's been an unsolved problem for the past 300 years. Looking at the blackboard again, Ante-isa continued, if I could just solve this one bottleneck, I could see the path forward. But then, Ante-isa's expression shifted to pure shock at his next words. I've already solved that part. Utterly astonished, she stammered. What? What did you just say? You really solved it? For real? To prove it, Baek Seo-yoon turned and walked towards the board. Yes. But I just stumbled upon a trick to solve it, so I don't fully understand the principles myself. He picked up a piece of chalk and began writing out his explanation and formulas on the board. Ante-isa watched every stroke intently, her face a mask of awe and disbelief. After filling the board with a few formulas and an index matrix, he turned back with a smile and said, but for a genius like you, I'm sure it'll be different. Ante-isa rushed towards the blackboard he had just written on. She immediately began analyzing it, her focus absolute. That's it. If I add scattering and reflection to the Gini coefficient in this formula and then apply the Bennu stream. Hearing her deductions, Baek Seo-yoon broke into a satisfied smile. A thought formed in his mind. She's already completely immersed. Her concentration is astounding. Nothing like mine. I can only imitate what I see, but she's a true genius. A genius who could change the future of all humankind. He turned to leave. My role here is finished. With that, he walked out of the room, leaving Ante-isa alone to continue her research. The rest is up to her talent. All I can do now is wait. Continuing on his own journey, he caught a pleasant aroma wafting from a nearby room. Baek Seo-yoon's steps came to a halt. Sigh. Finally made it. My body is aching all over. His thoughts quickly caught up. Thanks to Ante-isa's help, I successfully established the culinary club with myself as the leader. Now I can get an off-campus pass. He closed his eyes, recalling, though the process was a bit suspicious. Well, anyway, it's a good thing the permit was issued so easily. The conversation he had with Teacher Lee immediately came to mind. Practice? While applying for an off-campus pass under the name of a culinary club, he could only chuckle awkwardly. Haha, yes, that's right. He continued walking toward a large tree branch, thinking, as long as I don't cause any trouble, it should be fine. And then, once again, he was met with another surprise. Whoa, a colossal tree appeared right before Baek Seo-yoon's eyes. The realization hit him. So this is the third world tree. An information update appeared. Manhwa Spiritual Garden. Numerous new buildings had sprouted beneath the giant tree. This time, Baek Seo-yoon had come to the land where the spirits lived. He couldn't help but exclaim as he walked forward, no way, this can't even be compared to game graphics. After walking a bit further, a female spirit appeared, smiling brightly as she greeted him. It is an honor to meet a mage from Stella. A male spirit standing beside her added, may your sincere heart reach the motherland. Seeing the two of them, he broke into a wide smile. May you always receive the blessings of the world tree that granted us this beautiful garden. A few thoughts ran through his mind. Perhaps because the Adman and Elrum people once saved them from the burning, collapsing second world tree, many spirits recognize the Stella uniform and treat us kindly. Looking at the other spirits, he made another observation that matched the game's settings. There are so many beautiful people here. but among them one spirit is exceptionally beautiful. That was the king of the spirit race, Hwa Sojin, whose appearance was that of a goddess. Hwa Sojin, who had made countless male gamers' hearts flutter, was the most popular character in the virtual world game. However, spirits are genderless. Only when they experience true love does their gender change to match the one they love. Hwa Sojin was born with a female form, but because she had never truly loved anyone, according to the game's lore, the character was still technically without a gender. Later, much to the fans' confusion, Hwa Seo-jin was confirmed to be a male character. No matter which storyline a player chose, there was never an option for Hwa Seo-jin to be female. This drove countless male gamers into despair, a truly bittersweet story. I used to have a thing for Hwa Seo-jin too, Baek Seo-yoon reminisced, wandering deeper into the building. Suddenly, something astonishing caught his attention. A smile spread across his lips as his eyes darted to the side. Found it. This is the mysterious labyrinth, the garden of the spirit Hino. Before moving on, he paused, lost in thought. His current skills had been enhanced quite a bit. It was best to prepare for the events to come. Old memories resurfaced as he recalled the item he'd received, Hino's Key of Light. Holding the key in his hand, another smile touched his lips. Good, I can use this sooner than I thought. With that, Baek Seo-yoon inserted the key into a lock before him, but his system interface immediately flashed to life. A warning. If you open the gate to this place, it's possible another person holding a key will discover its location. He wasn't surprised. He knew this already. I've definitely seen this warning in the game before, he murmured to himself, his mind already racing. But all the players confirmed that nothing particularly special ever came of it. At this point, what else could possibly happen? With that thought, Baek Seo-yoon put the key back into the lock and turned it. A gate of blinding light instantly materialized before his eyes. A system notification updated. The gate to the Garden of the Spirit Heno is opening. The scene shifts to a distant castle in the Spirit Kingdom, the cradle of the spirit race. Along the walls of a grand palace, inside a single room, a white-haired girl lay sleeping on a central bed, but something stirred her, and she shot upright. She slowly stepped off the bed and walked towards a window, opening it to reveal the colossal world tree in the distance. Information about the girl appeared instantly. The king of the spirit race, Hwa Seo-jin. Gazing into the distance, she spoke in a pensive tone. The world is so peaceful again today, isn't it? Nearby, two doves were cooing to each other. Looking at them, she added, I wonder when I'll ever be that free. Her golden eyes reflected her deepest desire. I'm getting jealous just watching those birds. But then, the sound of footsteps echoed as the surrounding atmosphere shifted. Sensing a change in the energy, she was startled. This aura. What is it? She touched her forehead, her thoughts racing. Did someone enter the secret garden where Heno rests? That place is supposed to be inaccessible. Who could it be? Worry was written all over her face. What should I do now? Troubled, she placed her hand on a nearby object and threw a hooded cloak over herself. She headed for the door, ready to leave, but then stopped in her tracks. She clutched the hem of her cloak, her mind filled with new anxieties. No, I have to hold back. I've endured this for decades. I can't act rashly now. What if the curse activates again and drives someone mad? She fretted, hesitating once more. I'll wait until the day of destiny arrives. I'll investigate then. Back with Baek Seo-yoon, he let out a sudden sneeze. Achoo! A cloud of dust and pollen swirled around him, already covering his feet. Ugh, this damn pollen, he grumbled. Just then, something lunged at him from behind, forcing him to dodge instantly. Whoosh! These damn tree roots! After moving a short distance, he stopped beside a gigantic flower. Straightening his clothes, he muttered, If I just keep fighting them, this will never end. But then he pulled out a vial with a sly grin. Good thing I prepared an alchemical firebomb. Without a moment's hesitation, Baek Seo-yoon hurled the vial forward. A brilliant flash erupted as the plants caught fire, flames engulfing the entire area. On the sidelines, Baek Seo-yoon had already drawn his familiar sword, ready for action. Now, I can't miss this chance. His body flickered, moving with incredible speed. He flashed forward, charging straight for his target. His eyes scanned for a specific spot, locking onto his attack point. Having pinpointed the location, Baek Seo-yoon plunged his sword cleanly through it. With just those two basic attacks, the plant monster began to dissolve into nothing. A summary window appeared from his system. You have received experience points. Standing to the side, he assessed the situation. Phew, that's more than enough for these trivial monsters. Quickly composing himself, he looked ahead and declared, Now, time to go after my real objective. The system panel reappeared. You have entered the labyrinth's boss room. He arrived in a garden filled with vibrant blue flowers, where a lone figure was leaning against a central pillar. Baek Seo-yoon cautiously approached but then stopped to observe from a distance. Is that the spirit, Heno? Baek Yoo-seol's narration continued. The most mysterious creatures in the world are spirits, pure souls that have trained for hundreds of years, eventually achieving enlightenment and transforming into a new form of existence. It is said that there are very few such entities in the entire world, but the creature before his eyes was not a perfect spirit. This woman had lost her heart just moments before she could become a true spirit, and was now trapped in a state of eternal suffering. Under the brilliant moonlight against a glittering night sky, Baek Yoo-seol saw the figure leaning against the central pillar. A wave of anxiety washed over him. He took a deep breath and began to walk forward, step by agonizing step, even though the being before him was only a soul. But the pressure from her immense mana began to crush his body. The immense force caused him to buckle. He had read the warnings to always wear high-level protective armor, but right now he was completely exposed. An immense pressure quickly weighed down his body as a thought raced through his mind. Supernatural mana pressure. A new problem was immediately added to his considerations. Indeed, even in death, a soul is still a soul proven by the pressure it emits at the very moment of passing. But for that very reason, I can't give up here. He gritted his teeth, gathering every last ounce of strength left in his body. He slowly began to push himself up, the resisting pressure immense. Because his body couldn't store mana, every movement was a grueling struggle, and yet he finally succeeded in standing. His entire body trembled from the effort, a direct consequence of having no mana reserves after moving just a few steps. He was now standing beside the spirit, his breath coming in ragged, heavy gasps. Only now could he see it clearly. The spirit had its hands clasped, as if deep in prayer. A blue light painted a breathtaking scene across the space, and then, a surprise materialized before him, a system window. Experience for the skill, slow mana accumulation has increased. The news was so shocking, Yoo-seol nearly stumbled backward. A weary sigh escaped his lips. Ha! Now this feels a little more like living. The system window remained. His ability scores had risen, but he was left feeling utterly drained. That's right. This place was a priceless training ground left behind by the spirit. It was a mana vein, one of the world's greatest mysteries, something even the most brilliant mages couldn't discover, a place that mages across the globe would kill to find. This was a sacred space where even ordinary training yielded results tens, even hundreds of times greater than normal. On top of that, by absorbing energy from the natural spirit, his aptitude was skyrocketing. A dazed expression crossed his face as he processed what this meant. It's so hard to find a suitable training hall, but here, I can practice new movements I could never attempt in other places. His attention quickly snapped back to the spirit statue, or more precisely, to something resting on it. An idea began to form, but he didn't hesitate. Acting on pure instinct, he reached out and took the object in his hand. A notification window popped up instantly. You have obtained the item, Branch of Grudge. A wide grin spread across his face as he planted a hand on his hip. More detailed information scrolled into view. Branch of Grudge, rarity, high. Description: hatred never fades with time, it only grows stronger. Special trait: grudge. 1. On first contact, the target will fall into a state of abnormal resentment. 2. On second contact, the target's hatred will explode, dealing significant additional damage to those with the dark attribute. 3. Damage from resentment and grudge accumulates daily and can last for up to 3 months. 4. If the target's danger level is 6 or higher, damage may be halved. Single-use item. Looking at the artifact in his hand, his confidence surged to a whole new level. With this, I can deal with the 8th race, the Mage Myzen Tyran. I've even managed to get my hands on a precious artifact. All right then, let's begin training. Time flew by. Weeks later, Yoo-seol opened his system window to check his status. Slow mana accumulation, level 3. Strength increased by 8%. Agility increased by 12%. Sense increased by 20%. Sixth sense. Activates by consuming the user's mental power. It can detect mana phenomena within a 24-meter radius and activates accelerated perception. Automatically triggers when the user is deemed to be in danger. Mana circulation rate in the blood, 2%. He let out a long breath. Phew. He rested his chin on his hand, making a quick assessment. These current stats are around the mid-2-star level. A sobering thought quickly followed. There's still a long way to go. The main characters have stats reaching 4 stars or higher. His training was relentless. In this world, there were no sword masters to teach him, so he had to endlessly repeat simple thrusts and slashes, honing his ability to strike an enemy's weak points with absolute precision. His determination burned even hotter. I have to push myself harder. He raised his sword high behind him, sacrificing his entire body to the motion. Bone, blood, and sweat fueled his training. He unleashed what he called a basic slash, but then a crushing pressure slammed into his body. It felt like something had just pierced straight through his chest. His sword slipped from his grasp and fell to the floor. But this seemed to be beneficial, not detrimental, a conclusion he reached almost immediately. Amazing, he gasped for breath, wiping sweat from his face as the system fed him new information. You have learned a special breathing technique. You have acquired the skill, Spirit's Breath. But then, Yoo-seol felt something was terribly wrong. His vision began to blur. The world around him started to twist abnormally, and a heavy weight settled over his entire body. An overwhelming drowsiness washed over him, and his perception of the world warped into a bizarre, unrecognizable shape. Suddenly, he was jolted awake by someone's relentless questioning. What are you doing now? Can't you hear my voice? Can you hear me? Can't you hear me? Are you deaf or something? Can you hear what I'm saying? Yes, yes, answer me now. I'm waiting. I told you to answer quickly. Hurry up. The look of pure shock was still frozen on his face. He quickly clutched his chest, as if he'd just been scared out of his mind. Terrifying. What the hell was that, and where did it come from? But just then another voice spoke. He was so startled he whipped his head around. Huh? Can you hear my voice now? Yoo-seol confirmed. Are you the spirit? His gaze fixed on the spirit statue in the center of the room. His thoughts raced. The spirit of Malafino is talking to me? He covered his mouth and whispered, what the hell is going on? That thing is talking to me. But across from him, motes of light began to converge, taking on a distinct form. The spirit spoke. I'm not dead. You really are a rude person, Yoo-seol asked, confused. What was that? What did you just say? The spirit answered. I've been talking this entire time. You just couldn't hear me because you were deaf. He still couldn't process what was happening. Yoo-seol asked another question. Then why can I suddenly hear you now, when I couldn't before? As he bent to pick up his fallen sword, the spirit replied, Isn't it because we're the same now? He froze for a moment. But his expression morphed into one of pure shock as the voice continued. You just let out the same breath as me. The thought clicked into place instantly. A notification had appeared just moments ago, telling him he had learned a certain skill. A new information window appeared. Breath of the Soul, Level 1. The breath of the soul can help you become one with nature. Your blood circulation will increase significantly, but mana erosion will occur. The first form enhances your strength by 107%, and the second form enhances your agility by 125%. The third form enhances your senses by 147%, and the fourth form adds another 101% to your strength. The maximum duration is 15 seconds. The mana erosion rate is 1%. Looking at it, he fell deep into thought. What is this incredible skill? The duration is a bit short, but it can instantly boost my physical stats straight to the 4-star level, right? The realization hit him. Oh, wait a minute. The penalty is the erosion of divine power, he thought, getting lost in his own mind again. That fits perfectly with what I said about losing my human body. A divine beast can maintain its form with its own magical power. But I'm someone who's leaking mana. I'm literally losing my own body. It means death is just around the corner. This is a great skill, but my lifespan will shorten the more I use it. His eyes focused forward as a new thought formed. No, I need to think more positively. No matter what, I've gained a useful skill that I can use in an emergency. Across from him, the spirit statue seemed to contemplate something. After a moment, it spoke. Incredible. This is the second time a human has been able to use the breath of the soul. You are just like the other one, with such a faint presence because your body holds no mana. It's as if you don't exist in this world. Yoo-seol didn't understand everything, but he grasped the most important part and asked, Who was this other person? The spirit statue replied, He was a swordsman, just like you. He could cut through all magic and even sever souls. A look of pure shock crossed the boy's face. What? He processed the information in his mind. The game never mentioned anyone capable of cutting a soul. Doesn't that mean he was absurdly powerful? He posed another question. Can I meet him? The spirit statue replied, No, you cannot. He was killed by the 12 disciples of the primordial sorcerer. The news hit him like a lightning strike, and Yoo-seol's expression soured. The primordial sorcerer. That means he died a very long time ago. But then, he heard something new. Should I teach you? I was very close to him, and so I have recorded all of his breaths and movements. Yoo-seol was stunned. Really? The spirit's voice continued. However, there is a condition. I cannot leave this place or speak to anyone. I am, for all intents and purposes, dead. So save my heart. Save me. Yoo-seol froze for a few seconds. His expression then hardened. This is the answer I was expecting. He spoke clearly. I'm sorry, but that's impossible with my current abilities. I cannot save the hearts of other spirits. The spirit, Lifino, fell silent, clearly pondering its options after a long, difficult pause. The spirit spoke again. It does not necessarily have to be the heart of a spirit. The pure heart of a god will do. Yoo-seol asked skeptically, if you use the heart of a god, won't you lose a great deal of your power? Hearing that, Lufino's tone softened for a moment. Would that be so bad? It is better than being trapped here forever in solitude. The bitterness of its loneliness was palpable in its words. He couldn't imagine what that felt like. But Yoo-seol sighed and agreed. Yeah, all right. If it's just the heart of an ordinary god, then it shouldn't be a problem. The voice was filled with hope. Really? A hidden thought process was already running through Yoo-seol's mind. After all, the reason I'm training here is for the upcoming spirit beast signing ceremony. At that time, I'll be meeting countless creatures. This is far more valuable than simply saving one spirit's heart. A smile appeared on his lips as he said, I'll bring it. As many as I can. The spirit before him replied, Thank you. I will wait. I have something for you, as proof of our pact. Yoo-seol was suspicious. The spirit gestured in a certain direction. There is another item. The voice from the spirit emanated. Look at the pillar behind me, he asked. What is this? The spirit replied. This is proof that you are my friend. Yoo-seol took it in his hands. A system notification popped up. Lefeno's flower necklace, a proof of friendship item. A new thought sparked in his mind. I've never heard of an item like this, not even in the game. He tucked it into his pocket. Oh well, if I run out of kindling, I can always use this for firewood, but he paused before putting the necklace away. No, wait, this came from a sacred spirit. He held it up in front of him, admiring it with a smile, a sign of friendship. Perhaps this item will be quite useful after all. The scene shifts to the end of dawn, as soft light streams through the window of a room somewhere. A hand appears in the frame, writing on a board. This place is not unfamiliar, it is Stella Academy. Onto Issa's laboratory. She abruptly stopped writing with her chalk. Before her was the complete version of a certain formula. I did it! In the cramped room, Anto Issa had solved the entire formula Yoo-seol had given her. But then, a sound echoed from somewhere. She paid it no mind. Oh, there's no time for that. She moved to her notebook and began to write, putting her pen to the paper. After a while, a satisfied smile spread across her face. Tomorrow, a new era will begin. I wonder if Yoo-seol will be happy when he finds out. My partner, Yoo-seol, Giga, the capital of the Dwarf Kingdom, the Black Iron Empire. The area is vast, high, and desolate, containing two main resources, gold and iron mines. The buildings soar so high that their tops don't even reach the edge of one's vision. These structures are so tall they look like a forest of cyberpunk-style buildings in the sky. Countless steel cables and an infinite number of trains run back and forth. It looks like a spider's web, which is why it's called the Spider City. The gloomy and dark atmosphere gives off an ominous feeling, but the people who actually live here are full of life. Yoo-seol and Anto Issa have arrived, and he says with a bright smile, We're here. Though a bit surprised, Anto Issa, standing next to him, confirmed, Yes, we are. A few words of explanation followed. Today is the day of the academic conference, and the location for this conference changes every year. And this year, the event will be held at Guma Hagwang Academy, the best alchemy school in the Dwarf Kingdom. After all, the creators of material magic were the dwarves. This year's conference was expected to be on a different scale than usual. On top of that, it was said that Kaden's greatest alchemist would be in attendance. The Golden Alchemist, Hwan Sa-o-hong, was slated to join this academic conference. A thought, tinged with satisfaction, surfaced in Yoo-seol's mind. This was the perfect moment to present Anto Issa's latest research findings, but then his gaze shifted to Anto Issa beside him. She spoke up. But Yoo-seol, is this really okay? Worry was etched clearly on her face. This is what that professor spent half her life researching. Seeing her like this, Yoo-seol felt a flicker of concern in his thoughts. Huh? Is she a saint or an idiot? He wondered. She can't even do anything about her own research being stolen. And yet she can still say something so kind? Seeing this wasn't going anywhere, he immediately changed the atmosphere. Don't worry. Anto Issa looked over, and he continued. It's not that I copied Mythic research, it's just that the assistant is better than the professor. Anto Issa was left a bit stunned on the spot. Yes. Thank you. And with that, they both walked forward as he continued. Well then, shall we go in? The red carpet up front is a bit much. Let's just use the back door. Anto Issa didn't object. Oh, yes, that's a good idea. They then made their way inside. The voice of the host boomed over the speakers. Greetings to all the esteemed doctors, professors, and researchers of the Hoi Hu Chi Society. The 87th Gaoduang Judicial Science Conference is about to begin. For our first presentation, we will be introducing a new type of medicine. Footsteps echoed as someone walked onto the stage. It was none other than Mythic. The host's voice resumed after she reached her position. First up, we have Mythic from the Tella Academy. After the introduction began, she projected some information onto the screen and started her presentation. Hello, I am Mazen Tiran from the Tele Academy. Today, I will be introducing Jet Paul Sun's Alf Tiber. She launched into her long-winded speech. Everyone listened intently to her words, but we have no idea what she was talking about. After a long while, she concluded, "That is all." The entire audience was shaken. Yoo-seol stood in a corner with his arms crossed, observing as the crowd erupted in discussion. Oh, Myzen Tiran's idea to improve that difficult red potion is brilliant. Watching the discussions, a few thoughts crossed Yoo-seol's mind. It seems she's quite the performer, speaking about Antoisa's thesis as if it were her own. The warm-up is over. The main event starts now. A figure walked forward as the host's voice rang out again. Next up is the presentation by Assistant Antoisa of the Tele Academy. Antoisa stepped up to the very spot where Myzen Tiran had stood just moments before. She decided to begin. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you all. I am Antoisa, an alchemist from the Tele Academy, but no one paid any attention to her words. People began to whisper amongst themselves below. Hey, she's the one from the pharmaceutical company I mentioned before. I really loved the presentation on the natural regenerative cell extraction method the professor explained. From his vantage point, Yoo-seol listened intently to Antoisa's words. She continued, the topic I will be presenting today is... A faint smile appeared on Yoo-seol's lips as her next words silenced the entire hall for a moment. This is a perfect summary and understanding of the complete analysis and interpretation of alchemical compound numeral interferometry. The noise stopped abruptly. Not a single person dared to whisper, but then one person couldn't hold back and questioned her directly. Do you have any idea where you're standing? Hearing this, Antoisa looked a bit flustered. She replied, Yes, of course. This is a great and honorable position for someone like me. The questioning continued, aimed right at her. Then how are we supposed to interpret what you just said? Antoisa grew anxious, her hands clenched tightly in front of her chest. But then, she regained her confidence. Please accept it. The alchemist's way. Once again, the crowd below began to murmur. But that compound numeral interferometry is absurd. The principles of magic and alchemy can't be mixed. This has been an unsolved problem for the last 300 years. Up above, the golden alchemist Hong raised a hand to his mouth, composing himself. He spoke, his voice carrying through the hall. I am very much looking forward to this. I wish to find the truth within a magic that is seemingly impossible. Now, little alchemist, will you unveil your discovery for all of us to see? Antoisa couldn't help but be surprised by this. Her face flushed slightly with happiness. She began again, Thank you. But then, a figure suddenly shot up, shouting, I object! It was none other than Myzen Tiran. The words came out through gritted teeth. Before Assistant Professor Antoisa presents her report, I would like to raise some questions about the paper in question. Professor Hong glanced over. He asked, An objection? What do you mean? But something seemed to drive Myzen Tiran forward. Looking directly at Antoisa, she declared, I suspect plagiarism. Antoisa's face froze as the crowd's murmuring grew into an uproar. Oh my God, plagiarism? A suspicion of plagiarism? Hong looked thrilled. Haha, this is amusing. Do you have any idea what will happen if you make an accusation of plagiarism and fail to prove it? With a faint smile, Myzen Tiran said, Of course I do. She stepped forward, positioning herself right in front of Antisha like a shield, and spread her arms wide. As everyone knows, the alchemical transference of compound numbers has 5 major difficulties. Only when all 5 are solved can alchemy and magic truly harmonize. She continued, To date, only 2 of these problems have been solved within the Academy, and even those solutions are considered incomplete, at best. Yoo-seol listened with his arms crossed, while Professor Myzen below cut in. But I have solved 4 of the most difficult problems, and Assistant Antisha, standing right here, is my alchemy assistant, and mine alone. Antisha flinched as the crowd began to murmur once again. If that was true, this presentation was absolutely groundbreaking. Myzen pressed on. Of course my thesis is correct. Even if my assistant managed to solve that 5th puzzle, the weight of the accusation pressed down on Antisha's shoulders. Myzen, smug, then asked, Can you honestly say you solved the other 4 problems all by yourself? Glancing at the cornered Antisha, a dangerous smile crept across his face as he thought, You fool, Antisha. I'll admit you have genius and exceptional talent, but this is where your life as an alchemist comes to an end. Professor Myzen closed in on her, hands on his hips, demanding an answer. So, what do you think, Assistant Antisha? She was trapped, the pressure mounting as her thoughts raced. Oh no, I knew this would happen. My hair is literally turning white from the stress. What do I do? But then, a voice echoed in her memory. If you find it difficult to stand alone, then call for me. A wave of calm washed over her. She closed her eyes, adjusted her glasses, and declared, I have someone who helps me. I would like to call one more person to the stage. Up on the platform, Antisha continued, this entire paper, I am the co-author. With a trembling finger, she pointed straight ahead, right at where Yoo-seol was standing. That student, Yoo-seol, caught completely off guard, his expression was a mix of shock and anxiety. A new thought flashed through his mind. Wait, I'm the co-author? After Antisha's shocking reveal, Professor Myzentizen's gaze shot over to Yoo-seol. Our boy, in turn, began walking toward the stage. The crowd erupted in chatter again. That's ridiculous. A student that young? Someone scoffed. I doubt this is going to change a single thing. But another professor, the alchemist Hwan-sek, leaned back with an interested smirk. Oh ho, now this, I'm looking forward to. As for Yoo-seol, he walked with his eyes on the ground, a somber mood about him as he approached the podium. But as he drew near Professor Myzentizen, he lifted his head and stared the man down, his eyes holding zero fear or hesitation. He walked silently past the professor, but then a sudden surge of magical energy erupted from the tree branch he was holding. That power shot straight into the professor's arm, and a system window instantly popped up. Special skill of the vengeful branch, resentment, has been activated. Target, Myzentizen. After Jusian passed, it seemed Professor Myzentizen hadn't noticed a thing, only glaring after him with pure annoyance. How disrespectful. Seeing his opponent was oblivious, Jusian let out a small internal smirk. All right, it worked. Once he reached his spot, he stopped and finally faced the scholars below. A brief silence fell over the hall. Then, with a completely neutral expression, Yoo-seol spoke. First, I'd like to carefully listen to Professor Myzentizen's argument, but you know what they say, seeing something once is better than hearing about it 100 times. So why don't we solve this cross-alchemy technique right here, right now? A smile played on his lips, and once again, the crowd started buzzing. A debate between a professor and his assistant to settle the paper's claims? Now this sounds interesting. The audience was hooked, but Antisha's anxiety spiked as she turned to Jusian, stammering. Hey, Jusin, I. Seeing her panic, he looked over but flipped the question back on her. Hey, assistant, don't you trust me? Hearing that, Antisha was taken aback. Ah, no. I do trust you. To seal the deal, Yoo-seol offered some words of comfort. I've been by your side this entire time, so don't worry. You can do this, Assistant Antisha. I believe in you more than anyone else. Looking at his smiling face, Antisha blushed slightly, a thought running through her head. Can I really do this? Her hand tightened on her collar. She refocused, adjusting her glasses as her resolve hardened. That's right. Yoo-seol is right. I have to trust in the work I've done all this time. She fixed her hair, looking neat and composed. Meanwhile, Professor Myzentizen could only stay silent, having completely lost control of the situation. Her confidence fully restored, Antisha stepped forward to face Myzentizen directly. Well then, shall we begin? Fired up by Jusian's encouragement, Antisha was filled with confidence and launched into her presentation. The cross-variable transference method in alchemy. 300 years ago, an alchemist declared, I have found a miraculous formula that solves this equation. This magic circle can solve the divergent formula, but I really have to use the bathroom, so I can't write it down. He then passed away in the restroom, making the lost formula legendary. Since that day, countless alchemists have tried to solve it, and every single one has failed. Eventually, people just stopped trying altogether. This unsolved problem was deemed impossible, but now someone was claiming they could solve the divergent transference formula. A man smoking in the shadows with a sharp gaze muttered, Interesting. A profile appeared. Member of the Moonfrost Tower, 13th Annihilation Squad, Captain Kane. Another woman in a similar uniform standing nearby let out a massive yawn. Interesting? What's so interesting? I'm bored to death. An update appeared. Vice Captain Hygen Makazan. Both of them were here, completely concealed. After finishing her yawn, Vice Captain Hygen looked up at the stage, sizing up the situation before asking her captain a question. Is that professor really the black magic user? Nearby, someone in the crowd muttered, Hey, do you smell cigarette smoke? The vice captain concluded. The more I think about it, the more this mission feels like a total setup. She glanced at Kane, who stood beside her without saying a word. A series of dots appeared in her thoughts as she rubbed her head, completely exasperated. She sighed and tried to focus, because what could she do? The captain believed every single word that old geezer said, but then her eyes shot open, staring straight ahead. And she wasn't the only one. Ken's attention snapped in the same direction. Over there, Professor Myzentizen and her assistant, Antisha, were locked in a face-off. A realization hit them all in an instant. The atmosphere in this hall had completely changed. Just then, the host's voice rang out, and with that, the first difficult problem has been solved. Meanwhile, the golden alchemist, Professor Hwan Sok, stared at the information displayed below, completely surprised. He scanned the detailed and specific notes covering both blackboards. He came to a quick conclusion. The approaches were similar, but at their core, fundamentally different. Nearby, Captain Ken was thinking the same thing as he watched intently. The assistant's explanations were actually simpler than Professor Mizentiran's. More than that, the final result was slightly different too. Down on the stage, the host's voice echoed once more. Next up is the second difficult problem. Both competitors immediately turned back to their blackboards and began writing. In the observation area, a few spectators began to lean in, their faces a mix of shock and concern. This is incredible. Plenty of people have solved the second problem before, but I have never, ever seen a solution like this. A problem that was supposed to take at least 200 lines to even begin to explain, and yet she managed to solve the entire thing in just 12. The woman they were all buzzing about was none other than Antisha. Watching from the side, Yoo-seol crossed his arms and smirked. The audience's reaction is perfect, he thought. But the real show is just about to begin. The host's voice cut through the chatter. And now, they will proceed to the third difficult problem. Will the legendary third problem, a puzzle no one has ever solved, finally be cracked right here, right now? Both alchemists focused intensely, scribbling their research onto the boards. Beads of nervous sweat started to form on Antisha's face, but Professor Mizentiran looked even more stressed. Suddenly, both of them stopped writing. Down below, Hwan-suk gasped as realizations hit him one after another. Did she actually solve it? Professor Mizentiran just solved the third problem, the one considered impossible, a truly respectable result. But despite the praise, Professor Mizentiran didn't look happy at all. Instead, her face was a storm of conflicting, shocked emotions. Hwan-suk pointed it out, but even more than that, Assistant Antisha has done something far more impressive. As Professor Mizentiran glanced at the results Antisha was hiding, pure frustration and anger began to boil inside her. What in the world is that line of reasoning? She seethed internally. Yoo-seol, on the other hand, wore a satisfied grin as he listened to the endless whispers around him. How could she possibly have come up with an approach like that? I'm seeing it with my own two eyes, and I still can't believe it. A new piece of information was then revealed. Until now, all the master alchemists had treated the 5 difficult problems as 5 separate issues, solving them one by one. But Antisha was different. She saw all 5 problems as a single, unified system and solved it with an integrated approach, and that was the fundamental difference between her and Mizentiran. As the competition continued, Professor Mizentiran's hand began to tremble as she wrote. Her own calculations were starting to fail her. Wait, what was the next part of the formula? She glared back at her blackboard and cursed. Damn it, there's not enough room to write. She whirled around to the nearby host. Get me another board in here, she screamed, her voice rising with panic. Now! But just then, a calm, familiar voice cut through the chaos. I've already solved it. Professor Mizentiran froze, her eyes slowly drifting to the side, where Antisha stood calmly, her back to the completed blackboard, facing the crowd below. Antisha began her explanation to the audience. What you have just seen is the complete analysis and solution for the interwoven random communion formula. A light seemed to shine from her as her calm voice resonated across the entire square. This ends the great problem. The crowd could no longer contain itself, their voices erupting into a tidal wave of sound. This is absolutely insane. Am I really witnessing a historic moment in a place like this? Oh man, I'm getting emotional. This is truly the moment of the century. Hearing these words, Antisha felt a surge of joy. Confidence bloomed in her thoughts. I did it. She looked towards Yoo-seol, who was standing not far away, and thought, Thank you, Yoo-seol. It's all thanks to you. But her smile didn't last long. Another voice sliced through the air. Antisha. Opposite her, a dark aura was radiating from Professor Mizentiran. Antisha looked over, her expression filled with worry. Professor. Yoo-seol stepped forward to stand beside Antisha, putting an arm out protectively. The demonic energy emanating from Professor Mizentiran was growing stronger by the second, and then, in a voice that was clearly not right, the professor spoke. A twisted confession was about to be revealed. How much longer are you going to make me suffer? You took my stolen thesis, twisted it, and then passed it off as your own. Did you have fun? Yoo-seol took another step forward, shielding Antisha behind him. His eyes were cold, devoid of emotion, as a plan rapidly formed in his mind. Is she seriously planning to turn into a dark mage right here? He thought. It's earlier than I expected, but this is actually better. He looked at the professor, a new calculation forming. If she transforms into a dark mage in front of all these people, there will be no way to contain the dark energy of her rage. She called her name again, Antisha. Her eyes burned with pure hatred. Still anxious, Antisha bit her lip, desperately trying to regain her composure. "I've been holding back all this accumulated emotion for so long," she suddenly screamed. "I told you to just admit it." Her confidence came roaring back. Riding that wave, Antisha spoke clearly. "My thesis is far more brilliant than yours, Professor. Wasn't that presentation just now enough proof? How much more of my thesis do you need to steal before you're satisfied?" Hearing this, the audience and scientists alike gasped, breaking into urgent, hushed conversations. That thesis on the red potion from before? That was the assistant's? That explains so much. But her confidence was short-lived. Antisha began to tremble again. "Professor! Professor!" she yelled, her emotions exploding once more, her voice louder than before. "You're even dumber than I am!" Hearing this, Yoo-seol's face went completely blank as he glanced at the woman beside him. That same baffled expression quickly spread to Captain Ken and his vice-captain, Hae-in Macaron, on the other side. And finally, Professor Maizen-Tiran, the center of all this tension, just stared, equally stunned, completely shattering the impossibly awkward atmosphere. The golden alchemist, Hwan-seok, shatters the tense silence. "Well now," he thinks, "this is getting interesting." He crosses his arms and lets out a booming laugh. "Ha ha ha! Today's conference is turning out to be quite entertaining." At that moment, Professor Maizen snaps back to reality. A dazed look washes over her as she realizes she just leaked a sliver of her demonic energy. "What?" She stares down at her own trembling hands. "What have I just done?" Her thoughts race, panic setting in. "This is bad. Damn it, how did this whole mess even start?" Professor Maizen channels all her fury into a single glare. She storms forward, purpose in every step, making a beeline for Antisha. The threat is real and it's closing in fast. "Antisha, how dare you?" Antisha flinches, completely caught off guard. But her shock quickly gives way to another emotion as Professor Maizen sees a familiar figure step directly in her path. It's none other than Yoo-seol. His voice cuts through the tension, calm and steady. "Professor Maizen, I suggest you take a proper look at the situation." At the sound of his voice, Professor Maizen freezes mid-step. Her enraged expression slowly melts away, replaced by one of pure, dumbfounded confusion. A crushing, invisible pressure bears down on her as countless pairs of eyes from the audience glare up, all filled with suspicion. The alchemists sit in stunned silence, waiting to see how this train wreck ends. Professor Maizen frantically tries to compose herself, turning away. It's not what it looks like." In a desperate gesture, she places a hand over her chest, her voice pitching higher. "That girl stole my thesis." Down below, having seen and heard more than enough, Alchemist Hwan-seok doesn't hesitate. "Drag her out," someone quickly responds. "Yes, sir." The order is carried out instantly. 2 guards move in, grabbing Professor Maizen and begin pulling her away. Even as she's being hauled off, Professor Maizen keeps struggling. "No, wait, I'm telling you, I did nothing wrong." The 2 members of Destruction Squad 13 watch her go, her protests echoing through the hall. Let go of me." Once the major threat and a whole lot of drama is finally escorted out, Antisha's legs give out and she collapses to the floor. It's like a massive weight has been lifted from her shoulders. Then, a hand slowly extends towards her. Her shimmering eyes look up at that familiar hand. Yoo-seol, wearing a confident smile, looks down at her and speaks gently. "Assistant, you worked hard today." Hearing his words of encouragement, Antisha looks up at him for a few seconds, then breaks into a brilliant smile, washing away all her previous worries. The warm lights of the hall seem to make the moment glow. Later, with the members of the Moonlit Tower's Destruction Squad 13, the 2 are walking together. Vice Captain Hagi closes her eyes and starts a new topic. "In the end, we got nothing out of that." Hearing her cryptic statement, Captain Ken immediately gets the gist of it, adding, "If her emotions flared up to that degree, there should have been a sign, right?" Hagi continues the thought. But the sensor that reacts to demonic corruption showed absolutely no response, not a single blip. "That's true," Ken muses, "but then again, the Moonlit Tower's spiritual sensors aren't exactly foolproof, are they?" A new question arises as they watch Yoo-seol and Antisha being surrounded by scholars. "Hey, is that kid the high school student they said was the co-author?" she asks, glancing at Captain Ken beside her. She observes him for a moment. "He's kinda cute, isn't he?" Ken gives her a sidelong glance. "Did you look into him?" Hagi's expression turns blank for a second. Yeah, I just got a report from Mia." She lays out the details on Yoo-seol. Before coming to Stella, his hometown was destroyed by demonic beings. He's a commoner, and his records show he's the lowest-ranked student. So how did he get into the S-class? On top of that, he's attending the most famous magic school in the world, without using any magic. It's all just weird. He also asked to have his name removed from the paper today. So there's that much on him. Captain Ken stares ahead calmly. I see. But then, his eyes widen slightly, as if seeing something unexpected. From across the way, Yoo-seol looks directly at Ken, his focus partly on him and partly somewhere else entirely. He decides to just ignore it. He turns his gaze forward again, a bright smile on his face. Standing there, slightly stunned, Captain Ken asks himself, wait a minute, did our eyes just meet? Haegi looks over at him. What information? No way, Ken mutters, his gaze fixed on Yoo-seol up ahead. He continues. My cognitive decline magic. And your shadow barrier. Could he have seen through them that easily? He dismisses it. Must have been a hallucination. He keeps his eyes locked forward. Ken is silent for a few seconds. Yoo-seol's smile is still there, as if nothing at all just happened. Ken finds himself at a complete loss for words. A million questions pop into his head. But since they've confirmed Maizen has no demonic irregularities, there's nothing left to do. Ken turns to leave. Let's go. Our work here is done. Haegi follows, hands behind her back, adding, I'm so sick of this boring place anyway. We cut to the inside of an opulent, noble-style carriage. Inside, a figure seethes with anger, digging their nails into their palm. It's none other than Professor Mai Zen-Tizin, endlessly cursing under her breath. Damn it! Damn it all! If it weren't for Yoo-seol, I wouldn't be in this humiliating mess. But from across the carriage, someone sitting with their eyes closed, reading a book, speaks. The voice is calm. Now that it's come to this, we just have to deal with Yoo-seol. Calm down. Mai Zen is shocked to see this person here, and her voice turns dramatic. You're Jaeon? After a brief, indifferent glance, the man slams his book shut the moment he hears Mai Zen-Tizin say his name. That's not the problem. Professor Mai Zen-Tizin's face shows pure, unadulterated shock. That was too close, Jaeon continues, a hint of displeasure on his face. He glances over at her, adding, it was a very close call. Luckily, the contract suppressed it. If your emotions had surged just a little bit more and caused a real scene, it could have ruined our entire plan. Realizing how big of a risk she just took, Professor Mai Zen-Tizin freezes on the spot. I'm sorry. I am truly sorry. Seeing her offer nothing but apologies, Jaeon closes his eyes and sighs, stowing his book into thin air. Do you really think a simple sorry can fix this? He asks coldly. The leader is extremely disappointed. Hearing this, her demeanor immediately shifts back to panic. You have nearly lost all your value as a professor at Stella Academy. Unwilling to accept this, Professor Mai Zen practically shouts, her words tumbling out in a desperate explanation. No, I have plenty of connections on the plagiarism review board. I can do this. I can still smooth everything over. I haven't been kicked out yet. Hearing her ramble on, Jaeon closes his eyes and cuts her off sharply. Being silent, bowing your head, and kneeling on the ground is the most useful thing you can do right now. The question hangs in the air, dripping with menace. Do you understand? With that, he teleports away, leaving Professor Mai Zen alone with his chilling commands. Don't move. Stay silent until the commander gives the order. Left all alone, Mai Zen-Tiren's rage boiled over, his fists clenched tight, all of his blame aimed squarely at one person. All of this was Baek Yoo-seol's fault. A dangerous look crossed his face as a scheme began to form, remembering the sight of them both right before they were dragged away. Professor Mai Gent just had to wait a little longer. Just a little bit more, he thought to himself. That man's image was burned into his mind. The scene shifts to a moving train, where inside one of the cars, Baek Yoo-seol sits with his arms crossed, staring intently at his assistant, Hunter Isa. She had a strange expression on her face as she sat across from him. He glanced away, a thought solidifying in his mind. What a shame. He thought if Mai Zen-Tiren had used dark magic during his presentation, he could have stopped the collapse, prevented the disaster of the 8th story. He continued his train of thought, guessing everything would have stayed quiet until the story was supposed to explode. He closed his eyes, leaning back against his seat, but his mind kept racing. There was nothing he could do. Best not to be too hasty. The academic conference ended smoothly, and the branch of resentment had been activated. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open. There's just one thing that's been bothering me. He remembered a moment when his eyes had unconsciously drifted to one side. A spot where Captain Ken and Vice Captain Huygen Marco John stood together, cloaked in shadow and visibility. He recalled Ken looking right back at him in that moment. A new realization took shape. That man was definitely Ken. And here's some more detail on him. Ken belongs to the Moonlight Tower, a small, elite group of volunteer mages, the best of the best when it comes to dark magic units, famous for hunting down other dark mages and witches. And Ken? He's the commander of Destruction Unit 13, the most elite team of them all. The thought deepened. If I didn't have my sixth sense, I would have never noticed them until the very end. I can probably guess why dangerous people like that were there. They probably came to watch Mai Zen-Tiren. Whatever the reason, it would be great if we could get involved. As soon as he thought this, he couldn't help but notice his assistant, Hunter Issa. She had a groggy look on her face, like she'd just woken up. An old story was about to be interrupted by a new one. "Excuse me, but could I have a moment of your time?" The words had barely left the speaker's mouth. A man appeared right near where Hunter Issa was sitting, making her ask in surprise, who are you?" But before she could even hear an introduction, she gasped. The man facing her wore a pristine white suit, had the distinct ears of an elf, and held a hat in his hand. He smiled brightly and began to speak. "A pleasure to meet you all." A character bio appears. "This is Leanne, the chairman of the Nebula Corporation. And here's some insider info for you as the game's chapters unfold, the world expands. As the main character clears stages and grows stronger, new characters naturally become targets. Among them is the man known as the Heart of the Southern Crescent Plains, Chairman Leanne of the Nebula Corporation. Thanks to his golden ratio fate, he is destined to become the richest man in the world. Even though he's over 50 with a grown daughter, he's still a prime target for many. Not because he's rich or handsome, but because his daughter, the high-class villainess Leanne, is deeply involved. True to her title, she was the villainess who tormented the main character for several chapters. So, angry players who wanted to make the villainess suffer as much as possible would aim for the person she cherished most, her father. The goal? Marry her, then destroy her family from the inside. After that long mental introduction, Baek Yoo-seol let out a weary sigh but summed it up in his head. Sounds like a joke. But everyone was hyped for this dramatic turn of events. Moving on, he looked forward with a half-lidded gaze, his indifferent expression obvious. I was expecting this, but I didn't think he'd actually show up in person. An invisible play was unfolding. I need to leave a good impression during this conversation to prepare for the upcoming chapters. Leanne smiled at the two of them sitting together. He started with a few questions. "You must be the alchemist, Hunter Issa, and this must be the real, uncredited alchemist, correct? Ah, if you don't mind. May I ask your name?" Baek Yoo-seol thought to himself. I knew this was coming, but he's smooth with his questions. He answered immediately. "I'm Baek Yoo-seol, an S-class student, top of my class at Stella Academy." Leanne looked surprised. "Oh, so you're a student at Stella Academy. It's an honor." While reaching inside his coat, Leanne closed his eyes and added, "The reason I came to find you both." He then pulled out a carefully prepared file and placed it before them. He explained clearly, "This is a proposal for an exclusive contract for the alchemist Hunter Issa's formulas with our Nebula Corporation. Of course, the conditions will be very generous. Would you like to review the contract?" Baek Yoo-seol's expression didn't change, but Hunter Issa was stunned, grabbing the document. A series of dots appeared over her head. Her hands trembled as she opened the file. Her eyes lit up, her voice filled with excitement. "Whoa, this is unlimited support for materials and technicians? This much money! I've never seen a number this big in my life." Her thoughts raced. With conditions like these, I could finally create all the inventions I've been dreaming of. Yoo-seol will definitely love this too. She glanced over at him. But Baek Yoo-seol just looked back blankly, completely missing her cue. Hunter Issa froze when she saw his expression, then turned back to Leanne. "I'm sorry. Could you please give me some more time to think about it?" He wondered if something was wrong. "Are the conditions not sufficient?" Leanne added. "If you have any other requests, please feel free to state them." But Hunter Issa quickly cut him off. "No, it's not that at all. The conditions aren't just sufficient, they're overwhelming." Her focus returned as she gave a reasonable explanation. "I need to discuss this with the co-author of these formulas." Sitting beside her, Baek Yoo-seol was shocked by her words, unable to believe he was the reason for holding up such a major deal. The look of confusion on his face was unmistakable. Hearing this, Leanne chuckled, a clear implication in his voice. "Is that so?" His thoughts continued. "A co-author, huh? I thought that was just something she said for show. Turns out it's true." He looked at the two of them smiling brightly across from him. "Ah, well, you don't need to worry about him," he said. "How could this be?" His inner monologue kept going. A teenager who helped solve a 300-year-old problem is undoubtedly a genius of no small caliber. But no matter how you slice it, he's still just a student. Having made his assessment, Leanne gestured with his hand. "Would you like to look over the contract?" He thought even if he's a genius in magic or alchemy, when it comes to business, he's just a child. At the suggestion, Baek Yoo-seol took the paper and examined it closely. Leanne smirked, thinking, with conditions like these, there's no way he can refuse. But Baek Yoo-seol replied, "I refuse. This was not supposed to happen." Leanne's face was a mask of pure astonishment as he stared at the young man sitting before him, demanding, "Can you tell me why? If the conditions aren't satisfactory, I'll revise them on the spot." Pausing, Baek Seo-yoon stared straight ahead, his determination absolute. His thinking was simple. Signing an exclusive contract with the Nebula Merchant Guild, the biggest in the world? Of course it was a good thing, but Melian, for all his business genius, was pathologically stubborn and possessive. He never let go of anything he considered his. If this new technology got locked down by him, they'd only pump out cheap, mass-produced items. It would strangle diversity, uniqueness, and the overall performance of magical equipment. He continued his thought process worse. Because of the extreme monopoly, many mages wouldn't even get access to the gear. All technical development would skew towards profit, leaving actual magic users in the dust. In fact, he'd seen a player choose this exact story branch before. They got rich, sure, but it led to a pretty miserable ending. Turning his thoughts into words, he added, "This has nothing to do with the conditions. I simply don't want to sign an exclusive contract." Melian hesitated, holding the paper, his face a perfect poker mask. Baek Yoo-seol pressed on. "This technology, a fusion of magic and alchemy, is going to have a massive impact, not just on daily life, but on crafting gear for all mages. We want this technology to be used by as many of them as possible." After hearing all this, Melian gave a few nods of confirmation. "You have very big dreams and ambitions. Having grand ambitions is a good thing, but to make those beautiful dreams a reality, money is essential." Baek Yoo-seol's response was immediate. "Funnily enough, I've just wrapped up negotiations with a number of investors, and one of them happens to be you, Chairman Melian." As understanding dawned, Melian asked the million-dollar question. "So you intend to sign contracts with them, and with me? If so, most of the conditions I've offered will have to be thrown out." He didn't deny it. Baek Yoo-seol closed his eyes, a slight smile on his face as he confirmed. "That's right. And to be frank, I'm extremely tempted by those conditions." His eyes slowly opened, his voice measured. "We'll elevate the product into a high-end, premium line. That's the proposal I'm making. We push for the widest possible circulation of standard items. But for the premium items that are difficult to craft, I will sign an exclusive contract with the Nebula Merchant Guild." Baek Yoo-seol was trying to convince Melian with this new vision. It's what people call branding. Seeing his confidence, Melian, the professional merchant, narrowed his eyes ever so slightly. Melian understood the pitch. He gestured toward him and shot back. "Brilliant. But will these so-called luxury items actually sell? I would never do something that would end up hurting me." Knowing exactly what the chairman's concern was, Baek Yoo-seol bowed his head slightly. "Correct. That's why I'm not asking you to sign anything immediately." His gaze turned cold, but it was brimming with an unshakable confidence. 6 months. Let's hold a private press conference for investors, with you attending, Chairman." Melian's expression flickered with surprise as he continued. "If anyone likes the product I introduce, then I ask you to sign an exclusive brand contract with us." Seeing how carefully he had calculated everything, Melian closed his eyes, that familiar smile returning. "Yes, that's really it. Yes, that's absolutely perfect." Aunt Teresa smiled. Realizing his proposal was accepted, Melian pulled out something like a business card to seal their new partnership. "This is a letter carrier. It has my contact information as well." Baek Yoo-seol reached out and took it. "Yes, thank you, sir." A system notification appeared. "Letter carrier, an item that can be written on and sent." It was guaranteed to reach the recipient. With their business concluded, Melian put his hat back on, a smile signaling his departure. "All right, I'll be taking my leave now." Baek Yoo-seol's face was a mask of pure surprise. Aunt Teresa, meanwhile, held her faint smile. "All that composure, and now you're trembling this much?" He clutched his hand to his chest, making sure his heart hadn't just exploded. His voice shook. "Oh my God, I thought I was going to die from anxiety." Seeing him like this, Aunt Teresa looked genuinely worried. Is that really how a person who's constantly anxious behaves? In response to her confusion, he insisted, "I was seriously worried." Hearing him say that, she broke into a natural, beaming smile, showering him with praise. "As expected, Seo-yoon. You were incredible." Something in her tone sounded strange, and Baek Yoo-seol shot her a puzzled look. Noticing his confusion, Aunt Teresa quickly changed her tune. "Ah, it's nothing." He ignored her, turning his attention to the door Melian had just walked through. A smile spread across his face as the thought hit him. "Well, that's one problem solved. When I get back," he thought, "I should take the club members out to a nice restaurant." Another notification popped up. "The science conference has ended safely. Classes at Stella Academy will resume as normal." A professor stood on the podium, addressing the students below. "Professor Maizen is feeling unwell, so I will be taking over his class for today." Baek Yoo-seol, now wearing his glasses, only half listened, a thought drifting into his mind. So he really did disappear without a trace, huh? The thought grew heavier as an image of Professor Maizen's demonic transformation flashed in his memory. If everything had gone according to the original story, Maizen would have fully awakened in Chapter 8 and inflicted massive damage on this school. I have no idea how things will change in the future because of this. His gaze grew more serious. Could it happen sooner than planned? I just hope it happens on a scale I can actually handle. He then noted that it wasn't just Mai Zen who was absent, Aunt Teresa wasn't in school either. The lecture ended, and he found himself walking down a corridor. He mused, looks like she's having a good time and getting the VIP treatment she deserves. Right on cue, a student up ahead started talking. Hey, did you hear? About Aunt Teresa? Was she really the one who cracked that so-called super difficult magic formula? Baek Yoo-seol's ears perked up. The conversation continued. Oh, I heard about it. But wasn't there another co-author or something? They said that person's identity is being kept secret. But why would they do that? Baek Yoo-seol paid it no mind, staring straight ahead. Another student joked, maybe that person is just super ugly? Aha, could be. After a while, Baek Yoo-seol walked out onto the school grounds, his mind still racing. Keeping my identity as a co-author secret has really helped me fly under the radar at this school. His footsteps suddenly came to a stop. I provided the initial clues by borrowing knowledge from these special glasses, because all the focus and attention had to be directed at Aunt Teresa. That was the correct and best way to handle it. His attention was drawn to something nearby. Ah, found them. A voice rang out, isn't that Ma Yul-seong? He looks like a giraffe. After a long absence, the story's two main characters, Ma Yul-seong and Isul, had finally reappeared. Everyone watched as Ma Yul-seong stared at Isul with a slightly bashful look. People were already whispering. High scores and good looks. Isn't that basically cheating? Is that the girl next to him? Wow, she looks like a doll. I still don't think she's a good person. Yeah, she's pretty, I guess. But with Baek Yoo-seol, hands on his hips, he glanced over, thinking to himself that with the two of them drawing so much attention, a quiet day was never going to happen. He called out, "Hey, I'm here." Seeing him, Aseo's face lit up with a smile. "Hey, Baek Yoo-seol." He waved back. "Sorry, did I keep you guys waiting long?" Aseo quickly added. "Not at all." The question was directed at him. "So, what are we eating? Didn't you say you were deciding?" He knew Aseo's family situation meant she rarely got to eat nice things. Baek Yoo-seol flashed a confident grin. "You'll see when we get there." They arrive at a restaurant. 3 people at the table, but only 2 plates of food. A little cheap, maybe? Baek Yoo-seol announced. This dish, if I'm guessing right, is called pizza. The food practically sparkled, its aroma filling the air. Aseo's eyes widened with pure desire, her face flushed just from the anticipation. Baek Yoo-seol couldn't help but notice how cute she was. Right now, her world consisted of 2 things. Food and more food. As he watched her, a thought popped into his head. He recalled from Aseo's own introduction that when you order pizza, you're supposed to get a soda-like drink first. Maybe it was some kind of sour coconut fizz. He passed a glass to her. "Here, drink this." Aseo glanced over, a question mark practically floating over her head. What is this? How was he supposed to explain this? A wave of anxiety hit him as her confusion grew. Baek Yoo-seol just stayed silent. He thought, wait a second, is this her first time ever coming to a pizza place? He finally said, "Ah, yeah, that's right." Aseo brought the glass to her lips and took a sip. A look of pure shock crossed her face. Whoa, this is amazing. Her cheeks were bright red. Ma Yul-seong noticed too. He picked up a similar glass, took a drink, and a look of satisfaction spread across his face. He turned to Baek Yoo-seol. Yeah, this stuff is actually really good. Baek Yoo-seol, a little stunned, fell back into his thoughts. Someone get a camera, seriously. The guy drinks a soda and somehow makes it look like a photo shoot for a food magazine. After they finished their drinks, he passed over a slice of the pie. Smiling, he said, "Okay, now try this." Dayan, full of excitement, Aseo picked up her knife and fork. Seeing her grip the utensils, Baek Yoo-seol wasn't surprised, just resigned. Oh, dear God, he thought. Is she really planning to stab that pizza with a fork? That's not how anyone does it. Aseo looked up, surprised, waiting for him to show her the right way. He demonstrated, lifting a slice to his mouth. They say, he explained, that it tastes best when you eat it like this. Aseo was flustered. That seems a little strange. Isn't it impolite? But Ma Yul-seong just grinned. Who cares? Doesn't that just make it more fun? He casually grabbed a slice with his hands, picking his spot. All right, I'll give it a shot. One bite was all it took to know it was delicious. Aseo followed his lead, picking up a slice and taking a bite. Her eyes shut tight, a little shiver running through her body, grabbing the full attention of the 2 guys at the table. She brought a hand to her cheek, a blissful expression on her face as she thought, wow, there's this soft, sweet flavor flowing through every bit of the cheese. And the bell peppers are like they're dancing on my tongue, mixed with a little chili and olive oil. How can this be so special? There's bacon and onions, too. It's like they're all jumping around together, creating a perfect symphony of flavor. Seeing her so happy, Baek Yoo-seol asked, "So, what do you think? Is it good?" Mid-bite, she heard his voice and froze, looking down at the pizza in her hand as she blushed even harder. "Yeah, it's really, really good." Both guys watched her with a gentle smile, and the suggestions started flying. "We should come here more often from now on." "Count me in." "Me too, don't leave me out." The scene shifts to a field at sunset, where a strange crack has appeared in the earth, a sign that danger is about to be born. Back in a classroom, Fam Lam is walking when a voice suddenly calls out to her. "Hey, Fam Lam, did you hear about it?" She looked over, a knowing smile already on her face as she replied, "Yes, I heard." The other female student seemed a bit thrown off. "Oh, you did. Okay then." She quickly excused herself. "Well, I'll see you later." Fam Lam watched her retreating figure for a moment before letting out a long sigh. "I'm guessing she came to tell me the rumor about Assistant Aunt Teresa solving the complex alchemy release formula. But from what I know, Baek Yoo-seol was the one who did all of it." An image of him flashed in her mind. She turned her head, a new thought puzzling her. But how could he have solved that equation? It's a clear rule that in exchange for returning to the past, most future knowledge, except for critical events and stories, is supposed to be forgotten. How could he possibly remember all of that? Or is he just that brilliant? Up ahead, a group of students was buzzing about something. But then, someone broke from the crowd, approaching her with a greeting. "Hello, Fam Lam." This person was none other than Remy Sir Kenvin. He gave her a bright smile, adding to his conversation starter. "This time, would you like to practice for the Persona Gate with my group?" Seeing him standing so close, Fam Lam completely ignored him. "Why are you acting like this? If you go, do I have to follow you?" Her eyes snapped open. "Go find another girl. And stop hitting on people without a reason." With that, Fam Lam walked away. A strange, twisted smile appeared on Remy Sir Kenvin's face. Truly special. The scene cuts to a notice on a bulletin board, displaying some important text. Official Persona Gate mandate. All first-year students must decide on a Persona Gate to practice with as a group. Looking up at the board, Fam Lam was still lost in thought. Speaking of which, the Persona Gate practice. Has it finally begun? More information followed on the notice. A Persona Gate is another dimension created by the power of dark mages. If a gate isn't conquered quickly after it appears, the area will become a dead land where no living thing can survive. Furthermore, unlike normal dungeons that are cleared by defeating a boss or destroying a core, a Persona Gate must be completed by analyzing and breaking its unique patterns and tricks. She thought it over. From analyzing focus to spatial distortion, structural patterns, soul imprisonment, you need to understand thousands of patterns, have the ability to memorize them, and finally, possess the combat power to execute the plan. In fact, the entire reason for training magic warriors is to stop these Persona Gates. You could say this is the most important subject of all. Fam Lam's hand clenched into a tight fist. If this follows the original story, there's going to be a real trial mixed into this practice activity. I can't just let Baek Yoo-seol handle all of this by himself. Her resolve hardened. This time, I have to be the one to stop it, before the damage gets any worse. We cut to the 9th rear tower, inside the Once Upon a Time cafe, where Princess Bien and her friends are gathered. Their table is overflowing with cakes and tea, as a question suddenly pops up. "Has everyone tried this new dessert yet?" A few of them chime in. "Oh, you mean the pumpkin tart without the cream cheese?" "Yeah, the taste is definitely one of a kind." Princess Bian just sips her tea quietly while the chatter continues. "Right? I tried it once and was completely blown away." But Bian isn't buying it. To her, it was just bland. Just then, her eyes snap open when she overhears a piece of recent gossip. "Oh, by the way, Stella's assistant managed to solve the random space-time interference formula." Dick Shader leans in, adding, "I heard the story straight from my father." "Not only that," he continued, "I also heard the real co-author is actually a student here at Stella Academy." The two girls listening gasp, completely shocked by the news. "Oh my gosh, is that true? It's gotta be." After all, Dick Shader's father is the director of the intelligence agency, so the info is solid. Still, doubts begin to surface. Who on earth could solve an uncrackable formula while they're still just a student? You've got a point. Across the table, Bian quietly sets her teacup down. Her mind is racing. So, even the director of intelligence doesn't know who this student is? And then, two faces flash in her mind. Baek Yoo-seol and Assistant Hunter Isa. A thought solidifies, her expression turning dead serious. Baek Yoo-seol is the co-author of the random space-time interference formula. She can barely contain the sudden rush of realization. Her fingers trace the rim of her teacup as countless questions flood her mind. But why would Baek Yoo-seol hide a fact like that? Could he be trying to boost Assistant Hunter Isa's reputation on purpose? And then, another idea sparks to life. It's very possible. Baek Yoo-seol has feelings for assistant hunter Isa. At that thought, she stands up abruptly, and the friend sitting beside her looks over, startled. Princess? Byeon turns back to her friends. I have to go now. A classmate replies, a bit confused. Oh, okay. But it's still tea time. The three of them are left staring, completely baffled as she walks away, unable to understand what just happened. They all wonder why she left in such a hurry. What's gotten into the princess? Meanwhile, out on the school grounds, as Princess Byeon is walking, a figure suddenly appears, blocking her path. Her gaze is downcast, and she doesn't even notice the person until a voice calls out her name. Byeon. Recognizing the voice, she looks up and replies flatly, Hong Shi-hwa. Hearing her full name, Hong Shi-hwa brings a hand to her mouth in mock surprise. Her attitude shifts. Oh my, haven't I told you to call me big sister? For context, they are rivals, forced into this position by fate, one the legitimate child, the other illegitimate. This is Byeon's half-sister, Hong Shi-hwa Adonbis, and Byeon's private thought? I hate this woman to my very core. Pushing that feeling aside, Princess Byeon cuts to the chase. What are you doing here? Hong Shi-hwa just flashes a brilliant smile. Aha ha! Don't look at me like that. She focuses her gaze, her tone becoming sharper. Don't I always have a reason for showing up? I heard a very interesting commoner has recently appeared among the first years. Is that right? The new topic makes Princess Byeon flinch. Shi-hwa is talking about a commoner who is reviving the knightly spirit, an ideal that has all but vanished from the world. The image of Baek Yoo-seol flashes in her mind yet again. Seeing her strange reaction, Hong Si-hwa smirks and crosses her arms. Well now, she adds, judging by that reaction, it seems my dear little sister is quite interested in him too, isn't she? Her voice is laced with insinuation. After all, he's a knight who would sacrifice everything for his mage. Her eyes glint with a cold, teasing light. Isn't that every princess's dream? Princess Byeon's fists clench tight at her sides. So, will you introduce me to him? Byeon has had more than enough of these games. Princess Byeon walks right past her, her voice dripping with ice. Fine, thank you. Go try it yourself. Hong Shi-hwa just bursts out laughing. Look at you, getting so worked up. So cold. Then, as if she just remembered something, she holds up a single finger. You weren't always like this, you know, she says softly. Is it because our eldest sister passed away? The words hit their mark. Byeon's face darkens instantly, a flicker of deep sadness in her eyes. She continues walking forward. I'll be taking my leave. Hong Shi-hwa doesn't take her eyes off Byeon's retreating figure, a hint of sadness now on her own face. Her thoughts quickly turn inward. Maybe I was too harsh that time. I went too far, didn't I? Perhaps it's still too soon for her to hear about our sister. Just then, her royal guard, Sarah, appears as if from nowhere. Princess. Seeing her sudden appearance, Princess Hong Shi-hwa turns her attention to her. What is it, Sarah? Sarah holds out a file. This is the information on the person you asked me to find. Student Baek Yoo-seol. It's a copy of an assignment he submitted for a class. It contains a brief summary of his past. Hong Shi-hwa takes the document. Oh, is that so? She says, impressed. I didn't expect to find what I needed without even having to dig for it. Well done. Right. There was an assignment with a topic like that. She opens the file. All right then, let's see what we've got. The title reads, To My Mother. Mom, I miss you. Reading the first line, Hong Shi-hwa lets out a loud laugh, quickly covering her mouth. Aha, I guess a kid is still just a kid, right? But time skips forward. About a minute later, the hands holding that paper have started to tremble. Sarah sees this and is a bit surprised. Across from her, tears are now streaming down Princess Hong Shi-hwa's face. Sarah has to ask, Princess? Meanwhile, Shi-hwa has covered her mouth, her voice thick with emotion. I see. Baek Joo-seol's mother said she didn't like black bean noodles. Sensing something is deeply wrong, Sarah changes her tone. My apologies. Hong Shi-hwa turns away. Wait, Sarah asks. Are you crying? Hong Shi-hwa replies. Ah, it's nothing. Wiping away an unexpected tear, her mind fills with a new thought. I've never really thought deeply about poverty before, and he lived a life like that, while still holding firm to his belief in the spirit of knighthood. Her expression turns somber. Baek Joo-seol's hometown was invaded by dark mages. Is that right? And then a small smile forms on her lips. I'm sorry, Baek Joo-seol, but now, I'm becoming more and more curious about you. Our story follows a young man named Baek Do-jun. The final training day has arrived, and the first-year students are all gathered on a wide, grassy field. A professor steps up to address them. From this moment, we will begin the Persona Gate training for all first-year students. Please proceed into your assigned gate. Baek Do-jun hangs back in a corner, listening to the nervous whispers around him. Whoa, it looks just like it does in the textbooks. I'm actually getting kind of worried. He thinks to himself. So, it's finally starting. Before the real chaos begins, Baek Do-jun takes a moment to check his status window with a fresh mindset. Right, as a reward for completing that last academic quest, I can use these glasses to analyze the gate. I spent all that time in Cleo Hanuel's garden grinding my abilities, so this should be enough. His stats flash before his eyes. Baek Do-jun. Physical strength, 2 stars. 61%. Senses, 2 stars. 45%. Agility, 2 stars. 42%. Stamina, 2 stars. 12%. Durability, 0 stars. 97%. Mental fortitude, 1 star. 59%. Mana, unknown. Remaining EF, also unknown. His only active skill, Flash Step, level 1. A thoughtful look crosses his face. An instructor nearby points towards a specific gate. All right, students assigned to gate C7, please head this way. Folum, standing near Do-jun, responds, yes, sir. And he's not the only familiar face. Beyond and Iseol are here too, Do-jun thinks. So this is my team, huh? This Persona Gate practical exam is done in groups of 4 to 18 people. What's crucial here is how well they can cooperate to clear the challenge. His gaze sweeps over the other first years from Stella, most of whom are around the second-class average. It won't be easy. This Persona Gate, their first real mission, is designed with 3 different risk factors. Another point of concern, the C7 Persona Gate they're entering has a maximum capacity of only 16 people. It's a shame Ma Yu-sung and Heo Jin-kyung aren't here, he thinks, but with Folum, Bi-yeon, and Iseol, clearing the gate itself shouldn't be a problem. He starts walking forward. I probably won't even need to get involved in the final boss strategy. The only thing that matters is the hidden reward, the petals of the enchantment tree. But as they step through, Baek Do-jun's eyes widen in surprise. A new information window pops up. Welcome to the Azarine Ball. They're standing in a dazzling plaza, bathed in shimmering golden light. As everyone gathers on the large central rug, Baekyeon's group moves right into the area. Just like Do-jun, everyone is looking around trying to assess the situation. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the confusion, drawing all eyes. Greetings. A maid, a butler perhaps, gestures behind her with a warm smile. I have prepared dresses and shoes for everyone. Bi-yeon immediately senses something is off. Dresses? Shoes? What is this? She asks, her suspicion clear. Huh? Has a ballroom ever shown up in a Persona Gate training session before? But she quickly composes herself. This isn't the time to question things. We need to analyze the gate and check the official directive. A scroll appears before her, covered in incredibly complex formulas. A wave of anxiety washes over her. Huh? Wait a minute. Why would they throw a formula this complicated at us in a first-year training exercise? The maid then steps forward with instructions. Miss, the evening party is about to begin. You must hurry. Baekyeon still can't make sense of any of this. What? The maid approaches her with a kind expression. Is something wrong? She asks with a smile. Baekyeon voices her concern. How are you able to speak like that? Is that part of a designated script? Her thoughts are racing. I can't tell if she's a real non-player character or not. Everything we learned said that the entities inside mage-created gates can't perform individual actions. She mutters to herself. No way. She stares at the freely smiling and talking attendant. Doubt begins to creep into Baekyeon's mind. It can't be. This is Stella Academy. There is no way a real Persona Gate would appear here. It must just be that Stella's technology has gotten a little more advanced, that's all. The maid's smile never falters. Why would you say such a thing? Bi-yeon changes her tune. Never mind, let's go get the dresses. The maid bows. Yes, I understand. As the maid walks away, the princess watches her go, a fresh wave of anxiety rising. I don't know if it's just my mood, but this training exercise doesn't feel like it's going to be simple at all. Time passes. Footsteps echo, and Bi-yeon appears, having changed into her new attire. Her silver hair, tinged with pink and red, perfectly matches her dress, enhancing her beauty tenfold. Her gaze drifts across the room and lands on a figure. It's Baek Do-jun, looking incredibly sharp in an elegant suit. His eyes are also looking off in some direction. Bi-yeon watches him, a faint blush on her cheeks. He cleans up pretty well. It really suits him. But then, her focus sharpens. A memory surfaces. A report on student Baek Do-jun, submitted for a specific course. I heard this was about his past. She recalls receiving the file, brushing her hair back. I see. Looking over the information again in her mind, she feels like she's grasping a clue. This is. Back in the present, her eyes are still locked on Baek Do-jun. Is it because of the personal file I received a few days ago? I feel it. He seems so strange. He looks nothing like the boy who was constantly yawning just a short while ago. He glances back at her, while her thoughts continue. He's overcome his past like this, step by step. He's walking the path of a knight here at Stella. His blank expression cuts right through her train of thought. What are you looking at? First time seeing a commoner yawn? Bayan is startled for a moment, then becomes flustered and quickly looks away. It's nothing, she replies. Just then, another voice interrupts them. It seems everyone is gathered. Someone is approaching the two of them, and all eyes in the hall turn to the newcomer. A lady with fiery red hair holding a fan continues speaking. From now on, you will all attend the ball hosted by Duchess Azarine. Then, her expression changes completely. Her attention snaps toward a nearby wall. The story goes that all four of these passages lead to the mansion's basement. But here's the catch. The basement is a deadly maze, absolutely riddled with traps. The second you get lost, the knights of the mansion will start hunting you down. The guide adds a chilling smile. You've got nothing to rely on but your own instincts and wits. Think you can handle it? From the corner, Baek Yoo-seol gives a simple answer. Yes. Hearing that raw confidence, the lady turns, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. Now that's what I like to see, she says, a smirk playing on her lips. That unwavering look of yours, it's almost intimidating. I like it. He just replies, thank you. Watching this surprisingly natural exchange, the other students are floored. What was that? Did that NPC just talk like a real person? For real? Do stock NPCs even have dialogue trees like that? The woman's voice cuts through their chatter. Well then, good luck to you all. And just like that, she turns and walks away, leaving them staring at her back. The students exchange nervous glances. All right, I guess we should go. A heavy anxiety settles over everyone. They start moving towards the gates to begin the mission, but just then, a sharp voice rings out, and everyone freezes, looking back. Hey everyone, wait a second. The speaker is Fo Lam. She poses the question that's been nagging at her. This training test, doesn't it feel a little strange to you? She calmly points out all the details that just don't add up, especially how these so-called NPCs are acting way too real. On top of that, I can't get a single analysis from this persona gate. A practical exam for first-year students should never, ever be this difficult. The students up front start nodding in agreement. Actually, now that she mentions it, I felt it was weird too. I can't make sense of any of this. Yeah, that NPC. She seemed way too realistic. As the students start to agree with her, Fo Lam's expression brightens. Okay, this is my chance to convince them. She presses on. In my opinion, but she's immediately cut off by another voice. Hold it, Fo Lam. Jiki appears, arms crossed, an annoyed look on her face. You're not seriously about to claim this is a real gate, are you? Jiki continues, her voice dripping with condescension. If you ask me, this is exactly the situation the professors wanted. Isn't it obvious? In a real fight, you don't always get to fully analyze a persona gate. In other words, being thrown into a confusing, unreadable situation is the test. This is all part of their design. She pushes her analysis even further. This is Stella, the academy that trains the most elite magic knights in the world. Do you honestly think a real gate could appear on campus without them noticing? Impossible. And just like that, the crowd is swayed by Jiki's reasoning. Oh, is that it? That actually makes sense. Meanwhile, a cold dread washes over Fo Lam. This is bad. So bad. If the original novel is right, this persona gate is the real deal. But there's no way anyone would believe me if I told them. That's why I tried to create this sense of unease. But now, looking at Jiki's smug expression, what the hell do I do? A heavy silence falls over the room once more as Baek Yoo-seol glances his way. He muses to himself. So, in the end, we're still going down this route, huh? E0006, Jiki's corruption branch. In the original novel, a character named Jiki never even existed, which explains why Fo Lam is so confused. But this whole confrontation? It's one of the countless branching storylines that appeared in the original game. No matter how you slice it, this is the scenario where one of the students is forced to become a corrupted sacrifice. A new worry begins to form. I was hoping no one would get consumed by the darkness, but I guess you just can't change fate. He looks at the standoff. Even if he helps Fo Lam here, it won't change the final outcome. If that's the case, the smartest play is to take a step back. After a tense stare-down, Jiki decides she's had enough and turns to leave. Say whatever you want, I'm going in. Fo Lam tries to stop her. What? Wait, Jiki. Jiki glances back, her eyes ice cold. Even this situation was set up by the professors. We just need to handle it calmly. The rest of you can stand there and gape all you want. And with that, Jiki chooses a gate and vanishes through it. Fo Lam couldn't stop her. At this point, the male students glance at each other nervously before making their own decisions. I'm going in too. I've always been prepared for situations like this. Baek Yoo-seol watches with his arms crossed, assessing the scene. No one is acting with any kind of system. His fingers begin to twitch. Well, since things have gotten to this point, the only thing to do is move forward. A faint smile appears on his lips as he finally steps up. As Baek Yoo-seol confidently strides forward, he suddenly stops short and glances to the side. Huh? Apparently, the entire group of male students had quietly gathered right behind him. He turns to them and asks, "But why are you all standing behind me?" They all immediately start sweating, looking flustered. It's nothing. Seeing them all wear the exact same guilty expression, he can only let out an indifferent sigh. Don't tell me they plan on just following me this whole time. Kids and their schemes. He starts walking forward again. Not that I really care about any of this. It's not like anything important happens in this section anyway. His chosen path leads him into a long, dark corridor. Strange lights emit an eerie purple glow, powered by some unknown energy. He stops in the quiet space, and then hears footsteps approaching from behind. He shifts his attention. It turns out to be Princess Hong Bi-yeon and two other female students. What is this creepy hallway? One of them asks, as a thought forms in his mind. It seems his entire group has arrived. The princess's eyes are already fixed on something up ahead. There. The three of them walk right past him and stop before a sealed door. He asks the obvious question, where did the others go? His eyes drop for a moment as the realization finally clicks into place. Just as he predicted. It seems they couldn't all appear in the same place at once. His analysis is quick. 16 students were split into 4 groups of 4. Those 4 paths were meant for the 4 teams. He then pictures 2 of his familiar friends. It seems Isel and Fo Lam were sent somewhere else and formed a group together. His gaze shifts back to the people here with Princess Hong Bi-yeon. I really didn't expect to end up in the same group as her. The other 2 are already talking with the princess. We should move now. Yes, Your Highness. But just then, the princess senses his stare. She turns to him, her expression a little bewildered. What is it? Do you have a problem? He immediately breaks into a cold sweat. No, not at all. With that same bored look on her face, the princess added, seriously, how dull. Not wanting to deal with it, he simply looked away. He figured it was probably a good thing Princess Hong Bi-yeon and Iseo had split up. But just then, a look of pure shock flashed across his face. Hold on. Wait a second. He threw out an arm, stopping the entire group in their tracks. Something's up ahead. A golden light flared, revealing several statues frozen in dancing poses. They had the eerie look of decorative mannequins. The question hung in the air. Are those dolls? Princess Hong Bi-yeon didn't say a word, but even she was visibly startled. And then, everyone's attention snapped to the far side of the room. There was a massive gate built into the wall. The 2 girls standing next to the princess voiced their doubts. Do you think our unlocking spells will even work on that? I have my doubts. We can't even begin to understand this gate. We're way too low level for this. And this place is so dark, it's giving me the creeps. The situation felt impossible. Princess Hong Bi-yeon turned to him, demanding an answer. Hey, commoner, have you figured this gate out yet? But his initial response was anything but reassuring. The disappointment on the princess's face was obvious. Was I really expecting too much from him? There had to be an answer here somewhere. But just as hope was fading, his voice cut through the silence, surprising everyone. But I've got a rough idea of how we can get out of this place. Feeling a new spark of hope, the princess shot back a question. Really? You're being serious right now? His eyes never left the strange doll's positioned ahead. Baek Yoo-seol pointed, drawing her attention forward. He elaborated. If you look closely, you can see each statue has a different pose, but they're all performing the same dance. He then asked her, do you recognize it? Hearing this, her eyes locked onto the statues, and an answer slowly began to form. She spoke, her voice hushed. It's the late Sezina's soul-reaping chant. It was the very dance Sezina, unable to bear her own tragedy, performed right before she died. He immediately followed up with another question. In that case, you must remember all the moves, right? Princess Hong Bi-yeon flinched. She understood instantly what he was suggesting and the terrifying implication of his plan. No way, she gasped. To give her a moment to calm down, he looked ahead again. He figured by now she'd realized each statue's movement was connected in a specific sequence, but some of the movements seemed to overlap or repeat. After a moment passed, he looked over at her again and broke the silence. All right, is everyone ready? The other 2 girls moved to the empty spots on the floor and began their part of the dance. Done. Me too. Princess Hong Bi-yeon then stepped into the final empty space, flawlessly executing the missing move as he watched her every motion. And just like that, the gate began to slide open. The group erupted in cheers. We did it. The gate was completely open. Beyond it, another dark hallway appeared, with the faint light of a new area in the distance. Without a moment's hesitation, everyone hurried through. Once again, all eyes were drawn to Princess Hong Bi-yeon as they stepped into a vast chamber. Golden light filled the room. Suits of knights' armor stood in various positions, each holding a sword, and beneath their feet, the floor was covered in strange, intricate patterns. One of his companions pointed towards them. Looks like it's the same kind of puzzle. There must be a clue hidden in the armor. The other girl quickly agreed. All right, let's move in and check out those suits of armor. Everyone then split up to observe the armor stands, but they came up empty. No matter how I look at it, I just don't get it. Why isn't it like last time? Yeah, I can't see anything unusual at all. But then, Princess Hong Bien's attention drifted in a different direction. She was looking right where Baek Yoo-seol was touching a large tapestry covered in those same special markings. She immediately called out, "Hey, commoner, what are you doing over there?" After observing it a moment longer, he stood up and shared his conclusion. This time, I think the knight armor is just a visual trick to mislead us. The real clue is the tapestry. Another shockwave went through the group. Huh? He gathered everyone and explained further. This time, it looks like the puzzle is a dance that has to be performed on the tapestry. If you look closely, you can see the faint outline of a person performing a special movement, but only if we can piece the patterns together in the correct sequence. If we do that, we can solve this. The two girls leaned in, focused intently, and then added to his theory. Oh, you're right, I think I know this one. It's Sazina's Tango of Silence. The group once again split up, this time examining the movements etched into the ancient tapestry. He and Princess Hong Bien were looking down at one section when a sudden realization struck him. He just spotted something out of place. He reordered the sequences in his mind, and a bright light flared up. A familiar chime rang out, followed by a loud voice announcing, "The door has opened." A new path was revealed. "All right, let's hurry," he said, and the group quickly moved toward it. But this whole time, Princess Hong Bien's eyes had not left him. She was analyzing him again, her thoughts racing. He truly is different. I knew it from the moment he taught me how to change my perspective, but I never imagined it would create such a massive difference. To break through a gate that couldn't even be analyzed, and with such bizarre speed, her unease grew. Strategy, creativity, observation, calculation, reasoning. Is this really the level a first-year student should possess? It's like he's gone through a persona gate not dozens, but hundreds of times. Even as they arrived in the new area, her mind was still reeling. And then she remembered what he'd said before he even entered the academy, that his hometown was destroyed by dark mages. At that moment, he made a quiet observation. Looks like this place has more of those stone statues. Meanwhile, the princess's analysis continued. It was a remote, reclusive village that no one had ever even heard of. But it was a village on the front lines, fighting a brutal war against dark mages. Now I get it. That's why a commoner like him lacks basic academic knowledge, but is so terrifyingly skilled in strategy and combat. She continued to piece it all together as she watched him. He must have fought on hellish battlefields against dark mages his entire life. Whether that was the reason or not, one thing was certain, he was completely different from the other students. Murmurs break out up ahead. He tells her, "Go on over there and help adjust the weight balance for me." She nods. "All right, I understand." But a flicker of surprise crosses the princess's face. Everyone else is trying their absolute best to score high on this test. But that guy? He's openly yawning in the middle of it all. He's been lazy during the entire exam, almost like he wants everyone to see it. He hasn't done his homework, his attitude in class is terrible. But wait, hold on. She takes another look at his handsome face. A new thought enters her mind. If he's so lazy, then why is he trying so incredibly hard right now? Princess Hong Bion's expression turns serious. There has to be a reason. She feels the entire atmosphere shift. Baek Yoo-seol turns to look at her, pointing one finger to get her attention. "Hey, what are you spacing out for?" he asks. "You need to get over there too." But she suddenly confronts him. "Tell me, commoner." He just stares back, completely clueless about what she's talking about. Hong Ba-eon voices her suspicion directly. "This persona gate, the one we're being tested in. Is it real?" She waits silently for his answer, but all she gets is a thoughtful silence from him. Then, he finally speaks, a small smirk on his face. "Your eyes. They've gotten much sharper." Normally, Hong Ba-eon would have never realized the truth until the very end, constantly meddling with Aizen. That smile is all the proof needed. Princess Hong Ba-eon is slowly straying from the path of a villainess. Seeing him smile, she mutters under her breath, "What are you smiling about?" He just replies, "It's nothing." Their two other friends are looking around, completely confused. Why isn't the princess coming over? Did something happen? With his back turned to her, he finally gives her the answer she was looking for. "Just like you said. This place is real." His voice is dead serious. You can get hurt. You can die. And if you fail to clear it, it will synchronize with the outside world. That's why, he continues, I was planning to get through this place as fast as humanly possible. Princess Hong Bion freezes for a few seconds. I knew it. Baek Yoo-seol never acts without a reason. She presses her lips together, her resolve hardening. She refuses to just accept his help like this. Their eyes meet, a single drop of sweat rolling down her cheek. I will survive this with my own power. Meanwhile, in a completely different part of the gate, a dark room is littered with the fallen armor of soldiers. Folam and Iseo are teammates for this trial gate. As the two of them appear, a voice calls out to them. Hey, Folam! Folam looks over to see a girl waving frantically. Over here, over here! Folam immediately heads toward the group of three. She runs up to them. Is everyone okay? Where's the other person? The girl hesitates for a moment. Well, about that. She stammers. Ji-hee just suddenly vanished. Folam's eyes widen in shock. What? Ji-hee did? The other student looks at her friends with the same worried expression before explaining further. It was thanks to Ji-hee that we even made it this far. But right as we passed through the final door, she just disappeared. We can't find her anywhere. Panic grips Folam. You've been searching for a while? A new thought hits her. Does that mean Ji-hee conquered this gate even faster than her and Iseo, without leaving a single trace behind? But then one of the others adds something unbelievable. But this isn't the first time this has happened to us. Folam can't believe her ears. What did you say? Cut back to Baek Yoo-seol. He's currently leaning against a wall, arms crossed, eyes closed deep in thought. Suddenly, someone approaches, and a question forces him to open his eyes. Hey you, when did you get here? Seeing Folam approach, he answers, not long ago. Folam gets straight to the point. Then did you see Ji-hee? I haven't seen her. Hearing this, Folam's shoulders slump in disappointment. Is that so? And with that, she walks away, leaving him watching her go, wondering what just happened. But he already has a pretty good idea of the situation. He thinks to himself, I thought I could have prevented Ji-hee's disappearance if I'd gotten here before her, but there's nothing I can do now. Things have already gotten this far. The only thing I can do now is help the heroines clear the stage. We cut to another area in the Stella Academy, where a voice booms out. What? A real Persona Gate was mixed in with the student training exercise? Instructor Lee immediately sprints towards the training grounds. Worry and shock are etched onto the scar on his face. The gate that was once blue is now a terrifying, blood-red portal. How could this have happened? Isn't Stella's security system supposed to be the best in the world? A professor standing nearby begins to explain as Instructor Lee arrives. It's as if someone completely inverted the spatial wave detection system inside Stella. A unique wave appeared at the same time as the Persona Gate, so it wasn't detected in time. The security department is reinforcing the system now, but Instructor Lee cuts him off abruptly. Damn it, that doesn't matter right now. Suddenly, another voice interjects. He's right. A figure emerges from the shadows, catching Instructor Lee's full attention. A new character has entered the scene. The most important thing right now, the man says, is finding out who is inside that Persona Gate. Someone recognizes him immediately. Commander Azin Balakswan, the supreme leader of Stella, the strongest knight order in the world. The man rumored to have created a sea of blood from the corpses of dark mages. It's incredibly rare for him to appear on the Stella Academy campus. He walks forward with an ice-cold demeanor. What's the situation? Have reinforcements been sent in? The professor from before answers, no, we can't. It seems the students inside are undertaking a rather troublesome trial. Azin presses on. What's the risk level assessment for this Persona Gate? The answer comes immediately. Currently, it's estimated to be between a level 4 and a level 5 risk. Azin's brow furrows. An estimate? Give me an exact number. The professor clutches a stack of documents to his chest. Yes, sir. It was initially a level 4, but the moment the student stepped inside, it abruptly jumped up a level. Azin's eyes narrow. That's unusual. It's not unheard of for a Persona Gate to emit false waves, he says. Bring me the list of registered students. The professor quickly hands over the documents. Here you are, sir. Azin takes the list and scans it, his gaze sharp and focused on every single name. A few names from Class 1S appear. Baek Yoo-seol, Hong Bi-eon, Fo Lam, Iseo, Geiki. After reading through the list, Azin's eyes narrow even further. A level 5 risk, Persona Gate. That means even veteran mages would have to prepare meticulously and fully before even attempting to clear it. But these are just first-year students, basically level 2 and 3 mages. They are so out of their league it's not even funny. Azin's voice turns even colder. Prepare 16 foam caskets. Time to collect the students' bodies. Hearing this, Teacher Lee screams at Commander Azin. But the commander has already turned his back. He just walks away. This is simply a lesson in efficient operations for the future. He glances back, his eyes filled with absolute menace. Don't tell me you actually believe those first-year rookies can conquer a genuine risk level 5 Persona Gate. Teacher Lee Hongguan, that's like saying an ant can kill a tiger. And with that, Commander Aizen vanishes, leaving Teacher Lee to worry even more about his students. I know this gamble is completely insane, but I still hope those kids can make it out of there safely. The Crimson Gate just sits there, silent and foreboding. Back inside the gate, Azel and Po Lam simultaneously whip their heads in the same direction. Someone's voice just called out, "Hey, everyone." And there he is, returning with a few specks of dust on him, Baek Yoo-seol says. "Too bad, so this is where you all ended up." He stands there, arms crossed, deep in thought. The rest of the group, however, is just relieved. "I'm so glad you're safe. Why did you suddenly disappear like that? You had me scared for a second." After looking at everyone, he turns his gaze to the side, his contemplative expression returning. Now that we're all here, the only thing left is to fight the final boss. As he's thinking, something suddenly appears, catching Baek Yoo-seol's attention, and then a series of red status windows flash into existence. "You have arrived at the Dancing Clock Tower. If you go down the stairs, you will reach the ballroom. The party seems to have just begun, so hurry up." The group immediately spots a staircase leading down. "I guess we have to go down these steps." But while everyone focuses on the path below, Po Lam nervously glances up, as if sensing something terrible. An image of a monstrous spider begins to form in her mind. At the very top of this clock tower lives the Great Sword Spider, the area boss, a risk level 4 monster. Its 8 legs can morph into 8 razor-sharp blades. Po Lam swallows hard and takes a deep breath. That thing is dangerous, and I can't just keep relying on Baek Yoo-seol. Besides, he's lost his memory, so he has zero information on the Great Sword Spider. But me? I've actually done some research on it. I'll find a way to stop it myself. And with that thought, Po Lam looks over at Azel nearby. If Azel and Baek Yoo-seol can face the final boss together, we might just get through this without any major losses. Alright, Po Lam makes her decision and is about to speak up. "Everyone, wait!" Just then, a voice cuts her off, making her jump. "Hold on a second. It's Baek Yoo-seol, and he's staring up into a high corner of the tower. There's something above us." Po Lam just stands there, frozen for a few seconds. He then turns, breaking the newly formed silence. "You all head down first. I'm going to check the area and I'll catch up later." Hearing his words, nobody objects. They all proceed down the stairs, led by Princess Hong Bi-yoon. Trailing slowly at the back, Po Lam still can't shake her anxiety. Baek Yoo-seol probably doesn't even know the Great Sword Spider exists. She remembers the image of him a moment ago, yet he sensed its presence in that exact spot. That's impossible. Don't tell me he actually knew. I had no idea his senses were that incredible. Well, after all, he did manage to deflect that magic when she was hesitating. The group continues deeper down the stairs. Just then, a male student stops in his tracks, sensing something. What is that sound? The other students wear the same confused expression. Then, Princess Hong Bi-yoon pinpoints the source of the strange noise and shouts a warning to everyone. That sound, it's coming from above. Everyone immediately looks up, only to be horrified by the sight of the Great Sword Spider lunging right at them. "It's the Sword Spider." Another student immediately corrects him. "No, that's the Great Sword Spider, the risk level 4 boss." Seeing it appear, Po Lam's heart sinks. What is happening? What about Baek Yoo-seol? Thinking of him, Princess Hong Bi-yoon also realizes the commoner is missing. The two girls lock eyes. Don't tell me. But then, shockingly, a foot slams down onto the spider's back. Baek Yoo-seol drops from high above. He gives the spider a massive kick, a flash of golden light exploding on impact. His sword is already drawn and held tight in his hand as someone below screams his name, "Baek Yoo-seol." Seeing the others hesitating below, he suddenly roars at them. "I'll stay here and deal with this guy, so all of you, get downstairs now." Azel can't believe what she's seeing. Panic and doubt start to creep in. Can he really stop that thing all by himself? She grits her teeth, making a decision. Maybe I should go up and help him. But just then, a voice calls out to her. "I don't know what you're thinking, but the thing we need to do right now is get to the ballroom. Immediately. The faster, the better." Princess Hong Bi-yoon has suddenly appeared beside Azel. After saying those words, she starts to walk away, but not before glancing back one last time. She adds, "That is the most useful thing you can do to help that commoner." Still reeling from Baek Yoo-seol's surprise attack, Po Lam is now hit with another wave of pure confusion. She's stunned by Princess Hong Bi-yoon's actions and expression. A new curiosity sparks as she watches the princess's retreating back. In the original story, was Hong Bi-yoon ever like this? It's a fair question. Normally, Princess Hong Bi-yoon should be jealous of Aizel's combat strength. She should be plotting something, but instead of being jealous this time, the princess is helping Aizel. And with that, the group stops hesitating. The door to the room below is thrown open. They all step into what looks like a grand ballroom, the sound of music filling the entire chamber. As they enter, someone gasps in awe. Crystal chandeliers cast a brilliant light from high above. while masked nobles hold hands, dancing in the dazzling atmosphere. A red carpet stretches across every step in the room. It's absolutely captivating. But in the midst of this festive air, the lights suddenly flicker out, and just like that, the music cuts out. Total silence. Every noble in the room holds their breath, waiting for the star of the show, and from the shadows, a single figure slowly emerges. With everyone completely baffled, Princess Hung Byeon quickly speaks up, trying to draw everyone's attention away. Someone's coming down the stairs. Fo Lam's mind races. It's probably the final boss, if it's Duke Hezin. Everyone, stay sharp. But then, what he sees shatters his expectations, leaving Fo Lam completely stunned. Huh? There, in the center of a single spotlight, stands a familiar face. Hello, a pleasure to meet you all. I am Ahezin, and it's none other than Jiki, the very same person who vanished from their group earlier. And that smile on her face? Something is seriously wrong with it, a complete contrast to the students' shocked expressions. But the nobles? They're absolutely thrilled by her entrance. Duchess, you look so beautiful today. Please, grace me with a smile. I'd give you my heart. Even though he's read the original novel, this entire scenario is completely foreign to Fo Lam. How is this possible? This plotline never existed in the original romance story. In fact, the character Jiki shouldn't even exist in the first place. He glances at Princess Hung Byeon's worried face, realizing it's impossible for a normal person to just become an NPC inside the Persona Gate, and definitely not the final boss, of all things. His eyes land on Isel's expression, and the terrifying truth clicks into place. There's only one way for a person to become a Gates NPC. It means Jiki was a dark magician all along. Fo Lam's lips tighten at the realization. And now he understands Baek Yoo-seol's strange warnings. So that's what it was. Baek Yoo-seol was warning him about getting involved with Jiki. But he can't just give up. Not now. Amidst the anxiety, a new resolve hardens within him. I'll bring her back, no matter what it takes. With that thought, Fo Lam calls out to her. Jiki, if you get drunk on that power, you'll turn into something monstrous. So please, just calm down. But Jiki just cuts him off with a laugh. Ha! How absurd. Right now, I am Ahezin. A dangerous smile plays on her lips from behind a paper fan. She poses a question, and the nobles below eagerly answer. My head is Ahezin, my chest is Jiki, my heart is. Jiki's face flushes an unnatural red. It's so exhilarating. It feels like everything is melting away. Seeing this, Princess Hung Byeon knows it's too late. Her mind. It's already been corrupted by the dark magic. Isel adds from the side. At this point, the only way is to clear the gate and bring her back. Fo Lam's grip tightens on his staff. Yeah, I know. Golden magical energy flares from the scepter as his focus locks onto her. Just wait for me. Jiki, I swear I'll save you and make up for this. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning strikes down near her. She just smiles. Now then, that's enough chit-chat. Her magical power explodes outwards. That chilling smile returns to Jiki's face. Shall we begin the party? And with that, a system message pops up. The battle with the Temptation Masquerade boss has begun. Meanwhile, in another location, a splash of green blood appears. The Great Sword Spider leader has a long gash across its abdomen, the source of the blood. And the one who made it? Baek Yoo-seol, moving with his signature flash step. Sweat drips down his face as the pressure mounts. Man, this is tougher than it looks, he thinks, analyzing the situation. This Great Sword Spider is a subspace type, not even that important for clearing the gate. Still, there are two reasons he absolutely has to go through this. His eyes narrow. The first reason, to get the petal of the enchanting plant embedded in the spider's forehead. As he's thinking, the spider suddenly strikes, a leg slamming right down toward him. But he was ready for it. He instantly uses Flash Step to evade it with ease, leaving the monster to hit nothing but air. And as he dashes away, he tosses 3 different colored potions straight ahead. Orange for spark, green for slip, and purple for oil. And the result is instantaneous. The spider is racked with electricity, bolt after bolt of lightning slamming into its body. He then swings his sword hard, aiming straight for its energy barrier. In just moments, the barrier miraculously begins to crack. His target is clear, the flower petal on its forehead. His expression shifts as a new piece of information clicks into place. A hidden strategy to clear Chapter 6. Jiki's Dark Magic Path. Petal of the Enchanting Plant. Absorbing this petal will cause a significant increase in the mental strength stat. It's an item that boosts the effectiveness of cognitive acceleration, his color sense trait, and slows the flow of foreign mana. It's an absolute must-have. The spider lunges again, and he counters. The realization hits him. This means the enchanting plant petals are directly connected to the final boss. To Duchess Ahezin, as the monster strikes, he leaps away, his focus split between the fight and his racing thoughts. Turns out, this great sword spider leader is actually the Duchess's husband, Duke Ahesen. Not that he cares much, he skipped most of the story, after all. Right now, he's trying to focus on something important, but this damn monster keeps attacking him. A flicker of annoyance crosses his face. He keeps using Flash Step to reposition, finally deciding to get right on top of its head. Anyway, because of that connection, whenever he attacks the barrier in front of the pedal, the Duchess should feel it too. That means the main characters will have a much easier time with their own strategy. But that's also his biggest worry. He just doesn't know if his attacks will actually be useful at the right moment. But then a small smile forms on his lips. In that case, I'll just have to attack it as much as I can, and take it down for good. In every previous fight, the sword spider had always attacked first. So this time, he decided to make a big play, taking the initiative himself by chaining one flash step after another. The moment he appeared in a new spot, he was already gone, teleporting again. All anyone could see was a trail of afterimages carving a path across the battlefield. His ability to flash step 3 times in a row made it all possible, turning the entire area into his personal stage. Faced with this sudden change, the spider let out a series of unearthly screeches. And as for our hero, after that stunning performance, he finally came to a halt. Alright, if I just keep this up. But before he could finish his thought, his expression shifted from confidence to pure shock. The spider below was suddenly moving erratically. A strange green substance trailed behind it, and in that instant, he knew exactly what the problem was. All those tranquilizer potions he'd thrown. Had they run out? Looks like there was no other choice. He was forced to charge at it once more. But seeing the spider's weird movements and its unstable footing below, Iseo felt a surge of anxiety. Crap! The ballroom is right below us. Gaining momentum from the fall, his speed kept increasing as he plunged downwards. It was a split-second decision to change his entire plan. Okay, think fast. He needed to track the spider's trajectory. Hurtling through the air, he finally caught up to its position. They collided. Eyes locked, sweat dripping down his face, teeth clenched in pure fury. He thought, I have to get this under control. A strange light flickered in his pupils as he prepared to flash step. But let's rewind a few minutes, to the moment a massive notification board appeared, signaling the start of the boss battle for this masquerade festival. Right after that announcement, Bion's group immediately formed a combat unit. Meanwhile, Yuki's hand grabbed a piece of her own black dress as a blood-red melody began to play. Yuki's dance began in an instant, and every single eye in the room was drawn to her hypnotic movements. With every step she took, more arcs of crimson lightning appeared around her. At the same time, a strange magic circle began to form beneath her feet. Once again, Yuki shifted her footing, flowing with the dance. The red lightning bolts started to change shape. Everyone, get back! But the warning came far too late. All of that crackling energy converged on a single point and unleashed a devastating attack. The nobles standing nearby were blown away by the impact. Back with the main group, Bion turned around after witnessing the sheer power of that spell. She looked at her companions, checking on them. Is everyone all right? A male student behind her replied, yes. She calmed herself, analyzing the situation, but the worry on her face was growing. There was no time to hesitate, now was the time to fight. She immediately summoned her staff, gripping the top. A bright light emanated from it, a clear sign that their opponent was a powerful dark mage. While Yuki continued her deadly dance up above, a barrage of fire-based magic spells began to hurtle towards her. Target locked. Now die. Yuki glanced back with a look of pure contempt, and yeah, she had every reason to be confident. Not so easy. As she spoke, a strange, dark magic formation appeared right in front of her. The fire magic was blocked effortlessly, but that was just the beginning of the student's counterattack. Iseo formed 3 small ice magic circles, from which massive pillars of ice shot forth. The other students weren't just standing around either. They all launched their own spells at the target. But unfortunately for them, every single attack was stopped cold by more of those dark magic circles. The students could only watch in absolute disbelief. Is all our magic completely useless? While everyone was reeling from the blocked attacks, Yuki executed a new dance move, and arcs of red lightning began to form in the sky. A wave of panic hit the group. She's attacking again! Everyone, be careful! But just then, 2 exclamation marks appeared. Somehow, Fu Lam had managed to create a complex magical formation right in front of herself. Yuki glanced over, her eyes widening as if she recognized something. Mimicking Yuki's earlier gesture, Fu Lam also took hold of a piece of her dress as a new melody began to fill the air. Holding her staff, Fu Lam wore an indifferent expression as she began her own elegant dance. Seeing this, Iseo had no idea what was going on. He looked over, shouting in surprise, "Hey Fu Lam, why are you suddenly dancing right now?" But Fu Lam didn't answer, continuing her performance. After a moment, she finally stopped, her eyes half-lidded as she stared down her opponent. Following the magic formation she'd created, Fu Lam unleashed a powerful attack. A brilliant golden light grazed past Yuki's side. Holding her fan, her eyes went wide with shock. She was completely frozen in place. Seeing her attack land, Fu Lam celebrated inwardly. All right, it's just like what I read in the novel. Then, she raised her voice and shouted to everyone, "Everyone, you have to dance!" Bion and Iseo stared at her, completely baffled. Fu Lam quickly explained, "We've already gotten hints from the previous stages. This stage isn't just a magic battle, it includes dancing. We can only use our magic by channeling it through a dance." Bion caught on immediately. So that's it. The Duchess Asina's dance can't be broken by normal magic. It all started to click for Iseo, too, a dance that can counter the tango of Silent Asina, and it all led back to one crucial clue, Sesana's farewell. Without hesitation, Bion initiated the dance on the ballroom floor. Iseo perfectly matched her rhythm, and it turned out the other students knew this dance as well. Notes of music were created, weaving together with their movements in perfect harmony. In a matter of moments, they unleashed a coordinated magical assault, all directed straight at Yuki. Startled, Yuki raised her fan to cover her mouth. And just like that, a massive explosion erupted right in front of everyone. Yuki was at the very center of it all. As the music continued to play, a new worry crept into Iseo's mind. Did that attack even work? But then, the melody abruptly changed, and her expression changed with it. Huh? Wait a second. The blood-red music swelled once more, coming from within the smoke of the explosion. A dark silhouette slowly began to emerge. A thought flashed through her mind, the rhythm of the music. It's getting faster. Two other students noticed the same terrifying shift in the melody. Look over there! What in the world is that? A single foot slowly slid out from the smoke. But then they saw it. Two more legs had emerged from under Yuki's dress. Her eyes now glowed with a demonic red light. Someone screamed a warning to the others. Her legs. She has 4 of them now. Is this for real? The foot, blackened from the explosion, rises onto its toes and begins to dance again. Its steps shift, constantly, unnervingly changing. Through this new rhythm from her 4 legs, Yuki quickly weaves a new magic circle behind her, denser and more powerful than before. All right then, she declares, let's start this properly. As Yuki speaks, her face twists into a dark, sinister expression. It's monstrous. Seeing her like this, Fo Lam can't hold back and screams out to her, "Stop it, Yuki. If you keep sinking into this Duchess Ahazin role, you'll never be able to come back." But Yuki just questions him back. "What exactly do you want me to stop?" Dark magic floods the area. Just look around you. The voices of the other nobles rise in a deranged chorus. "Yuki Ahazin! Yuki Ahazin!" They just stand there, completely mesmerized by her. Watching this scene unfold, it's not beautiful anymore. No, this has turned into something from an absolute nightmare. The nobles roar along with the music's rhythm, just as she wanted. "You're magnificent, you're the greatest dancer. Punish those fools who dared to challenge you." Seeing Fo Lam's stunned silence, Yuki presses on. "Fo Lam, are you really that heartless?" He's thrown off guard. What? Old memories flash in his mind as he tries to process what she's saying. Jealousy, selfishness, and scheming. She purrs. This is such a sweet and wonderful feeling. It's a feeling you've always hogged for yourself, one you kept hidden while you wore that smile, while she, Yuki, could only stand by in sadness. But now, all that suppressed rage is erupting. "I will never let go of this heart or these feelings." Red lightning crackles around her. Princess Hong Bian senses the immense mana about to be unleashed and screams a warning to everyone. "It's coming! Everybody, protect yourselves!" With that, Yuki attacks. A volley of energy bolts fires from the magic circles, rocketing straight ahead. But thankfully, thanks to that warning, Princess Hong Bian and Isel throw up their defensive shields, blocking the assault. But there's collateral damage. Another student standing right next to Isel is hit. Isel sees it happen, but there's nothing she can do. And in that single moment of distraction, another wave of power surges right for her. She doesn't even have time to turn around. She's helpless. Isel squeezes her eyes shut, bracing for the impact, but then opens them again when nothing happens. A brilliant light shines on Isel's face, a look of pure confusion spreading across it. Hong Bian. She had used her own power, leaping in front to form a massive wall of fire, shielding Isel from danger. Her job done, the princess whips around, her voice urgent. "Hey, you idiot! Why are you just standing there, spacing out like that?" Isel stammers, "What?" She's still completely dazed. Princess Hong Bian's voice gets even sharper. "It's more effective for me to defend against fire magic, so let me handle that part. You focus on blocking those lightning spells coming our way." Isel finally understands. "Oh, right." The princess continues giving orders. You, get behind us and attack when you see an opening. Fo Lam notices this sudden change in the princess, and it's significant. In that fleeting moment, he finds himself even more bewildered than before. Wait, what's going on here? He thinks to himself. In the original story, Hong Bien sabotaged their teamwork because she was jealous of Icel's skills and ended up trying to ruin their relationship. Her actions in the novel had caused massive damage to everyone involved. But instead of destroying their formation and making a mess, the Hong Bien right here, right now, is the one reading the situation perfectly. Just then, a blood-red energy blast hurtles toward her, only to be blocked by a wall of ice thrown up by Icel. The princess flinches slightly from the impact. She looks over at Icel, while Fo Lam is still trying to wrap his head around it. The bottom line is, Hong Bien and Icel. They're working together. Icel glances at Princess Hong Bien and says, gently but firmly, "You shouldn't let your guard down either, you know." Hearing the criticism, Princess Hong Bien gets a ticked-off look on her face. What was that? Suddenly, Fo Lam appears right behind them, ready to back up both their offense and defense. Right, I can't let myself fall behind you two. With the defense covered, Fo Lam launches a massive counterattack, forming a huge magic circle behind him that fires off a constant stream of golden energy arrows. But with 3 black magic shields swirling in front of her, Yuki blocks every single projectile Fo Lam sends her way. That's useless, she scoffs. But Fo Lam just smirks. The arrows suddenly explode, sending out massive arcs of energy that pierce right through her shields. Boom! Another massive explosion erupts right at Yuki's position. Staring into the smoke and dust, that all-too-familiar question pops into his head. Is it finally over? He squints, trying to see through the smoke. It's even thicker this time. And of course, a dark silhouette emerges once again, but this time, it has horns. Icel is the first to notice. Uh-oh. Then, Princess Hong Bien, that form. And finally, Fo Lam, Yuki. Her voice has completely changed. She calls his name, Fo Lam. Her legs, they've completely transformed into a spider's body, just like that monster they saw in the hallway. Do you hate seeing me this happy? The noble NPCs have changed, too. They're trembling, and some of them are even starting to vomit. Yuki is losing control. Fast. Why can't you just leave me alone? Why? Realizing her state is partly his fault. Fo Lam tries to shout through to her. Yuki, it's not like that. Please, just snap out of it. But her rage has already hit its boiling point. Silence. Instantly, a blood-red magic circle materializes in the air. But it doesn't stop there. A second, divine-level formation appears right below it. That blood-red music starts again, and a chilling smile is locked onto Yuki's face. The princess is stunned. No, it can't be. Behind her, Fo Lam wears the exact same horrified expression. This is... Staring at the insane power gathering before him, his mind races. At a bare minimum, this is a risk level 5 threat. He can't think of anything else. What are we supposed to do? As his eyes are fixed on the horror in front of him, Fo Lam suddenly glances up, sensing something else. A sound echoes from above, growing louder and louder. He yells out the question on everyone's mind. What is that sound? But Icel seems to recognize it. Standing beside them, she cuts in. Yoo-seol. The name makes Yoo-seol, who was nearby, jump in surprise, but he quickly composes himself. But then, something completely unexpected happens. Georgie suddenly screams out, as if she's been hit by some kind of psychic attack. Princess Hong Bien immediately asks, "What's wrong?" From a distance, Fo Lam watches with a wary eye. The explanation comes quick. I don't know why, but it seems like the fight between Baek Yoo-seol and the leader swords above is somehow affecting Georgie down here. Georgie clutches her head in agony. Fo Lam can't believe it, but a thought confirms her worst fears. Don't tell me. Did Baek Yoo-seol figure this out? Is he fighting that monster all by himself just to give us a shot at taking down this final one? Whatever he's doing up there, it's working. Georgie lets out another helpless cry of pain. Not missing a beat, Princess Hong Bien's voice changes, instantly taking command. This is our chance, now! Following her order, the 3 of them once again unleash their magic skills. Fire from Princess Hong Bien, ice from Azel, and light from Fo Lam all rocket forward. The ice hits first, freezing the legs of the leader's sword spider solid. And right after that, Biyon's roaring flames completely engulf it. Light is the final attack to land. A massive explosion erupts as the 3 elements collide, blowing away all the smoke. Georgie roars in fury. Is this all you've got, you little brats? But her rage hits a whole new level. How dare you? And just then, the original leader sword spiders suddenly appear in the room. Sensing new arrivals, Princess Hong Bien asks with a hint of worry, "What's going on?" Fo Lam is just as confused. I don't know. It feels like something just dropped from above. But then she recognizes a familiar shape and her thoughts grind to a halt. That thing. No way. Isn't that the great leader sword spider? It had fallen from above, knocking the giant creature unconscious. The impact cracks the dance floor wide open. A huge question hangs in the air. Is it dead? A male student in the group, unable to believe his eyes, starts trembling as he mutters to himself, "This is ridiculous." Baek Yoo-seol, a student just like us, took down a level 4 monster all by himself? But it wasn't just the spider that fell. The male student quickly whips his head around, seeing Baek Yoo-seol lying there, completely out cold. As everyone present watched in stunned silence, another giant spider crashed down, landing right where Georgie had been standing. From below, someone starts walking up the stairs. It's one of her friends. Fo Lam is the first one to approach, but her face is filled with sorrow. Georgie is now pinned beneath the colossal spider, unable to move. She glares at Fo Lam, demanding, "Why do you always have to bother me so much?" The anger on her face deepens. "I will never forgive you, Fo Lam." But then, another thought pops into her twisted mind. "Oh, I get it now. You couldn't win by dancing, so you had to resort to these cheap tricks, didn't you? Because no one dances more beautifully than me, right? How pitiful. Truly pathetic." She lets out a foolish smile. "In the end, you're just like me, jealous of anyone more beautiful than you." "Ah ha ha, so I'm not the only one. You're no different from me after all." But the sadness in Fo Lam's heart only deepens as she looks at her friend, who has clearly lost her mind. Seeing the strange look on Fo Lam's face, Georgie asks blankly, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Trying to push down her own emotions, Fo Lam turns to Isel behind her. "Isel, can you summon an ice mirror?" Isel replies instantly, "Yes." Georgie understands what's happening and laughs smugly. "No matter what ridiculous thing you do, the fact remains that I am still more beautiful than you." As requested, Isel creates a large ice mirror right in front of Georgie. She stares into it, her eyes going wide in confusion. Huh? One side of her face had completely transformed into a spider. She still can't accept it. This is... What? Meanwhile, the male student checks on the now conscious Baek Yoo-seol. "Are you okay?" "Ugh, my head." Georgie's shriek shatters the quiet moment. "Is this really what I look like? Are you lying? This isn't a real mirror, is it?" Baek Yoo-seol, now awake, just presses a finger to his temple, trying to clear his head. But Georgie's screaming doesn't stop. "You're trying to trick me with this image, aren't you? It's disgusting. Disgusting. So disgusting." Her voice echoes through the hall. Her screams intensify. "Ah, please, just get that mirror away from me." The group of nobles who had been on her side during the dance now just stand there, frozen. The Duchess was no longer beautiful. Everyone knew what was coming next. They all looked down, letting Georgie rage in her own misery. "Ah, I don't want it. I hate it. This isn't me. Ah." Georgie's transformed, trembling hand reaches out, begging for help. "Fo Lam, please. You can do anything. Please help me. Save me." But then, her tone shifts entirely. "Did you really think I'd beg you?" A sharp blade leg, just like the giant spider's, erupts from her arm. Georgie's transformation completes as she points her new weapon at Fo Lam and roars. Pure rage. "It's all your fault that I've become like this. Die, Pulam." A flash of red and white fills the air, but the one who gets hurt is Georgie. Something that appeared at Fo Lam's feet had pierced straight through Georgie's body. Her eyes widen in a daze. For a single moment, Georgie remembers the happy time she spent with Heo In-jung. There was no saving her now. All they could do was end her suffering. A mercy kill. Flames begin to gather around Princess Hong Bien. Once again, Isel looks down, consumed by the sorrow of what she has to do. Princess Hong Bien feels the same, but the saddest one of all is probably Fo Lam, because she knows she was a part of what led to this death. After Georgie's body disappears, she stands there, whispering her final words to her friend. "I'm sorry, Georgie. I'm truly sorry." The moment Georgie falls, an official system notification appears. The story of Duchess Ahesen, who achieved the greatest beauty and fame in the world, has concluded. You have conquered the ballroom of temptation. Congratulations. The scene shifts outside, to where everyone had first entered the gates. A system announcement echoes there as well. Team A6, simulation practice concluded. Students are now exiting. Team B3's simulation training has also been completed. As the students pour out, Teacher Lai issues a sharp command. Evacuate them, immediately. Yes. Everyone has left, a teacher replies. Professor Lai's eyes immediately fix on the last remaining area, a knot of dread forming in his stomach. The only thing left is C7, isn't it? Suddenly, the red gate right next to the professor starts to shift. Arcs of red lightning crackle around its frame. He can feel it. Something terrible is about to happen. Instructor Lai quickly turns to another assistant. The waves are fluctuating. Get ready now. Yes, sir. But before he could even finish his sentence, the gate itself began to warp. Space expanded as the crimson glow faded away. Instructor Lai watched the transformation with an intense gaze. But then, a slight smile appeared on his lips. The ant defeated the tiger. As he spoke those words, the students emerged. All of them, except for one. And with that, the red gate vanished completely. Seeing the students actually walk out of that death trap, a wave of whispers and shocked murmurs erupted among the onlookers. Did they really just conquer a level 5 persona gate as mere students? Even seasoned veterans found those a nightmare to deal with. The questions and doubts began to fly. Is that kid their leader? Aiden's face showed a flash of surprise, as if he'd caught himself saying something foolish. He then quickly laughed it off, mocking himself for even joking about it. Let's withdraw. Yes, sir. But the story wasn't over. As soon as they were all outside, Baek Yoo-seol stepped forward. He held his sword across his chest and declared, "Reporting for duty. The Persona Gate Conquest mission is complete. A total of 16 participants, 1 casualty. 15 have returned safely and successfully." Instructor Lai's expression turned bitter hearing those words. In the end, they still lost one. The instructor quickly regained his composure and gave his orders. "You all did well. I'll dispatch a healing mage immediately, so for now, rest." "Yes, sir." But just then, a new voice cut in. "Did something happen while I was away?" Every head turned towards the source of that familiar voice. And with that, another figure appeared among them. "Oh? It seems something quite eventful occurred in my absence, didn't it?" For a moment, our protagonist froze, completely thrown by this person's sudden appearance. It was the headmaster of Stella Academy, Elton Elgin, a 9th grade great mage. He was smiling right at him. "Looks like something interesting happened while I wasn't around. Tell me everything." Scene changed to Stella Building 1, the headmaster's office. Baek Yoo-seol walks alongside Headmaster Elton Elgin, striding down the long corridor. As they walked, a new worry began brewing in his mind. A private conversation with Elton Elgin? Seriously? Why am I getting so anxious? He glanced away, as if protesting some unseen decision. This, he thought, is exactly why I didn't want to be the leader. Flashback to just before they left the Persona Gate. Princess Hong Bi-yeon had gathered everyone, raising an important point. Shouldn't we designate a leader to report the situation before we leave? With a deadpan expression, he pointed a thumb at Yeezel. Then how about Yeezel? His face fell. Yeezel, still dazed, looked utterly confused by the sudden nomination. But from the very beginning, neither Hong Bi-yeon nor Phlox had any intention of letting him escape this. They both wore the same expression. Arms crossed, they spoke casually. "Commoner, my eyes were wide open. Are you really going to ignore your own contributions so blatantly? How pitiful. No matter how you spin it, that's just not right." A bead of sweat rolled down his face, and for some reason, as if a switch had been flipped, Yeezel chimed in, "I think I'm pretty good, but this time, it wasn't me." He froze, his mind going blank. "You think so too?" He instantly closed his eyes in defeat, and just like that, he was forced to become the leader. What in the world happened while I was out cold? But just as he was lost in thought, the headmaster's voice cut through, bringing a new topic to the table. "Is this the 3rd time we've met?" His eyes widened as he looked at the headmaster, who continued, "You've gotten taller than last time, you know." Totally confused. He was still young and had no clue what the headmaster meant. He stiffened again. Huh? What is he even talking about? As he tried to make sense of it, old memories suddenly flooded back. A small village, ravaged by a blizzard. Blink, blink, blink. In a place covered completely by snow, Baek Yoo-seol stood there alone. Back then, despite having a body that couldn't use magic, he diligently practiced that one single magical skill. Blink! In that moment, his gaze shot to the side as a voice called out, You are amazing." A heavily cloaked figure appeared, leaving the young boy stunned. "You have a fascinating talent. I'll write you a letter of recommendation, so come to my school and take the entrance exam. You'll even get bonus points." And that mysterious figure, it was none other than the current headmaster of Stella Academy, Elton Elgin. To snap him back to the present, the headmaster spoke again. "The reason I called you here is..." Yoo-seol jolted, startled out of his memories. Instructor Lai smiled. "I'm here to thank you on behalf of the Academy for preventing what could have been a potential disaster." Yoo-seol sat there, thinking. "The whole thing started because of him." The headmaster continued. "I have no intention of revealing this to the public. Of course, if the student casualties had become more severe, things would be different. Thank you. It's all thanks to you. And there is one thing I need to confirm." Those words immediately caught Yoo-seol's full attention. In an instant, the headmaster's expression turned ice cold. Was there a bug inside that gate? In that single moment, a cold sweat began to pour down Baek Yoo-seol's entire body. Ah, that look in his eyes. No wonder they call this man the Black Witch Hunter. But I'm not even a black witch, he thought. Torn between hiding the truth and speaking it, Baek Yoo-seol chose the latter, his anxiety still palpable. Yes, a student died. He added that the student showed signs of black magic corruption. With an expression completely devoid of sympathy, the headmaster replied, "Is that so? What a pity." His tone was chilling. To be affected by corruption means they had dark emotions from the start. No one can fight against that. Baek Yoo-seol felt it clearly. There was no pity in his voice at all. And before he could even process that, the headmaster threw another curveball. "Oh, where are my manners? To think, I haven't even offered you a drink." He turned back, that characteristic fake smile plastered on his face. He then asked, "Coffee? Or perhaps tea? Do young people these days prefer carbonated drinks?" Anyone else might not have realized it, but Yoo-seol knew. The real conversation was about to begin. Grasping the hidden meaning, Baek Yoo-seol started to state his choice. "I'd like some tea," he says, "cool as a cucumber. Do you happen to have any named?" "Lich?" The headmaster eyes him with a flicker of curiosity. "Lich." A knowing smile instantly spreads across the man's face. "Of course, I do." "Wait just a moment." Byung-seon lets out a quiet sigh of relief. Perfect, he's bought himself a little more time. The headmaster returns with a cup, setting it on the table. "Yes, Lich. It's a surprise not many people know of it, and even fewer actually enjoy it." "Thank you," Byung-seon replies. He lifts the cup, taking a slow sip, but his expression remains a complete and utter blank. Just as he expected, he thinks. It's an acquired taste. If you had to compare it to something from Earth, it'd be like durian or fermented herring. The flavor is challenging. But for those who push past it, it becomes strangely addictive. Others can't stand it at all. Its unique smell puts most people off, they won't even try it. But the few who do, they become fanatics. And that's exactly why he chose Lich. This private meeting with Elton Elgin, it's a hidden route, a major opportunity. He remembers the game's choices. Philemon, who picked coffee, was promised magic lessons. Isel, who chose the soda, gained a powerful magical awakening. And this tea, Lich, is Elton Elgin's personal favorite. The only catch is, Byung-seon glances up, waiting for the headmaster to continue his story. You see, the headmaster begins. Lich was once the exclusive drink of the elves from the western continent. Decades ago, they should have kept it to themselves. But they shared it with humans, and faced disaster for it. Along with the elves, the recipe for Lich was believed to have vanished forever. He smiles, looking at the cup in Byung-seon's hand. This is likely one of the last remaining cups of Lich in the entire world. If not for human greed, we could all still be enjoying it today. A true pity. But Byung-seon's next words catch him completely off guard. "Is that so?" "But it's true, because I still drink it, even now." As he sets the cup down, the headmaster leans forward, his voice urgent. "Is there any more?" Byung-seon's answer is short, "No." And just like that, Elton Elgin's expression shifts once more. Pure disappointment. "But it's too soon for that." Byung-seon cuts back in. "But I know about it. The recipe for Lich tea." The headmaster's eyes go wide. The calm atmosphere shatters as he completely loses his composure. "What? Is that true? How did you get that recipe?" Byung-seon hesitates, knowing he has to tread carefully. This is the tricky part, he thinks. "I can't exactly say I got it from playing a video game." Facing the headmaster's intense stare, he speaks slowly. "My late mother. She taught it to me." He puts on a somber expression, and it works. Caught by the boy's apparent grief, the headmaster's tone softens. "I apologize. I shouldn't have asked." Byung-seon waves it off. "It's all right, sir. You don't need to apologize." Inside, he's celebrating, glad that went smoothly. The headmaster, regaining his composure, clears his throat. "Then, would you consider selling me the recipe? I would pay you handsomely." Elton Elgin can barely contain his excitement, but this is the exact moment Byung-seon has been waiting for. Finally, time to make his move. "Headmaster," he says immediately, "there's actually something I want from you more than money." The man raises an eyebrow. "Oh? And what might that be?" Once again, Byung-seon stuns him with his answer. "Your space enchantment technique. I want your help, even if it's just for one time." Surprised by the choice, the headmaster questions him. "What? Why don't you reconsider? The recipe for Lich tea is lost to the world. It could fetch a much higher price than that. But my magic technique is completely impractical. You understand what that means, don't you?" Byung-seon sits there, perfectly silent. Oh, he understands perfectly. With Elton Elgin's space magic and Ortis's alchemy techniques, and by using a mana vessel captured by a spiritmancer, he could create the ultimate dimensional space, a personal inventory. It's a space that normally requires a mage to master Tier 8 spatial attributes, something almost no one in the world can do. But with the help of a Tier 9 mage like Elton Elgin, he could create the highest grade storage imaginable. His mind made up, he looks up with a bright smile. More than a few coins, sir. As a mage, an alchemist, and a seeker of truth, understanding the essence of your magic would be the greatest gift of my life. So please, I ask you to consider it. The headmaster is stunned, again and again. A smile and a sigh escape him, just as Byung-seon predicted. All right, he says without hesitation. If that is truly what you desire, then we have a deal. Byung-seon's face breaks into a massive grin. Success! Meanwhile, at that very same moment in the first tower, Vice Headmaster Aki Hayden sits in his chair. Across from him sits another figure. He clenches his hands, speaking to his guest. I heard a story. The Persona Gate you worked so hard to open. It was a failure, wasn't it, Geiger? And just as he says, the man before him is Professor Geiger of the Magic Department. Professor Geiger closes his eyes and nods. Yes. I fear the Archbishop will be furious when he learns the truth of this. The Vice Headmaster adjusts his tie, cutting him off. You are far too rigid. That is precisely what causes these problems. I'm not particularly sorry that you failed, but there are always other ways. Professor Geiger lets out a sigh, as if he already knows what's coming. Facing Aki Hayden's dangerous gaze, the professor voices his suspicion. You're planning to make Professor Mason lose control, aren't you? A chilling silence hangs in the air. The conversation ends with Geiger getting up to leave. If there's nothing else to report, I'll take my leave. He walks silently down the long, empty hallway. And as he does, a new calculation begins to form in his mind. The only reason I opened the Persona Gate was to deal with a few students attending the upcoming Arcillon seminar. We even opened a gate with a Tier 5 risk level, something far beyond their abilities. But who could have possibly predicted that Philemon, Isel, and the princess would be there? Dulavit and even Bion walked away free. Whatever was in that room, it escaped too. This was not part of the plan. Not at all. Lost in his spiraling thoughts, the professor's head snaps up at the sound of a voice. Professor, it's been a while. Jane turns slowly. And there he is, Ma Yo-seo-ung, wearing the polite smile of a model student. He crosses his arms, his voice dripping with false respect. You know, back when I was a kid, you were like a dangerous beast. But now, acting so human? I almost didn't recognize you. Before the professor can even process the insult, Ma Yo-seo-ung drops another bomb. By the way, my friends almost got hurt recently. Was that also part of some grand plan by a slow old man, weighed down by his responsibilities? That does it. Professor Jean's face turns to ice as he glares at Ma Yo-seo-ung. You may be a young master, but you will watch your tone when speaking about the cult leader. Jean's voice is sharp. And friends? Ma Yo-seo-ung's expression darkens at the question. Jean finishes with a piercing question. Or are you getting a little too lost in this student role-playing game of yours? But the professor is the one left stunned when Ma Yo-seo-ung speaks again. The air around him completely shifts. His entire aura has changed. In that moment, Jane feels it the undeniable pressure of a true king radiating from his words. It's wiser to be careful. And then a chilling smile spreads across his face. You people are so annoying. An eyesore, really. Well then, see you around. With that, Ma Yo-seo-ung turns and walks away, calm and unhurried. The lingering silence feels wrong. The professor instinctively clenches a fist over his heart. Only when Ma Yo-seo-ung is completely out of sight does Professor Jine finally let out a ragged breath, forcing himself to take a deep gulp of air just to get his composure back. For the sake of the Moon Shadow cult, this is nothing. And with that, the scene shifts. We're now with Bion and her group. Two of her friends rush over, their faces etched with worry. Your Highness, we're so glad you're safe. We heard the school messed up with the Persona Gate settings. Is that true? Seriously, what is wrong with them? Bion just looks down, lost in thought. As I expected, she thinks. The other students have no idea what really happened. It makes sense. The academy would cover it up to save face. Right on cue, a new voice cuts through the air, calling her name, a voice she can't ignore. The princess turns to see who it is. Senior. A male student approaches with a practiced smile. It's Edmano Adalek, a third year at the academy, and he's laying on the charm. His smile widens. No need for such stuffy formalities, he says smoothly. Even I feel a little awkward with all that pomp and circumstance. The princess, however, remains completely unfazed, insisting on the proper hierarchy. Seeing his charm offensive fail, Edmano quickly switches gears. Haha, well, I'm just glad you're safe. I was honestly worried something might have happened. She keeps her expression neutral, her reply just as blunt. I'm fine. There's no need for you to worry, senior. But behind her calm facade, a different thought takes root. This sly fox, she thinks. He's not worried about me. He's worried about his investment. In Dulavit, two major powers rule. Duke Okan's family, who backs her rival Princess Hong Siwa and Duke Adalek's family, the only ones who can stand against them. And Edmano? He's the sole heir to the Adalek dukedom. His endgame is obvious. Help her become queen, then marry her to secure his power. Realizing he's getting nowhere, Edmano pivots once again. Oh, right! How about a game of soul chess? There's a student competition coming up. The princess has zero interest in the game, but knows she has to play along, forcing a nod. Yes, let's do that. Seizing the opportunity, Edmano casually drapes an arm over her shoulder, leaning in to whisper coldly. All right, I'll teach you a special move today, so watch carefully and learn. Baek flinches at the touch, biting her lip to keep her frustration from showing. As they walk, Edmano schmoozing with everyone they pass, the princess closes her eyes, a painful truth settling in her heart. She can't become queen without a snake like him. Unless she had her own power. Someone with strength equal to the Adalek family, someone who would be her ally. At that very moment, her gaze drifts to the window, and she sees him, Baek Yoo-seol. Just a coincidence, him passing by right then. But her moment is cut short as Edmano turns back to her. Baek, what are you doing? Hurry up. She tears her eyes away, but not before stealing one last hesitant glance back at the window. He's gone. With a sigh, she follows him. Yes, senior. And the scene cuts to a hand holding a single flower petal. It's Baek Yoo-seol, who had just stopped in a quiet corner. He puts a hand on his hip, humming thoughtfully. Let's see. Should this be enough? And just like that, the world around him shifts to a hazy pink. The petal floats from his hand as a system window materializes before him. Absorbing the branch of the enchanting tree increases mental power by 65%, permanently grants a small resistance to charm-type magic. With that, Baek Yoo-seol's status window pops into view. Let's see what we've got. Strength, 2 stars, 73%. Intuition, 2 stars, 57%. Agility, 2 stars, 42%. And stamina, 2 stars. Summoning ability, 0 stars, 19%. But check this out, mental power, 2 stars, 99%. With magical power at 2 stars, 24%. Looking over the numbers, he murmurs, not bad at all. But that's not all. A new message appears. Project Gansalot grants you a special reward. This gets Baek Yoo-seol thinking, hand on his chin. So, because I cleared a new scenario, I get a special reward on top of everything else. So, what should I pick this time? Another growth item, maybe? And then, something clicks. A sudden realization hits him. Oh, but he has one more request. Can I get Mechan's pendant too? The system responds, possible. A grin instantly spreads across his face. Then I'll take it. A new notification pops up. You have received the item, Mechan's pendant. The item appears in his stats, the pendant of Mechan. Its rank, high grade. The description reads, a pendant crafted by Mechan, a future alchemical engineer. He processed a barrier to its absolute limit to protect his own life. And its special function? The Mechan shield automatically defends against any attack level 6 or below. The catch? It can only be used once. Without a second thought, he hangs it around his neck. Sure, it's a one-time use item, but a guaranteed lifesaver? Definitely not a bad deal. After all, episode 8 is coming up. That's when he has to fight the awakened Professor Magentano. Plus, another notification pops up on his artifact. The branch of hatred has accumulated 78% of its value. Baek Yoo-seol smiles at the news. Good, preparations to fight Magentano are moving along smoothly. Alright, I guess I'll have to rely on Onto Isha for the rest. The scene shifts to a new location. The international alchemy organization Baek Yoo-seol has arrived. He stands before a certain building as someone greets him with a smile. This is the 13th branch of the Gozen Talc School, located by the great elm tree in the city of alchemy. He replies coolly, I'm here to see the alchemist, Onto Isha. The receptionist, however, has other news. I'm very sorry, but you can't see her right now. He knew this would happen. With a slight sigh, he reaches into his coat, figured as much. Instantly, he presents a letter. This is a direct invitation from Assistant Professor Onto Isha. The receptionist is completely flustered by this turn of events. The conversation after that got a lot simpler. My sincerest apologies. I'll guide you right away. This way, please. Thank you. Arriving at the door to Onto Isha's research lab, the receptionist calls out, Miss Onto Isha, you have a visitor, but from inside, not a sound, dead silence. The receptionist tries again, a little louder. We're letting ourselves in. But right at that moment, Baek Yoo-seol flinches, startled by something. This feeling. An enormous explosion erupts from inside, the pressure wave immense. The blast rips the door off its hinges. But somehow, the door itself is still in one piece. Inside the room, smoke is billowing everywhere, making it impossible to see a thing. but thankfully, it seems it wasn't a major accident since Baek Yoo-seol is still standing. That was unexpected, he mutters. The moment the door blew open, he had instinctively pulled the receptionist aside, but even he feels a little shaken. We almost got into real trouble there. Waving the smoke away from his face, Baek Yoo-seol carefully steps into the room. Since the smoke is still thick, he calls out, "Assistant Professor, are you okay?" A moment later, a voice rings out, catching him completely off guard. "Hey, are you student Baek Yoo-seol?" Despite the chaos from a second ago, Assistant Professor Onto Isha is perfectly fine, smiling as she continues. "Welcome. I wanted to show you something." And right next to her, a familiar figure appears. It's none other than the gold alchemist, Bolson Fox. Baek Yoo-seol hasn't noticed him yet, though. His eyes are locked on Onto Isha's calm expression as he thinks, "That explosion didn't even faze you?" And then, both their attention snaps to the gold alchemist, who just noticed something on the bracelet he's wearing. Do you see this? This is a shield bracelet. On the silver band, there's a button, and he places his finger on it. Suddenly, a green shield materializes, covering his entire forearm. He's ecstatic, explaining with pure excitement. If we press this button twice, just in this state alone, it boasts a power equivalent to a level 3 spell. But to Baek Yoo-seol's surprise, it doesn't stop there. The alchemist keeps talking. "Oh, but what if we press this button here one more time? How about that? Amazing, right? Even if your mana is low, or you're a normal person who can't use magic, you can still deploy this shield spell at least once. Its defensive power is only at 500, but it could be incredibly useful in a critical situation." Before their very eyes, a shield 3 times the size of the man's face appears where the smaller one was. And the biggest difference compared to other shields? There isn't a single magic rune carved on it. The gold alchemist can't help but stare in awe at what he's just done. He can't contain his excitement. If we announce this, it will turn the world upside down. It's all thanks to this genius child, Onto Isha. He then finally notices Baek Yoo-seol's presence. "Ah, come to think of it, you're a co-author too." He immediately tries to pull our boy in. "And by the way, how about joining the world of alchemy as a real alchemist?" Baek Yoo-seol. As much as he wants to, his answer leaves both alchemists completely stunned. "I can't survive as an alchemist, because I have no mana." To witness a genius with such an incredible talent for alchemy who has no mana, Bolson Fox is speechless. "What? What did you just say? This secret of his?" It seems no one at the academy knows about it yet, but it's not exactly a well-kept secret either. And so, he explains his previous statement to them. "It's a congenital condition where I'm unable to accept mana. It's a constitution that slows the process of mana leakage." The gold alchemist pushes his goggles up. He still can't believe what he's just heard. "What you're saying? You don't mean." But Bolson Fox seems to react a bit differently, unable to finish his sentence. So Onto Isha finishes for him. "Is it what they call a finite mana core?" Baek Yoo-seol calmly accepts her words, but his gaze drifts off somewhere else. He thinks to himself, "Yeah, that's a pretty big problem. But is that really what it is?" To snap the two out of their stupor, Baek Yoo-seol elaborates on his own situation. "My time is indeed limited, but I have no intention of dying. I'll take care of it myself, so please, don't worry about it." Hearing him speak with such conviction, Assistant Professor Onto Isha lets out a sigh of relief. "Ah, right." To break the tense atmosphere, Baek Yoo-seol changes the subject, raising his hand in front of him. More importantly, "Could I take a look at that shield bracelet for a moment?" Bow, so, Tunfok, so jumps, startled out of his thoughts. "Huh? Oh, right." After taking the silver bracelet, he pulls out his encyclopedia glasses and begins examining it closely. Information about the bracelet floods his vision, and yeah, it gives him a whole new perspective. This thing is clearly in its initial stages, crude, full of rough patches, and packed with useless components. He pauses, looks over at Assistant Onter Isa with a smile, and asks, "Wait a sec, could I borrow your magic welding pen?" Onter Isa is surprised by his intention, but she doesn't object in the slightest. "Ah, here you go." Bao So Tan Fox So, however, can't help the twitch in his eyebrow. He has no clue what the kid is up to and just has to ask, "Hey, what are you trying to do now?" But before he can answer, the silence is cut by Assistant Onter Isa, standing right beside them. She knows exactly what Baek Joo-seol is doing, and she won't let anyone disturb him right now. Back to our guy. After getting the magic pen from Onter Isa, Baek Joo-seol slowly and deliberately places its tip onto the silver bracelet, right where its core data is stored. But he's not just doing some sloppy repair job. Using his encyclopedia glasses, he can see the bracelet's perfected future form, and he's etching that design directly, erasing the original and creating a far more efficient structure. Quality enhancement complete. And just like that, it's done. The instant he finishes speaking, he activates its function. A shield materializes one that's massively larger and far more powerful than the tiny one from before. Bao So Tan Fok So's jaw practically hits the floor. He quickly fumbles for a measurement monocle to check the results. This is impossible. Filled with a mix of anticipation and pure joy, he shouts out the reading. The defense value. It's jumped all the way to 800. That's almost 15 times more effective. No wonder she said you were a co-author, he exclaims, his admiration overflowing. His face is flushed red, his voice rising with sheer excitement. Kid, have you ever considered working under me? Ah, no, scratch that. Not under me. With me, as an equal. Don't worry about not being able to use magic. I'll assign you alchemists to craft the magic tools for you. Baek Yoo-seol is genuinely grateful for the incredible offer, but it's not enough to sway him. Haha, I'm sorry. I have my own reasons for wanting to become a magic warrior. The old man looks a little crestfallen. Oh, what a shame. But then, Baek Yoo-seol throws another curveball. More importantly, I have another favor to ask. He holds out a shimmering purple orb, a Mana Vestal. Is it possible to create an item with this? Aunter Isa reaches out to take it as she asks a question. It's a Mysia fragment. There's no need to rush. Baek Yoo-seol just keeps dropping bombshell after bombshell. It requires space magic. And Principal Tella already said he'd lend a hand. The two of them freeze solid. Aunter Isa recovers first, saying calmly, First. Huh. The principal, you say? Meanwhile, Bao So Ton Fok So is at a loss for words. Wait, that old geezer decided to help you? You're a professional troublemaker. Aunter Isa, however, looks conflicted, voicing her hesitation. I want to do something to help you, but unfortunately, I don't think I can. I've never tried using elemental attributes before. Baek Yoo-seol already knew this. A smile plays on his lips as he adds, I know. I wouldn't ask you to do it immediately. You can do it slowly, as you master your skills. He'd already factored this into his plan. This part would probably take a few months anyway. The two of them continue to discuss the details. Then leave it to me. Ah, it's time we created a masterpiece. We cut back to the classroom at Tella Academy, where ICO is sitting at her desk. She's clearly flustered. This isn't good. Her eyes drift over to Baek Yoo-seol, who's sitting nearby, looking completely zoned out. Watching him yawn again and again, ACO gets lost in her own hesitant thoughts. That thing. Should I ask Baek Yoo-seol about it? But before she can make a move, someone else gets there first, speaking in an all-too-familiar voice. Commoner Baek Yoo-seol. He looks up, dazed, to see Princess Hong Bai-eon standing before his desk. She gets straight to the point. I have something important to discuss with you. Are you free? Iseo watches them, confused. Something important? Baek Yoo-seol's reply, however, is completely casual. It's no big deal. With that, ACO watches Princess Hong Bai-eon lead Baek Yoo-seol out of the classroom. After they leave, her familiar sense of sadness washes over her again. A thought creeps into her mind. Whatever they're about to talk about, it has nothing to do with me, does it? So why do I feel so strange? The two are now walking down the hallway, and the silence is a bit awkward. Baek Yoo-seol decides to be the one to break it. So, what did you want to talk about? Princess Hong Bai-eon, walking ahead, stops and turns to answer him. In the world of alchemy, they say a new alchemy product has been developed. Then, the princess turns fully to face him. He's actually kind of handsome. She cuts to the chase. I heard you're the co-author of that alchemy book. He pauses for a beat. Given the royal family's intelligence network, that's not exactly a shocking revelation. Keeping his cool, Baek Yoo-seol replies, So what if I am? Are you trying to get a direct line to the business through me? Seeing he's already guessed part of her intention, Princess Hong Bai-eon crosses her arms with an air of aristocratic coldness. I won't deny that, but don't misunderstand. The items are important, yes, but I think building a relationship with someone like you is the more important issue. He's suddenly flustered by her words. Huh? A thought flashes through his mind. I had no idea she thought so highly of me. This is definitely different from the original story. Does this mean I can actually prevent Princess Hong Bai-eon's death this time? Just a moment ago, she was ice cold, but now Princess Hong Bai-eon is shy and flustered. Hey, in that case, you should come eat with me. But just then, another voice cuts in, interrupting the moment. Wait, is that Bai-eon? The two of them stared, completely baffled, trying to figure out who just showed up. It was none other than the student, Edmono Adelax, and his voice dripping with annoyance. You even turned down my lunch invitation. I was wondering if something important came up. But to think you'd be hanging out with a commoner like this, truly disappointing. An icy silence fell over the three of them, thick with tension. But that silence was shattered by a single thought flashing through Baek Yoo-seol's mind as he locked eyes with the newcomer. That guy. I've seen him before, back when this was all just a game. He's one of the death flags that leads Bai-eon to her destruction, Edmono Adelax. Judging by his attitude, it's clear he has no idea I'm the co-author of that report. He probably thinks my involvement was just random luck. Just then, Bion suddenly spoke up, snapping him out of his thoughts. He's not just some ordinary commoner. I'm planning on connecting with the alchemist on Tisha through him. So please, don't interfere right now. But of course, Edmano Adalax wasn't about to let that slide. A dangerous smile spread across his face. Hey, Bion, you really think so? What power could a mere commoner like him possibly have to help you? Aren't I a much better option? Baek Yoo-seol listened to the insult, but as usual, he remained completely indifferent on the outside. How ridiculous. He glanced at the princess beside him, thinking to himself, yeah, whatever. He was used to being looked down on for being a commoner. Even though she knew he was a powerful supporter, Bion coldly refuted Adalax. What exactly are you implying, senior? Seeing the princess's dark expression, Baek Yoo-seol knew this was going too far. He immediately cut into their conversation. All right, let's just pretend our discussion about the item exchange never happened. The princess flinched, whipping her head around to face him. What? Edmano Adalax, on the other hand, was incredibly pleased by this. Good thinking, he thought. The commoner knows his place, but just before leaving, Baek Yoo-seol dropped a bomb. Oh, by the way, regarding that item business, I'll be sure to inform them that Duke Adalax flatly refused to supply the Dulovitz kingdom. Edmano's face hardened, though that dangerous smirk never left his lips. Hey, he sneered, you're getting pretty cocky. Do you have any idea what happens when a first year dares to challenge a third year? Baek Yoo-seol shot back coldly. So what? That's not my problem. Worried by his direct confrontation, Bion was caught in an awkward position. Commoner. You know, the hierarchy at Stella is incredibly strict. Besides, Edmano is famous for having the most influence among all the third years. What were you thinking saying all that? Paying them no mind, Baek Yoo-seol just turned to leave. Well then, I'll be taking my leave. Both of them just watched him go, their eyes fixed on his retreating back, and that's when we see the absolute scorn on Edmano's face. How can a first year be so ignorant of how terrifying his seniors are? Looks like I'll have to make his school life a little more interesting. Seeing all her hard work crumble back to nothing, Bion's disappointment was palpable. Meanwhile, Baek Yoo-seol had already made his way to the academy's main courtyard. As he walked, he felt his own kind of sorrow. I'm sorry, Bion, but if that guy isn't taken down, you will never get a happy ending. Whether she inherits the throne or Duke Adalax falls, in the end, death will still find her. It's inevitable. His steps suddenly halted, his gaze snapping in a specific direction. But at the very least, I won't let her bow her head to that bastard. His eyes scanned past the other students. And there, in the distance, was Bion, hiding by a corner, looking completely helpless. Bion could only smack her forehead in frustration. Ha! Should I just throw away this entire princess's title and all the honor that comes with it? The reason Edmano Adalax keeps interfering is obvious. He wants to make sure I can never stand on my own 2 feet. That way, I'll have no choice but to depend on him. Her feeling of powerlessness grew as she stood there alone, staring at her fist. The disappointment washed over her again. I just missed a golden opportunity. Am I really incapable of doing anything by myself? But just then, her eyes shot wide open as a critical realization hit her. Wait a minute. His face and his words flashed back in her mind. I'll be sure to inform them that Duke Adalax flatly refused to supply the Dulovitz kingdom. Thinking back, for a commoner, why would he say something like that? Normally, someone in his position would do anything to avoid drawing that kind of attention. But instead, he provoked Edmano directly. She had a very strange feeling about all this. Don't tell me. The scene cuts to that night, inside one of the academy rooms. Baek Yoo-seol appears, holding a package, a smile on his face as he opens it. Awesome, it arrived safely. A 3-compartment box is revealed, holding a bracelet, a necklace, and a ring with simple designs. They might not look like much, but their integrated abilities are on another level. He sat there for a long time, just looking at them, lost in thought. Antisha's prototypes got here faster than I expected. He checked the note attached to them. Let's see, what does this one do? An info panel popped up instantly. Shielding necklace, low to mid-grade. Description, activates a protective layer that shields the entire body when worn. Effects, agility plus 11%, defense plus 14%, and mana plus 1%. Special function, body barrier level 1, 125 pp, damage absorption rate plus 3%. Looking at the necklace in his hand, Baek Yoo-seol was visibly thrilled. Whoa, this is even better than I hoped. And just like that, new info panels appeared for the other items he held. Unidentified dagger ring, mid-grade. Description, when used, the ring transforms into a dagger blade, which then generates a new magic dagger. Effects, agility plus 14%, perception plus 9%. Special function, magic dagger, level 3, with a duration of 5 minutes. The final item's details then appeared. The shield bracelet. Rank, low to medium. When activated, it morphs into a protective bracer for the forearm. The effects? A 7% boost to strength, 9% to defense, and a 2% bump in mana. Special function. Shield, level 1, 10 BP. A silent compliment escapes him as he admires the bracer. Leave it to Auntie Sama, she's already crafting mid-tier items. Clenching his fist, a fresh smile spreads across his face. He needs to test this in real combat to give Auntie Sama feedback, and he's already given Dr. Holler SK Kogan a heads up. All preparations are complete. Now, it's time to slowly and surely crush Duke Atlek. A few days later, the second exam was just around the corner. This time, it split into 2 parts, a practical combat test and a theory test. For the practical, the combat magic assessment is scored differently based on the type of magic used. For example, lightning magic is graded on max voltage and the number of consecutive hits. Wind magic, on the other hand, is judged by the sheer explosive force it generates. As for ice magic, it's all about the maximum coldness and its area of effect. Healing, light, and other special attributes have their own criteria to watch for, but the one everyone was waiting for, the fire attribute. And who else could that be but Princess Hongbien? Watching everyone show off their abilities, he couldn't help but be amazed. They really are the main characters of this story, on a whole different level. And then, an instructor in front of him looks back and calls his name, Yoo-seol. It's your turn. With that, Yoo-seol steps onto the testing area. The proctor signals for him to begin, and he activates his one and only ability. From a standing start, Yoo-seol explodes forward, dashing towards a series of pillars, each topped with a large red button. Using his flash step, he effortlessly zips between the pillars, tapping each red button. His focus is absolute, with not a single wasted motion as he completes the course with ease. From the observation area, the supervisors watch in disbelief. Every time I see it, it's just an unbelievable sight. There's absolutely no delay when he uses that flash step. He can instantly reorient and execute with perfect precision. It's just astounding. The moment Yoo-seol stops, the proctor's voice rings out. Yoo-seol's practical exam is over. Standing alone and staring off into the distance, Yoo-seol gets lost in thought. With this, I've cleared one part of the combat test, but I can't use magic, so the rest of this is a total wash for me. Still, if I can score high on the theory exam with my glasses, it should balance things out. Just then, Yoo-seol is startled as someone approaches him from behind, calling his name. So, you're Yoo-seol? A whole gang of students walks up, their intentions dripping with mockery. I heard a first year like you actually dared to talk back to a third year. You serious? Man, you must have a death wish. Wow, I can't even imagine doing that when I was a freshman. Seeing the group of thugs picking a fight out of nowhere, Yoo-seol's eyes narrow slightly. So, he thinks, it's finally starting. These must be Edmundo's guys. And right on cue, the leader gets right in his face. Whoa, look at this punk, daring to glare at us like that? The guy's face twists into a scowl. You got no intention of looking down, do you? Hearing this, Yoo-seol remains calm, thinking, I saw this coming. But still, a flicker of annoyance crosses his face. Getting beaten up by a bunch of kids is seriously irritating. He keeps his gaze locked. Yoo-seol silently stares down the punk trying to intimidate him. The guy just laughs with glee. Ha! Look at this kid! I told you to look down! Yoo-seol blankly listens to his opponent ramble on. This damn brat is even more defiant than I thought. Are you a commoner? I heard you don't even have parents, right? Kneel if you don't want to die, you bastard. Just then, Bandien, a second-year senior, notices the commotion as she passes by. Since she's already looking, she gives it a bit more thought. What's this? A fight? They weren't far, so Bandien quickly recognizes them as Senior Edmundo Atlek's crew, but more importantly, she spots him in the middle of it. Ha! Isn't that the freshman we met at the Magic Beast graveyard? I think his name was Yoo-seol. With that thought, she puts her hands on her hips. She calls out loudly, What do you all think you're doing over there? As she approaches, the leader glares at her. Can't you see? I'm teaching a junior some manners. Stay out of it. Bandien, this punk dared to talk back to a third-year senior. As his upperclassman, it's our duty to discipline him. Hearing the argument, the crowd realizes who just showed up. Is that Bandien? Isn't she from the S-52 class? Bandien quickly sizes up the situation, then turns to Yoo-seol. She's surprised at first, but after a closer look, a new thought forms. Is Yoo-seol actually going to kneel? If he's strong enough to take down a level 5 summoner, he should be able to handle these guys easily. Why is he even hesitating? No way. Without another thought, Bandien decides to stop him. Hey, you! Don't do it! The bully is shocked by her intervention. What? Bandien closes her eyes and calmly continues. If it's true, like you said, that a freshman talked back to a third year, then this isn't a small matter. In a military mage unit, that would be considered insubordination. So, my suggestion is, why don't we make this an official special training session for our junior? Hearing this proposal, both sides just freeze, staring at her blankly. A question hangs in the air: that kind of training session needs approval from the student council president. I have an idea. Ban Dian decides to handle it herself. I'll go get the approval. So let's do this by the book, shall we? Suddenly presented with a legitimate way to beat him up, the bully breaks into a perfect smile. Then, he lets a bit of killing intent leak out, staring straight at Yoo-seol. All right, he adds, sounds like fun. The whole group turns and leaves, leaving behind two identical sets of eyes watching them go. Now, only two people remained. Ban Dian finally speaks to him. Sorry for interfering, but if I hadn't, they would have never let you go. Yoo-seol doesn't say a word, but his shock is written all over his face. Huh? Does she mean they aren't going to let this go? He still hadn't given them an answer. Ban Dian immediately voices her theory. You're planning to use this moment of humiliation to launch a massive counterattack, aren't you? A man smart enough to take down a summoner wouldn't just argue back for no reason, which means there's only one possible motive. To end Stella's long-standing idiotic tradition, the senior initiation ritual. You've chosen to sacrifice yourself. Yoo-seol just stood there in silence, listening to all this, completely and utterly baffled. I mean, seriously? Who am I and where am I? How did I get dragged into a situation like this? Shaking it off, he glances back at the group that still hadn't left. Ban Dian continues, breaking down her analysis even further. But among them, there are some who have no choice but to follow Mana Leakage. They're known as the coerced, bound by their family's circumstances. No matter how right you are, you can't let people like that get punished. A hand rests directly on his shoulder. She offers a word of encouragement. So, I'll set the stage for you. You can fight however you want. I will personally convince the student council president. Hearing this, Yoo-seol senses a wave of impending danger, and beads of sweat start rolling down his face. He doesn't know what else to do but force a helpless smile. What in the world is she even talking about? Time seemed to rush forward. Intricate blue patterns are being drawn in the air. It's a type of magic circle created by one of the professors. This is the Magic Protocol Interpretation exam. Below, the students begin their written tests, and among them, you could hear the inevitable sounds of students complaining. Ugh, I don't get any of this. Is it even possible to finish this today? But standing out from the crowd, one person gets up and leaves his seat. It was Yoo-seol. When he puts on his encyclopedia glasses, his knowledge surpasses all the professors combined. I'm submitting my paper. The examiner takes the sheet from him, looking a little confused. Huh? It's only been 20 minutes. Are you giving up? How could that be? Yoo-seol turns back slightly as he's walking away to explain. No, I've already solved everything. That sounded ridiculous. The examiner glances down at the paper he just turned in. What do you mean you've? And just like that, his confusion instantly morphed into pure, unadulterated shock, tucking his glasses back into his coat. Yoo-seol calmly walks away, muttering, I didn't study at all, but finishing that felt pretty refreshing. However, things get a little more complicated when he has to stop, hearing people nearby whispering about him. That's Yoo-seol, isn't it? I heard he's just a freshman and he already dared to talk back to Mana Leakage. Looks like he's about to be taught a proper lesson. Frozen in place, he feels that familiar sense of dread creeping in again. It looks like the whole school knows already. His gaze drops, and to make matters worse, Ban Dian had to step in. The special training for juniors is basically just a fancy name for a place where seniors can challenge juniors to a duel if they want to discipline them. They fight one-on-one. At Stella Academy, seniors are forbidden from insulting or striking their juniors. But during this training, seniors can legally punish juniors. They call it a challenge. In reality, it's just seniors using magic to beat up freshmen. That's why it requires approval from the student council president to prevent abuse. However, S-class students can propose it directly to the council. And to think, I was just going to kneel to end it. Recalling that moment, I'll just kneel quickly and go get some sleep. All the way back to his room, Yoo-seol slowly comes to a decision. Well, if it's come to this, a box is opened. Inside is a special item, something that looks like a teddy bear. He picks it up. A confident smile appears on his face, impossible to hide. All right then, I might as well sit back and enjoy the show. The scene shifts to the Stella Student Council room, where someone is reviewing documents, her attention caught by the movement in front of her. This student is the president of the Stella Student Council, a second-year S-class student, Mizozuni. And just as expected, the person who had approached Yoo-seol earlier has now appeared here, a serious expression on her face. The president quickly asks a question. Ban Dian, what brings you here? Without a second's hesitation, Ban Dian places a piece of paper on the president's desk, though her voice softens just a little. I'm requesting approval to open a special training session for a junior. The target is Yoo-seol, the new S-class freshman. The president's voice is laced with surprise. Huh? I thought you hated ridiculous things like this. Why are you doing this now? Bandian shows no emotion. It is precisely because I hate it that I'm doing it. Since this was a serious matter, the president offers a small reminder. I don't know what you're plotting, but no matter how talented he is, a freshman can't possibly defeat a second year. The gap created by experience isn't something that can be covered by stats alone. And you still want to request this training session? Waving the paper in her hand, Bandian suddenly breaks into a smile. If you want to know why, you should come and watch. It'll be a lot of fun. Seeing her sudden change in demeanor, the president's eyes narrow slightly as she lets out a sigh. Seriously, what are you scheming? At that moment, a voice from outside announces someone's arrival. Oh, student Mizo-zone. The figure of the exam proctor from before appears, holding a sheet of paper. Stepping into the room, he asks, "Could you please take a look at this report? It's a thesis a student submitted." Recognizing him, the president offers a greeting. "Ah, Professor Zildri, welcome. Did another thesis worthy of being sent to the academy appear in this exam?" She couldn't quite hide a hint of dissatisfaction. "The last one you brought wasn't exactly up to par, yet you insisted it pass." The professor just chuckles. Haha, just give it a look. He had been confused before, but now the president understood why he was so flustered. Wait, isn't this the magic circuit design of Professor Brix? This is incredible. It's shortened the reverse model decomposition loop formula by half, and with such a simple equation. Looking closer, a thought formed. The magic circuit was believed to have been perfected by countless scholars, and yet someone just pushed its boundaries even further. This could only be the work of a genius. She couldn't wait another second. The chairman held up a paper, his voice echoing with a crucial question. Who wrote this? With a proud smile, the professor raised his hand. A student named Yoo-seol. This level of work, he could honestly be invited to the Arthurian conference. The professor caught himself. But first, I have to report this to the vice principal. Immediately. In an instant, the room fell strangely silent. Staring at that exam paper, the chairman was lost in thought for a long moment. Two major incidents, both circling back to a single student. He had his verdict. Yoo-seol, huh? Far more interesting than I thought. Meanwhile, Professor Zezeler D clutched the exam paper and immediately went to find Vice Principal Aki Hayden. Nurturing a student who could write such a brilliant essay wasn't just about boosting Stella's reputation, it was a matter of his own personal honor and achievement. He placed the document on the desk. Aki Hayden picked it up, his brow furrowing. You intend to recommend this student, Yoo-seol, for the Salon conference. Is that right? Professor Zezeler D beamed, replying, yes. But anyone could see the air of shock and disbelief in the room. Aki Hayden's voice suddenly dropped, becoming heavy and cold. That's going to be difficult and troublesome. Without even thinking, Professor Zezeler D just nodded in agreement. Yes. Aki Hayden composed himself, then began to explain his harsh stance. Right now, Stella has countless applicants besides that student. This year's freshmen, in particular, are so promising they'd stand out in any academy. The maximum number of students we can send to Azalon, excluding those with special rights, is 2. And you're suggesting we use one of those slots on Yoo-seol? A magic swordsman, who can't even use magic. That is a direct insult to all sorcerers. Professor Zezeler D froze on the spot, closing his eyes as Aki Hayden delivered the final blow. If you understand, then you should leave immediately. I will absolutely not permit Yoo-seol to go to Azalon. I understand. Zezeler D left the vice principal's office, looking completely drained. Aki Hayden, however, only scowled deeper as he stared at the exam paper left on his desk. He didn't even bother rereading it. He just crumpled it into a ball. As if I'd let a bug like that into Azalon. Not a chance in hell. With a cold sneer, the paper was instantly burned to ash. Time drifted by silently. The second round of exams ended, and the new rankings were posted. Yoo-seol joined the crowd in front of the large announcement board, his finger scanning the list as he mumbled with a slightly dazed look. Let's see here. Found it. After searching from the bottom up, he spotted his name. Yoo-seol, ranked 419th in the S-class. He actually looked a little proud. The rank might be a bit of a high number, but 419th place. I'd say that's pretty amazing for this ranking board. And that was despite getting a perfect score on the written test. But then, his gaze sharpened, locking onto one specific spot at the very top. By the way, first place this time went to... Wait, is that Yoo-seol? The order was clear. First, S-Class Yoo-seol. Second, S-Class Folam. Third, S-Class A So-wong. Fourth, S-Class Haeon Jorang. Fifth, S-Class Beyond. The top ranks were all S-Class students, which wasn't surprising at all. Still, something about it bothered him. Haeon Jarang, who got second place last semester, had dropped to fourth. Was it because Isia and Fo Lam were hitting the books harder than they did in the original story? Just then, a familiar figure appeared. Beyond was suddenly standing right next to him, though he was too lost in thought to notice. And now that I'm on the Dark Mage path, he thought. The Dark Mage routes for both Haeon Jarang and A So-wong have vanished. He was so focused, he didn't see her. That's when Beyond suddenly spoke, cutting straight to the point. Are you purposefully trying to adjust your rank? I think it's pretty obvious. The princess was waiting for his answer, but that seemed impossible, seeing as a bead of sweat was already trickling down Yoo-seol's face from her sudden appearance. This is a surprise. What is she even talking about? Why is she here all of a sudden? Is she trying to stir up trouble? As if reading his mind, Bi-yeon spoke again. However, seeing as you managed to get into the top 600, it seems you're planning to participate in the academy tournament. Hearing this, it finally clicked for Yoo-seol. He raised a hand to his chin, thinking, ah, that's right. Now that I think about it, that event is coming up. The academy tournament. A massive event where chosen students would compete against those from other prestigious magic academies. After connecting the dots, he immediately turned to the person who had just been judging him. But all he saw now was a shy, blushing princess hastily tucking her hair back, and he couldn't help but wonder, what's wrong with her? What is this feeling? He naturally stepped closer to the princess. Yoo-seol confidently voiced the thought that just crossed his mind. What about it? Is there something else you wanted to say? Beyond's eyes widened, her face flushing an even deeper red. She quickly turned her head away as if she was sulking, her fists clenched tight, proving it even more. As Yoo-seol's confusion grew, she hit him with another question. Why did you do it? Our boy had no idea what she was talking about. Huh? His brow furrowed. But Bayan was already interrogating him. Why would you do something like that to Ed Monor? He's an influential person who holds a serious grudge. He'll probably keep making things difficult for you until graduation. Her voice turned serious as she added another heavy question. Are you confident you can handle all of this? Seeing Bayan actually worried about him took Yoo-seol by surprise. His eyes stayed glued to her, tracking her every shifting emotion. Without even needing to think, Yoo-seol gave a brutally honest reply. No, I don't think I can handle it. The answer was so blunt it felt like it could break the princess's heart. Honestly, he continued, I'd rather just crush all those blue-eyed kids who are younger than me and get expelled than have them bothering me. Back with the princess, her clenched fists started to tremble. Two questions fired out at him, one right after the other. Then why did you do it? What could you possibly gain from me? Instead of answering quickly, Yoo-seol once again created a tense silence, his gaze locked onto the princess. It was only when he finally looked away that the answer came. It's because I value our relationship more. With just those words, Bayan's entire world instantly turned pink, and he knew he wasn't finished speaking. He awkwardly scratches his cheek, looking away as he lays down his terms. And one more thing. I'm not doing this for free, you know. So, after this is all over, you have to sign an item contract with me. Bayan just stares back, a little confused, because she knows one thing for sure. Item contracts can be signed anywhere, not just at the Levitt. So, why here? That single question sends a wave of uncertainty through Baek Yoo-seol. He thinks to himself, honestly, I can't just say I want to save her and give her a happy ending. His eyes dart away again. I'll tell you about that later. That little piece of mystery just adds another question mark for Beyond. But seeing she can't press him on it, she decides to switch gears. All right then. By the way, do you have a plan for the rookie cadet training session? This time, his answer is quick. Yeah, I've got to do something about it, one way or another. The princess offers some surprising advice. You don't need to hold back. Baek Yoo-seol is caught off guard. Huh? She continues, trying to give him a confidence boost. Bayun, full of conviction, lets the words fly. Yes, with your natural abilities, you can definitely fight the seniors on some level. Don't worry about it. I'll do my best to handle any fallout. A bead of sweat drips down Baek Yoo-seol's face. Ah, okay. Thank you. He can't help but think she's trying to be thoughtful and help him out. But still, why on earth does she think he actually has a chance of winning? While the two of them are talking, hidden in a shadowed corner of the hallway, someone has been standing there, listening to every single word, and that person is none other than So-hwang, the fire magic prodigy. She turns and leaves, heading straight for a special training area. Inside, massive flames suddenly erupt right where the practical magic class is being held. So-hwang is already here, training under the watch of Professor Hong Sinha, who offers a compliment with a smile. Your control is truly excellent. You might lack raw firepower, So-hwang, but you can easily make up for it with precise control and pass this test. It'll work well against sensitive enemies or when you need to carry out a mission quietly. But then, the professor's gaze shifts, her tone changing completely. Compared to others, though, your magic is still lacking. So Wang's face falls in disappointment as her professor's critique rings out. Fire magic. How many times do I have to tell you that destruction isn't everything? And yet, you were ranked number 1 in fire attribute compatibility. It's ridiculous. Now do it again. So Wang glares past the criticism, a flicker of defiance flashing in her eyes. Magical flames burst into existence, roaring to life once more. The training dummies ahead are engulfed by even more fire as So Wang relentlessly practices her specialty. Still, a look of deep dissatisfaction is etched on her face. I lost again this time. It's not like I didn't put in the effort. So why? Why does it keep happening? She lets her magic staff drop to her side, staring at the destruction she's created. So Wang still doesn't understand why she can't win. Back with his soul, she's walking through the halls when she overhears a couple of students chatting nearby. Come to think of it, isn't it today? I'm talking about the sparring match between the first and second years. Are we gonna go watch? The conversation sparks a thought in Isul's mind. Isn't that the event involving Baek Yoo-seol? Meanwhile, she remembers how she missed her chance to talk to him earlier when Bi-yeon whisked him away, and a fresh wave of sadness washes over her face. But it doesn't really matter that much to me. I still have to get to class, anyway. And so, Isul starts walking off alone toward her next lesson. But her steps falter, a deep hesitation taking root in her heart until she finally stops in her tracks. A small smile appears on Isul's face as she rallies her spirits. I ended up coming here after all. But just then, something else happens. Isul looks over at the person next to her who just struck up a conversation. Oh, you came here too? It's a girl with brown hair and striking green eyes. The girl smiles. There's a rumor going around about that Baek Yoo-seol kid from Class B, first year. Without hesitation, the girl, Ha Ji-len, sits next to her, her smile widening with a hint of teasing. Honestly, aren't you two secretly dating? That's why you came here, right? Isul was already shy, but hearing those words makes her face turn bright red. That's not it at all. Her hesitation is obvious from the start. Baek Yoo-seol and we're not. Seeing her struggle to even deny it, Ha Ji-len has a new thought about Isul, but her smile never fades. What a surprise, she thinks. I wondered what kind of person the trader's daughter would be, but isn't she way cuter than I imagined? Realizing she can't push Isul on the topic any further, Ha Ji-len remembers she forgot something important. This greeting is a bit late, isn't it? I'm Ha Ji-len from Class B. It's nice to meet you. Isul is a bit stunned, but replies, Yes. Nice to meet you too. Just then, a loud gasp from the crowd pulls both of their gazes in one direction. It looks like things are about to begin. Down on the large field, Baek Yoo-seol appears, standing there like a statue with a backpack slung over his shoulder. He hears the growing buzz of the crowd all focused on him. He looks just as clueless as ever. Why are so many people gathered here? And it wasn't just students from the stands above. Senior Dako Guang's voice booms down in encouragement. Hey, brave little rookie. I don't know the specific details of what's going on, but hey, try to go easy on them, okay? Hearing that ridiculous praise, a new thought popped into Baek Yoo-seol's head. Hold on a second, wasn't he the one who got challenged by the senior? Why should he be the one to go easy? Meanwhile, Senior Bandian next to him was strangely calm about the whole thing, but she was the only one. The other students were practically buzzing with excitement for the beatdown they were about to witness. That punk Baek Yoo-seol is finally going to get taught a lesson he'll never forget. A commoner acting like he owns the place. Once a senior targets you, it's game over. Hearing her crush get badmouthed like that, Hong Bi-yoon's expression immediately went ice cold as she shot a death glare at the gossipers. That chilling stare intensified, sending a crystal clear message, say one more bad word and you'll be meeting your maker. And you know what? It worked perfectly. As Princess Hong Bi-yoon walked away, the two students who'd been talking trash were now huddled in a corner, too scared to even breathe, just like everyone else. Hong Bi-yoon found a good spot to watch the fight, her eyes focused on him. But as she thought about him, she couldn't help but frown slightly. A commoner, yet she still couldn't take her eyes off the calm and collected Baek Yoo-seol down below. Baek Yoo-seol's gaze was locked forward, fixed on the man standing directly across from him. Hey kid, the man called out. You ready? His opponent had been revealed. Caliban Catalam, a second-year student from Class C. Class C. He's probably ranked in the top 300. Even though I'm in Class S, when it comes to pure combat ability, he's definitely got the edge on me. My best bet is to avoid a direct, head-on fight as much as I possibly can. Baek Yoo-seol then replied with a lazy tone. Yeah, I'm ready, I guess. Hearing that confirmation, a dangerous smile spread across Caliban's face. Stubborn until the very end, huh? And just as the tension was reaching its peak, a professor stepped forward to officiate. Since everyone is here, I will explain the rules. This match will last for a minimum of 15 minutes. It will continue until one of you is knocked out. If there are any signs of life-threatening danger, Stella's spatial control magic will automatically end the match. Furthermore, after 15 minutes, either side can choose to forfeit, and the match will end immediately. Now then, let the match begin. The moment the announcement finished, the two were teleported to a massive, lush, green forest. A clock showing 4 zeros marked the start of everything. Caliban radiated confidence, casually pulling out his magic wand. Across from him, Baek Yoo-seol's expression turned serious as he summoned his light sword, trying to ease the tension just a little. Hazelin glanced over at Isol. Who do you think will win? Isol already had his answer picked out. The senior, of course. After all, Senior Caliban is an heir to the Earth attribute. The Earth element has incredibly strong defense, and Baek Yoo-seol's firepower isn't exactly overwhelming. Hazelin agreed, adding more detail to the analysis. Not to mention, the Earth element specializes in terrain control. He can manipulate the entire battlefield, making his attacks way more unpredictable. Can Baek Yoo-seol's sword even pierce the defenses of a level 30 Earth mage? Even though he had already said his piece, Isol couldn't help but feel a sense of gloom. Hazelin, you're right, there's no way he can win this match. At least, not by conventional means. But still, a small sliver of hope remained for the boy. Back in the fight, the dangerous look on Senior Caliban's face grew even more intense. Today, I'm going to teach you the true meaning of fear. The second he finished speaking, the ground cracked open. But Baek Yoo-seol was already gone, using a rapid series of flash steps to move forward. His first priority was simple: create distance. And once he reached what he considered a safe distance, Baek Yoo-seol noticed something. His opponent, Caliban, sensed the same thing. Instantly, a new grin spread across Baek Yoo-seol's face. And after that grin, he bolted, running as far and as fast as he could. Caliban froze, completely stunned by how fast he acted. What the? Sharing the same sentiment, Hazelin was speechless, finally managing to comment. Whoa, he's running from the get-go without a single care for his pride. Isol, standing next to him, agreed. Well, yeah, that makes sense. Still, Isol couldn't shake the worry he felt for Baek Yoo-seol. But in this situation, that might actually be the right move. Back in the forest, Caliban was in hot pursuit, his face twisting in pure annoyance. Hey, you damn coward, get back here, he roared. But let's be real, who in their right mind would actually turn back after hearing that? But when you let anger build up like that, eventually, it has to be released. Caliban gritted his teeth. Then, right where he stood, 3 simple green magic circles materialized. Stone shot. Baek Yoo-seol was surprised his opponent could turn the tables this quickly. But by the time he realized it, the attack had already slammed into the spot ahead of him, kicking up a massive cloud of dust and smoke. Princess Hong Bi-yoon, Senior Jo Guang, and Senior Ban Dean all held their breath, waiting in suspense. Caliban just smirked, thinking to himself, nice, that definitely hit. But the higher you build yourself up, the harder the fall. Caliban's face went rigid. What is this? Appearing right before his eyes was a monkey doll, hanging upside down by its tail and swaying back and forth. A monkey doll? In his moment of confusion, his sharp instincts dulled. What the hell? Why is that here? And while he was trying to process what was happening, the 2 symbols in the monkey's hands began to close in on each other. A sudden, dangerous pressure washed over his senses. Boom! A blinding explosion of light erupted, forcing him to throw his arm up to shield his eyes. True to his nature as an earth mage, a green light enveloped Caliban Catalem's entire body. He wasn't harmed, but that unsettling feeling was growing stronger. Huh! That was a close one. Good thing I increased my body's weight to match the gravity of the earth. But that didn't matter anymore, because his senses were screaming that something was wrong. An earth barrier shot up directly behind him, and just as Caliban predicted, he heard the sound of something slicing through the air. Baek Yoo-seol had appeared right there, swinging his light sword in a powerful slash. A cracking sound echoed, but unfortunately, the blade couldn't break through the defense. Caliban spun around with a triumphant grin, raising his wand high. Time to die, rock breaker! The earth wall he'd just created crumbles to dust. In its place, the raw energy of a new explosion starts to gather. Caliban knows this time, he won't miss. But as he stares at the epicenter, his face twists in confusion. There's nothing there. Absolutely no sign of him, not even a footprint. Nothing? Caliban scans the area, a sneer forming on his face as he shouts his taunt. Hey, rookie, is running and hiding all you've got? What happened to all that talk about a night spirit? Just empty words? But then, his expression shifts once more. He's just spotted something. Odd. A chunk of solid earth suddenly reacts in a bizarre way. A second ago, it was just a heavy lump of dirt. Now, it's been lifted into the air, just hovering there, defying gravity. Huh? Why is my body so stiff all of a sudden? I'm losing my balance. He stumbles, fighting to stay upright, his eyes darting forward. And there, hiding in the bushes from a distance, is Yoo-seol. He's watching everything unfold with a confident smirk. But to Caliban, that smile is pure provocation. That little brat. Is he laughing at me? Caliban channels every last bit of his power. He crouches low, gritting his teeth. Earth gravity. His wand points right where the kid was standing, but he's already vanished again. Frustrated doesn't even cover it. Caliban is absolutely losing his mind, letting out a furious roar. You want to play hide and seek, you little punk? Get out here right now. Just then, another strange object, like some kind of lich orb, comes flying toward him. Caliban spots the movement, dodges to the side, and slices it in two with his wand. Stop with these cheap little tricks. But he spoke too soon. From the two halves of the orb, an intensely bright light erupts. It wasn't an explosive bomb. It was a smoke bomb. Ah! The smoke stings his eyes, and just like that, Caliban is temporarily blinded. Tears stream down his face. Game over. But not quite. Caliban is still standing, though he's definitely looking worse for wear. Tch. Was that a flashbang? He isn't seriously injured, but his attention is suddenly caught by something on the ground, a small bell, rattling right next to him, that he hadn't noticed before. And then it happens. A blinding flash of light erupts for everyone to see. This doesn't just affect Caliban. The light hits everyone watching from the sidelines. Ha-ji-eun cries out, "What in the world?" Lee-seol squints, already figuring it out. It's like a flashbang. It temporarily blocks both sight and sound. Between the stun grenades and flash attacks, the second-year senior is completely disoriented. Princess Hong-bi-yoon, watching from her corner, pouts with her own analysis. It's over now. If that commoner can just close the distance and land a final blow, he'll win. But suddenly, something changes, making the princess's eyes go wide as she stares down at the arena. Huh? What's this now? Down below, Yoo-seol calmly pulls out even more of those round orbs, getting ready to throw again. Wham! The first one smacks Caliban right in the face, drawing blood and sending a shockwave of pain through him. But Baek Yoo isn't wasting a single one. He uses his flash step skill, constantly shifting his position to attack from every angle. Senior Jae-woo Choi and Ban Ji-eun watch with suspicion. Are those more flashbangs? Looks like they're just mixed with simple smoke this time. What can I even say? Yoo-seol's attacks aren't exactly lethal. Well, he's definitely managed to rough him up a bit. Instead of just tears, Caliban is now spitting and drooling. Cursing Yoo-seol's name is the only way he can vent his rage. You bastard! Pouring a massive amount of his mana, Caliban rips an entire slab of earth from beneath his feet and lifts it high into the sky. Down below, even Yoo-seol is stunned by this display of power. It seems Caliban wasn't even going all out before. The senior's voice booms with newfound intensity. To hell with this training match. I've had enough. I'm going to fight you for real, right here, right now. Yoo-seol knows what's coming next, and his face pales. And just like that, the tables have turned. A massive green magic circle, filled with countless overlapping runes, materializes in the sky, covering the entire area. Yoo-seol goes from just being stunned to completely frozen solid. A single bead of sweat drips down his face. Still, a meteor shower? Isn't that a little overkill for a first-year student? He's already ticked off, and now he's hearing things he really shouldn't. Caliban's eyes are bloodshot, his teeth grinding. Are you insane? I don't care what anyone else thinks. You should have kept your mouth shut. Even Jae-woo Choi and Ban Ji-eun can't help but agree with him. When words fail, action takes over. Small, sharp pillars of rock begin to emerge from the magic circle. A countdown begins. 14.47 seconds. 14.49 seconds. Caliban raises his magic staff high into the air. He's ready to unleash hell. As he brings his arm down, pointing it forward, he pours every last ounce of his power into one final word. Die. The clock keeps ticking. 14.55 seconds. A dense shower of rock and magic fills the sky, hurtling down towards Yoo-seol. The timer hits 14 minutes and 57 seconds, and he's still just standing there, not even preparing to dodge. In fact, it almost looks like he's about to fall asleep, his eyelids getting heavier and heavier. Time slows to a crawl. 14 minutes, 58 seconds. 14 minutes, 59 seconds. The critical moment has arrived. 15 minutes. A wide smile spreads across his face. Just as the pillars are inches from impact, Yoo-seol raises a hand high and declares, "I surrender." And just like that, it all stops. Under Stella's control, every single piece of magic freezes in place. The entire arena falls into an eerie silence. No one can believe it. They can't believe he would say those words, right at the climax of the battle. And the one person who looks absolutely crushed by this? Caliban. From the very start, he's the one who's been taking a beating, stumbling around, eyes stinging, choking on smoke, going from one rage fit to the next. It took everything he had just to finally get the upper hand. Huh? An announcement rings out. The practice match is over. Both of them are returned to the real world, standing face to face. First year, S-Class student Yoo-seol has forfeited. Therefore, the winner is Caliban of C-Class 52. But Caliban still can't process what just happened. So, that's it? In complete contrast, Yoo-seol lets out a huge sigh of relief, his body feeling 10 times lighter. Ah, I finally survived. Poor guy, still standing there, forced to listen to the final announcement. The special training match has concluded. His body moved on pure instinct. And then, an absolutely furious roar echoed across the entire square from the third year. The match was over. And just as most students predicted, the second year was declared the winner. Stepping outside, the buzz among the students was electric. Whoa, did you see the look on that second year's face? He looked like he was about to go berserk, right? If I were him, I'd be throwing punches right now. I don't care what the results are. You're so right. I mean, the first year basically made a fool out of him. This whole spectacle was already giving the students from the TILA department a ton to analyze. But seriously, those things Yoo-seol was using. What in the world were they? Is that some kind of newly developed item? Yoo-seol was amazing, don't get me wrong, but I was completely captivated by all that gear he was using. Senior Ban Ji-yoon found herself agreeing with the whispers. It made sense. While normal alchemists fight using the features of the terrain, he preferred to use magic tools. But Yoo-seol didn't just use them, he planned the location of every single tool from start to finish, all thanks to his incredible mobility. He essentially created his own advantageous terrain by installing items all over his area, just as she expected. That kid really is something else. Just then, a senior next to her chimed in. Oh, Ban Gi-yoon, I heard you were the one who requested this training match. Did you get the results you were hoping for? Ban Gi-yoon glanced around at the buzzing crowd. The results I wanted? Oh yeah. A small smirk played on her lips. Now the second years won't be so quick to mess with the first years anymore, will they? And she was right. Other students were already murmuring. This just proves that sometimes a first year can actually take down a second year. Man, I'm in a bad mood now, one grumbled. I really wanted to see that arrogant first year get completely humiliated. What a letdown, you and me both. Senior Ban Ji-yoon concluded. At this rate, I'd say this is a pretty satisfying outcome for me. This whole situation had just gotten a lot more interesting. Haha, things were definitely going well. Cut to the Red Eagle Club room, where someone slammed their fist on a desk. It was Edmundo Atlyth, his face twisted in a tight knot of fury. Not far from him sat Callian Cathalum, that idiot. Bion was also there, calmly reading some kind of newspaper. On it was an article about the alchemist Antu Issa, a pioneer developing the next generation of magic engineering. Amidst all the talk about Yoo-seol outside, Bion was lost in her own thoughts, replaying the battle frame by frame. Was that really the result of him throwing the match? For 15 whole minutes, Yoo-seol hadn't even used his sword properly. He just humiliated his senior by using a whole arsenal of different magic tools. To put it another way, it meant that if he'd actually wanted to win, he could have ended the fight at any moment. But he chose not to, and instead deliberately surrendered. The reason was crystal clear. It would look too weird if a first year completely crushed a second year. So, wasn't he just making a point that raw power isn't the only thing that solves problems? Honestly, Bion had expected Yoo-seol to just get angry and obliterate his senior, but she never imagined he would humiliate the guy like that before backing down. Seriously, that commoner was impossible to read. In a nearby corner, Edmundo Atlyth and his faction members were still debating what to do about Yoo-seol. So what are the second years doing right now? Didn't I tell them to go give Yoo-seol a private lesson? Ah, well, the second years haven't actually laid a finger on him. What? The student awkwardly scratched his face, explaining cautiously. Contrary to the rumors, Yoo-seol greets all his seniors with perfect manners and treats them super kindly. I was about to scold him, but he's so good at conversation that I ended up buying him food instead. The whole situation was just ridiculous. What the hell? Edmundo Atlyth was utterly speechless, unable to believe what he was hearing. Just as they were trying to figure out their next move, a hurried voice broke the tension. It was a surprise, so they both looked in the same direction. It was one of Edmundo Atlyth's followers who attended the academy with him. The look on her face gave Edmundo a very bad feeling. What is it? He demanded. She stammered but managed to get the words out. I just got a call from the Duke. I think you should contact him. A phone booth instantly appeared right where they needed it. Edmundo made the call, a sense of dread already creeping in. Oh, hell, this is big. For my father to contact me first? Once connected, he answered, Yes, father, it's Edmundo. His father's voice came back, grave. I've just received a call from the city of alchemists, from the Alchemy Tower. Holding a newspaper in his hand, his father continued, I've received some extremely critical news. The alchemists from the Ontisha Research Institute have halted all item shipments to our country because Duke Atlith rejected them. Regarding this matter, do you know anything? What? Of course not, he replied. Why would I ever say something like that to Ontisha's faction? Though Edmundo denied it, his father repeated the grim reality once more. It's the truth. The co-author of the Delta Enhancement Technique said so himself. In that instant, Edmundo fell silent as something horrifying clicked into place in his mind. A co-author? It didn't take him long to be consumed by sheer panic. Wait, father, I really don't know. I've never met anyone like that before. Then another thought flashed in his head, and his heart started pounding. A familiar silhouette appeared in his memory. Could it be? Yoo-seol? Right where he stood, a cold chill ran down his spine as a drop of sweat trickled down his face. He couldn't speak until a tiny spark of desperate hope ignited. Ah, one problem, he said directly to his father. Even so, it's absurd for them to dare refuse the kingdom of Dulavit. Father, you know the kind of influence we have over the Alchemy Society, don't you? But before he could continue, his father cut him off with an ice-cold tone. This is a scientific and technological revolution. This is a new technology that has never existed before. It's the ability to create objects on par with ancient artifacts. Even the Golden Alchemist is conducting joint research with Ontisha. Edmundo Atlith gritted his teeth as the terrifying gravity of the situation crashed down on him. The Golden Alchemist too? This is much bigger than I thought, isn't it? He cuts in. As you said, the nation will soon restore the trade system. But the name Atelex will not be on that list. His tone turns deadly serious. Let me ask you again. Were you involved in this incident? Edmano says nothing. And that silence? It was the loudest confession he could have made. Meanwhile, Bi-yeon is startled when someone calls her name. Bi-yeon. The only one who would dare be so familiar is, of course, Edmano Atalax. Confusion floods her face as she responds, Yes, senior. With his back against the wall, Edmano's only hope right now is the princess herself. Can you arrange a meeting for me with Baek Yoo-seol? Bi-yeon can't believe her ears. Did Edmano really just utter the name of the very person he claimed to find so disgusting and hateful? After a moment of thought, her eyes narrow slightly. Yes, she says, I'll do it. Now, let's jump to the southern continent, to the breathtaking Haewon Plains and the Lower Moon Prairie, a truly magnificent view. A young woman with long, flowing red hair stares out across the vast expanse. This is Zhao Liel. With a blank expression, she mutters to herself, The price of land is rising. Just then, another figure rushes towards her, dropping to his knees. Miss Zhao Liel, please, I'm begging you. Just this once. Please, show me some mercy. Above his head, a strange number floats. 3. Quick knowledge drop. This is her skill, appraise value of all things. This ability lets her see any creature, person, or object as a number. The lowest value is 0, and the highest is 100. She crouches down near him. This man is only a 3, she thinks. His value is the same as a rock on the street. Then she speaks. See? Why did you go bankrupt? I warned you not to expand into useless businesses. The man, however, grits his teeth, his mind racing with a different story. Lies! This business was supposed to succeed. You're the one who ruined everything. But his fate is sealed. Bury him, she commands. Yes, ma'am. That single word echoes his utter despair. Guards move in, dragging him away as he screams at the top of his lungs. H. Please spare me, Miss Giao Liel. Miss Giao Liel! She watches him one last time. As his screams fade into the distance, a strange, satisfied smile curls on her lips, but it vanishes just as quickly, replaced by her usual stoic expression. Ugh, how boring. Kids these days have absolutely no willpower. The moment that thought crosses her mind, a familiar voice rings out. Zhao Liel, are you there? And her expression changes faster than the blink of an eye. Zhao Liel breaks into a radiant smile, her cheeks blushing a bright red. The voice that called her belongs to someone very special. The person arriving is none other than the chairman of the Star Collar Company, Melius, my beloved daughter. Have you been well? Zhao Liel rushes forward, throwing her arms around him. Dad, did you have a good trip? Her cheeks get even redder. How did the deal go? Is everything okay? Seeing his daughter's bright smile, he happily replies, Everything is still in progress. This time, the Ontoisa Alchemy School has developed a new item by combining special magic techniques. There's a video of a real battle using the item we co-developed. Do you want to see it? The smile never leaves her face. That would be wonderful. A small thought enters her mind. Honestly, I wish I had more time to just talk with Dad, but I can't possibly tell him that. Then let's go to my room. Okay. Inside the new room, a purple orb emits a soft light. A little background before we watch, her father says. He's a first-year student at Stella Academy. He fought against a second-year student using that item. Zhao Liel is a bit surprised by her father's introduction. An alchemy technique, co-developed by our company, and it was entrusted to a mere first year? And just like that, Zhao Liel starts to feel a spark of interest in this person. I wonder what kind of person he is. As the screen lights up, Zhao Liel's curiosity turns to pure shock. There, in glorious 4K quality, is Baek Yoo-seol. But she notices something else, something impossible. Just like her father, his entire status window is filled with question marks. Another thought immediately follows. What is this? Why can't I see his value? This had never, ever happened before. Not even with the Emperor of the Scarvan Empire or the King of UDM could escape her appraisal. She sneakily glances back at his image on the screen. There was only one other possibility. His value was so hidden that it was completely immeasurable. The poster shows him holding countless cool-looking spheres of energy. Realizing her dad never mentioned his name, Zhao Liel asks, "Dad, what's this person's name?" He smiles warmly at his daughter. His name is Baek Yoo-seol. Remember it well. Who knows? You two might even meet one day. She couldn't possibly disappoint her father. If you say so, Dad, of course I'll remember. After a little more chatting, she asks, "By the way, Dad, before you go, would you like to play a game of soul chess with me?" The merchant smiles warmly. Why not? But over on her side, the red-haired girl is lost in her own thoughts. A value that I can't measure. Baek Yoo-seol, she thinks. I will remember that name. And we cut back to Stella Academy. More specifically, to the very person someone was just vowing to remember. Baek Yoo-seol is calmly sipping a dark liquid from a glass with a serious look on his face. And on the other side of the table, Edmano Italics is a picture of awkwardness, flustered, stammering, and totally embarrassed. Yoo-seol isn't about to let the time pass in silence. He puts his cup down and speaks first. I've finished my coffee. If you don't have anything to say, I'm leaving. Edmano can't believe how direct and decisive he is. Ah, wait, he blurts out, not daring to meet his eyes. I feel regretful about what happened before. It was my fault. I deeply regret it, and I'm reflecting on my actions for looking down on you just because you're a commoner. So please, forget what I said before. And can you take back what you said too? He just stares back, completely unfazed by the person talking to him. That blank expression is a mask. He's processing, reinterpreting the deeper meaning. What is this all about? The truth is, whether he apologizes or not doesn't matter. To save Beyond from her tragic fate, he has to do whatever it takes, and that means destroying Edmano's political power, starting right now. Edmano was taken aback by the unusually cold tone in his voice. I'm not doing this for you. Now's the time to play hardball. So, what should I do? Let's see. Baek Yoo-seol reaches inside his coat. How about we do this? He pulls out a piece of paper covered in text. But this isn't just any paper, it's magic paper. A mysterious scroll where anything drawn on it can be magically brought to life. Baek Yoo-seol continues. This is a magical oath, written on magic paper. Make a bet with me. Edmano is confused. A bet? Baek Yoo-seol explains the details. But it all boils down to one thing. A game of soul chess. If I lose, he states calmly, I'll take back what I said. I'll supply my kingdom's items exclusively through the Italic family. Edmano needed to hear that again. Soul chess. Then Baek Yoo-seol named his own condition, but only if I win. You will transfer your family's permanent ticket to the Arthur Land workshop to me. Edmano felt a wave of danger in those words. What? He listened as the other boy calmly continued. Now, do you think that's a fair trade? Are you insane? Of course not. The Arthur Land Workshop is an open forum where members of prestigious magic families gather for academic discussions. Only the most elite and reputable families in the magic world can even get in. And there are 3 conditions for attendance. 1. You attended last year and presented a thesis so brilliant, you were invited back. 2. You have a research paper worthy of being presented at Arthur Land. Or 3. You inherit a ticket, or you become one of this year's 12 rising stars. It's where genius mages from all over the world gather to prove who's the best. Just participating in Arthur Land and maintaining that status is proof of a family's power. The Ducal House of Adalec has attended for decades. It's the cornerstone of their authority, and Baek Yoo-seol is targeting exactly that. He tucks the paper back into his coat, closing his eyes. If you don't like it, forget it. He takes a few steps to leave, but a hesitant voice stops him dead in his tracks. Wait. Edmano's face darkens. You said soul chess, right? Hearing that confirmation, a dangerous, sharp smile spreads across Baek Soo-seon's lips. All right, I'll take that bet. We meet here same time tomorrow. He held that expression just long enough to know his opponent was completely hooked. A day passed, leading up to the main event. The next afternoon, students started gathering in numbers far greater than usual. They'd all heard the rumors about the big show. Those who didn't know were quickly filled in by those who did. Hey, why is the cafe so packed today? You haven't heard? Senior Edmano from the final year is betting a game of soul chess against a first year. Seriously? Something like that is happening? All eyes turned to Baek Soo-seon. In this entire Stella Academy, who could possibly be better at soul chess than Senior Edmano? What fearless little freshman is taking him on? Without a word, Baek Soo-seon gave them their answer. It's me. He lets out a soft sigh and looks away. Do you people really think I enjoy this? I couldn't care less about soul chess. But still. What's this? He's startled by a student gesturing wildly. They're here, Senior Edmano and Bion, and someone else is with them, carrying something. Edmano Adalek walks in like he owns the place, soaking in the attention. Baek Soo-seon, however, is focused on something else. Just as he predicted, Edmano brought Bion with him. Today, the princess looks especially annoyed. Her irritation doubles as she hears her name mixed into the whispers of the crowd. Wow, the princess is so beautiful today. Aren't those two secretly dating? The day was bright. But suddenly, a shadow falls over him. Bion is staring daggers at Baek Soo-seon. What's going on? Why is she glaring at me like that? Did I do something wrong? After racking his brain, he comes up with nothing. Bion just crosses her arms, closes her eyes, and picks a seat. Another student sets down a chessboard with alternating black and white squares. Bion never really understood Baek Soo-seon, and this time is no different. A feeling of anxiety creeps in. What is he thinking? Edmano started learning soul chess at age 5 and was called a prodigy. Not just at Stella Academy, but in the entire kingdom of Dulovich. There are few who can play soul chess better than Edmano. So why would he choose to challenge him in the one sport he's an absolute master at? It's as if Baek Soo-seon can read her thoughts. Edmano gives her a familiar smile, like she's a prized possession, then turns his attention back to the fateful game. To be honest, he was surprised. Baek Soo-seon demanding the Arthur Land ticket was completely unexpected. He places his hand on the white chess pieces, thinking, but this is actually better for me. Now, it's time. I'll make you the one to feel ashamed first. Bion watches him pick up a piece, a slightly inhuman smile on his face. Shall we begin the game? Let's have one final check and confirmation. Confident he's already won, Edmano Adalek repeats the terms. Once you sign this magic paper, breaking the oath means you lose all your mana. You understand that, right? Baek Soo-seon's expression doesn't change as he replies, of course. But inside, he feels like he's cheating a little. I don't have any mana, so breaking the deal won't do a thing to me. A final chess piece is placed by Edmano Adalek, alternating with the others in the center. He lifts his hand and gestures toward his opponent. The pieces are in position. You may go first. Baek Soo-seon allows himself a brief thought. Giving up the first move advantage in such a crucial bet? He reaches into his coat. It seems he has completely underestimated me. He prepares to use his encyclopedia glasses until the very end. Perfect. This is even better for me. At this point, let's have a quick explanation of the rules of soul chess. Soul chess is played on an octagonal board. You must select 20 pieces from 200 different types and place them on the board. Unlike regular chess, you can only move one piece per turn. Each piece and every square on the board has its own unique attributes and abilities. You have to combine them strategically to capture your opponent's king and claim victory. This was the final destination, even for me, a 10-year veteran of soul chess. It was never an easy game, but the PvP was still way more fun than this. Yoo-seol chose the black pieces, his gaze locking onto his opponent. His adversary, Edmano Atlet, was one of the top soul chess players not just in Sertella, but in all of Euroliveth. And that confidence had completely blinded Edmano's judgment. I'm surprised he bet his right to join the Ace Seminar, Edmano thought, challenging me to this game of all things. Arrogant commoner, I'll crush you so badly you'll never dare to challenge me again. But that thought was cut short. Yoo-seol had the first move and was already making his opening statement. Well then, let's begin. It was as if they were isolated in an empty void, completely cut off from the outside world. Edmano's eyes narrowed, focusing on the pieces Yoo-seol had prepared. What he saw was unusually surprising, but at the same time, completely unpredictable. What is this formation? It felt like his opponent's pieces were subtly arranged just to dismantle his own strategy. It can't be a coincidence, can it? No way. A commoner like this kid couldn't possibly have enough soul chess experience to pull that off. Yoo-seol started to adjust his opening piece. A pawn. Since you let me go first, I'll take the lead. That first move alone was enough to stun a player like Edmano. Not only did the kid move his queen right from the start, but he was charging straight into his formation. He moved a piece similar to a knight, thinking, this just proves he's an idiot. A confident smirk spread across his face. The white piece landed firmly on a white square. The moment it moved, a special transformation vaguely revealed itself. To be precise, that piece instantly knocked one of Yoo-seol's pieces back. By leading with his knight, Edmano was confident he had the upper hand. How foolish. This guy actually dared to push his own queen into a dangerous, sacrificial position right from the start. And then, the piece's attribute was revealed. Swift Knight. A piece that could traverse the entire board with its special mobility. On one side, Yoo-seol played with a serious face. On the other, Edmano was brimming with confidence in his every calculated step. The knight charged forward again. Everywhere it passed, Yoo-seol's pieces were sent flying, disappearing from the board. Still, the knight pressed on relentlessly. At that very moment, Edmano could no longer hide the feeling he'd been suppressing. His face twisted into a terrifying grin. As the tremors of excitement passed, his true nature was exposed. Unbelievable. I didn't think you'd act so recklessly. I can end this before I even get to the next phase of my symphony. In this match, Edmano Atlet had brought out one of his favorite strategies, Flames of Destruction. The core of this strategy lies in the tight coordination of 3 swift knights. The first step is to use their mobility to harass the enemy. The second step, use 5 fire pawns to safely gain control of the map, creating a blazing terrain. The blazing terrain is a special map effect that lowers the defense of pieces weak to fire and increases the damage of fire-type pieces. If it reached this stage, Yoo-seol would have no chance left, or so the plan went. But just as Yoo-seol moved his arm to make a new move, Edmano felt like he'd found a mistake in his own logic. Something wasn't right. In a white square on the black side of the field, a piece suddenly appeared without any warning, and Edmano knew instantly what had gone wrong. A stealth pawn? It had its own unique information, 7 super chains, creating a prison in a designated area. Any piece trapped inside cannot move for 5 turns. His 3 rampaging swift knights were now locked down by red super chains, all trapped in the same row. Panic began to set in for Edmano. Damn it, my swift knights. The stealth effect should have ended after 3 turns. But the surprises weren't over, because the next piece of information popped up. The stealth pawn remains invisible during the match. The invisibility effect ends after 3 turns. However, if the queen dies before this effect ends, the effect is extended for an additional 7 turns. A drop of sweat fell as a dangerous smile appeared on Edmano's face. That bastard sacrificed his queen early on purpose to trigger this effect. His hands froze. It's fine, he thought. That effect only lasts for another 5 turns. Besides, this turn, I'll activate the Field of Burning Lands. As the white piece was placed on a black square, flames erupted across the entire board. Field of Burning Lands reduces the defense of all non-fire type units by 30%. Fire type units gain a 200% damage increase. It was an environment designed to shred the defenses of an opponent weak to fire while boosting the owner's attack power. Achieving this was incredibly difficult, as it required holding points in 5 different locations. But once completed, the game would be overwhelmingly one-sided. Edmano stared intently at Yoo-seol. What do you think, Yoo-seol? Now that the field is activated, you're finished next turn. Yoo-seol was strangely calm, but then his hand moved again, making another change. A sense of unease shot straight through Edmano's mind as he watched intently, wondering what trick he was planning now. Is it another stealth pawn? You cunning bastard. But it doesn't matter what he places. As the turn passed, Edmano still couldn't figure out Yoo-seol's move, and then the piece was played. Edmano's mind went blank, uttering a single stupid word. Huh? Edmano hadn't realized that a seemingly ordinary pawn had somehow gained control of a specific point. A black piece materialized in a white square. Terrain reversal occupied. When you occupy a terrain while the opponent's terrain is active, you get an inversion effect. In other words, the blazing land instantly turned into a frozen land. Activated. Icy terrain. The fire vanished, and pillars of ice shot up from the ground. Edmano was rapidly losing the control he thought he had. With the effect of the reversal, ice elemental damage increases by 200%. The hidden condition for reversal has been met. Gain an extra attack turn. 2 moves, 2 simple pieces, and 3 knights and an entire field had been completely neutralized. Edmano tried to calm himself with his previous arrogance. What the hell? He saw through my entire strategy. Edmano's eyes darted up to get a better look at him. No, it can't be. It's just a coincidence. He adjusted his glasses, and what came into focus was a Yoo-seol who had him completely trapped in the palm of his hand, a true chess monster. Edmano's face turned pale, his mouth hanging open uncontrollably. Coincidence, right? But there's still 1 white knight left, not yet captured. He tells himself to wake up, that he can't just trap his opponent in the palm of his hand. Admino grips his chin, a single bead of sweat rolling down his face. He presses his lips together tightly. He's faced countless opponents like this before. Just wait until the next turn. That's when he'll flip the entire board. If he can just hold on, victory is his. He swallows hard, his expression solidifying. That's all it'll take. But the hopeful look on his face sinks into darkness. I can win. Yet instead of confidence, a wave of despair pulls Edmano into a cold, isolated space in his mind. Can I really beat him? Will I even get another turn? Baek Yoo-seol's piece moves without a single moment of hesitation. In that moment, Admino feels impossibly small. If Admino is a pro player, then Baek Yoo-seol is a legendary grandmaster. Leaning back with his arms crossed, Yoo-seol gets serious, and a flicker of praise for his opponent even crosses his mind. Edmano's skills aren't just decent, they're actually quite strong. In this world, defeating Edmano in Soul Chess is one of the toughest challenges there is. But after 10 years, some ridiculously skilled veterans have emerged, and this guy, he's one of them. One veteran played thousands of games against Edmano and eventually wrote a perfect strategy guide. The time for holding back is over. A bright smile spreads across Baek Yoo-seol's face. That exact strategy is stored right in his glasses. In other words, he's playing Soul Chess with a detailed encyclopedia on how to win. The next black piece is placed on a dark square. It's different from any piece he knows, the Lightning Bishop. It unleashes a thunderous attack. It deals 200% damage to frozen enemies. And if the frozen targets are linked together, the strike becomes chain lightning. A crack of lightning appears on the piece, yellow energy converging within it. The cool blue of the ice-covered board is instantly overwhelmed by the brilliant gold of the electrical storm. Edmano watches in absolute despair as the board changes in a flash. All his white pieces have vanished, leaving only black behind. His previously cold expression crumbles as he's forced to accept the truth. His voice barely a whisper, he concedes. Yes. Thank you for the match. Complete silence. The board is now a sea of blackness. Not even the therapy light can help Edmano Adelex now. A moment later, that silence is shattered by the shocked murmurs of the students. One of them finally musters the courage to speak out. Holy crap! A group of 3 starts buzzing. Are you insane? Did you see that, Senior Edmano? He actually lost? How did that even happen? Was that a strategy or some kind of joke? Is his game plan always that crazy? Edmano Adelex sits perfectly still, not moving an inch, ignoring the chaos around him. It's the first time he's ever faced an opponent who played so coldly, so logically. It was enough to shatter the proud Edmano, leaving him completely numb. And then, he sees the worst possible sight, Princess Hong Bayoon, standing right next to Baek Yoo-seol, talking to him. The thought spins in his mind. I lost? And in Seoul, chess of all things, Edmano can't accept this reality. With this loss, the product contract is gone. He's even lost his right to attend the Aslan workshop. His hands tremble, his thoughts a tangled mess. What am I going to do? If my father finds out about this, is my life over right here and now? A student clearing the table notices his senior's abrupt movement. The chessboard somehow remains in one piece after Edmano slams his fist down with dangerous force. All his pent-up anger explodes at once. Damn it all. This outburst sends the few remaining students scrambling for the exit before things get any worse. Soon, the space is silent again, with only Edmano left, trembling as he covers his face. What should I do? Just as he's about to fall into total despair, a familiar voice cuts through the tension. Senior, lift your head. He wasn't mistaken, it's Princess Hong Bayoon. Once she has his attention, she composes herself and speaks in the calmest voice he's ever heard. I will try to persuade that commoner on your behalf. We will secure the business rights for the item. I will also demand he retract the statements he made about the Duke-Atolic's family. Admino looks up, barely believing what he's hearing. A wave of excitement washes over him, and his words pour out. Really? Is that true? Thank you, Bayoon. Thank you so much. How can I ever repay you for this? The princess's gentle voice cuts him off. Repay me? I was born destined to be queen. And just like that, Edmano is thrown back into the same despair he felt after losing the match. It's been a long time since Princess Hong has let the danger in her expression show. Therefore, it's only natural I look after someone who will become my vassal. Princess Hong turns to leave coldly. Now, I'm going to see Baek Yoo-seol. Edmano's voice suddenly shrinks to a whisper. Me, a vassal? The princess has only taken a few steps. A heart-wrenching scream from Edmano shatters the last of the silence. It was true. Originally, their relationship was like a monarch and a vassal, but Edmano had used his power to manipulate and change that dynamic. But now that the balance of power has been destroyed, they've snapped right back to their original roles. A confident smile plays on Princess Hong's lips, erasing all the stress she'd been carrying for so long. And with that, the story returns to our main character, Baek Yoo-seol. Stella Academy actually has a phone booth, and right now, Baek Yoo-seol is inside, on a call. Hello, yes. Please postpone all transactions with the ULV merchants for the next month. He smiles, laying out his plan. For now, we intend to distribute only through the royal family. Can that be done? The reply from the other end is immediate and enthusiastic. Of course I'll do it. Anything you want. Thanks, sis. After putting his plan in motion, he hangs up, stretching and taking a deep breath of fresh air. Phew, finally done, he thinks. It's good that everything ended safely, but this ticket to the Aslan workshop, it's not really that useful, is it? So what should I do now? After all, the main character is automatically placed among the 12 rising stars anyway, right? Just as he was lost in his own thoughts, a voice cut through. Commoner. Who else would call him that so casually besides Princess Hong? Looks like she was still around, hoping he hadn't gone too far. As she got closer, Baek Yoo-seol reached inside his coat, about to pull something out. Ah, perfect timing. He held out a piece of paper, a new contract. Princess Hong's eyes widened in surprise. He laid out his plan right then and there. For 1 month, the Ontoesa school's techniques would be distributed exclusively through the Dulovich royal family. How she decided to use that power? Well, that was completely up to her. Princess Hong scanned the details of the contract, then suddenly clutched the paper tight when he hit her with a blunt farewell. Well then, I'll be on my way. Oh no, she wasn't about to let him leave that quickly. She mustered all her courage and spoke. I'm in your debt for this. A blush crept up her cheeks as her voice grew softer and softer. Thank you. Noticing the clear shift in her demeanor, Baek Yoo-seol looked back, a bit flustered, and replied simply, Right. Okay. And then, a thought struck him. He was lucky, wasn't he, to actually get a thank you from her. Knowing she wasn't the best at controlling her emotions, Princess Hong, still blushing, chose her next words much more carefully. Hey, you said before there would be a price for helping me. If you tell me what it is, I'll pay it immediately. About that, it seems Baek Yoo-seol hadn't actually thought that far ahead. He touched his cheek and looked away. Ah, the price? In reality, what he wanted was pretty simple. He stared directly at Princess Hong. It was obvious. He wanted Beyond to stay pure, untainted by the evils of the world. Instead, he wanted her to choose the path of good and build the best possible happy ending right alongside him. But now, it was the princess's turn to avoid his gaze. Seeing her reaction, he couldn't just say it. He kept it locked away inside because you can't just bluntly tell someone, I hope you become a good person. So, drawing on his 29 years of life experience, he came up with the most appropriate, textbook response for this situation. Princess Hong turned back, waiting expectantly for the answer, and their conversation was just adorable. Buy me a meal. What? Rubbing his stomach, he gave her an innocent smile. Just treat me to a meal. I want to eat until I'm completely stuffed with a meal that you buy for me. Princess Hong was stunned, never expecting the price to be so strange. She stood frozen for another moment, then a small smile broke through, her cheeks turning red once again. All right then, follow me. Baek Yoo-seol's surroundings changed, and he found himself in a new place. There was no doubt they got here using the car parked right next to them. He stared at the vehicle, breaking out in a sweat. In the 10 years he played this game, cash shop items were everywhere. And the cars in this world? Pure luxury. Not about to let Baek Yoo-seol get any ideas about stealing it, Princess Hong turned back to remind him, it's over here. She gave him a confident smile. Twinkling stars. He tore his eyes away from the car and followed the princess inside, bringing him all the way here. She must have a plan, right? With the princess's budget, he figured he should pick from at least the top 5 best dishes in Aether, right? But reality was about to slap him hard. Stepping aside, Princess Hong revealed a very specific restaurant. Black bean noodles. We're here. Surprise! Shock! Utter confusion took over his face, a million question marks popping up over his head, and to think he was just dreaming of a grand feast. Where's my fatty tuna belly? My almas caviar and fish roe? What happened to the black truffle cream risotto? As they sat at the same table, the atmosphere was clearly divided. All the bright stars now surrounded Beyond, but she looked gloomy, almost devastated. The waiter just stood there, waiting for them to order. Despite being surrounded by stars, the princess's expression was strangely serious. These dishes, they look a bit unfamiliar. Ah, I found it. When he asked me to treat him, I tried to think of what would make Baek Yoo-seol the happiest. Bayun recalled her conversation with Tyson. Tizen had told her that this place was tied to his past. Was it true? That expensive food meant nothing to Baek Yoo-seol. I saw it by chance. A glimpse into his past. I know the dish he treasures most. Confident in her choice, she pointed to one item on the menu. One of these, please. It was, of course, the black bean noodles. But across the table, Baek Yoo-seol casually raised his hand, ordering something completely different from what the princess had in mind. Ah, I'll take 3 bowls of jambong and a side of tang suyuk. Huh? Princess Hong was completely lost. Her eyes widened as she looked at him, confused. What's wrong? Can I not order 3 bowls? Princess Hong stammered. No, that's not the problem. In that instant, she was forced to rethink everything. Why didn't he order the black bean noodles? Wasn't that his precious memory with his mother? And then, it hit her. The terrible mistake she'd made. No way. That's right. Why would a commoner write about his mother and black bean noodles in a school assignment? He hadn't moved on from his past. He still regretted it all, regretted that he couldn't repay his mother's kindness, something he never understood as a child. Just then, the waiter brought their food. Your order is here. Thank you. Princess Hong lowered her head, feeling ashamed for bringing him to this place. To him, black bean noodles weren't a fond memory. They were a symbol of regret, and she hadn't even realized it. It was a little late, but the princess knew she had to say something right away. I'm sorry for treating you to a meal in a place like this. But Baek Yoo-seol, completely unaware of what she was thinking, just opened his mouth wide to eat. It's fine. He raised a hand, his eyes wide as he continued. Sometimes life happens, and you find your wallet's not working so well. But since she was a princess, adding a little more food shouldn't be a problem, right? He called out, Excuse me, we need an order of fried dumplings, too. Meanwhile, the news of the Seoul chess match between Edmund Adalek and Baek Yoo-seol had spread like wildfire among the students. A massive rumor was tearing through the academy, growing so big it was impossible to control. What? Senior Edmund lost to Baek Yoo-seol? Of course, the next question on everyone's lips was, why? The reason was revealed by students who had eavesdropped on a conversation at the cafe, and the truth was even more shocking than the rumor. Sorry, but I heard this from Aiken, an attendant from the Adalek family. In fact, it seems the real reason Senior Edmund did it was because Baek Yoo-seol is the co-developer of the wild metal magic technique. Rumors are flying that Edmano Atalik actually apologized to a freshman. Now, the news that Baek Yoo-seol co-authored the Delta Enhancement Technique has sent shockwaves through Sordelia Academy. His name is spreading like wildfire, reaching all the way to Acanium and even the Dark Mages. Inside the vice principal's office, Aki Hayden stands with arms crossed, her face a mask of cold stone. That kid is a real nuisance, she mutters. Just a commoner, yet he dared to interfere with Myzentezen's perfect plan. A mysterious cloaked figure across from her asks, Should we take care of this? Quietly. Aki's expression stiffens as she shuts down the idea. Don't be foolish. If a Sordelia student just vanishes without a trace, the whole world will come looking for answers. She's fuming that a nobody like him has the Azalan seminar ticket. But honestly, it'll be much easier to snatch it from him than from the powerful Adalek family. Keep a close watch on Baek Yoo-seol, she commands. From this moment on, the plan has officially changed. More importantly, how is Mazen? The mysterious man gives a short reply. She's barely suppressing her dark mana using the High Priest's binding magic. But it's a ticking time bomb, it could explode at any second. Aki Hayden realizes she needs to rethink everything. The timing isn't right yet, especially with the Familia contract ceremony coming up. If she loses it and messes with the Spirit King, the consequences will be catastrophic. Jai-zen, go monitor Maizen's condition immediately. They can use her as a perfect distraction to blindside Elton El-Chin when the time is right. Professor Jai-zen gives a sharp nod. Understood. Following Aki Hayden's final orders, Professor Jai-zen leaves the office and heads straight for the faculty building. The area is deserted and pitch black. Inside the lab, everything is a mess, shattered glass, broken microscopes, and expensive equipment all trashed in a fit of rage. Only a few stray papers were spared. Professor Jai-zen stands in the wreckage, fists clenched as he glares at something slumped on the floor. The air is thick with his boiling anger. He has a mission to complete, and right now, that means dealing with the twisted, transformed version of Professor Myzentezen. She can't even stand on her own 2 feet anymore. This is getting serious, Jai-zen thinks. Maizen looks up with blood-red eyes and asks in a haunting, raspy voice, Are you here to tell me to wait again? If I just stay patient, can I really go back to the way things were? Jai-zen looks calm, but inside he's disgusted. How laughable. After a lifetime of stealing from others, you actually think you can reclaim a life that was never yours? Still, Jai-zen decides to show a twisted kind of mercy. Her usefulness to the academy? That's officially over. Once the plagiarism investigation starts, she'll be stripped of her title and kicked out. Myzentezen snaps back to reality, her voice high with desperation. Then why did Aki Hayden leave me here? Jai-zen's reply is cold and final. You're corrupted. But as a tool for our other goals, you're still perfect. That's the only reason she's still alive. Maizen starts to shake. her last bit of self-control crumbling away. Ha! You're trying to drive me insane, aren't you? You bastard. As she prepares to explode in a rage, Ji-zen cuts her off again. Then just leave. Mai-zen freezes, unable to believe her ears. What? A deep blue crystal rolls across the floor and stops right in front of her. Go to paradise, Ji-zen says, turning his back. Our people are hiding there. If you survive long enough to find them, break this crystal. It's the only thing that will stop the corruption from consuming her entirely. As Ji-zen reaches the stairs, Mai-zen's voice stops him. Why let me live? He doesn't even bother to look back. I just don't want to see our kind die such a pathetic death. Once Ji-zen is gone, Mai-zen manages to stand up and stumble toward the crystal. Without a second thought, she grips the orb tightly in her hand. She wanders aimlessly before stopping at a desk covered in annual plans. She stares at the schedules specifically, the notes she wrote herself. As she focuses, her uncontrollable dark magic leaks out, fueled by pure bitterness. Mai-zen lets the darkness seep into everything around her. Her mind twists into something truly dark. How dare you? You really think I'll just leave after you turned me into this? I'll tear every single thing to pieces. The paper Mai-zen just ripped to shreds, it was the plan for the Familia contract ceremony. And just like that, time moves on. Today is the day. The students of Sordelia Academy are heading out on their first major field trip to the Tree of Life for the Familia ceremony. Massive airships are already soaring toward their destination. In one cabin, Isil is eating with her friends while two classmates whisper across from her. I just remembered something about Baek Yoo-seol. The seniors used to give him so much grief, but now? Nobody even dares to breathe in his direction. Oh, I heard that too. Is it true he actually helped develop that insane alchemy technique? Ever since that rumor got out, some of the top seniors even went to apologize to him personally. They look at Isil and whisper, Hey Isil, you know anything about that? Isil munchies on a pastry and answers casually. No, her friends won't let it go. Seriously? Not even a little bit? Isil gets lost in her thoughts, thinking about him. Is it just me? She wonders. Why does it feel like the gap between me and Baek Yoo-seol is getting wider? It's a lonely feeling, but her friends are thinking about something else entirely. One of them grins. Honestly though, I totally thought you and Baek Yoo-seol were dating. Isil hasn't even swallowed yet before she literally spits her food out in shock. They immediately rush to help her. Whoa, are you okay? Here, have some water. Thanks, Isil coughs. But wait, isn't he super close with Princess Hong Bi-yeon lately? Wait, would a princess really be charmed by a commoner? Isil drinks her water, listening to every word of the gossip. I'm telling you, the way the princess looks at him isn't normal at all. This time, Isil starts coughing uncontrollably. Hey, drink slowly. Nearby, Florum notices the scene. Is that Isil? She stops for a second, clearly thinking about something, but then decides to just keep moving even though she can't quite hide her concern. Isil seems surprisingly friendly with her classmates lately. Normally she'd be off on her own, probably locked in another heated argument with Hong Bi-yeon by now. Is the world changing in ways I don't see? And is all of this because of Baek Seon's influence? Speak of the devil and he appears. He's been looking for you everywhere. Hey, can I ask a favor? Folan jumps nearly out of her skin at his sudden presence. Ah, you scared the life out of me. Who would have guessed he'd show up like this? Trying to stay cool, Folan asks what he wants, but her annoyance turns into a blank stare as he pulls something out. I need you to grow a flower for me here. A hanbagium flower. Folan pauses for a second, totally skeptical. A hanbagium? You mean that flower that only ever faces one direction? What do I look like, a flower vending machine to you? She's complaining, and she definitely feels that way, but her hands are already reaching for the box of soil he's holding out. Typical. A moment later, Folan's magic sparks to life, a brilliant emerald glow centering on a single point. Very quickly, a stunning 5-petaled white flower blooms inside the box, shimmering with beauty. Baek Seon's eyes crinkle with a huge grin now that he's got exactly what he wanted. Thanks. Folan just crosses her arms, sensing that something is definitely off with him. What are you even planning to do with that thing? As the words leave her mouth, a vague realization hits her. She drops the act and hits him with a direct question instead. Don't tell me. You're actually planning to go down to that 4th floor? Seon looks surprised she caught on so fast. Of course I am. I have to go. Why else would I need this? Folan can't help herself, the worry slipping out. Just keep yourself in one piece. If you don't, this time also. She suddenly cuts herself off. A giant question mark practically hovers over Seon's head. Folan quickly looks away, panicking. Nothing. It's nothing. But then, she's caught off guard when Seon leans in and asks her a question back. What about you? Are you okay? Confusion takes over. Wait, he's asking if she's okay? He tucks the flower into his bag and flashes her a bright smile. I just thought you looked a bit down after the Persona Gate practice. Folan snaps her head away. Not at all, you're just being a busybody. Her face is turning beet red and she can't stop it. Don't expect a thank you just because you're worried about me. Meanwhile, Seoan just watches her from a distance with a faint smile from the shadows. Someone is lurking, watching their little exchange. Looks like you're actually thankful to me from where I'm standing. I told you, I'm not. Gosh, she really can't be honest. Oh, give me back my flower. Right then, over at Menon Tower, two figures in uniforms resembling the 13th Division are staring at the glowing lights of the Magenison district. The name Stella, a name that once vanished into thin air, is officially forgotten as of today. The first-year research students are about to start their field operations. Dark magic training is about to kick off there, and there's a high chance Magentison will make a move. Stay sharp. The isolated space and the flow of information fade away, dropping them back into the endless plains. Channel Commander and his Vice Commander, Hajin Makazone, are already bickering about the news. Seriously, why is the Master of the Ivory Tower so obsessed with Stella anyway? The commander is clearly not happy with that tone. He tightens his voice, getting serious. The Master of the Ivory Tower has the gift of prophecy. Stop talking nonsense and follow me. But do you think Hajin Makazone is just going to take that? She lets out a massive huff and barks right back. Yeah, a prophecy. More than half of those turn out to be completely wrong. But Channel doesn't budge. In most cases, it's because we solve the problem before those disasters even have a chance to happen. Or maybe things were stopped by other variables before we even set foot on the scene. Jin Makazon finally gives in, light magic gathering in her palm. Our captain is way too obsessed with the Magic Tower Master, and it looks like he's struggling with those words. Channel doesn't want to waste another second here. Fine, let's move, and fast. Instantly, magic circles link together and boom, the two of them vanish in the blink of an eye. Back to the main event, Stella Academy actually has way more field trips than you'd expect. They've even set up over 20 dedicated teleportation gates just for airships. One prime example? The cradle of the Heavenly Spirit Tree, the heart of the Ha-Eo Kingdom's culture. This time, Professor Lee has gathered the students in a massive open area. The professor's voice carries a heavy weight of responsibility. Listen up. After the World Tree ceremony, we'll hold the Familia signing. Until then, you're free to explore. 12 students shout in unison. Yes, sir! With no more rules holding them back, it's finally time for them to do whatever they want. Every student heads off to find their own fun, but this time, our eyes are on Folan. She's scanning the area, looking for something among the lush green trees. Folan takes a deep breath, letting her stress melt away with a smile. Being surrounded by nature feels amazing, but her focus shifts the moment she spots her real target, and who else could it be but Baek Yoo-seol? Folan is staring at him, but Seoan is completely oblivious to the fact that he's being watched. She feels a bit disappointed, but she doesn't try to get closer. She just watches his back as he wanders further and further away. Is he really just wandering off alone? Folan is so lost in thought that she doesn't even sense the person approaching. Jeremy appears, practically glowing with a bright smile. Hello there. Folan's face immediately twists into a scowl. Yeah, she is super annoyed. She tries to walk right past him, not even glancing at his handsome, smiling face. But even though he's being totally ignored, Jeremy keeps that same calm expression. Just as Folan is about to walk away, Jeremy stops her in her tracks. Aren't you going to show me that face from before? Caught off guard and already irritated, Folan glares back. What are you even talking about? Jeremy closes the distance, step by step. If you have some time, would you mind walking with me for a bit? Folan doesn't budge. I don't have time for you. Silence. A heavy, awkward pause. But suddenly, the pretty boy mask slips. Jeremy's true nature comes out, and honestly, he looks more like a cold-blooded killer than a student. Once more. Why don't you think about it again? Folan is frozen, unable to believe Jeremy could look this terrifying so suddenly. It's happening fast. Her instincts are screaming at her. This guy is dangerous. Like, really dangerous. Just as she's stuck wondering what to do, someone steps in and blocks her path. Folan can hardly believe who it is. It's Yun Jurang. He stepped in to break the tension. Prince, that's enough. Don't you think you're being a bit too rude and forceful here? Jeremy just lets out a mocking laugh. Ha, now why wouldn't I know that? When Jeremy flashes that signature smile, most people instinctively turn away, desperate to escape his presence. But that creepy charm? It doesn't work on someone standing at the absolute peak of the magical world, the successor of the Magic Tower. As the two boys lock eyes in a tense standoff, poor Florum is stuck right in the middle, practically breaking out in a cold sweat. Honestly, what kind of insane situation even is this? The moment their eyes meet, a dark scheme seems to flicker across Jeremy's face. Leaving one boy dead serious and the other completely baffled, Jeremiah just turns on his heel and walks away as if nothing happened. He gives a casual wave, tossing out a final line. It looks like your friend has the wrong idea about something, so I'll head out for today. See you next time. And just like that, Jeremiah vanishes, leaving the two of them standing there in the silence. Everything seems to have settled down for now, but Florum can't shake this heavy, gnawing feeling in her gut. She immediately turns on the guy left behind, Heo Yoonjarang, and starts scolding him. What on earth were you thinking, getting in Jeremiah's way like that? Do you really think making an enemy out of the Skelben family is a smart move? But Heo Yoonjarang doesn't seem to care about her criticism at all. Florum, you're the one who's actually in danger here. If that man wants something, he won't hesitate to do whatever it takes to grab it. And right now, you've become the thing he wants most. Florum knows this better than anyone, and it's exactly why she's frantically trying to figure out her next move. But then, Heo Yoonjarang says something that totally throws her off. Or do you actually trust him? Florum never expected those words to come out of his mouth. Florum snaps back, who exactly are you talking about? But Heo Yoonjarang just avoids her gaze, staying silent. He turns his back and starts walking away in a hurry. Sorry, I misspoke. Wait, what? Florum just stares after him, completely suspicious. Seriously, who is this guy? Suddenly, Heo Yoonjarang realizes his body is failing him. His control is slipping. He grabs his forehead and collapses onto one knee, gasping for breath. Seeing him go down, Florum panics. Heo Yoonjarang! She rushes over, her voice laced with worry. Are you okay? But he quickly raises a hand to stop her. That pounding headache is back, and it's brutal. He forces himself up and keeps moving. I'm fine. But there's no way Florum believes that for a second. Fine? Yeah, right. As he disappears exactly the way Baek Yoo-seol did before, Florum tries to call him back. Wait, Heo Yoonjarang. But it's no use, he's gone. Left standing there alone, Florum is completely in the dark about what's happening. A thick cloud of unease settles over her, and she's definitely not feeling good about this. Something is very, very wrong. Meanwhile, Heo Yoonjarang ducks into a secluded alleyway, away from prying eyes, and leans heavily against the wall. He tries to steady himself, his mind racing to analyze what's going on. This mysterious symptom is getting worse by the second. His vision? It's starting to blur. Damn it, if this keeps up, how am I supposed to finish the Familia ritual? Just as things look their darkest, a chillingly familiar voice rings out. Well now, look who we have here. He's only heard that voice a few times, but it's unmistakable. He slowly turns his head, and his worst fears are confirmed. It's Professor Meizen. Half his face is hidden by a black cloak, his entire form seemingly melting into the shadows. He steps closer, closing in on the weakened boy. I was wondering where my little seed had wandered off to. Turns out, he was right here all along. Perfect. I didn't expect the erosion to have progressed this far already. Yoonjarang panics at those words. Professor, what are you talking about? But Meizen just raises his hand, dark magic swirling around him as the danger level skyrockets. Now, don't resist. From this moment on, you belong to me. You'll be my hands and feet. Realizing the trap he's in, Yoonjarang desperately tries to snap himself out of it. Stay back. But his consciousness is fading into black. Fragments of his memories standing with Florum, talking to her flash before his eyes, trying to fill the void. But one by one, those memories are swallowed by the darkness, leaving only the image of Florum behind. Suddenly, the scene shifts all the way to the massive twin towers of the Spirit Kingdom. An elf aide with long pointed ears stands before a grand gate. He's the assistant to the Elven King. Anya knocks on the door and calls out, Your Majesty, if you don't show up for the birthday ceremony, the Council of Elders is going to make things very difficult. Their real plan? They want to strip away your authority over the gate that leads to the Divine Tree's garden. Inside, Spirit King Chatsiodin is timidly clutching something wrapped in green cloth. After a long silence, she finally answers Anya. I understand. I'll be out shortly. Now, leave. Anya lets out a small sigh of relief. As you wish, Your Majesty. As his footsteps fade away, a heavy, somber atmosphere lingers around the Spirit King. After a long moment, she finally turns. She throws a cloak over her head, her thoughts drifting. When was the last time I actually felt free? Even with this disguise, she can only hold out for about 1 hour. She pulls a veil over her face, but it can't hide the deep sadness reflected in her eyes. Please, let everything go smoothly this time. Chatsiodin steps out with her attendants, and as the Spirit King moves, white snowflakes seem to dance around her. The way she hides her identity creates this strange, abstract beauty. The elves in her wake bow low in reverence, showing total respect to the one they call their Spirit King. Her long cloak trails behind her like a coat made of delicate, beautiful flowers. Next up is crossing a bridge made of ancient wood. They stop before a flowing white spring, and Chatsiodin gazes into the water. It's almost over. The prayer is finished. Now, all she has to do is head back the way she came. But of course, things are never that simple. A terrifying, crushing pressure suddenly slams into her body. Then, she spots him, a male student from the academy who catches her eye. This energy is incredibly subtle, but there's no mistaking it. It's dark magic. Her gaze shifts instantly. An elite dark magic user has managed to sneak into this sacred land. And here's the kicker, she's the only one who can actually sense him. Everyone else is just standing around, oblivious. Chatsuyodin's expression changes. That sense of unease is back, and she's starting to formulate a plan. Looking at the knights, it's clear I'm the only one who felt that dark energy during the Divine Tree's ceremony. As the Spirit King, she hasn't received any orders, but she can't just let a dark magic user desecrate this holy cradle. She clenches her fists. I have no choice. I'll have to handle this myself. Chatsuyodin shifts her focus to track the intruder. Meanwhile, back in the kingdom, Florim is frantically searching the wide streets. Sweat beads on her forehead as she realizes she's in trouble. Heo Yunjarong was acting so strange, so I tried to follow him. But where did he go? Florim scans the crowd, but she's completely lost his trail. Suddenly, from the shadows of a dark alley, a deep voice echoes, calling out her name. Florim! She freezes, her heart skipping a beat. And then, he appears. The very man she's been searching for this entire time. It's Hyun Seojang. But something is wrong. A heavy, suffocating pressure begins to radiate from his body, chilling the air. Florim calls his name, her voice trembling as her pupils dilate in pure shock. Her mind races to make sense of it. This ominous, suffocating energy. Could it be dark mana? From where she's standing, she can see his eyes beginning to shift into something monstrous. That familiar snow-white gaze is being swallowed up by an abyssal, terrifying black. She has no idea what happened to him, but the sight is absolutely chilling. Wait, there's still hope. The corruption process hasn't completely taken over his soul yet. If she acts right now, she might be able to pull him back from the brink. Desperate, Florim screams at the man standing before her. Snap out of it, Hyun Seojang. Get a hold of yourself. For a long, agonizing moment, he just stands there in silence, saying nothing. Then, without warning, he begins to retreat into the darkness. Suddenly, a heavy, rhythmic thumping starts echoing through the air like a monstrous heartbeat. The dark pressure intensifies, thick enough to choke on. Florim's nerves are frayed, and the tension only gets worse by the second. Just as expected, Hyun Seojang stops and stares her down with a piercing gaze. His voice is cold as he drops, a question that cuts deep. Why? Why are you avoiding me? Florim stammers, her voice caught in her throat. What are you talking about? The situation is spiraling out of control, her face turning deathly pale as she takes a frantic step back, looking for any way to escape. Then, it happens. The dark corruption forces his hidden feelings to the surface, raw and twisted. Do you hate me? He growls. Am I really that untrustworthy to you? Florim's lips tremble, her confusion turning into a desperate plea. No, that's not it. Please, don't think like that. Suddenly, a flash of brilliant white and purple light erupts from behind her, surging forward. That strange thumping sound returns, louder than ever, as dark mana floods the entire area. Boom! A strike like a bolt of lightning crashes down, triggering a massive explosion. In the middle of the chaos, a figure moves with blinding speed, shielding Florim from the devastating blast. Squinting through the smoke and debris, Florim tries to steady herself. She looks up to see who saved her, and the person standing there is the last one she expected. It's a familiar face from the academy, Ma Yi-seo-ong. His eyes are glowing a fierce red as he looks back at her. You okay? Instead of answering, Florim can only stare in disbelief. That black lightning just now, was that you? Ma Yi-seo-ong just gives a small, awkward laugh and quickly cuts her off. Sorry, but do me a favor and just forget you saw that. Ahead of them, Hyun Seojang is staggering, his head hanging low. Ma Yi-seong's expression turns deadly serious. By the way, why weren't you fighting back? You almost died just now. Florim lowers her head. I was trying to talk him down. Ma Yi-seong looks at her like she's lost her mind. Talk him down? He's skeptical, but Florim can't even look him in the eye. Her mind is a whirlwind of regret and old memories. Back in the day, there was a person who could purify countless dark mages just by speaking the legendary saintess of purification. Florim truly believed she could do the same for Hyun Seojang, but reality is hitting hard. With her current power, is she really unable to save anyone? Ma Yi-seong notices her silence and realizes she's not going to say another word. He shifts his focus back to the man turning into a monster. Look, I don't know what your plan is, but first we have to knock that guy out. Florim bites her lip, her heart racing. A bead of sweat rolls down her face. She grips her magic staff tightly, her only weapon in this nightmare. Yeah, she can do this. A surge of determination flares up inside her. I won't let him die. Not like last time. I'm going to save you, Hyun Seo-jang. She's not sure how she ended up in this mess, but there's one silver lining. She's fighting alongside Ma Yi-seong, a guy with the kind of power you only see in main characters. Meanwhile, right in front of them, Hyun Seo-jang has been completely swallowed by the darkness. His hand has already warped into a demonic claw. His face is shrouded in shadows. They can't afford to be caught off guard for even a second. Suddenly, Ma Yi-seong's wand erupts with light, or more accurately, brilliant bolts of lightning. In a literal blink of an eye, he teleports right past Florum's field of vision. He's moving on his own, his mana growing thicker and more intense with every step. Instead of a direct charge, he scales the nearby wall, appearing directly above Hyun Seo-jang like a predator. The energy is perfect. Massive bolts of electricity arc through the air as he points his wand. Magic activation. Lash of the Great Earth. The decorative vines nearby transform into lethal weapons, lashing out at the target. Hyun Seo-jang, his eyes now full of malice, looks up just in time to see the incoming strike. Impact. A massive shockwave erupts, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. But wait, Hyun Seo-jang was a step faster. He manages to slip right behind Ma Yi-seong. For a split second, shock registers on Ma Yi-seong's face. Hyun Seo-jang strikes back, but Ma Yi-seong manages to dodge, retreating back to Florum's side as the white smoke clears. These two are ready to go at it again. No mercy. Not wanting to be left out, Florum steps up. She isn't happy about being sidelined and immediately activates a light-binding spell. Beams of radiant light surge toward Hyun Seo-jang, leaving him no room to move. The tide of battle is shifting. Florum and Ma Yi-seong finally have the upper hand. Her staff is shaking slightly, but she refuses to let go. Hyun Seo-jang struggles desperately to break free from the magic chains. Florum hears her own voice, calling his name as she prepares to capitalize on the opening. Ma Yi-seong blinks again, appearing right behind the target. He summons a flaming fist, his pupils contracting with focus. One massive punch connects, the impact sending sparks flying as Hyun Seo-jang is blasted into the distance. The two of them regroup, catching their breath. They know this isn't over, and they need to stay sharp for whatever comes next. Up ahead, Hyun Seo-jang is slumped on the ground. The force of the blow has left the building behind him covered in cracks. He lets out a low, pained groan as the damage sinks in. Florum turns to Ma Yi-seong. Now, this is our chance to finish the ritual. But Ma Yi-seong cuts her off immediately. Wait, it's not over yet. He hasn't taken his eyes off the target for a second. Florum looks back, and her heart sinks. The sense of dread in her chest is growing. This is going south, fast. His bones begin to twist and contort in a sickening display. Hyun Seo-jang stands up, but he's not human anymore. The darkness has completely reshaped him. A long, wicked horn sprouts from his head, the ultimate proof of high-level dark corruption. Hyun Seo-jang, she screams, trying to reach him, but there's no response. Only a growing sense of pure terror. This is bad, Ma Yi-seong mutters, his voice tight. The corruption has spread way too far, way too fast. It's dangerous, get back, now. But it's too late. The corrupted Hyun Seo-jang vanishes and reappears instantly right in front of them. Before anyone can react, Hyun Seo-jang grabs Ma Yi-seong by the face, unleashing a terrifying burst of power. He lets go, and Ma Yi-seong is sent flying, slamming into the structure as a massive cloud of dust swallows everything. Everything's shifting. Fo Lam just switched targets, but Ma Yi-seong, he's standing right there. Fo Lam never expected things to spiral this fast. Hold on a second. Take a breath. But his heart? It's racing faster by the second because that pitch-black shadow is already looming over his face. Remember, there were two people confirmed just moments ago. One was sent flying, leaving only Fo Lam, and Hae-yoon Jae-rang. Those crimson eyes can't hide the sheer helplessness as the chaos unfolds. You can see the pure panic in Fo Lam's eyes as he stares at Hae-yoon Jae-rang. Corruption. Or blackened. Whatever you call it, Hae-yoon Jae-rang has completely transformed. He tries to choke out a name, Fo Lam. But just as they're about to clash, Ma Yi-seong crashes the party with a blazing fire fist. The magic, the mood, it's all frozen, heavy. Hae-yoon Jae-rang doesn't even flinch. He just stands there. Boom! He takes the hit head-on, letting the explosion rip through his own body. Fo Lam is speechless. Did he really just let that land? Ma Yi-seong locks his gaze, but a cold sweat breaks out. That fist is buried in Hae-yoon Jae-rang's face, yet the man hasn't moved an inch. Then, those red eyes snap open again. Honestly, his power level is just insane now. It's beyond natural, like he's moving on pure instinct. That blackened hand flashes out, grabbing Ma Yi-seong right by the throat. Speed? Unbelievable. Ma Yi-seong didn't even see it coming. The grip tightens. Slowly, Hae-yoon Jae-rang lifts Ma Yi-seong off the ground. After that binding magic from before, Fo Lam is paralyzed. All he can do is stand there and watch. The fear is doubling now. If this keeps up, Haeyun Jae-rang is actually going to kill Ma Yi-Yu-seo-ong. But Fo Lam? He's powerless. There's zero chance he can stop this version of Haeyun Jae-rang. What can he even do? Haeyun Jae-rang is still lost in that dark transformation, though a tiny flicker of consciousness recognizes the man he's choking. The pressure spikes. Ma Yi-Yu-seo-ong is gasping for air, his face contorted in pain. But suddenly, Haeyun Jae-rang's voice starts to crack through the darkness. I can win. I can finally beat Ma Yi-Yu-seo-ong. A twisted smirk pulls at the corner of his mouth. But then, Ma Yi-Yu-seo-ong cuts him off with a line so strange, it feels completely out of place. Haeyun Jae-rang freezes, pure shock. His face is completely shadowed out now, like he stepped right out of a dark thriller manga. Ha! Haeyun Jae-rang mutters to himself. Even from the sidelines, Fo Lam can see the shift. Something in Haeyun Jae-rang is changing. A long silence follows. He's reaching a decision, getting ready to act. If it's now or never. He senses Ma Yi-Yu-seong's change, but he also notices Fo Lam moving. His hand shoots out, signaling them to stop. Fo Lam is forced to a halt instantly. Ma Yi-Yu-seong's face goes ice cold, his pupils shrinking in terror. I actually thought you lived in the same world as me. But in the end, is this really all you've got? How disappointing. Suddenly, Haeyun Jae-rang's killing intent explodes thick and suffocating. The shadow-faced Haeyun Jae-rang stays silent, his expression more distorted than ever. For Ma Yi-Yu-seo-ong, it's like time is flowing backward. Middle school, first year. Springtime. Haeyun Jae-rang was only 14 back then. There was still a bit of innocence on his face, but he was standing there, looking totally lost. Ma Yi-Yu-seo-ong was 14 too, looking even more like a kid. Annoyed by that carefree look, Haeyun Jae-rang frowned, his voice cold. Fight me. Ma Yi-Yu-seo-ong just stood there, sweating and completely confused. Trying to shake off the awkwardness, Ma Yi-Yu-seo-ong looked around frantically, checking if anyone else was watching this weird scene. He stammered out a few questions. Are you talking to me? Why the sudden fight? Haeyun Jae-rang didn't blink. I can't accept that you're ranked higher than me. So let's settle this ranking once and for all. It was a rare moment of surprise for Ma Yi-Yu-seo-ong. Settle the ranking? Well, if that's what he wants. A smile finally broke across his face. All right, let's do it. Challenge accepted. They headed straight for the school's training grounds. Ma Yi-Yu-seo-ong glanced down at his black wand. A magic duel. Time to see what this wand can really do. Once he felt ready, he flashed a bright, confident grin. Go ahead, you attack first. Across from him, Haeyun Jae-rang dropped into a serious stance. But Ma Yi-Yu-seo-ong, he just watched, wondering what kind of style that even was. Was this guy a genius? Since the day he was born as the heir to the Full Moon Tower, Haeyun Jae-rang had been breathing magic. He trained every single day, obsessed with becoming the ultimate magic warrior. But when the freshman rankings came out, number 1, Ma Yi-Yu-seo-ong. Number 2, Haeyun Jae-rang. He was stuck in second place. The very existence of a genius like Ma Yi-Yu-seo-ong hit him like a lightning bolt. He watched as a classmate called out, Yu-seo-ong, let's go, and Ma Yi just skipped away. Coming! Ma Yi-Yu-seo-ong always had that bright, goofy smile. Was he for real? It felt so childish. To Haeyun Jae-rang, seeing him waste time reading weird books that had nothing to do with their studies was just insulting. Wasting hours every day without a single bit of effort, he couldn't accept it. He couldn't accept that this guy was better. He had to prove one thing, that all his hard work wasn't for nothing. But the reality? It was brutal. The wand slipped from his hand. Haeyun Jae-rang stood there, hollowed out and in total disbelief. I lost? I really lost to him? Not a single scratch on his opponent. Not even a speck of dust. And the worst part? Ma Yi-Yu-seo-ong looked like he was having the time of his life. Ma Yi-Yu-seo-ong had been totally locked in, and once it was over, he skipped over to Haeyun Jae-rang. Oh, did I win? Man, magic duels are actually super fun. Then, he plopped a hand on the boy's shoulder. Standing right next to him, his eyes crinkled with joy. Thanks to you, that was a blast. Let's do it again sometime, okay? He just walked off without waiting for an answer. Haeyun Jae-rang stood there, fists clenched so tight they shook. Why? Why did he lose to someone who doesn't even try? Is this what a true genius looks like? He leaned down to pick up his wand. He told himself it was just a matter of training. If he worked harder, he could win. From that day on, he pushed himself until he had nothing left. He trained and trained and trained, but the result? Never changed. Haeyun Jae-rang started to lose his spirit. It felt like one big, sick joke. He had analyzed every single spell Ma Yi-Yu-seo-ong used. He requested the duel only after he thought he understood everything. but he still couldn't believe it. The gap between them was like an ocean. Ma Yi-seong reached out his hand again, grinning. This time was even better than the last, right? Do better next time. Hae-yoon Jae-rang just stood there, taking it all in. Silence. He thought for a long time. Then finally he changed his mind and reached out to shake that hand. A small promise. Next time, I'm definitely winning. Haha, I'm looking forward to it. At that moment, he had to admit it, Ma Yi-seong was a genius. Even so, he refused to quit. He had to prove his effort meant something. One day, I'll defeat Ma Yi-seong. And now, Ma Yi-seong is finally in his grasp. That memory snaps the blackened Hae-yoon Jae-rang back to the present. This time, I can finally win. He really believed that. But is it actually true? Ma Yi-seong lets out a sharp, mocking grin. Losing himself to the dark arts this quickly? How disappointing, he mutters. His voice dripping with disdain. I worked my tail off just to face you, he says. The corrupted Hae-wenzer-rang freezes, a flicker of pure confusion hitting his face. Training? He starts digging through his fractured memories. Remember our fight back in the dungeon? We were dead even. Back then, I was just as desperate to win as you are now. Turns out, I've got quite the competitive streak myself. That was the first time I really started pushing my limits, all just to wait for this rematch. Truth is, I've never actually beaten you, not even once. Now's the chance. But then Ma Yi-seong's voice turns ice cold. So JD, use that power, pierce my heart and take the victory you've always wanted. But you'll regret it forever, he warns, because this will be the last time we ever face off. He's laying it on thick, pure provocation, knowing exactly where this ends. Finally, the light returns to Hae-wenzer-rang's eyes. Outside the fray, Fo Lam is holding her breath for the right moment. Ma Yi-seong's gaze narrows, looking for that specific mark on his neck. It worked. The demon-transformed Hae-wenzer-rang lets go, sanity finally returning. Looking completely drained, he mutters, I'm not killing you like this. Not while you're in this state. Winning now would just spit on all my hard work. Fo Lam nearly cries with relief. Thank God, his humanity is finally back. We can actually save him now, she thinks. But the mood shifts instantly. A crushing wave of magical pressure slams down on all three of them. Corrupted Hae-wenzer-rang winces in pain. Ma Yi-seong is struggling just as hard, coughing from the strain. Fo Lam's eyes widen as the realization hits her. This power. What is it? She looks up as a voice cuts through the air. And there she is, a girl draped in black, sporting a golden ring and striking reddish-brown hair. The deputy commander casually twirls her staff. Say, this isn't my Zennigan, is it? Hajin Makazan just stands there, cool as you like. The sheer pressure is insane, forcing Fo Lam to her knees, unable to move. Gritting her teeth, she squints through the haze. She knows exactly who this is. No way. I've seen her in the original novel. It's Hajin Makazan, the deputy commander of the 13th Dark Star Squad. And she's not alone. Heavy footsteps are drawing closer. Hajin turns back, complaining with her usual blank stare. So the prophecy was a total bust, huh? The commander walks forward, his fist clenched tight. His expression is a wall of stone. Cut the crap, Ken snaps. Hajin just stares, etching that cold face into her memory. It's him, the big gun. Ken, commander of the 13th Dark Star Squad. The two of them stand side by side, a terrifying duo. They stare down the half-demon Hae-wenzer-rang and a battered Ma Yi-seong without a word. Ken silently activates a spell, scanning for any traces of that specific dark vibration. Hajin's gravity magic is flawless, Ken notes. Completely immobilized. The energy levels are faint, but the output? Absolutely staggering. Target confirmed, Ken says, pulling out his wand with an icy tone. Executing on sight. He's aiming right for Hae-wenzer-rang, who's only just barely regained consciousness. The trio is stuck in a nightmare. They didn't expect this kind of cold-blooded decisiveness. Not like this. Even Hajin feels something is off. We're killing him already? He's only in the early stages. Maybe we should watch a bit. But Ken isn't budging. Not an inch. If he's this strong now, imagine the disaster when he truly loses control, Ken argues. It'll be a catastrophe. To Ken, killing him now is the only logical move. Once you're tainted by dark magic, you're a ticking time bomb. Even if you're cleansed for a moment, that darkness is always lurking. That corruption never truly leaves. Eventually, the dark magic takes over, and it always ends in a bloodbath. The verdict is in. Execution. Now. But then a voice shatters the silence. Stop right there. Hajin's eyebrows shoot up. Oh? While they were talking, Ma Yi-seong forced himself up, using every scrap of energy he had left. Even the deputy commander is genuinely impressed. A mere first year holding his own against this pressure? So this is Stella's Ma Yi-seong, she muses. The top freshman is the real deal. But then, Her gaze turns predatory. Snap! Just as he tries to stand, a massive weight slams into him. The pressure triples in an instant. With a simple flick of her fingers, Hajin crushes him back down. Zero mercy. Just stay put for a while, okay? Don't get in Big Sister's way. The power gap is just embarrassing. Ma Yi-seol is pinned to the dirt, unable to even twitch. Fo Lam is losing her mind. She's piecing together a terrifying realization. No, this can't happen. Things are drifting away from the novel she knows. If Ma Yi-seol burns through all his blue mana, his secret dark energy is going to leak out. And if these two see that, it's over. She has to do something. Anything. Gripping her staff until her knuckles turn white, she prays. Please, I can't lose both of them here. Move, damn it, move! Her heart is heavy with guilt. These two have such bright futures. They can't die like this. Ken levels his wand directly at Hohenzollern's head. It ends now. Hohenzollern just closes his eyes, accepting it, while Fo Lam screams internally for a miracle. She shuts her eyes tight. Save him! Ken doesn't hesitate for a second, mana surging at the tip of his wand. Die, you demon! Hold it! Once again, Ken is forced to stop. A familiar voice rings out. The only man who can flip the script, the ultimate wildcard, Baek Yoo-seol. Ken looks back, that face clicking in his memory. You. I know you. Flashback to 10 minutes ago. Baek Yoo-seol was just chilling, patting a cute little spirit kid on the head. He was really just there for the snacks, honestly. Hope business goes well, he told the shopkeeper with a grin. Thanks, kid, the woman called out, but as he walked away, that familiar ding of the system echoed in his brain. 2 alerts popped up, one after another. A variable has appeared in episode 8. The dark transformation plotline is now active. Baek Yoo-seol nearly choked. Wait, what? This made zero sense. Wasn't the whole demon corruption arc supposed to be over by now? In the original game, Professor Meisentiren's dark encroachment was only supposed to hit 3 specific students during this whole mess. The system flashes a warning. Heo Yunrang is facing a 99% chance of a bad ending. With odds that terrible, Beyond hesitates, should he step in or just let this happen? No time to think. Beyond shoves the food he just bought into another spirit's hands. Here, this is good, you should eat it. The person looks a little surprised but takes it, watching as Beyond walks away. This was Beyond's choice, a new path. He couldn't just stand by and watch a bad end unfold. Right now, all the pressure was on the 2 main characters, Heo Eunrang and Mi Yu-seol. Fan Lam lets out a sigh of relief. Help had finally arrived. 5 pairs of eyes, 4 different perspectives, all locked onto one target, Bian. And only Bian, the newcomer, still looked at his classmates with any kindness. Still breathing, thank God. But what good was arriving now? Ken remains as cold as ever. Hajin. Understanding the signal, Hajin flashes a grin and takes a small step forward. I know. Leave the kid to me. Her magic staff, looking like a mini scythe, clicks softly with each step she takes. She stops at the perfect spot, a cheerful and positive energy building around her. She makes an offer. I'll show you a beautiful illusion, too. Unleashing her power, the special illusion Hajin creates is an incredibly potent form of magic. It carries the hidden risk of causing direct harm to its target, and in an instant, that effect crashed down on Bion. And yet, absolutely nothing happened. Proof that when you use a special power on a special person, it becomes completely ordinary. Hajin's eyes go wide as she mutters to herself. No way. I don't believe it. She waves her magic staff again and again. Alright, this time it had a tiny bit of an effect that just made Beyond squint, unable to figure out what was happening. Hajin looks back at her leader, the captain. I don't think the illusion is working on him. But Ken wasn't buying it, his face twisting in annoyance. Stop playing around and do it properly, Hajin insists, her expression unchanging. I'm not. I'm being completely serious. She looks back, and sure enough, Beyond is still standing there like a block of wood. Time to rethink this. She needed to analyze the problem again. Basic illusion, magic works by messing with the target's mana. These other kids were only paralyzed because she was creating the illusion of crushing gravity, but for some reason, she couldn't feel a single drop of magic power inside that kid's body. How to describe it? It felt like trying to use a joint lock on a werewolf. Her brow furrows even deeper. My magic is S-class at the very least. What kind of ability does that kid even possess? Her illusion was completely useless. With no other option, she backs away. Ken takes a step forward. Let the captain handle this, he says, his voice cold as he readies his own wand. Ken confronts Beyond directly. State your identity. Beyond replies quickly. So Stella Academy, first year, S-class, combat magic department. But that's not what Ken wanted to hear. No, I mean tell me your real identity. Beyond is confused, the question running circles in his head. My real identity? I'm a student at Sotella. Is that not right? Seeing his clueless expression, Ken's eyebrow twitches. All right, I'm guessing you can't tell me. A giant question mark pops over Bion's head. What did he just say? When you can't get information, you get practical. Ken changes his approach. I won't interfere with your connections or your reasons for infiltrating this academy. However, you will not interfere with our work. Bion lowers his head, his gaze locked on his opponent, his own tone shifting. That's going to be a little difficult. Aren't you planning on killing that student? Ken doesn't even bother to deny it. In fact, his killing intent flares up. That's right, we are going to kill him. Even in his corrupted state, Heo Yunrang can feel the ice in that voice. This puts Bion in an impossible situation. He knows, crystal clear, that if he fights them right now, he won't last 5 seconds. He'll die. He takes a step forward and draws his sword, but he's someone worth risking my life for. I can't afford to lose him right now. He speaks up. You're about to kill my classmate, so there's no way I can just let this happen. Ken stares back, his tone flat as he states the obvious, the exact same thought Bion just had. If you actually fight us, you will die. But Bion already has a plan, his face calm as he gives a simple reply. From the looks of it, you two don't seem like the type who enjoys the spotlight. Should I maybe attract a little attention? I'm pretty confident I can. Even if I die, I can at least make a huge scene. Ken now realizes he's not dealing with some ordinary kid. He goes silent for a long moment before finally asking, "What do you want?" Not wanting things to escalate, Bion states his terms. Just one chance. Let her purify our friend. Ken listens intently, then shifts his gaze to the corrupted Heo Yunrang. Without hesitation, he points his wand right back at Bion. That's a pointless effort. Even if you purify the dark magic, his emotions won't come back. A shiver of fear runs down his spine, but Bion holds his sword at the ready. Please, just trust me. One time is all she needs. Her magic can even restore his emotions to how they were before. Fan Lam quietly watches Bion, sweat beading on her forehead as she doubts his words. Can I really restore Heo Yunrang to his original state? She doubts his words and her own power, but the most important thing right now is whether Ken will accept the deal. And what if the purification fails? Bion gives his answer. Then I'll withdraw, no questions asked. For Ken, that wasn't a bad proposal at all. At the very least, they wouldn't have to fight someone who could shrug off Ha-Jin's illusion magic. It avoids attracting attention and gets their opponent to leave on his own terms. So yeah, taking a step back right now seemed like the smartest move. He agrees. Fine, but if you go back on your word, I will give you the most painful death imaginable, whether it causes a commotion or not. Ha-Jin, standing beside him, can't believe it. Captain. But Ken ignores her and issues a command. Ha-Jin, undo the illusion. Before complying, she asks one more question. Can we really trust his word? The reply is just as cold as before. If it's a lie, it won't be too late to kill the kid then. For her captain. If you say so, then there's nothing more I can do. Shaking her staff, Ha-Jin dispels the illusion. Both Yoo-seol and Heo Yunrang are finally freed, gasping in relief. The pressure is gone, but they can barely support themselves. Her vision blurry, Fan Lam realizes someone is now standing right in front of her. Just then, Yoo-seol appeared, sitting down right across from her. He cut straight to the point. You see the state Heo Yun-seorang is in, don't you? You're the one who can bring him back. But Fan Lam had zero confidence left. She lowered her gaze. I'm sorry. I don't have that kind of power. Yoo-seol's next words twisted the knife, hitting her right where it hurt. Are you going to let what happened with Joki happen all over again? Her resolve shattered in an instant. The words she truly wanted to say finally escaped her lips. That's what he was waiting for. Seeing that flicker of change, the tension on Yoo-seol's face melted into a smile. Help Heo Yun-seorang. You can do it. If anyone else had said it, she wouldn't have believed them. But hearing it from Yoo-seol, that was a completely different story. With her determination rekindled and that familiar power stirring within, Fan Lam gripped her scepter. If Yoo-seol said she could do it, then it must be true. She stepped forward slowly, positioning herself directly in front of Heo Yun-seorang. Someone as precious as Yoo-seol had confirmed it, which meant she really did possess that kind of power. Noticing someone else was still too close, Fan Lam glanced over at Yoseong-seohong. Back up a little. With the preparations done, Fan Lam focused on the corrupted Heo Yun-seorang. But the haunting memory of Joki's own transformation flooded her mind, the same dark magic swirling before her now. A new thought took root. This time, I refused to stand by and watch helplessly. Her eyes snapped open. From sheer will alone, Fan Lam formed a magic circle. Angelic wings materialized behind her, powered by her own desperate hope. This time, I will save Heo Yun-seorang with my own power. The angelic magic manifested as a song. Fan Lam closed her eyes, allowing herself to become one with the flow of mana. An otherworldly light erupted from her. Watching from the sidelines, Ha-jin turned to his companion. Captain, is that light magic? Without taking his eyes off her, Ken replied. It is. Doubt crept into Ha-jin's voice. But she isn't from the Holy Order. That kind of power was nearly on par with a saintess, and that's when it clicked for Ken. I heard a rumor that among the new students at Stella this year, there was someone who could wield the angelic power of the light attribute. It has to be her. The light around Fam Lam pulsed intensely. In a brilliant flash, it surged forward, completely enveloping the oppressive darkness that clung to Heo Yunseo-rang. A pillar of pure light washed over him. Heo Yunseo-rang cried out in agony as the opposing attributes clashed inside his very being. But you couldn't trust this outcome completely. Something felt different this time. After all, using angelic power and completely removing a seed of darkness are two very different things. At best, this should only suppress it. But Ken found himself questioning his own long-held beliefs. And just as that doubt cemented itself in his mind, reality slapped him across the face. A faint cough came from Heo Yunseo-rang. And just like that, the suffocating black aura around him was gone. Consciousness returned. Heo Yunseo-rang stared down at his own hands, bewildered. Ha! That was a close call. I almost bought the farm right there. He then heard a choked, relieved voice from in front of him. Thank goodness. You're back to normal. A second later, Fam Lam crumpled to the ground, completely drained of mana. Heo Yunseo-rang panicked, lunging forward to catch her. Stop! In an instant, Ken's razor-sharp magic blade was at his throat, freezing him in place. The objective was clear. Let me run a check. Immediately, the group split without a word. Seohong and Yoo-seol rushed to Fam Lam's side, while Ken and Ha-jin focused their attention on Heo Yunseo-rang. After a moment, Ken broke the silence. What's the verdict? Ha-jin stopped his examination and looked up. He's completely normal. He's so normal it's hard to believe he was ever corrupted. Actually, it's more accurate to say that kind of darkness was never a part of him to begin with. It felt like those emotions were forcibly injected into him. The host must be incredibly strong. Captain, what are your orders? Ken simply turned away, standing up with an air of utter defeat. Ha-jin watched his captain's back, a thought crossing his mind. Our captain looks completely shattered, and for good reason. He had always been certain that once someone was corrupted, there was no cure, which is why he'd killed every single one of them. And now, his entire worldview had just been proven wrong by a bunch of students. Heo Yunseo-rang's quiet voice broke the tension. Fam Lam, I'm sorry. I'm fine. Weren't you worried about me? A smile finally broke through as the kids shared a lighthearted moment. Before leaving, Ken shot a quick wink at Yoo-seol. Well then, little ones, until we meet again. Anyone else might have taken that as friendly, but Yoo-seol? Not a chance. He thought to himself, who in their right mind would want to see you people again? As the incident finally concluded, night fell across the spirit world. Moonlight illuminated a beautiful, winding path, and upon that path, a shadowy figure moved with purpose. It wasn't Professor Magentism, thankfully, but the queen of the flower fairies, Cha Seo-rin. She stood alone, looking around in confusion, a perplexed frown on her face. This is truly bizarre. I'm certain I was following the trail of dark magic I sensed moments ago, but now, there isn't a single trace left. She glanced at her hands, contemplating, before walking to the center of the clearing where the magic had been strongest. Closing her eyes, Cha Seo-rin held out her palm. Wind, she whispered. Bring me the memories. The scent of leftover memories drifted towards her, flooding her mind. But she couldn't see a thing. The memories carried by the wind were drained of all color, just black and white. She knew immediately. Someone intentionally used magic to erase the memories here, didn't they? Erased memories are impossible to restore, even with high-level magic. However, Cha Seo-rin is a master. She refused to be defeated by such a common spell. Tiny specks of light began to sparkle in the dark. Wind, I beseech you as your queen, whisper to me a little more of your recollections. Cha Seo-rin repeated the gesture, pouring more power into her plea. And this time, the world answered. The earth, the wind, the flowers, trees and stones, all of them began whispering to Cha Seo-rin about what happened. Whoever did this was thorough, leaving almost nothing behind. But a few faint fragments of memory still shimmered in the air. The largest and clearest shadow among them, it belonged to Yoo-seol. Still, she couldn't make out any faces. Is that a Stella uniform? Suddenly, a different sensation cut through her concentration. What is this scent? It was a fragrance she could never forget, no matter how hard she tried. It was the scent of Lip Henor. But that was impossible. The fairy lion was supposed to be in an eternal slumber in his own garden. Could someone have entered the secret garden recently? Is this all connected? The questions raced through her mind as precious seconds slipped by. The memories were fading fast. A sharp pain shot through her head. This is bad. I can't read any more of the memories. But even with the little she'd seen, Cha Seo-rin had to suppress her emotions and consider the most terrifying possibility. The person who entered the secret garden that day, and the one who stole the fairy lion's heart. Could they be the same person? If that were true, it would explain why the memories of this place were erased. Her fists clenched at her sides as Cha Seo-rin fought to contain her simmering rage. I will never forgive him. Her voice was like ice. I will be sure to repay this debt in kind. And with that vow, Cha Seo-rin's search came to a temporary end. The scene shifts. It's the next morning, and after a full system reset wiped the darkness away, Hyun Jae-gang finally gets a peaceful night's sleep at the Flower Paradise Hospital. As Hyun Jae-gang slowly opens his eyes, he realizes he's not alone. It's Fa Lam. She's sitting there, smiling as she peels an apple, and she's the first to speak. Oh, you're awake? Looking around the unfamiliar room, Hyun Jae-gang asks with a confused expression, Where am I? Fa Lam just watches him from her chair. This is the hospital. Do you remember what happened? He nods slightly. Just the gist of it. Hearing that, Fa Lam lets out a soft sigh of relief, handing him the plate of fruit she'd just finished cutting. I gave a brief explanation to Instructor Lee, she says. I also told Yo Seong-seong and Baek Yoo-seol to keep it a secret, so don't worry about a thing. If you still want to join the Familia contract ceremony, you can, but it'd be better for you to get more rest. The after effects haven't completely disappeared. And surprisingly, Hyun Jae-gang agrees with everything she says. Whatever you say, if you tell me to rest, I'll rest. This reaction catches Fa Lam completely off guard. What's gotten into you? Why are you suddenly listening to everything I say? Not wanting to disturb his recovery any further, Fa Lam decides to leave, turning with a wave and a smile. I've thought it over. This is way better than you getting seriously hurt. Get plenty of rest from now on, okay? It's almost time to meet up with the others, so I'll get going. Hyun Jae-gang watches her leave, but then he suddenly calls out her name, stopping her in her tracks. She turns back, looking at him inquisitively. Huh? He looks like he's made up his mind, ready to say something important. But then he swallows the words, hiding them deep inside. After a long pause, he just says something strange. Never mind, it's nothing. Fa Lam's expression is blank. What was that all about? She looks annoyed but forces a smile anyway. Hey, when you get discharged, you better treat me to a huge feast, you hear? You're a man with a lot of money, after all, so be prepared for it. Got it? Hyun Jae-gang stares in disbelief for a moment, surprised by her bold demand. But the awkwardness vanishes as a small smile spreads across his face. All right, he replies. You can look forward to it. She doesn't give it a second thought. In fact, Fa Lam is even more cheerful now. See you later then. And just like that, she's gone, leaving Hyun Jae-gang alone in the room. The atmosphere is quiet, but something's different. His gaze falls on the plate of fruit. Fa Lam prepared each piece perfectly and beautifully cut. It'd be a shame not to eat it. He picks one up. Delicious. But while Hyun Jae-gang is recovering, the main event is kicking off. Instructor Lee has gathered all the students, his face cold and his voice dead serious. From this moment on, you will all enter the roots of the heavenly tree to forge a divine covenant. It is a type of astral space, and the environment there is different from reality. You will have 1 week. You are permitted to go up to the 3rd floor. The 4th is sealed by a barrier, so don't even think about approaching it. Now, I wish you all good luck. After hearing that chilling warning from Instructor Lee, the students line up and step through a portal. The Familia contract ceremony, held inside the tree itself, has begun. Baek Yoo-seol steps through, looking a bit dazed, but his expression quickly changes, a blush rising on his cheeks as he takes in the sight before him. A landscape of pure, brilliant green. But this wasn't just any normal green. If Baek Yoo-seol had to describe it, it was like a space overflowing with a fluorescent, almost electric green hue. Every plant radiates its own light, and creatures that look like fireflies drift gently through the air. As he walks, a new question pops into his head when he glances into a small corner. A sparkling green liquid is pooled near his feet. He crouches down, poking it with his finger curiously. This must be a 7th-level spirit beast, not something to be taken lightly. Spirit beasts are ranked by stars, with 7 being the lowest and 1 being the highest, the stage right before becoming a true divine beast. As the rank increases, so does the spirit's power, but forming a contract becomes exponentially harder. It's a seriously tricky business. Even for the elite students of Stella, the success rate is only about 5% each year. But hey, that's not my problem, he thinks to himself. This is a long road, so I'll just take my time. Whenever Baek Yoo-seol smiles like that, you know something's about to happen. Meanwhile, back at the entrance where the students made their covenant, 2 guards stand, watch now that the area is empty. They chat for a moment. Looks like all the students are inside now. Should we close the barrier? The other guard holds up a hand, stopping him. Wait. In that instant, someone else slowly approaches them. I think there's one more coming. It's another figure with their identity concealed. But that walk, it's incredibly familiar. Or to be more accurate, a new danger has just arrived. After the day's events have concluded, night falls over the entire spirit world. Moonlight illuminates a beautiful stretch of road, where a shadowy figure walks with purpose. Thankfully, it's not Professor Magentis, it's Cha Seo-jin, the king of the flower fairy tribe. She looks around, clearly confused, even though she's alone. An unsettled thought crosses her mind. This is strange. I'm certain I was following the flow of dark magic I sensed earlier, so why isn't there a single trace of it now? She looks down at her hands, contemplating her next move. Finally, Cha Seo-jin arrives at the clearing where the dark magic was detected. She closes her eyes and holds out her palm. Wind, bring me your memories. The scent of lingering memories drifts towards her nose, rushing into her mind, but strangely, she can't see anything. The memories carried by the wind are completely black and white. She realizes someone deliberately erased the memories with magic, didn't they? Erased memories can't be restored, not even with high-level magic. However, Cha Seo-jin is the greatest master among them all. She won't be defeated by such a simple spell. Tiny specks of light begin to appear in the darkness. Oh wind, I beg you as the fairy king, whisper to me just a little more of your recollections. Cha Seo-jin performs the ritual again. This time, the flowers, the trees, and the stones all begin to whisper to her, telling her what happened here. Although they erased the memories so thoroughly that almost no trace was left, a few fragments still shimmered in the void, and the largest silhouette belonged to Baek Yoo-seol, though his face was impossible to make out. Is that a Stella uniform? Suddenly, a strange sensation pierces her mind. What is this scent? It was a fragrance she could never, ever forget, no matter how hard she tried. It was, without a doubt, the scent of Lee Panoia. But isn't the fairy saintess supposed to be in an eternal slumber in her own garden? Could it be connected to the person who trespassed in the secret garden before? But as time passed, the memories faded even more. A sharp pain shoots through her mind. It's no good. I can't read anymore. But with what little she saw, Cha Seo-jin had to stop and consider a terrifying possibility. The intruder who entered the secret garden that day and the one who stole the fairy saintess's heart. Could they be one and the same? Could the two of them really be the same person? The question hung heavy in the air, unanswered. It all makes sense now, the erased memories, everything. Her fists tremble as Cha Seo-jin barely contains her exploding rage. I will never forgive that man. Never. I'm going to pay him back in full, down to the last drop of blood. Morning arrives, and with the system reset, the darkness finally retreats from Heon. Jang finds some much-needed peace at Flower Heaven Hospital. He slowly opens his eyes, only to realize he's not alone in the room anymore. It's Fo Lam. She's sitting there with a bright smile, peeling an apple like nothing's wrong. Oh, you're finally awake? She chirps. His first question? Where am I? She leans in, watching him closely. You're in the hospital. Do you actually remember what happened? Vaguely, he mutters. Hearing that, she lets out a massive sigh of relief. She slides over a plate of perfectly sliced fruit. I've already briefed Instructor Lai. Plus, I made Yeon So-yoon and Baek Yoo-seol swear to keep this a secret, so you can relax. About the familiar contract ceremony. You can still make it if you really want, but honestly, you seriously need to rest up some more. The after effects are still lingering. Surprisingly, Heon Jiang just goes along with whatever Fo Lam says now. Yeah, if you say I need rest, then I'll rest. No arguments. This totally catches Fo Lam off guard. Wait, what's with you? Since when do you just do whatever I say? Still, she doesn't want to mess with his recovery time. She turns to leave, giving him a cheerful wave. I've thought it over, and yeah, resting is way better than being broken. Take it easy from now on, okay? I've got to go meet the others soon, so I'm heading out. Jiang watches her walk away, but suddenly calls out to her. She stops in her tracks. Huh? Something wrong? He looks like he's about to say something huge, something important, but he chokes it back at the last second. After a heavy silence, he finally says something completely unexpected. Forget it. It's nothing. Fo Lam's face goes blank. What are you even on about? She asks, clearly unimpressed, though she forces a small, awkward smile onto her face. Anyway, once you're out of here, you're throwing me a massive party, got it? You're loaded, so I expect the best. Make sure you're ready for that bill, okay? Jiang just stares at her, stunned that she'd actually say that. The sadness fades, replaced by a faint smirk. Fine. You can definitely look forward to it. She doesn't overthink it, just getting even more hyped for the party. See you later then, Heon Jiang. And just like that, the room falls dead silent again. She's gone. The quiet is heavy, but his eyes drift toward the plate she left behind. Every slice of fruit is perfect, beautiful. It'd be a crime to let them go to waste. He takes a bite. Not bad. But while Jang rests, the real business begins. Instructor Lai has gathered all the students together, his expression colder and more serious than ever. Listen up. From this moment on, you will all descend into the roots of the world tree to establish your divine contracts. You're entering an astral realm where the laws of reality don't apply. You have exactly 7 days. You're restricted to the 3rd floor. The 4th is strictly off limits behind a barrier. Don't even think about crossing it. Good luck. After that chilling warning from Instructor Lai, the students line up and step through the shimmering gate. The familiar contract ceremony begins. The space inside the tree is unreal. Baek Yoo-seol wanders in, looking totally lost before his face suddenly flushes a bright, embarrassed red. A mesmerizing, cool green world unfolds before him. But it's not a normal green, it's more like an otherworldly, glowing fluorescent neon light that fills the entire dimension. Every single plant pulses with its own unique light, while firefly-like creatures drift lazily through the air. But as he wanders deeper, something strange catches his eye in the corner. There's a shimmering green liquid pooling right near his feet. Curiosity gets the better of him, so he crouches down and gives it a little poke. It's likely just a rank 7 spirit beast, which explains why it feels like, well, nothing. These beasts are ranked by stars, 7 is the bottom, and rank 1 is basically a god-tier beast. The higher the rank, the crazier the power, but signing a contract with one becomes a total nightmare. Honestly, it sounds like way too much effort for him. Even for top-tier Stella students, only 5% actually manage to pull off a contract each year. But hey, not his problem, right? It's a long journey, so why rush? But whenever Baek Yoo-seol starts smiling like that, you know trouble is coming. Outside the entrance, 2 guards are whispering now that the students are gone. Looks like every student is inside now. Should we go ahead and seal the barrier? One guard asks, ready to clock out. The other guard raises a hand to stop him. Hold on, someone else is coming. Both of them watch a figure slowly approaching. I think we've got one more latecomer. It's another mysterious figure with a hidden face, but that walk, it's dangerously familiar. Actually, scratch that this isn't just a student, it's a threat. Before they can even speak, a wave of dark mana explodes out of nowhere. They're caught completely off guard. One guard collapses instantly, while the other is hoisted up by the throat. This intruder has completely taken over. The gatekeeper drops to his knees, hard to tell if he's even breathing. Ma Zhanjin, the man behind the attack, just flashes a wicked, predatory grin. Inside the contract zone, Princess Hong Bian is leading her group of friends forward, looking as regal and confident as ever. She glances around, looking completely unimpressed. Just like the textbook said, Floor 1 is a total bore. She turns to the others, already making the call to head straight for the 2nd floor. One student chirps in agreement, but someone at the back isn't doing so great. So Hong, a fellow fire attribute genius on par with Hong Bian, is starting to look pale. Her condition is spiraling fast. She presses a hand to her forehead, her mind racing. Wait, why is my body suddenly failing me like this? Nausea hits her like a truck, and her vision begins to blur into static. Before she can even call for help, she collapses right there on the spot. So Hong! Someone screams out in terror. Hong Bian's head snaps back. She knows So Hong is a beast when it comes to training. Her endurance is top tier. This shouldn't be happening, but the signs are bad. The princess rushes over, her voice sharp with worry. What happened? So Hong is ghostly pale, and the others are starting to panic. Something is very wrong here. She was literally fine a second ago. Then, someone throws out a theory. If your compatibility with spirit beasts is low, even the faintest aura in this place can crush your body. Could a genius like So Hong really be that incompatible? Hong Bian doesn't waste time overthinking. Change of plans. We're stopping here to let her rest. Conserve your supplies and focus on recovering. But as So Hong stares at the princess's back, she wipes away cold sweat, her lips bone dry. Wait. What? Don't worry about it, let's just keep moving. But the princess wasn't having it. Enough. Do as I say. Resting is better than rushing in and collapsing when it actually matters. So Hong was visibly down, and the others tried their best to cheer him up. She's right, So Hong. The princess is just looking out for us, that's all. While the group scouted the perimeter, So Hong stayed behind, slumped against a massive tree. His breath was shallow and heavy as he pressed a hand to his chest, desperately trying to steady his racing heart. Every breath felt like a struggle, his mind spinning in circles. He'd waited so long for this day, so why was everything falling apart now? His arms wouldn't stop shaking. But then, a strange, chilling sensation took over his mind, and a voice echoed from deep within. A true talent, indeed. The raw making of a grand mage. Strange shadows flickered. Was this a memory or just a dream? A man who looked like an academy professor stepped closer, offering a hand. So Hong, you're a fire-type genius, a 1 in 105-year talent. With your gifts, you could command flames as easily as your own limbs. You'll be the one and only mage of your kind in all of Terra. The young, innocent So Hong beamed with surprise. Really? Of course, if I weren't around, that is. The memory snapped, and So Hong jolted awake, gasping. He looked at the group, a haze of confusion still clouding his eyes. What was that? That dream. It felt too real. Right then, the princess's voice cut through his thoughts. All right, everyone, gear up. We're moving out. Since Princess Hung Bien had spoken, So Hoang forced every ounce of his remaining strength into his legs just to stand up. A classmate nearby looked over, concerned. So Hung, you okay? Can you even move? He gritted his teeth and forced a nod. Yeah, I can manage. He started walking, but something strange stayed behind faint trails of mana particles lingering exactly where he'd sat. And so, they pushed forward to the second floor. A spirit beast was currently being roasted alive by fire magic, and the one responsible? None other than So Hoang. The scenery had shifted now, no more green. This floor was drenched in deep, mystical blues. His expression had finally cleared up. He felt better, his focus sharper than ever. At this rate, he was sure he could land a contract with a 5-star divine beast. Just as his confidence was returning, a classmate shouted in excitement. Everyone turned to see a red deer. Look, I've read about that in the encyclopedia. A contract with a red deer would skyrocket one's understanding of the fire element. It was a 6-star beast, the kind that almost always stayed far away from humans. But strangely, this deer was creeping closer to the group. Another student noticed, eyes wide. Wait, it's actually coming right toward us. Out of everyone, So Hoang was the most thrilled. Forget 5 stars, a 6-star red deer. But his joy didn't last long. Shock filled the air. The deer walked straight past everyone, heading right for Princess Hong Bien to nuzzle her. The students couldn't believe their eyes. Oh my God! A divine beast acting this friendly on its own? It was a golden opportunity. A classmate chimed in, Princess, do you have any intention of forming a contract with it? While the others watched with pure envy, Princess Hong Bien just gave the creature a soft pat and shook her head. No, this isn't the divine beast I'm looking for. We go deeper. The group exchanged stunned glances, their admiration for her hitting a whole new level. A legendary beast approaches her, and she just turns it down? That's our princess for you. So Hoang stood frozen, his fists clenched tight. His wand pulsed with the blessing of fire as another day came to a close. By the morning of day 2, Hong Bien's group found the path to the 3rd floor much faster than they'd expected. The 3rd floor was a vibrant purple world. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocked the forest as a giant spirit beast was incinerated in an instant. Once again, everyone was on edge. The atmosphere here is terrifying. If the 3rd floor was this intense, the 4th would be suicide. As they talked, a scout returned and hurried over to the princess. Princess, we shouldn't head north. Hong Bien raised an eyebrow, genuinely surprised. Is there a problem? The student looked back at the path they'd scouted. The barrier to the 4th floor is completely blocking the way, ma'am. Since the team was drained from fighting that massive beast, the princess made the call. All right, we rest here. Unpack your gear and search the area for potential beasts. Like the others, So Hong went off on his own, eyes scanning every shadow. Now that he was alone, his confidence started to flood back. The 3rd floor was home to beasts 5 stars and below. He was determined to find a powerful partner, but time was ticking away. 1 hour passed, he found a beast, but it bolted. 2 hours, same story. It was a never-ending cycle of rejection. That's when So Hong realized something was seriously wrong. Was he imagining it? It felt like every beast was actively running away from him the moment they saw him. He stood there, feeling like he'd turned to stone. And it was only happening to him. From the distance, he heard his classmates cheering. Princess, I got a 6-star contract. Me too. The jealousy and frustration were nearly unbearable, but So Hong knew he had to keep it together. He took a deep breath to steady himself. Don't panic. There's still time. I'll find one. I have to. Just as hope was fading, he spotted something. By a large lake, a silver-furred creature was drinking. So Hoang recognized it instantly, a 5-star silver-maned wolf. He gripped his wand. In the history of Terra, almost no freshman had ever successfully contracted a 5-star beast. If he pulled this off, everyone would have to acknowledge him. With his eyes on the prize, he crept closer, step by agonizing step. Once he was close enough, So Hong slowly reached out his hand, a hopeful smile on his face. Hey there, want to form a bond with me? The wolf sniffed his hand for a second, but instead of being friendly, its eyes turned cold. It growled, baring its teeth in pure hostility. So Hong stumbled back in shock. After failure, this was the breaking point. He was completely crushed. Huh. Why? Why was every single beast rejecting him like this? To him, the wolf didn't even look like a spirit anymore, it looked like a demon ready to kill. Just as his life hung by a thread, a massive fireball roared through the air at blinding speed. It slammed down right between them, forcing the wolf back. The heat snapped, so Hong back to reality. He scrambled to see who had saved him, but he already knew that specific mana. It belonged to the princess. Right now, So Hong has just been saved by Beyond, and that rank 5 beast, the white wolf, has definitely noticed the princess's arrival. It shifts its focus, slowly prowling toward Beyond, and let's be real, a rank 5 monster is basically a walking disaster. So Hoang doesn't want the princess getting caught in the crossfire and shouts out a desperate warning, "Princess, watch out!" But then something completely unexpected happens. The white wolf actually bows down, kneeling right in front of her. So Hong is hit with a massive wave of pure shock. Her eyes go wide, and her world starts spinning. Wait, what? She can't believe it. Even a legendary rank 5 beast is trying to suck up to the princess? This bitter feeling of resentment starts bubbling up inside her, and honestly, she can't hide it anymore. Before she completely loses herself to the darkness, So Hong needs to know one thing. She looks over at Beyond with a question that's been eating at her. "Princess, are you going to sign a contract with it this time?" Beyond gives her a quick, cold glance before turning back to the wolf. She casually strokes its head and gives a blunt, icy answer. "No, I refuse. I'll find the beast I actually want." After shutting So Hong down, she looks at the wolf and just tells it to beat it. "Sorry, but you need to leave now." And just like that, the fuse is lit. Beyond turns around, only to hear a strange, creepy laugh coming from the girl she thought was her friend. Suddenly, a surge of dark, corrupted mana completely swallows So Hong. She's lost all logic. That deep-seated inferiority complex? Yeah, it's officially taken over. I can't even get close to a spirit beast. But you? You get to just pick and choose whenever you want. You have everything, so you think you can just show off? It's exactly like that banquet back at the Hidden Realm. Now, Biyun has to watch her own friend fall apart right in front of her. Pure panic sets in as she realizes. So Hung's consciousness is being eaten away by shadows. Everything is turning pitch black. It's not fair. It's just not fair. Why is everything so damn unfair? So Hoang's pupils shrink as the dark magic takes total control. "I worked so hard for this. Don't you dare mock me." The hatred finally explodes, and she spits out every word through gritted teeth. Every bit of that rage is aimed straight at Beyond. A massive blast of mana comes flying her way, and the princess barely manages to throw up a spherical barrier to protect herself. But when those two opposing powers clash, boom, a blinding flash lights up the area, and Biyun bites her lip as a massive explosion rips through the surroundings. The blast is so huge you could probably see it from miles away. Flames erupt in every direction, turning the area into a literal hellscape. The forest is screaming, the ground is crumbling, and in the middle of all that chaos, a tiny spark of fire lands right on Bion's shoulder. She casually brushes it off, and the flame vanishes, leaving a small scorch mark behind. But she knows that's the least of her worries. The girl in front of her is the real danger now. She stays calm, icy calm, because that's the only way to survive this. She starts running a deep analysis on the situation. The dark corruption is spreading fast. She could try knocking her out to stop the spread, but they're too close to the 4th layer barrier. If they go all out here, they might accidentally trigger the defense system behind them. If it were that commoner boy, what would he do? Thinking of Baek Yoo-seol, a tiny, involuntary smile actually touches her lips. First step? Try talking her down. Get it together, So Hong. Don't do something you're going to regret forever. If you let the darkness take over, there's no coming back. You won't be human anymore. But So Hong just sneers back. Even now, the princess thinks she's better than everyone else? Typical. You're the blessed by fire princess of Adonwit after all. What would someone like you know about how a normal person like me feels? You wouldn't understand if you lived 1,000 lives. Beyond just stands there, taking it all in. She's quiet, but there's a deep, heavy sadness in her eyes now. So Hoang. Will you listen to my story for a second? She brushes her hair back, but So Hong won't even look at her. "What? More bragging?" she mutters. But Bien doesn't care about the attitude. She needs to break through that emotional wall, so she starts telling her truth. You know the rule for Adonwit princesses, right? If we don't become king, we die. To survive, I have to kill every single one of my siblings. I realized that when I was only 7 years old. I heard you had a childhood full of love, and honestly, I was so jealous. I wasn't just unloved, my own parents didn't even expect me to survive. To become king. Do you have any idea what I had to do? She waits for a reaction, and So Hong actually pauses, caught off guard. So Hoang hesitates for a second, then scoffs. Being born royalty is still a blessing. But Bayan cuts that self-righteous talk right off. I drank fire instead of water. I ate fire instead of food. I even bathed in flames. My skin was constantly covered in sores, and the itching was enough to drive me insane. Even drinking salt water just made the internal burns hurt more. I can't even taste food anymore, because my tongue? It's completely paralyzed. Fire is my ultimate weapon, but it's also my worst nightmare. Sometimes, sharing your own trauma is the only way to shatter someone else's ego. The arrogance in So Hong's eyes starts to crumble, replaced by pure confusion. She shakes her head, screaming in panic. Liar! Who would ever believe that? How could anyone survive that? You're just making up lies to get me to pity you. She wants to believe it's a lie. But the princess doesn't argue, she shows her. Snap. A small flame flickers to life on Bion's finger. She leans in, and as she opens her mouth, the flame gets closer. She sticks out her tongue, and sizzle, she presses that searing hot finger right against it. You can literally hear the sound of burning flesh. So Hoang! The girl screams in absolute horror. What are you doing? For the 100th time today, So Hoang's entire reality is being flipped upside down. The fire goes out. There isn't a single mark on the princess's tongue. She just stares back with that cold, mage-like focus. Look, So Hong knows the deal every mage does. Even the best lightning mage can get fried by their own spell. Water mages can drown. And fire mages? They should absolutely be burned by their own flames. But the princess just defied all logic. She looks So Hong in the eye and asks, "Do you still think this is a blessing? I've had to do this since I was a kid, all in the name of elemental affinity. There were days I just prayed for death. So please, stop talking about blessings and talent. I'm so jealous of you, someone who never had to live like that it makes me want to cry." The only thing hiding the princess's pain right now is a sad, hollow smile. Facing this brutal truth, So Hong is speechless. She really thought the princess's perfect life was just handed to her on a silver platter. How wrong she was. Imagine a legendary talent, a fire magic prodigy who's not just powerful, but practically worshipped by fire spirits themselves. But suddenly, the magic orb slips from Se Huang's trembling hand, thudding onto the grass. Tears blur her vision as she sobs out. "I'm sorry. Please, princess, forgive me." Bion watches her in silence. As the dark aura finally fades away, the princess flashes a confident, satisfied smirk. Yeah, she's definitely pleased with how that went down. Seconds later, the rest of the group comes charging in, looking absolutely panicked. That massive explosion earlier, it just about gave everyone a heart attack. "There was a blast right here. Princess, where are you?" Hearing them scramble, Biyun calls out coolly, "Over here, relax." Her blonde friend looks like she just won the lottery when she finally spots the princess. "Thank goodness we found you, but wait, what happened?" Meanwhile, Seo Huang just closes her eyes, looking like someone ready to accept her execution. But Biyun? She's actually feeling a bit soft-hearted. Maybe it's because that dark mana is finally out of her system, or maybe she's just flashing back to that brutal battle inside the gate. Normally, the old Biyun would have locked Seo Wang up in a heartbeat. Is this change because of that commoner? That guy is seriously starting to rub off on her. Tucking her pride away for a second, Biyun orders the others to take good care of Seo Huang. When the girl finally wakes up dazed and stammers about her punishment, everyone else just looks confused. They're all thinking the same thing. Do these two have some kind of secret? Ignoring the suspicious stares, Biyun gives Seo Wang a look that's cold on the outside but actually pretty forgiving. "Look, people can say whatever they want, but you have real talent. I'm not going to ruin you over one little accident. However, don't think you're off the hook that easily. You're going to be loyal to me from now on to make up for it." Seo Wang's eyes well up with tears again when she realizes the princess isn't going to report this to the professor. And just like that, the seeds of absolute loyalty are planted. The more Seo Huang admires her, the more she hates herself for ever having bad intentions towards someone so noble. But then crack! A sound like breaking glass tears through the air. Seo Wang's eyes go wide as she screams, "Princess, get back! Move!" Before anyone can even blink, the barrier leading straight to the 4th floor completely ruptures. A terrifying suction force starts pulling everything into the void. Meanwhile, over on the 3rd floor, Fu Lam has wandered off alone into a high-risk zone, and luckily, she's found the legendary Light Flower Spirit. For a light attribute user, this is the holy grail of spirits. 30 minutes later, thanks to some serious protagonist-level luck, the contract is a success. Fu Lam is literally whistling and skipping through the forest, absolutely thrilled to have a spirit that's nearly level 4. Talk about an easy win, she thinks to herself. See, you can't just summon spirits whenever you feel like it, but having this light spirit, it's going to skyrocket her casting speed and turbocharge her light magic. Mission accomplished. Time to kick back and enjoy the peace and quiet, or so she thought. 10 minutes later, everything changes. Fu Lam stumbles right into Iseol and the always brooding Yo Seong having a little chat. Everything goes dead silent. It's awkward, like accidentally walking into the wrong movie theater awkward. She tries to play it cool, though her face is definitely turning red. Oh hey guys, Iseol Yoo Seong. Fancy meeting you here, right? Yoo Seong just gives a half smirk. Coincidence? Sure, let's go with that. Suddenly, Fu Lam's inner reporter kicks in, and she's dying for the gossip. Soup, what exactly are you two doing out here all alone? Iseol starts fumbling for an explanation, looking totally flustered. I was just passing by and ran into him. Yoo Seong just chuckles. I'm just killing time. Fu Lam doesn't push it, but she's definitely thinking. According to the original story, Yoo Seong's character settings make it impossible for him to bond with spirits. So, yeah, him wandering around killing time actually makes a lot of sense. And Iseol? Probably just a random encounter. Fu Lam smiles and asks, well, since we're all here, mind if I join you guys for a bite? Boom! A massive explosion rocks the forest nearby. Iseol's face goes pale, her hands clenching tight. Something is very, very wrong. That's dark mana. As a light mage, Fu Lam feels it instantly. There's no mistaking that foul energy. But why now? This wasn't in the original novel. Everything is spiraling out of control. She kicks herself. Why did I think things would actually go according to plan? This isn't the first time the plot has gone off the rails, and it won't be the last. While Fu Lam is busy blaming herself, Yoo Seong is already moving. Without a single word, he launches himself into the sky using jump magic. His face is dead serious. Fu Lam is frozen in shock. She's never seen him look like that before. If even the Ice King Yo Seong is worried, things are dire. Fu Lam bites her lip and makes a choice she won't let these dark mages ruin the ceremony. Iseol, let's move, now. Back at the blast zone, the dust starts to settle, revealing Princess Biyun's group scattered on the ground. It looks like a war zone, coughing through the smoke. Biyun struggles to sit up, only to find Seo Huang slumped over her. Seeing her friend's energy fading fast, the princess screams out in pure desperation. Seo Huang, stay with me, wake up! But there's no answer. She's out cold. Panicking, Biyun gently moves her aside. She can literally see the dark mana flooding out from the cracks. The fourth floor barrier was supposed to seal away the most dangerous entities, and something is coming through. Out of the darkness, a creature that looks like a dolphin covered in black flames rises into the sky. Its body is draped in weird, glowing red symbols. It lets out a high-pitched sonar blast that shakes the entire forest. Level 4. The fire ice dolphin has arrived. Biyun is stunned. Why is the spirit she's been hunting for so long completely corrupted by darkness? If she doesn't stop it now, it'll go berserk and slaughter everyone. But just as she raises her staff, the sky literally falls. Massive boulders come crashing down on the dolphin. And then, glowing chains of pure light erupt from nowhere. They lock the dolphin in midair, pinning it down. That's when Yo Seong makes his hero entrance. With a flaming fist, he hammers the massive beast straight into the dirt, sending shockwaves through the ground. Biyun can hardly believe her eyes. Yo Seong? What the hell is he doing here? But what happens next leaves her speechless. Divine light starts radiating from the chains, actually burning away the dark mana from the dolphin's body. The creature looks relieved. It closes its eyes and drifts into a deep, peaceful sleep. And that's when it hits everyone in the world of EOW. There's only one person who can purify darkness like that. And there he is, Fa Lam. Just as the main character in the novel would have it, the Icefire dolphin soon reverted to its original form. Fa Lam walked over, patting it gently. It's all right now. I've finished healing you. The Icefire dolphin showed its gratitude before flying away. With that done, Fa Lam and Iseo turned their attention to Hong Byun. Just as she was looking right back at them, Fa Lam spoke first. Princess, what on earth is going on? But Hong Byun, fuming with that classic prideful anger, just shot the question right back. You're asking me? Who do you think I can ask? Out of nowhere, a massive explosion shattered the fourth floor barrier. Then a divine beast, completely corrupted by demonic energy, crawled out of the crack and attacked us. Crack! The red barrier sealing the fourth floor suddenly shattered into a million pieces, and a dark, chilling aura poured out. The bone-deep cold sent shivers down our heroes' spines. Their eyes snapped toward the broken seal. And there, a mysterious figure in a cloak was slowly walking towards them. A voice, dripping with sick excitement, echoed through the air. Well, well, what a collection of familiar faces. Not just Class A, but 4 whole students from Class S. I guess this is my lucky day. Recognizing that voice, Hong Byun gasped in total disbelief. Why? Why is it you? Professor Ma Genti. Behind them, Iseo spoke urgently. Why would Professor Magenti be in a place like this? Fa Lam was completely frozen. This was another variable, something that was never in the novel. His eyes narrowed with suspicion as ICO summoned his weapon, his mind racing. Could it be that the prestigious professor of Stella Academy was actually a dark wizard, and that immense mana pressure? It all made sense. The professor chuckled. I was saving this masterpiece for the grand finale, but there's no reason to refuse a delicious meal that's served right in front of me. Now then, shall we get this party started? The moment she finished speaking, a twisted demon horn sprouted from her head. Her smile warped into something wild and insane as a blast of dark magic exploded outwards, swallowing everything within a 4-meter radius. Meanwhile, let's rewind a few hours to Baek Yoo-seol's side. He was standing before the gateway leading to the 4th floor. Thanks to his training in the Spirit Garden, the divine beasts were reacting favorably to his compatibility level. The journey here had been smooth so far, but from the 4th floor onward, things weren't going to be so easy. I just hope I can get the divine beast's heart without any trouble, he thought. A blinding light flashed. The space around him warped violently, and when Baek Yoo-seol opened his eyes, he had been transported to the 4th floor, a beautiful, fairy tale-like space bathed in pink. But then, a pair of glowing red eyes appeared in the bushes. Before he could even think, a killer boar charged him, its massive mouth filled with razor-sharp tusks. Baek Yoo-seol was surprised for a second, but only a second. He quickly drew his sword, Tavon, preparing to cast his magic. A danger level of only 3. But it's releasing an aura this powerful? The monsters here are on a completely different level. Flash! Swish! A single perfect strike sliced through the massive body. The boar didn't stand a chance, crashing to the ground, dead before it knew what hit it. Our boy is no joke. Not just him, though. The Tavon sword alone definitely couldn't have pierced its defense. Good thing I brought the equipment Tri and Teresa made, he thought. Even if it is a consumable item that only lasts for 5 minutes, I need to get out of here before other monsters are drawn to the commotion. The nature of this space is designed to disorient intruders, making it easy to get lost. However, Baek Yoo-seol had prepared for this exact scenario by getting Fa Lam to help him acquire a Huan Fong Hoa, a flower with an absolute sense of direction, like a perfect compass. As long as I have this flower, which always points east, I don't have to worry about losing my way. Alright, time to clear this 4th floor, and fast. Before long, Baek Yoo-seol had fought his way past countless dangerous monsters. He could feel it, the thing he was looking for was close. And then, the enchanting and clear sound of a flute drifted from up ahead. Baek Yoo-seol slowly approached the source of the sound. The dense forest parted, revealing a stunningly beautiful woman with long, white hair like a waterfall, floating in midair as she hummed a melody. In that instant, it felt like cherry blossoms were blooming everywhere. The very air vibrated, the entire world was painted pink, and Baek Yoo-seol felt so light, as if he were flying. One of the 12 lunar gods, Hong Ryan Chun Samwol, noticing his arrival, she smirked. A human? Why have you come to such a remote place? Her gorgeous face was almost the exact image of his ideal type, sending his heart into a frenzy. But he had to fight to keep his mind straight. Hong Ryan's magic contained an enchanting power, and this appearance was just a fake, a facade created to lure her prey into a trap. I absolutely cannot fall for it. Placing the guidance flower on the ground, Baek Yoo-seol knew he had to purify the magic invading his body immediately. Anyone else would have already surrendered. But I can do it, he thought, steeling himself, because my body can't absorb mana in the first place. He took a deep breath. Our hero forced all his willpower to the surface, pushing the invasive mana out. Baek Yoo-seol's senses sharpened. The space around Hong Ryon distorted, and then boom. Like a shattering mirror, the scenery cracked and returned to its true form. Baek Yoo-seol thought grimly, looks like my mental strength still isn't enough to force her to reveal her real appearance. But at least at this level, I can avoid being mind-controlled. Across from him, Hong Ryan landed on the ground, her voice filled with surprise. Oh my, a human who can resist my enchantment? Most pathetic men would have lunged at me like starved tigers by now. Don't tell me you know who I really am. So then, what is your purpose for coming all this way to find me? Our hero didn't beat around the bush. I came here to find the heart of the divine beast. Meaning you intend to kill a divine beast and take its heart? That's not it, he replied. I have no intention of killing a divine beast, nor do I have the strength to. I'm just looking for a heart that was lost by its owner. From the mother of divine beasts that exists deep within this space. The moment he mentioned the mother, her expression hardened. There is no heart there. But he pressed on. I have to find it. Why? Baek Yoo-seol reached into his pocket, thinking, there's no need to give a long explanation about the conditions of the Heavenly Spirit Manual, or why he was practicing his breathing techniques. In this situation, the best move was to pull out the token, and used the perfect, righteous excuse to win her sympathy. To save my best friend. And just like that, his innocent eyes, filled with genuine emotion, completely fooled one of the 12 lunar gods. She spoke with a hint of pity. Just a tiny mortal creature, and yet you desire such a treasure? Hearing that, Baek Yoo-seol was laughing on the inside. Ha ha ha, just as I predicted, she took the bait. Among the 12 lunar gods, Hong Ryeon was the one who cared most deeply for the divine beasts. The proof was this entire fourth floor, a space she poured her heart and soul into creating just to protect them. Baek Yoo-seol's eyes gleamed. If he framed this as a quest to save a divine beast, she just might grant him a heart. So that's it. No wonder I felt the faint scent of a divine beast lingering on you. Something felt off. To think a mere human could have such a deep connection with a god of that level. She covers her mouth with a wicked grin, her mind clearly picturing some dark scenario. This just pisses our protagonist right off. All he did was breathe the same air as a divine being, and her imagination is already running wild. But even though Baek Do-seon is furious, he forces himself to plead. Ahem. So, can I have the heart now? But her guard drops, and she lets out a heavy sigh. I just can't bring myself to trust humans. Not again. We grew close to so many of them in the past, only to be met with bitter betrayal in the end. Baek Do-seon, frustrated, starts to speak up. I. But before he can finish, Hong Ryeon Samwol cuts him off with an icy tone. You're going to swear you're different from them, aren't you? I've heard those words so many times I'm sick of them. My ears have practically grown calluses. He knew this would be difficult, but man, he didn't expect it to be this impossible. Now, according to the original story, if you manage to win over one of the 12 divine moons, you inherit their power. But here's the catch. The requirement for each god is completely different. For Hong Ryeon Samwol, the conditions are insane. You need specific stats, extremely high compatibility with divine beasts, and a will strong enough to satisfy her. To put it bluntly, with his current stats, not even close. His initial goal wasn't even to recruit her, but if he can't even get the divine beast's heart, then he's just pathetic. With that thought, Baek Do-seon places a hand on his chest, his voice filled with pure sincerity. My friend is on the brink of death. Please, you have to save him. The moon god narrows her eyes, scanning him for any hint of a lie. Seeing that he's telling the absolute truth, Hong Ryeon Samwol's heart softens. Just a little. Well, unless you can prove you are worthy of being a divine beast's companion. Seeing a sliver of hope, our protagonist immediately asks, how do I prove myself? Hong Ryeon Samwol cracks a mysterious smile. It's simple. Show me you're willing to sacrifice your very life for a divine beast. That condition instantly makes Baek Do-seon's face pale. Something feels wrong here. That's way too extreme. He was doing all this to save someone else, sure. But his own life has to come first, right? The more he thinks, the more sweat drips down his forehead. His life is precious, after all. All the while, Hong Ryeon Samwol stands there, silently waiting for his choice. Suddenly, she speaks. Forget it. I don't want the divine beasts to waste their affection on humans again. A human's life is short, but their greed is bottomless. For divine beasts who choose a human partner, the only end is pain. Baek Do-seon lowers his head, shocked to be rejected so bluntly. Maybe he shouldn't have come to Hong Ryeon Samwol in the first place. No, that's not it. The key is to keep showing up, to keep trying to win her favor. Even though she doesn't like him now, he knows his efforts will pay off eventually. Maybe there's another way to get that heart. But as Baek Do-seon is lost in thought suddenly, a flood of crimson-red notifications appears. Warning, warning. Due to your interference in the storyline, a massive butterfly effect has been triggered. Chapter 8, The Black Demon's Corruption, has been moved up ahead of schedule and is about to merge with the current school setting. The mission difficulty skyrockets, but that's not even the worst of it. The next notification shows a vicious dragon, making our protagonist jump. Chapters 7 and 8, The Divine Beast Contract Ceremony and the Dark Sorcerer's Corruption. Baek Do-seon just stands there, jaw on the floor, stumbling back a step. What? At that exact moment, they both feel it a sinister dark magic erupting from the third floor. Hong Ryeon Samwol can't believe the pressure from this aura. Could the black demons already be here? This is no ordinary demon. Their power level has to be at least danger level 6, maybe even higher. Her hands clench in pure fury, a black demon on the third floor. Unacceptable. But with my current power, I can't stop them. To protect the spiritual beasts, Hong Ryeon Samwol had exhausted her strength, creating the entire fourth floor. The price for that? Her own freedom. She can no longer leave this prison she made for herself. I can hear it. The cries of the divine beasts being devoured by dark magic. At this rate, my children, they'll all be corrupted. Suddenly, Baek Do-seon's voice snaps her out of it. Where are they? Huh, what? Just tell me where to go. I can't sense their exact location like you can. It's useless. At your current level, you can't possibly stop this. Our protagonist roars back. There's no time to hesitate, just tell me where they are. Hongryeon Samwol is stunned by his sheer determination. After a moment of internal conflict, she points the way. That way. That's the direction the dark magic is coming from, corrupting my children. Thank you. Clutching the artifact branch of vengeance in his right hand, our hero sprints off without a second's hesitation, praying silently. Damn it, please don't let me be too late. The scene shifts, third floor. The forest is a wasteland of scorched earth and shattered rock. Bion's group is already unconscious. And it gets worse. Even Class A's strongest lineup, Ma Yi-seo, Bion, and A-seo have been completely wiped out. Phelan coughs up a mouthful of blood, kneeling and gasping for air. Her eyes, filled with utter despair, are fixed on Mai Jiantizan. The villain laughs coldly. You kids. You've really surprised me. Just a bunch of teenagers with this much power. It's driving me mad with desire to take it all for myself. As she speaks, she raises her hand. Dark magic gathers instantly, forming a black hole that radiates pure destructive energy, filling the air. Mai Jiantizan throws her head back and laughs. Now, you talented little seeds of Stella Academy, it's time to obediently become one with my body. Her words barely leave her lips. The dark spell begins to swallow the entire area in a crimson tide. Soon, every divine beast here will be corrupted by her magic. Watching this unfold, Phelan's spirit hits rock bottom. This is it. It's really over. She doesn't even have the strength left to move. Can't fight, can't run. Is this where I die? But then a system window pops up. Special effect of the item Mechan Pendant has been activated. One-time absolute protection from magic level 6 or lower. Instantly, a holy light erupts from the item, blocking the dark corruption in its tracks. Phelan's vision blurs, her body finally starting to give way, but her voice holds a hint of a smile. Honestly, that guy? The light obliterates Mai Jiantizan's destructive spell, restoring peace to the area. A hero always shows up at the very last second, and the one who used that artifact? None other than Baek Yoo-seol. Cutting it a little close, showing up when things are already this chaotic, don't you think? The Mechan Pendant dissolves into dust, a one-time use artifact, but Baek Yoo-seol doesn't even seem to care. What he noticed was the one silver lining. So far, no one had actually fallen. But this was all his fault. He'd interfered with the story way too much. He provoked Maizen Tiran, exposed her for stealing Antoise's inventions at the Alchemist Convention, and now, the main characters were paying the price, suffering these life-threatening injuries. Either way, waiting for outside help was no longer an option, not if they wanted to get out of here alive. The mission was clear. They had to take down Maizen Tiran. Just then, a voice called out from the side, Baek Yoo-seol. He jumped, turning to his wounded ally and asking with concern, Yo-seong, are you okay? Yo-seong let out a bitter laugh. Looking at me like this, you still have to ask? But right now, you and I are the only ones left with enough strength to fight. We have to bet it all on one last gamble. But the big question was, how? Yo-seong glanced forward. The fog rapidly dispersed, revealing Maizen Tiran walking straight toward them. If we just face her head-on with pure power, we're guaranteed to get wiped out. Baek Yoo-seol held up the branch of vengeance. He declared with confidence, I've got a plan, but we only get one shot at this. Introducing the top-tier branch of grudges. Over time, the resentment it holds doesn't fade. It only grows deeper and more potent. Its special feature, Grudge 1. The first touch inflicts a grudge status on the target. 2. The second touch triggers a grudge explosion, dealing critical damage to dark attribute creatures. 3. Its power accumulates daily, peaking after 3 months. And 4. If the target is a danger level 6 or higher, the damage is halved, and it can only be used once. Yo-seong cracked a smile. I get it. Then I'll handle drawing her attention to create an opening. This is probably going to hurt, a lot. But in a situation like this, we don't have time to be picky. Hearing that, Baek Yoo-seol flinched. He had a sinking feeling he knew exactly what insane thing Yo-seong was about to do. Stepping out of the fog, Maizen Tiran's voice echoed. I was wondering who had the power to withstand my magic. So, it was you, Baek Yoo-seol. Even after all this, you're still stubborn enough to stand in my way? Baek Yoo-seol shot back with a serious glare. That's right, I'm the one who's going to stop you, she cackled. Ha, I admire your nerve. Besides, with the power I have now, people like you are exactly the kind I crave to absorb the most. Maizen Tiran opened her mouth wide, unleashing a world-destroying beam of light straight at him. In that split second, Yo-seong lunged forward, throwing up a magical shield to block the attack. An ear-splitting explosion ripped through the air as a violent shockwave blasted everything in its path. When the dust finally settled, Baek Yoo-seol slowly opened his eyes, and what he saw up ahead was a sight that would make anyone who witnessed it hold their breath. A thick, dark, magical pressure radiated from Yoo-seong's body, shattering the limits of a level 6 being. He had been completely corrupted. Awakened in the form of a dark sorcerer, Baek Yoo-seol wiped his eyes. His own breathing was a bit ragged after that last exchange. He blinked, trying to get a clear view of the situation. Purple magic began to burn intensely on his friend's hand, accompanied by terrifying black lightning. Baek Yoo-seol was stunned, realizing what his teammate was planning. Yoo-seong's entire body was now shrouded in a dense black fog, emitting a horrifying pressure. Baek Yoo-seol frowned, watching intently. He never thought Yoo-seong would actually resort to using this power. In a flash, Yoo-seong shot forward, leaving a streak of light behind him. Baek Yoo-seol knew his friend had decided to activate his demonization state right here and now. This was his demon form, a unique gift that allowed him to transform his very soul into that of a demon. And even though Yoo-seong hated using it, the enemy before them was not someone they could beat with ordinary strength. Tiren just smirked, her face a mask of arrogance as she saw her opponent finally getting serious. She swung her arm, and a crimson bolt of lightning tore through space, rocketing straight for Yoo-seong. The professor's face was twisted in a crazed, bloodthirsty grin. Moving like a flash, Yoo-seong closed the distance, shocking Tiren with his speed. He poured all his power into a single strike, creating a massive shockwave. A flicker of genuine surprise crossed Tiren's face at the student's explosive power. A huge explosion erupted as Yoo-seong's attack connected. He stood there amidst the smoke and dust, his demonic presence completely overwhelming the space around him. Baek Yoo-seol was in awe, seeing that Yoo-seong could actually send a level 6 threat flying. In this state, his stats were now on par with a 4th grade mage. The thick dust from the impact obscured everyone's vision, but from within the smoke, both Yoo-seong and Baek Yoo-seol felt a sudden chilling shift in the air. The professor unleashed pitch-black magical tentacles, smashing the floor to pieces as they hunted down her opponents. Yoo-seong was quick, leaping away to dodge the attack. Baek Yoo-seol was just as agile, easily gliding out of range. But he frowned. He knew the situation had just become incredibly tense. Tiren had entered her second phase, now armed with long, sharp claws, pure tendrils of dark magic that could kill a person in an instant. He gripped the branch tightly as the professor roared, demanding his death. Baek Yoo-seol knew he had to be the one to get close to her. A powerful strike from Tiren cracked the ground right under his feet. Baek Yoo-seol realized that even the powered-up Yoo-seong was having trouble approaching her. He decided to do something reckless, charge straight into the storm of magic bullets. Yoo-seong gasped, yelling his teammate's name as he watched him rush toward certain death. Baek Yoo-seol unleashed a volley of explosive magic potions to disrupt Tiren's vision. The professor easily swatted them away, scoffing at his pathetic resistance. She glared at him, her eyes filled with pure killing intent and disgust. And that's when he gave her a cryptic smile. The goal now was to draw all of her attention. Tiren, still drunk on her dark power, gloated that his petty tricks were useless, until he mentioned the time she was defeated by Assistant Professor Ontoise. That powerful psychological blow made the professor's eyes twitch with fury. Losing all control, Tiren screamed like a madwoman and threw everything she had at Baek Yoo-seol. He continuously used his spirit duplication skill, weaving through the tiny gaps in her devastating attacks. Baek Yoo-seol's sacrifice as bait had worked perfectly. It created a golden opportunity for Yoo-seong, who was waiting in the back. Watching from a distance, Yoo-seong finally understood the plan. Baek Yoo-seol was deliberately provoking Tiren to make her focus everything on him alone. He knew this was the one and only chance his friend had created for him, putting his own life on the line. Before, he couldn't activate his Demon King's Dominion skill because her shields were too tight. But now, things were different. Yoo-seong's eyes flared with a deadly red light. This time, he was determined to succeed. Meanwhile, Baek Yoo-seol was still desperately trying to survive the professor's frantic onslaught. He gritted his teeth and endured. The situation was on a razor's edge, leaving him without a single second to catch his breath. Every bit of spiritual power he pours into his defense just makes her attacks hit harder, more painfully. A pitch-black slash of magic whips past a hair's breadth from ending him right then and there. Clutching his weapon, Joo-seong fights to stay conscious. He throws himself forward again, a moth drawn to a deadly flame, desperately pulling all of Tiren's focus onto himself. One magic explosion after another rips through the area, the raw power of a true sorcerer turning the battlefield into a wasteland. Joo-seong is rocked by the sheer force of the blast. His body is screaming, pushed far past its limits. And the horrifying truth dawns on him. Tiren's power is on a completely different level. He can't even defend against her basic attacks anymore. Tyran lets out a chilling laugh, absolutely reveling in this moment. She declares his fate sealed, right here, right now, as a claw of pure dark magic lunges forward to crush him. An overwhelming killing intent floods the air. Jusion's eyes are vacant, exhausted. This is it. He's hit his absolute limit. But then, a powerful voice echoes from behind him. It's Yoseong, declaring the show is over. An explosion of pure, ultimate dark magic erupts with unbelievable force, swallowing the entire area in one final, decisive strike. Tyran is completely consumed by the black mist as Jusion squints, trying to see through the chaos, sweat dripping down his face. And when the smoke clears, Yoseong, in his full dark mage form, is absolutely dominating Tyran. He's got her by the throat, his gaze sharp and unforgiving, those crimson eyes blazing with murderous intent. Tyran thrashes helplessly, her face contorted in agony. Her eyes are wide with shock, her breath coming in ragged gasps. Her frail arm shakes, life draining from her body. The pressure of the dark magic has her completely paralyzed, and that's when Jusion spots his opening time to grab the soul branch. He moves in carefully, hearing his enemy muttering something. Even while being choked to death, Tyran is still spitting curses. Yoseong stares her down, questioning where she got such insane power. Tyran just grinds her teeth, her pride refusing to let her go down this easily. A strange purple light glints in her eye. She lets out a furious scream, refusing to submit. In a final, desperate burst, crimson mana explodes from her as she lunges at Yoseong, and the impact sends him flying back. Jusion is stunned by this sudden counterattack. A massive explosion throws everything into chaos. Yoseong disappears into a cloud of white smoke. Jusion stands frozen, yelling his comrade's name in alarm. But he has no time to worry. Tyran's attack is already on him. The storm of thorns is still raging, but Jusion notices something. They're slower now. He focuses with everything he's got, tracking the movement of every single thorn. Tyran stands there, right in the middle of her own deadly storm. This is it, his one and only chance to end this. Jusion launches himself forward like an arrow, his target being Tyran herself. She just smirks, a vicious, knowing smile. This is exactly what she wanted. He expertly weaves through the tiniest gaps in the storm of blades. Suddenly, a colossal thorn crashes down right on his position. The look on Jusion's face says it all, pure tension as death closes in. Tyran cackles, absolutely certain her prey has fallen into the trap. Out of options, Jusion is forced to play his hidden card. He activates it, Soul's Breath, third form. His senses immediately skyrocket by 147%. And thanks to the forest's energy, the skill is massively amplified for a fleeting 15 seconds. Jusion's speed becomes a blur, leaving streaks of blue light in his wake. Tyran's eyes widen in shock at the sudden transformation. With the branch now firmly in hand, Jusion declares that this is the end. Gritting her teeth, Tyran unleashes one last, desperate counter. Vicious red thorns erupt from every direction, piercing straight through Jusion's body. She laughs like a maniac, thinking she's won. But here's the thing, even impaled, Jusion doesn't even slow down. His eyes are locked on the goal. In a flash, he uses a pinpoint-accurate teleport and slams the soul branch directly into the center of Tyran's chest. The battle is over. Tyran's eyes fill with absolute horror. A system window pops up, confirming contact with the target of resentment. Her resentment level maxes out, and she screams in agony as her body begins to dissolve. Her corrupted soul shatters, purified by the soul branch's power. With her final breath, she bellows a hateful curse before vanishing into nothing. Even as she faded, she was screaming for his death. But Jusion just watches silently, accepting his victory and staring his foe down to the very end. He doesn't flinch. A final flare of dark mana erupts, then vanishes, taking the fallen sorcerer's soul along with it. The now rotted branch clatters to the ground. The brutal fight has finally ended, leaving nothing but a cratered battlefield as proof of the insane power that was just unleashed. A system notification appears, a special reward for his extraordinary efforts in altering the narrative. He lets out a long sigh of relief. The weight of the world lifts from his shoulders, and Jusion finally collapses onto the fractured ground. It's finally over, he whispers. He shuts his eyes, savoring a rare moment of peace in the middle of all the destruction. Then, cherry blossom petals begin to drift down, pulling him into an ethereal space. He's in a forest of blooming cherry trees, where a being of otherworldly beauty gently places a hand on his shoulder as he sleeps. The divine beast speaks, her voice soft. She apologizes for placing such a heavy, unreasonable burden on him. She tells him she understands his pain, the frustration of having true power that he could never show anyone. In the quiet that follows, only the wind rustling through the blossoms can be heard. The divine beast expresses her deepest gratitude for a human willing to sacrifice everything for his beliefs, and for her. As a worthy reward, she gifts him her very own heart, shining with a brilliant light. The jewel of pure mana phases into Juseon's chest, a thank you for protecting her children. A soothing warmth spreads from the divine gift, erasing every trace of pain and exhaustion from his body. Juseon rests peacefully beneath the ancient tree, lost in a beautiful dream. Meanwhile, back in the real world, the rising dark energy hadn't gone unnoticed. The SEO Knights mobilized instantly. They swept the area, evacuating everyone who had passed out. A few students were injured fighting the corrupted beasts, but luckily, there were no fatalities. Every student who fought Maizen Tiran earlier was also accounted for and safe. And just before the evacuation finished, both Beyond and Iseo managed to form contracts with their 5th grade spirit beasts. Among the rescued were, of course, Yo-seong and Yoo-seol. They were rushed directly to the Stella Academy Hospital for immediate medical attention. But at the hospital, head Dr. Ravan was left speechless by a report from his staff. Nurse Luna confirmed the diagnosis. Yoo-seol possesses a stagnant mana constitution. Luna couldn't hide her shock. It was the first time she'd ever seen such a rare and legendary condition with her own 2 eyes. She couldn't help but wonder how someone like that even got into Stella Academy. Professor Giavel explained that in the academic world, learning magic with a body that can't store mana is seen as completely impossible, but he saw something different. This student had turned his seemingly pointless efforts into something truly extraordinary. The maximum lifespan for someone with this condition is only 20 years. That means Yoo-seong has barely 2 years left to live. Looking at his file, the professor saw the boy's absolute sincerity for magic, even though his time was running out. So, Giavel asked Luna to keep this a secret. He wanted to support that incredible willpower until the very end. Later that night, in a silent hallway, Nurse Luna was stopped in her tracks by a voice asking for her name. The person standing there? Hong Si-hwa. With a knowing smirk, she asked for a private chat. Fast forward 3 days. Inside Yoo-seong and Yoo-seol's hospital room, the only sound breaking the silence was the steady peeling of an apple. Isel let out a heavy sigh. 3 days had passed, and neither of them showed any sign of waking up. She muttered under her breath, calling her friend Flam a total liar. Flam had told her that if she just sat here peeling apples, the patient would wake up soon. Her eyes, filled with worry, gazed at the apple in her hands. Today was supposed to be the gourmet club meeting, but with both key members lying here unconscious, there was nothing she could do. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from behind her, and Isel spun around, startled. Standing in the doorway was a stranger, a girl with vibrant pink hair. It was Hong Si-hwa Adonbit. Her eyes narrowed as she scanned Isel from head to toe. Si-hwa smirked, saying she never expected to see a familiar face here. She then launched into a series of condescending remarks, praising Isel's looks and even joking about marriage. That attitude immediately set Isel on edge. She bluntly asked why she was here. Si-hwa casually replied that she was just visiting the heroes who saved her sister, but in an instant, her gaze turned razor sharp. She called Isel the daughter of a traitor. The words struck Isel with the force of a physical blow, a poisoned dart straight to her heart. The Adonbit family was the very reason for her current predicament. Isel shot to her feet, her mana flaring with rage at the sheer contempt from her opponent. Si-hwa just brushed it off, telling her to calm down unless she wanted a big scene at the hospital. She remarked that Isel seemed awfully close to the 2 boys in the hospital beds, and then Si-hwa asked, "Do you know Yoo-seong's deepest, darkest secret?" Seeing Isel's confused expression, she let out a cruel laugh, mocking that they must not be that close after all. And that's when Si-hwa launched her real attack, a brutal psychological assault. She declared that Yoo-seong was going to die. She explained his condition. Mana stagnation, a literal death sentence that prevents anyone from living past the age of 20. Isel was stunned. The notebook she was holding slipped from her fingers and clattered to the floor. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. A cold smile formed on Hong Si-hwa's lips. She told Isel not to get cocky, because she knew nothing about the real Yoo-seong. She drove the point home, stressing that Yoo-seong hid the most important secret about himself from her. Those words cut deep. Isel realized how much help she'd received from him, but in return, she knew absolutely nothing about him. She bowed her head, silently blaming herself for not trying harder to understand her friend. Si-hwa kept piling it on, saying an underdog like Isel should know her place and just stay quiet. Stop trying to act so close to Yoo-seong. Just as the tension peaked, a cold voice cut through the air, demanding she stop. It was Byung. She stepped inside, mocking her older sister for being an eyesore, bullying a normal student. Byun then called her out, noting that Si-hwa graduated long ago but still wears the Stella uniform just to flex her authority. The words hit their mark. Sihua could only manage a forced laugh to hide her annoyance. She turned to her sister, asking if she even knew who she was talking to. But Biyun was completely unafraid, calling her sister shameless. She exposed the truth that Sihua only got her current position because of dumb luck after someone else died. It wasn't due to her own skill. Biyun then declared that she, too, is a princess, a legitimate heir with the full authority of the king. Sihua was speechless, shocked that her younger sister would push back so fiercely in front of an outsider. Biyun then threw the question back at her. Who's the really shameless one here? Biyun's arrival gave Aizel the strength to regain her composure. She stood up straight, her voice clear as she declared her own position. Aizel stated that even if she doesn't know much about Yuseng, she would never use secretly investigated information as a weapon against him. Because real friends respect each other's secrets and wait patiently for the other person to share them on their own time. Her words even seemed to surprise Biyun a little. Hong Sihua just smiled faintly, showing no hint of remorse. She commented that kids these days have far too much energy and overconfidence. Sihua turned and walked away, telling Biyun to keep that same energy for their next meeting, and with one last scornful goodbye, she was gone. Aizel watched her leave, still completely stunned by what had just happened. Meanwhile, Biyun quietly walked over to a table and placed down the fruit basket she'd brought. Biyun looked at Yuseong, who was still lying unconscious, her expression turning thoughtful. Both girls stared at their friend, hoping for some kind of miracle. After Biyun left, Aizel sat alone again. She could only sigh as she looked at the basket full of fruit. The whole situation was just a chaotic mess. She tiredly wondered why everything had gotten so complicated. There were too many things she still didn't understand. Then, a faint groan broke the silence, making Aizel whip her head around in shock. She stared at Yuseong, unable to believe her eyes. He slowly blinked his eyes open, raised a hand to scratch his head, and grumbled, "Why is it so noisy in here?" His completely casual awakening left Aizel utterly speechless.